On that rainy day, in a secluded alley, a young man lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze unfocused, his body marred by countless bruises, his clothes thoroughly drenched by the downpour. Tap! Tap! The sound of footsteps echoed. A figure approached, splashing through the water, and stopped before the young man. Struggling to open his eyes, the youth beheld a man in his early 20s. "Let me guess you've run into some trouble." Da-da! The young man choked, unable to form a coherent sentence. The man, Chen Ye, crouched down and produced a vial of azure potion. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. You don't come across someone as benevolent as I am very often. Do you want to live? Boom! Thunder rumbled. Lightning cracked across the sky. The flash flickered behind Chen Ye. Raindrops pelted the young man's face. He bit his lip. "I do." "Then drink this." Chen Ye tossed the vial aside and turned to leave. Seeing this, the youth struggled to rise and grasped the azure potion. The color. Never mind, anything will do at this point. He exhaled deeply, unscrewed the cap, and tilted his head back to drink it. Glug, glug. Cough. It was foul. Bitter. The flavor was reminiscent of slime and bile from a fish. Ugh, vomit. The young man retched, but nothing came up soon after. His body began to convulse and twist violently. Ugh. What is this? Hack. Across the street, beneath an eave, Chen Ye was documenting the scene on his phone. Observing its condition, I can confirm it shouldn't be fatal. Second attempt, deep-sea fish combined with black dog blood, resulting in an azure potion. Upon ingestion, the subject begins to develop scales and gills, with noticeable curvature and growth of the spine and ribs. Other characteristics remain unknown. Initial experimental site, rainy weather. Subject number 002, the deep diver. Well, that's sufficient notes for now. 001, keep an eye on our new friend. With that, Chen Ye tucked his phone into his pocket. As he departed, a crow perched on the eave yawned and flapped its wings, soaring into the alley. What a bother I'm not a babysitter. In Biling City, in an old apartment across from the police station, Chen Ye pushed open the door and shed his raincoat. The rainy season is delightful. Stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes and stumble upon a little test subject as a bonus. Slipping into his slippers, Chen Ye made his way to the kitchen. In the kitchen sat a black, two-handled ceramic pot shaped like a demon's face, and nearby on the cutting board, some leftover fish scales remained. Chen Ye pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. About a month ago, I bought this two-handled pot from a street vendor. A fortnight ago, my parrot fell inside, and then mysteriously vanished. When I poured out the contents, only a pool of bloody water remained. This blood showed no detectable DNA sequences from any angle. It cannot be classified as blood. Subsequently, I made my pet hamster drink this blood, and astonishingly, it grew gray wings and began to mimic human speech, just like the parrot. Later, I tossed the hamster into a jar, and just like the previous parrot, it turned into a pool of blood. After that, Chen Ye conceived a bold idea. He started by tossing a sheep's brain, a chameleon, and a silkworm pupa into the jar, then mixed it with the liquid form from the hamster and fed it to his last Peter raven. Upon sipping the concoction, the raven exhibited remarkable intelligence. Its feathers became sleek, with a texture akin to exoskeleton materials. However, beyond this, no further changes occurred. Chen Ye then began intensively teaching it various forms of knowledge. The raven's capacity for learning was astonishingly rapid within 7 days. It had mastered human language and could converse with Chen Ye normally. 5 more days passed before an incredible event transpired. The raven transformed into Chen Ye's likeness. Indeed, it became a human. However, this transformation lasted only a fleeting moment. At first, Chen Ye found it amusing, until one morning when he awoke to find the raven, in his form, seated at the computer, engrossed in a game. From an observer's perspective, it was indistinguishable from Chen Ye in both appearance and mannerisms. The raven's mimicking abilities had reached a level where it could perfectly impersonate Chen Ye, fooling anyone who laid eyes upon it. This made Chen Ye feel fear for the first time, arising from deep within. If the results of this experiment spiral out of control, then it becomes a self-destructive venture, unless I too become part of the experiment. Thus began Chen Ye's first masterpiece. Subject number 001, the imitator. The reason for his second attempt to experiment on a human was a consideration of the drug's effects on the human body. He could not risk his own life directly. Currently, the situation appears quite optimistic. There have been no recorded cases of death following ingestion thus far. The raven remains fairly loyal after all. I've raised it by hand for 3 years, but how an ordinary wild creature would react is anyone's guess. Nevertheless, one must be prepared for the worst. Should the monstrosity I create spiral out of control, the first casualty will inevitably be me. Chen Ye pondered for a moment before creating a new document on his phone. Subject number 000, God. God is not merely an entity, but a concept so powerful it transcends human comprehension, existing beyond understanding. Indescribably powerful. Toward that end, I hope I do not end up becoming some deep-sea octopus. Chen Ye returned to his bedroom and habitually sat at his computer, lighting a cigarette. However, why does combining those components grant the Raven the ability to transform into a human? What is the principle behind this? Is it touching upon some form of concept? Parrot hamster, sheep brain chameleon silkworm pupa. The parrot mimics sounds, the chameleon changes colors, and the silkworm pupa represents transformation and rebirth. Conceptually, could this enable a transformation? What if I use bat-derived substances? Could I produce a vampire? There's much to explore, but if it truly unfolds as I imagine, I could use the enchanted pot to conjure various mythical creatures. This hypothesis intrigued him, since there are no extraordinary biological limbs or materials in this world for alchemical purposes. I will create my own. Outside, the rain continued to pour. A man, his body covered in scales, navigated the alley, his eyes swollen and bulging, almost popping out of his head. He gazed at his smooth, slimy skin and the scales on his arms, his screams echoing without pause. I've become a monster? This must be a dream of falsehood. It's all false. The man's hands bore webbed palms, with fingers ending in sharp, hooked claws, and he had 2 pairs of fish fins protruding from his back. His size was far from human, resembling a tapering figure, broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, hunched over. It was evident that his ribs had expanded significantly, while his spine had assumed a curved shape. Enough noise. A raspy voice emerged from behind him, causing the fishman to spin around suddenly. Oh! He turned, only to find nothing but a raven drenched in rain. Stop searching, it's me. We are the same kind of existence. With that, the raven unfurled its feathers, its form swelling as the sound of cracking bones filled the air. In an instant, the raven transformed into a girl clad in a long black dress. I am the imitator, subject number 001. Subject number 001. The Imitator Raven Imitator. Notice, this book is a chaotic monster battle with the protagonist swiftly entering an invincible state, merely observing the conflict. This is not about rapid power ascension, but a necessary process. Additionally, the protagonist will create many beings in the future, some forming their own factions and engaging in mutual slaughter. Such matters hold no significance for the protagonist, who remains uninterested in the emotions and experiences of these minor characters. Chapter 002. The Deep Diver. Your designation is 002. Deep Diver. Deep Diver? What does it mean? The fishman gazed at the girl with a look of confusion, only to have her shrug and transform into a raven with a swift motion. Since that esteemed personage has chosen to refer to you in such a manner, there must be a significant reason behind it, much like how my name is Mimiker. The fishman instinctively took a step back. That esteemed person, are you referring to the one who administered the drug to me? Are you human? Is he human? The raven flapped its wings, and the rainwater cascaded off its feathers. It soared directly onto the fishman's shoulder. I am not human. As for that esteemed individual, you are not yet worthy to know. If you wish to find out, first engage in some tangible actions. Consider why you have collapsed here, who abandoned you in this place. Do you not desire revenge? The fishman's brow twitched. In my current state, if someone were to see me, I would undoubtedly be captured. The raven extended its wing, shielding its forehead. Humans are indeed ingenious in their fashion choices. Do you not wear clothing? The fishman glanced at his own hands. But in my present form, where would I procure clothing? The raven shook its head, exasperated by the fishman's lack of intellect. Very well. I shall assist you in finding some. Remain here and wait for me. Approximately 20 minutes later, the raven returned, transformed back into the girl, laden with a multitude of bags. The fishman was huddled beneath an eave, cradling his knees. Put these on. The fishman was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire these? By the way, did you pay for them? The raven paused, incredulous. Do you expect the proprietor to charge for items taken from their own establishment? You a mere raven, and you have opened a shop? I opened no such shop. I merely assumed the guise of the proprietor, the raven retorted, a surge of irritation evident. How could humans be so foolish? Oh! The fishman obediently donned the garments, which were all oversized, including a mask, hat, scarf, and sunglasses. Once he was clad in these items, the raven draped a raincoat over him. There, now no one shall discern your peculiarities, though your physique is somewhat exaggerated. The fishman examined the gloves upon his hands. True, no one will recognize me, but why do I feel so hot? Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the fishman collapsed to the ground. His body contracting as various fish-like traits vanished in an instant. Have I reverted? The fishman, elated, removed the gloves, discovering that his hands had indeed transformed back into human hands. Yet, when raindrops landed upon them, scales began to sprout anew. Wait, why? Does this mean that I will turn into a monster the moment I come into contact with water? The fishman re-equipped the gloves. As long as he dried the moisture from his skin, he could revert to human form. However, when exposed to rain, he would become the fishman once more. If that is the case, does this imply that I can no longer visit a bathhouse? The raven was rendered speechless. Your concerns lie in such trivial matters? Enough of this chatter. It is time for you to seek your vengeance. The fishman inhaled deeply. Indeed, it is time to exact my revenge. Having acquired this ability, though not entirely favorable, I refuse to endure the previous indignities any longer. As the fishman traversed the streets, the rain-soaked surroundings were sparsely populated, and even when brushing past a few individuals, none took notice of him. Only one student paused momentarily after passing by. Chu Yong, what is it? Nothing, I just detected a rather fishy odor. SK, it must be from the fishmongers. What is so remarkable about that? Let us move on. In the outskirts, within an abandoned tire factory, the air was thick with smoke, and 7 rough-looking men were engaged in a game of poker, cigarettes dangling from their lips. Single 2, care to join? Split 2. By the way, have you really just left that kid there? What else were we supposed to do? Are we as parents expected to escort him home? Let us not incite a tragedy. Oh, rest assured, he won't die. One man glanced outside. This rain has been quite heavy these past few days. It's the rainy season. Speaking of which, I heard a story a couple of days ago, rainy night of murder. The perpetrator wore a raincoat and specifically targeted victims on rainy nights, killing 9 people without leaving a trace. Moreover, the killer would sob while committing the murders, and I initially thought, could the murderer be insane? But guess what? The murderer wasn't even human. Thunder rumbled, and all the men simultaneously widened their eyes. The storyteller, perplexed, said, Hey, what's with your expressions? I haven't finished. I thought it was meant to be a cerebral mystery, but the killer turned out to be a fish. Who could have anticipated that? The others fell silent. One man raising a finger to point behind him. Be behind you. The man was taken aback. What's behind me? I as he turned. In the pouring rain, a figure clad in a black raincoat stood motionless at the entrance. The others fell silent, their eyes fixed on the intruder. The figure stepped forward into the warehouse, shaking off the rain, then began to remove their clothing piece by piece. Once fully undressed, the men beheld his true form, a human. Damn, it's that kid. What a ruse! One man exclaimed, leaping up. We were simply in it for the money. Before the man could finish his sentence, the figure abruptly stepped into the rain. In the next moment, his limbs contorted at impossible angles, the sound of bones dislocating reverberated. Scales sprouted from his body, his head transforming into that of a fish, sharp fins emerging from his back. Now in this monstrous form. The fishman re-entered the warehouse. However, the others were rendered speechless, instinctively retreating. Fishman? Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The creature advanced across the concrete floor, the webbed feet making a continuous slapping sound. As the monstrosity drew nearer, the men hastily grabbed whatever makeshift weapons they could find. Steel pipes, bricks, and other items within reach. Here it comes. What in the world is that? Forget it. Let us all charge at once. Pitter-patter. The creature lunged forward, dropping to all fours and leaping towards them in a grotesquely twisted manner. Forget that, run. One man attempted to flee, but the creature pounced upon him. Thud. The man was knocked to the ground, screaming as he kicked desperately at the creature's abdomen, but it remained unmoved. No, don't kill me. Someone, save me. The fishman gazed down at the screaming man, his vision increasingly stained with crimson. Kill, crack. The creature's hands exerted force, snapping the man's neck with a single motion. Following this, the fishman lost consciousness. Upon awakening, 7 mangled corpses lay before him, his claws stained with blood and remnants of flesh. He stared blankly at his hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. They're dead? All dead? Smack! The fishman covered his eyes with his hands, tears cascading forth. What have I done? I never intended to. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sobbed that I never wished to kill anyone. I never. Sob sob sob. Crashed. A figure appeared at the warehouse entrance, gazing at the hellish scene within, rendered speechless. Hearing the noise, the fishman looked over. The figure snapped back to reality and turned to flee. Sob sob sob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The weeping echoed behind, the figure sprinting desperately through the downpour, yet the cries remained hauntingly close. That was just thud. Ugh. Thud. Sob. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Sob sob sob. The corpse fell to the ground as the fishman, still weeping, grasped the lifeless form by the ankles, slowly dragging it back into the warehouse. Outside, another person hid within a metal container, desperately covering his mouth. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, a chill coursing through him to his very bones. Half an hour passed without him daring to move. The night enveloped only in the sporadic sound of rain. What on earth was that? Recalling the earlier scene, the man's pupils trembled, his entire being shaking uncontrollably. He peered out from the container. Nothing was visible outside. However, just then, a frenzied wailing erupted behind him. Ah, did you hear that? Did you hear it? Sob sob ha ha ha. The man whipped around, 2 round, bulging eyes staring back at him. Thud. Designation 002. Deep Diver. The Weeping Fishman. Chapter 003. Desperation. According to our latest report, at 4:05 in the early morning of the previous day, a fisherman inadvertently recovered numerous dismembered limbs while fishing. Expert analysis confirmed these limbs to be human in origin, and forensic experts estimated that the time of death occurred approximately 3 days prior. Following DNA analysis, the forensic team deduced that the dismembered remains belonged to at least 9 individuals. After 2 days of investigation, the police have determined that the crime scene is likely located within an abandoned tire factory in Bailing City. Through on-site examination, the authorities discovered a recording device hidden within a container. Upon extracting the audio, they made a startling revelation. The recording included the voice of the deceased, accompanied by a chilling sound of weeping. This case represents a gruesome and inhumane act of dismemberment on a large scale. Recently, persistent heavy rainfall across various regions has provided criminals with opportunities to exploit, prompting a warning for citizens to remain vigilant and limit their outings during the night. With a click, Chen Ye turned off the television and tossed the remote aside. The social unrest is unbearable. Criminals have become so audacious, yet thankfully, my home is right across from the police station. Chen Ye splashed water on his face, changed his clothes, and made his way to the CAF located downstairs. This CAF, owned by him, is situated beneath his apartment building. Typically, it sees scant customers, barely turning a profit. Chen Ye chose this location for its proximity to the police station, which offers a sense of security. Ding dong. At that moment, the CAF door was abruptly pushed open. Chen Ye looked up to see a man clad in a raincoat standing motionless outside, with a raven perched upon his shoulder. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes as the raven swiftly flew to his shoulder. Master, the task is complete. Complete? What task? Chen Ye recalled that he had sent 001 to keep an eye on 002. Well done. With that, Chen Ye turned his attention to the man in the raincoat. As for you, I do not recall having invited you. Thud. Upon hearing this, the man, a fish-like creature, suddenly knelt, bending at the waist until his head struck the floor with a heavy thud. I have nowhere else to go. I beg you, take me in. Chen Ye approached him, crouching down. It seems you can still revert to human form. The fishman paused for a moment. Yes, I can revert, as long as I do not come into contact with water. Chen Ye quickly took out his phone. So, in the absence of water, you can regain your human shape, which is controllable. All right, come inside. The man cautiously closed the door and followed Chen Ye into the storeroom behind the CAF. Tell me, do you possess any other characteristics or abnormalities? Chen Ye sat down and prepared to take notes on his phone. The man sat timidly on the chair, appearing quite uneasy. I crave water. Desperately, but if I drink, I will turn back into a fishman. I have gone 12 hours without water. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye tossed him a bottle of mineral water. Drink. Here, no one will pay attention to you except me. The man took the bottle and tilted his head back, Gulping down the water, in just 2 swigs, the bottle was emptied. His body began to swell, transforming back into the fishman form. Once he reverted, tears began to stream uncontrollably from his eyes. Why am I sobbing? Chen Ye frowned. What does this have to do with your transformation? The fishman shook his head vigorously. I do not know, but I simply cannot stop my tears. Chen Ye rubbed his forehead, pondering this peculiar trait. What else? Moreover, my strength has increased exponentially in the presence of water. I can run extremely fast. I can breathe underwater, withstand immense pressure, and see in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. Moreover, as long as someone hears my voice, I will know where they are. Suddenly, the fishman erupted, smashing the glass and reaching out the window. Crash! The window shattered, and with lightning speed, he pulled in a man dressed in blue work attire from outside. I know you can hear me. Seeing the fishman open his gaping maw, the man collapsed to the ground. I'm just an air conditioner repairman. The fishman's eyes began to redden. I cannot kill you. You heard me. You saw me, mother. I'm just an air conditioner repairman. The repairman trembled uncontrollably, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Enough, let him go. Chen Ye's voice cut through the chaos, and upon hearing him, the fishman immediately calmed down. All right. The raven flew to Chen Ye's ear. Master, he has seen us. He cannot be allowed to leave alive. Mother, the bird can talk. The man shrank into a corner and feared. A talking bird. The world is too insane. Chen Ye turned to the man. What is your name? I'm Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan stammered as he revealed his name. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Would you be interested in assisting me with my experiment? If I don't assist, you also heard him, but of course, I am not threatening you. I agree. Then call your family and inform them that you will be unavailable. Also, notify your company that you need a few days off. Is that acceptable? No problem. I will call now. A moment later, Chen Ye drew the curtains, and the fishman transformed back into human form. It is interesting that the fishman reverts to human form after shedding all his tears. Yet he now finds himself in a state of thirst. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Os Kate. You need not concern yourself with why I bear this name. It is merely a label. Wang Haonan nodded. I understand. Excellent. For the time being, you shall reside here in peace. And you, 002, should someone eavesdrop again, refrain from breaking my glass. Chen Ye glanced at the fishman, who nodded obediently. Chen Ye's gaze fell upon the shattered glass. His mood soured. He would have to find someone to repair the window. Wait, glass? Could glass be used to concoct potions? Chen Ye picked up the shards from the floor and then ascended the stairs. In the storeroom below, only Wang Haonan and the fishman remained, exchanging glances. Fishman brother, hello? Wang Haonan timidly extended his right hand. The fishman did not respond. Instead, the raven emitted a strange chuckle. You are quite fortunate to be chosen by Lord Os. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Wang Haonan replied. The fishman looked at Wang Haonan. Just like me, you will obtain extraordinary abilities, but it will come at an extraordinary cost. Wang Haonan suddenly comprehended the fishman's meaning. You mean that I will also become like you? Chapter 004. The Transparent One. In the kitchen, Chen Ye tossed the glass shards into a pot, where they quickly dissolved, revealing a liquid as clear as water. If it is glass, the effect should be transparent. If a person becomes transparent, it would be akin to invisibility, yet clothing cannot become invisible or transparent, and uncontrollable transparency would not be a favorable outcome. By the way, I still have one chameleon left from my last purchase. With that thought, Chen Ye opened a nearby small cage and retrieved a barely living chameleon. He tossed the chameleon into the jar, and it did not struggle as it dissolved into a colorless liquid. Chen Ye poured the liquid from the jar into a cup and then headed downstairs. Drink this? Wang Haonan paused, bewildered. What is this? The liquid in the cup was colorless and transparent, resembling water but with a slightly viscous texture. You will find out once you drink it. Wang Haonan took a deep breath and downed the cup in one go. Gulp, gulp. That it had no flavor, but the texture was reminiscent of mucus. Wang Haonan fought back the nausea as he swallowed, but in the next moment, his hands suddenly vanished. Why hands? Where did they go? Wang Haonan instinctively touched his face. Realizing, no, my hands are still here, the fishman looked at Wang Haonan in confusion. His head is gone. Wang Haonan had disappeared, leaving only his floating clothing behind. After a moment, even the garments vanished. he had become entirely transparent, both body and clothing. Witnessing this, Chen Ye picked up his phone to document the event. Glass and chameleon, the potion is colorless. Both the person and their clothing have become transparent. Chen Ye reached forward and grasped an invisible object. I can still feel it. It has merely become transparent. How do you feel? Upon hearing this, Wang Haonan took a moment to assess. It's blinding, so bright. Even with my eyes closed, I can still see the light. Chen Ye pulled back the curtains, prompting Wang Haonan to scream in agony. It burns. The light is scorching my body, my eyes. Chen Ye quickly closed the curtains. Exposure to light induces a strong burning sensation. Can you attempt to reverse the transparency? Reversed transparency? Wang Haonan hesitated. How do I do that? Try to imagine a color. Wang Haonan shut his eyes, and in the next moment, he reappeared, albeit in a solid green hue. Now, think of more colors: your skin color, your hair color, your clothing color, Chen Ye instructed. Wang Haonan endeavored to recall his appearance along with his attire. In the blink of an eye, all the colors on his body were restored. Chen Ye nodded, realizing that by simply imagining colors, one could alter their own hue. Now, envision a transparent version of yourself. With that, Wang Haonan's form vanished once more, becoming translucent. Do you sense anything else amiss? Wang Haonan shook his head. No, it's just I feel a bit strange. How should I put it? I feel like I'm not myself anymore. The fishman paused for a moment. I've experienced that feeling as well. Do you not also sense that the person before you is beyond reproach, as if a voice in your mind commands you to obey their orders unconditionally, lest you perish? Wang Haonan nodded vigorously. Yes, that is indeed the case. Furthermore, I feel as though I have transcended, both mentally and physically. It feels somewhat foreign. Am I still me? Listening to their exchange, Chen Ye resumed his documentation. Regardless of the composition, those who consumed the drugs would develop an instinctive sense of obedience towards me. Defiance would lead to death. Fascinating. If what they claim is true, I need not worry about repercussions from my actions. New file, number 003. The transparent being. The following day, the two had spent a day at Chen Ye's place, during which he had them undertake various experiments to complete the data file. Lord OS? May I also control my transformation at will like 003? Upon hearing the fishman's inquiry, Chen Ye contemplated. If I can find the corresponding materials, then yes, rest assured, your evolution will not cease here. Indeed, as long as you continue to take the new drugs, evolution will proceed. All right, that will suffice. I must immerse myself in experimentation for a while. You all may leave. Please leave a contact number, but do not disturb me unless necessary. Remember, you are not my subordinates. Merely test subjects. I will not concern myself with your well-being or daily lives. I only seek the results of the experiments. Your fates are of no consequence to me. Should a subject perish, I can always procure a new one. Do you understand? The raven perched on Chen Ye's shoulder. Understood. Must I also take my leave, Lord OS? Yes. All three departed. Chen Ye pondered, resolving to minimize contact with these individuals from now on. He aimed to establish a new base elsewhere, one that was remote, discreet, spacious, and secure. He would subsequently receive them there, including future test subjects. Contemplating this, Chen Ye glanced at his account balance on the brink of bankruptcy. Is there a swift and secure way to acquire funds? Of course. Since any substance consumed induces a sense of obedience, I could simply find a wealthy individual to administer the drugs to. Wouldn't that secure the necessary funds? Let's attempt a more unique combination this time. Outside the apartment complex, the two and the raven exchanged glances. Lord OS has not assigned us a task this time. Do you understand what that signifies? The raven inquired. What do you mean? They responded in unison. The raven transformed into a black-haired girl. Do not forget, the Lord previously mentioned materials and evolution and referred to us as test subjects. Therefore, subsequent experiments will likely unfold upon us. If we can identify the corresponding materials, the Lord will permit us to continue evolving and bestow upon us greater abilities. In other words, our existence holds no significance to that Lord. What matters to him are the experimental outcomes we embody. Thus, in order to be of some worth, should we not proactively assist the Lord in locating these materials? The two nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But we have no idea what materials the Lord seeks. The raven girl shook her head. Precisely. With your intellect, it's no wonder the Lord regards you as burdensome. If he knew what materials he required, would he need us to find them? Clearly, he is unaware, which is why we must seek them. That makes sense, they echoed. So, let us take action and strive to become individuals of necessity for that Lord. The Raven Girl proclaimed. Inside a CAF, Chen Ye prepared a cup of coffee for himself. Quite delightful. Chapter 005. Fellow Failures. As night fell, heavy rain began to fall in Biling City. The fishman, clad in a raincoat, navigated the bustling streets, reflecting, "It's raining. I used to despise rainy days, but now it's the opposite." Wang Haonan walked beside him under an umbrella. 002. What were you like before? The fishman turned to Wang Haonan. What time frame are you referring to? Before you became a fishman. Before becoming a fishman, I was just an ordinary university student. My academic performance had always been subpar. Merely gaining admission to this third-rate university was a feat. Since elementary school, no one respected me, not teachers, parents, nor classmates. However, I grew accustomed to it. My life had been miserable since my parents divorced. Later, my father remarried and had another child, my younger brother, who excelled in academics and outshone me in every regard. In his presence, I felt utterly worthless. Yet, I had De Huang, a dog I adopted when I was 11, who accompanied me for 8 years. Like me, he had a rough life because my brother despised dogs. Looking at De Huang, I often felt a sense of kinship. We were like allies, warming each other and healing our wounds as we journeyed together. Despite life's challenges, it was manageable until one fateful day when I hung my quilt at school, only to have it inadvertently mingled with a girl's sheets. That girl promptly threw my quilt away and berated me on the school's confession wall. It was a public drying rack. I couldn't endure the humiliation and approached her for an explanation, but she was utterly unreasonable. She claimed my quilt being next to hers made her feel disgusted. I was furious, incredibly furious, and without thinking, I slapped her. Subsequently, she exaggerated the incident online, and I became the target of cyberbullying. I desperately tried to clarify, but no one listened. All anyone did was condemn me, their voices echoing with insults. Afterward, the school, succumbing to pressure, summoned me for a discussion, demanding an apology and monetary compensation. I believed I was in the right, so I refused to apologize or pay, leading to my expulsion. Returning home, my parents scolded me as well. The entire world seemed to reject me. I felt as though I could hardly breathe. So I took De Huang for a walk. It rained that day, and I intended to return home with him. But before I could, a group of individuals blocked my path. They were sent by that girl's boyfriend, and they assaulted me, which was bearable, but they killed my dog. I fought back desperately but was beaten to a pulp. Collapsing in the rain. That moment, I wished for death, yet simultaneously, I did not. It was a torturous and agonizing experience. It was then that a figure approached me, asking, "Kid, do you want to live?" Who that person was, I need not say. You can surely infer. Later, I exacted vengeance on those who had killed De Huang, leaving none alive. Wang Haonan halted in disbelief. You killed someone? The fishman turned to him. Indeed, I wept as I dismembered them. Yet I felt no revulsion or regret. My heart held no guilt. I could not comprehend why I cried. I simply could not stop the tears. The memories of that day have blurred, but I recall repeatedly apologizing. However, I believed why apologies were not meant for them. Wang Haonan fell silent. Perhaps you are correct. If only I had possessed your resolve back then. You know why Lord OS instructed me to envision a color? And the first hue that came to mind was green. It is because I was betrayed by my wife. That day, when I returned home, I found my cousin entwined with my wife, both unclothed. It is no surprise he often visited my home. I have several cousins, but he and I shared a special bond. Everyone called me Wang Laosher, and few were close to me. Only he would frequently come to visit, which I appreciated. However, prior to that moment, I had sensed something amiss, but I did not wish to confront it. I was afraid, so I continued to evade the truth. Until that day when I caught them in the act. I realized I could no longer deceive myself, yet ultimately, I chose to escape. I neither dared to strike him nor question my wife. She never mentioned divorce, nor did I. We simply continued this unspoken arrangement. My silence emboldened them, and sometimes they even disregarded my presence. That was the first time I desired to kill. I went to the kitchen, took a knife, and then put it down. I was afraid, too cowardly, for I was a spineless wretch that I longed for a divorce, yet I knew not what remained for me post-divorce. The house was financed by my father-in-law, and the title was in my wife's name. I have saved money my entire life, half of which went towards the betrothal gifts, and the other half was used to repay the mortgage. Should a divorce occur, I would find myself leaving with nothing. Now, in my 40s, having spent a lifetime repairing air conditioners and burdened with poor health, my days are numbered. That moment, I thought to myself, this is how my life shall be. As I spoke these words, a heavy silence enveloped the two of us. When someone bullies you for the first time, it is merely a test. The second time, it is a choice, and by the third time, it becomes your own fault. With a cold chuckle, the raven remarked, "You humans often say that one either erupts in silence or fades away in it. The laws of the world have never wavered. When you are weak, even your breath is a mistake. Conversely, now you stand immensely powerful." Is the answer not already glaringly evident? Upon hearing the raven's words, the gazes of Wang Haonan and the fishman suddenly sharpened. Indeed, we have undergone a remarkable transformation. The first order of business in this new life is to settle the accounts. Inside an apartment, a man and a woman are entangled in a passionate embrace, while Wang Laosher has been remarkably well behaved these past few days. Vacating the premises for us, oh, you scoundrel, whether he returns or not, it makes no difference. Crack. At that moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly. The man turned his head, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. "Who is it, Wang Haonan?" No response came, and the door closed once more. The man's brow furrowed. If it's not old Wang, then who could it be? "Oh, never mind. Let's continue," the woman purred. Just then, a kitchen knife suddenly floated into the air. "Lift! Ah!" The man's eyes widened in shock as the knife struck his neck. Ugh! Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the woman's face as he collapsed to the ground from excessive blood loss. The woman was left frozen on the bed, blood spraying forth, and in the haze of the air, a figure began to materialize. Who is there? Ghost. The knife hovered once more, poised to strike at the woman's forehead. Boom! At a university, in the women's dormitory, the sound of rain pattered outside, intermittently lit by flashes of lightning. Pitter-pattered, pitter-patter. A peculiar sound echoed down the corridor, reminiscent of some damp ocean creature. Wah, wah. An eerie and hoarse wail resonated through the hallway. What is that sound? A girl rubbed her eyes and sat up. Which fool is howling like a ghost at this hour? Wah, you heard it. You heard it. Boom. A clap of thunder echoed, and a fishman appeared unexpectedly on the ceiling of the girls' dormitory. That night, a female student met a mysterious demise in her dorm room. Number 002. The Deep Diver, Crying Fishman, Chapter 006. The Queen Bee. At the Northern Ridge City Police Bureau, a group of individuals stared blankly at the photos retrieved from the surveillance footage. What is this, a mermaid? A fairy tale? Mermaid murder? What mermaid? It's merely someone playing tricks. Director, there's another case that almost coincided with the mermaid murder, involving two deceased individuals. I've reviewed that one. Preliminary assessment suggests the perpetrator should be Wang Haonan. No, Captain, the surveillance didn't capture anyone entering or leaving Wang Haonan's residence. During that period, the entire apartment was devoid of movement. Are you certain? Indeed. What about Wang Haonan? He was at a CAF for 3 hours before he emerged. And during his time there, the two victims had already perished. What? More troublesome cases keep piling up. Just then, a young man returned to the police station. Upon seeing him, the director hurried over. Yang Yin, are you busy? Yang Yin paused momentarily. Not busy. Then take on some overtime. The director said, tossing him a document. No, I am busy. Yang Yin quickly replied. Then take on some overtime. The director glanced at him and continued, if you don't know, just take on some overtime. Yang Yin. A burly police officer tossed him a photo, and upon examining it, Yang Yin froze. Is this a mermaid? Yes, according to the information brought back by the crime scene investigation team. The footprints in the corridor resemble flippers, and there's a lingering fishy odor. Moreover, there were fish scales scattered on the victim's bed. Our preliminary assessment suggests the perpetrator might be deliberately masquerading. They could be wearing a costume, and the fish scales may have been prepared in advance to mislead and confuse. After all, how could there be a mermaid in this world? In a bar. Wang Haonan and the fishman sat across from each other with 2 cocktails before them, yet neither made a move to drink. Your abilities are nothing short of impeccable, the fishman remarked. Wang Haonan silently lit a cigarette. You two, it's just the fish doing the work. What does it have to do with humans? The two shared a knowing smile. The bartender, while polishing glasses, listened to their conversation. Have you noticed a smell? It seems there's a hint of fishiness. The fishman, hearing this, produced a bag of fish just purchased from the market. All right, it's about time. I shall take my leave. Wang Haonan waved his hand, then downed his drink in one gulp. Boss, what do you think? How can an invisible murderer be found? The boss pondered for a moment. An invisible murderer. One must find a way to make it visible. To make it visible, how so? For instance, by using some kind of dye and sprinkling it on the invisible person. What if the invisible person can change the color of whatever is sprinkled on them? Then, what about sprinkling sand on the ground? Sprinkling sand, that indeed poses a challenge. But the premise is that the perpetrator must be present. On the street, Chen Ye strolled with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a phone. After walking for a while, he suddenly sighed. I'm out of money. Should I have the invisible person and the raven go steal? No, who keeps cash at home these days? It's all deposited in the bank. Have the fishman rob a bank? He'd have to turn them into a sieve. The invisible person is also not viable. As long as there's a thermal imaging device, invisibility is rendered meaningless. After all this deliberation, it still comes down to finding a wealthy individual. But where does one find a wealthy individual so easily? Huh. Chen Ye raised his head and suddenly noticed a red convertible parked in front of his CAF. Isn't this a stroke of luck? He entered the CAF to find a man and a woman seated inside. The man, nearing 30 and quite handsome, was unfortunately someone Chen Ye recognized. He was his neighbor from the adjacent building, who often visited to order a coffee and then lingered all day. His most frequently uttered phrase was, "When fishing, besides waiting, what else can one do?" The woman had golden hair and exuded an air of affluence, appearing to be somewhat older than the man. He hitched a wealthy woman. As soon as Chen Ye entered, the man waved him over. Hey boss, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Chen Ye changed his attire and approached the counter. Thank you for your patience, you two. The woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Chen Ye. No, you arrived just in time. Xiao Lin has been raving about your coffee, saying I simply must come and try it. Your coffee is unique? He hardly knew a thing about coffee. The man glanced at the woman and then whispered, ahem. I wasn't lying, was I? Sister Shin? The boss here is as handsome as I am. The man suddenly shot Chen Ye a knowing look. What play is this? The woman crossed her legs. Truly, you look remarkably youthful, boss. Chen Ye replied with an impassive expression. Customer, what would you like to drink? I'll have the most expensive drink you have, the woman replied with a smile. Chen Ye responded with a faint smile, then suddenly produced a bottle from his coat, filled with a dark liquid resembling coffee. The most expensive one is something just anyone can drink. Upon hearing this, the woman picked up the bottle, uncapped it, and took a sniff. It had a faint yet peculiar fragrance. But why does this scent seem so odd? Ive never encountered a smell like this before. It doesn't seem like regular coffee. What is this? She inquired. A proprietary blend, made from coffee beans, queen ants, bee royal jelly, honeycomb, golden butterfly, and tulips. Code, honeycomb. The woman swirled the liquid in the glass and then took a delicate sip. A fascinating flavor, with a sweet aftertaste and a hint of fragrance. But this doesn't seem like coffee. As she spoke, she downed the remaining liquid in one gulp. In the next moment, her pupils dilated sharply. This is, the man beside her stared in shock. What did you give her? Chen Ye merely smiled faintly, as stated. A proprietary blend. The man was about to speak. The woman suddenly seized his collar, exclaiming, Did I permit you to speak? The man was momentarily taken aback. Sister Shan, silence, she interrupted, turning her gaze towards Chen Ye, her pupils fracturing into multiple shards in that instant. Yet, they soon coalesced into a singular form once more. Almost immediately, the woman's body began to tremble, her figure transforming to become more voluptuous, more youthful, however. Her hands withered, reduced to mere skin stretched over bones. Aside from that, there were no other peculiarities about her. Chen Ye furrowed his brows upon witnessing this. How strange! This was not the effect he had anticipated. Just as Chen Ye was engulfed in confusion, a sharp needle suddenly sprouted from the woman's fingertip. Silently, she plunged it into the man's neck, who collapsed into unconsciousness before he could react. What a novel experience. How should I express my gratitude? The woman said, casting a sultry glance at Chen Ye. It seemed that the effects of the drug had taken a rather peculiar turn. Nevertheless, she thought, I understand that your gift is invaluable, beyond the measure of mere currency. No. Money to you? Money is undoubtedly trivial. Otherwise, you wouldn't run a coffee shop devoid of customers. This venture is hardly profitable. Is it? Chen Ye. He suspected her words were laced with mockery, yet he had no proof. At this moment, aside from money, he had nothing else to offer as thanks. Yes, money will suffice. I require no other form of gratitude. I am in dire need of funds. I recognize this lacks sincerity, and thus I have resolved to present you with a gift befitting your stature. You may await it with anticipation. Number 004. The Queen Bee, Nurture Nest, Chapter 007. The Wall Facer. She departed, leaving not even a single coin behind. Chen Ye watched her retreating figure, regretting his earlier decision to concoct that potion. He mused. I should have extracted her blood to see if it could yield an elixir of the Iron Rooster. With a sigh, Chen Ye lamented his futile efforts. As night fell, the man gradually awakened, rubbing his eyes in confusion. How did I suddenly fall asleep? Where is Sister Shen? She has left, Chen Ye replied, lighting a cigarette. Also, she hasn't settled her coffee bill. You'll need to cover that. Oh. The man nodded blankly. How much? 500,000. What? Did she chew through your coffee beans or demolish your shop? The man exclaimed, bewildered. Chen Ye exhaled a puff of smoke. She has squandered my good intentions. The man. In truth, boss, the reason I brought her to you is that my body is failing. That day, I do not wish to hear your tales. Chen Ye interjected, tossing him an invoice. The man did not even glance at the bill. I merely wanted to express that all this money has been earned through my own suffering. I feast on oysters, soft-shelled turtles, and drink lakyang, while my snacks consist of goji berries and yankishi. Brother Chun, let us be honest. I thought of you first when my health deteriorated. I intended to introduce Sister Shen to you, never anticipating it would escalate to this. Justice must be served, and since I approached you with goodwill, perhaps you could waive this debt. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, having merely stated it offhandedly, however, seeing his reaction. He truly possessed 500,000. That meant he could not let him go. Fair is fair. If you cannot pay, you shall remain here to work until your debt is settled. The man froze momentarily. Hey, you're being unreasonable. The police station is right across the street. If you extort me in broad daylight, I'll report you. Chen Ye grinned at this. He then produced a vial filled with a murky substance resembling liquid metal. Just a jest. Don't take it to heart. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. That's more like it. The man took the vial and downed its contents in one gulp. But the next moment, his body abruptly stiffened, his form feeling as if it were laden with lead, his skin turning a metallic silver. Ugh. The man's eyes widened, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Chen Ye extinguished his cigarette. So, will you pay or not? I will. How about staying on to work? Fine. Good. Such a compliant one. Days later, Chen Ye established 2 new profiles. Number 004, the Queen Bee, physical changes. Voluptuous and youthful physique, hands withered to mere bones, capable of extending venomous stingers from her fingers, which secrete a neurotoxin. This toxin can paralyze, manipulate the movements of the afflicted, and even transform male life forms into female ones. The rest remains to be completed. Number 005, the Wall Facer, by making contact with metal or rock. He can render his skin, muscles, and bones into a highly metallic or rocky state, enabling him to merge with stone and concrete for a wall-passing effect. The side effect is that once fully metallic, his limbs become rigid and immobile. Only soft metals allow for sluggish movement. However, the metallic transformation necessitates constant contact with a stone or metal. The initial testing ground, the coffee shop. The experimenter wore a silver ring, causing him to turn silver all over. The potion sequence, stainless steel marble concrete scraped from a toilet. Chen Ye procured 76,000 in startup funds from the Wall Facer, temporarily resolving his monetary issues. Furthermore, the shop now had free staff, allowing Chen Ye to indulge in his pharmaceutical experiments without concern. Unbeknownst to him, during this period of fervent research, the outside world had been thrown into chaos by the very creatures he had unwittingly created. As night descended, The rain continued to fall. A young man gasped for breath on the street, drenched and visibly tense amidst the bustling crowd. Surely, it won't come here, with so many people around. I am safe. Yes, I am safe. That monster wouldn't dare reveal itself in front of so many. He reassured himself until the pedestrian light turned green. Just as he was about to cross, he abruptly halted. Across the street stood a mysterious figure clad in a raincoat and sunglasses. Upon sighting this, the young man's pupils constricted in terror. "It's here. It has arrived." "No, no." The young man frantically grabbed the sleeve of a middle-aged man beside him. "Help me, please." The middle-aged man frowned. "Get off me, you lunatic." He shoved the young man aside and continued on his way. In that moment, despair engulfed the young man. "No, please don't." At that very moment, a strong, firm hand landed on his shoulder. "What troubles you?" The young man whipped around to see a casually dressed man standing behind him. The sight of him was like seeing a final lifeline. He clung desperately to the man's sleeve. "Help me, someone wants to kill me." The man frowned. "Calm down. Who wants to kill you?" The young man pointed frantically across the street, but it was utterly empty. "No, it's gone. It vanished." "Little brother, take a breath and speak slowly," the man urged patiently. The young man cradled his head in his hands. It was a mermaid. "I saw its face. It had scales. It wants to kill me." "A mermaid?" "Yes, a mermaid. You must believe me," the young man implored, locking eyes with the man, only for the latter's mouth to suddenly split into a terrifying grin. "Is this what you mean by mermaid?" Suddenly, the man's face morphed into that of a fish, complete with jagged teeth. Upon witnessing this, the young man fainted, his vision fading to black. The man's fish visage reverted to human form, and he transformed into a raven. "Humans truly are fragile. 002. I'll clean up your mess. Remember to treat me to tea later." At the North Ridge City Police Station, a group of officers, visibly fatigued and sporting dark circles under their eyes, had been tirelessly working for days. "Yang Yin, have you found anything?" Yang Yin's brow was knitted in concentration, crying fish people, invisible murderers. The situation is becoming increasingly bizarre. Is this really within the realm of human comprehension? A burly officer approached. "What can we do?" "Our chief is a staunch materialist. He wouldn't believe in the existence of supernatural entities unless he witnessed them himself." Yang Yin gritted his teeth. "What about my proposal for a non-natural existence investigation team? What's the status? What do you think?" "It was rejected," the burly officer said, patting his shoulder. "Come on, stop frowning. We don't know how long we'll be here. How about we grab a coffee? I went to that CAF across the street once. I highly recommend it." Number 005. The Wall Facer, Wall Mouse, Chapter 008. A Brush with Death. Inside Chen Ye's coffee shop, Yang Yin and another officer entered, closing their umbrellas. This wretched weather, with incessant rain day after day, has truly been a trial for the field team in recent days. Yang Yin gazed into the shop, where only 4 patrons occupied the space. One was clad in a raincoat, presumably a university student, seated beside a young woman in a black long dress, giving the impression of a couple. The other 2 individuals were seated separately, one in a corner and the other at the bar. The figure in the corner was Wang Haonan. Yang Yin squinted. As one of the suspects in the invisible homicide case, he was a focal point of investigation. However, in previous inquiries, Wang Haonan had provided ample alibis. His responses had been as impenetrable as water. Upon noticing Yang Yin, Wang Haonan waved. "Officer, we meet again. By the way, have you apprehended the perpetrator?" Yang Yin shook his head. "Not yet, but we have found a breakthrough. By the way, old Wang, I heard you resigned." Wang Haonan chuckled. Yes, I resigned and I'm getting on in years, and my body isn't holding up well. I simply cannot continue. Repairing air conditioners is too exhausting." Yang Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You are of an ag. Do you have any plans for the future?" Wang Haonan replied softly. "Not yet. I plan to retire to my hometown, perhaps fish for a while." "That sounds quite pleasant." Upon hearing this, the fisherman glanced at Wang Haonan. "At your age, perhaps it's best to refrain from fishing. Be cautious, lest a fish drags you into the water." Wang Haonan laughed. "That would depend on the size of the fish." Yang Yin sniffed the air. "Speaking of fish, I detect a rather pungent odor." Wang Haonan picked up a nearby plastic bag. "Your nose is quite keen. I just bought this fish from the market." Yang Yin approached the bar, where a burly police officer stared in surprise at a man in a suit. "Where's the boss?" The suited man, grinding coffee beans, replied, "The boss is resting. I'm a new employee, and my skills are lacking. I hope you can bear with me. Ain't no worries. I'll drink whatever you brew." Ha ha ha. The burly officer chuckled heartily. Yang Yin remained silent, his gaze shifting to a woman at the bar. She had golden hair and wore black rubber gloves. Her features were striking, exuding an extraordinary aura, quite unlike an ordinary person, and she was stunning. Noticing Yang Yan's scrutiny, the woman smiled and said, "Sir, you've been staring rather intently. It's quite embarrassing for me." Yang Yin suddenly realized, "My apologies. How strange. Why was I so captivated by just a glance? This feeling is quite subtle." Moments later, 2 cups of coffee were set before Yang Yin and his companion. "It smells delightful. Young man, your skills are commendable." The barista responded gracefully, "You flatter me." Yang Yin took a sip of the coffee. Indeed, it was quite good. But what was this sensation of being watched? The intense gaze felt like a pack of hungry beasts, poised to pounce. Attempting to catch a glimpse of those behind him, Yang Yin found no one was watching. The fisherman rose. "I've finished my drink. Shall we depart?" The raven-haired girl nodded and followed him out. "I shall take my leave as well. Until next time, Officer Yang," Wang Haonan said, lifting his plastic bag to leave. Yang Yin abruptly turned. "Old Wang, may I see your fish?" Wang Haonan frowned. "Are you sure you want to see it? It's not particularly pleasing to the eye." Yang Yan's gaze sharpened. "Please, do show me." Wang Haonan sighed. "Well, if you insist, then so be it." He opened the plastic bag to reveal an unsightly deep-sea fish. "Officer Yang, would you care to sample my culinary skills at home?" Yang Yin averted his gaze. "No, I am merely curious about the type of fish you purchased." Wang Haonan smiled and turned to leave. "Farewell, Officer Yang." The burly officer turned to Yang Yin. "What's the matter?" Yang Yin furrowed his brow. "Do you know where I might find black-tooth fish for sale in the vicinity?" "What fish?" Yang Yin pulled out his phone to show a picture. "Have you seen this fish at the market?" The burly officer shook his head. "No, I've never encountered it." "Indeed, because there are no vendors in this area selling such fish," Yang Yin remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. "This fish is not only unattractive but also notoriously unpalatable. Normally, no one would purchase such a fish, let alone a merchant sell it. Perhaps he is unaware of its taste? Wouldn't he have looked it up? Well, maybe he simply enjoys it." Yang Yan's lips twitched. "Where has your instinct as a police officer gone?" The burly officer patted his shoulder. "Oh, you're just being overly suspicious. Perhaps it was a gift from a relative." "If that's the case, that relative must be quite bothersome," Yang Yin said, downing his coffee. "Let us head back to the station." Outside, Wang Haonan tossed the fish, along with its bag, to the fisherman. "Do you honestly believe this fish is what Lord OSI requires?" The fisherman shook his head. "It's hard to say, but I spent 2 days fishing for it, so it must be worth a try. Also, has that police officer been keeping an eye on you?" Wang Haonan nodded. "Yes, it has been some time." "Shall I take care of him for you?" "No need. If he were to die, the police would only become more suspicious of me. Then do as you see fit." "I shall take my leave." In the apartment above the CAF, Chen Ye was watering his plants, utterly oblivious to the events occurring just below him. The 2 police officers were unaware that they had unwittingly infiltrated the den of criminals. To his astonishment, plants were capable of absorbing magical substances. Albeit slowly, if successful reproduction occurred, this could prove to be immensely valuable. Among the potted plants Chen Ye was tending, there thrived a peculiar specimen. It resembled a sunflower, yet the center was filled with an array of eyeballs, with leaves that spiraled like vines. A mosquito happened by, and the vines swiftly ensnared it, crushing it before curling back. No need to worry about mosquitoes this summer, a carnivorous plant, plus version. Speaking of which, 004 mentioned preparing a gift for me and invited me to visit tomorrow. How bothersome. Perhaps I should go take a look. The address is South Yin, number 003. The Transparent Man, Third Party, Chapter 009. To kill him? South Yin Hotel, an upscale establishment neighboring a high school. Chen Ye entered, dressed in casual attire. As soon as he stepped inside, 2 women with somewhat unusual physiques approached him. "Hello, please follow us down." "Why does this feel oddly familiar?" "Never mind." Chen Ye followed the 2 women through the lobby and into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of the South Yin Hotel. The top floor was a grand space, resplendently decorated, with dazzling lights illuminating rows of women in matching uniforms standing in formation. Their movements were synchronized, and their expressions identical, resembling automatons. Aside from these women, numerous others were tirelessly working, adhering to some unseen directive. Reflecting on his earlier entry, the female attendants outside also exhibited a similar uniformity and rhythm. It was as if the entire South Yen Hotel functioned as a colossal beehive. With these women as worker bees, however, was there a male attendant present? The answer was evident. No. Just then, a woman clad in a white form-fitting dress and a fur coat approached with a smile. Lord Oisai's visit graces our humble abode, bringing it great honor. Chen Ye glanced at the surrounding women and remarked, 004, have you ever heard the saying that if a person works continuously, they will perish? The queen bee blinked. Oh, you mean that? Rest assured. My employees have ample time daily to rest. You need not worry that I cherish them as one would cherish the flowers beneath a beehive. Chen Ye followed the queen bee to a round table, which displayed a 3D model of Biling City. Is this the gift you mentioned? The queen bee pointed to an area along the coast of the industrial zone outside Biling. No, this is merely the beginning. I believe you may require a larger and absolutely secure stronghold, so I acquired all the factories and land in the entire Nanwan district. Of course, this successful transaction is largely thanks to the abilities you granted me. The queen bee said, smiling coyly. You just mentioned, you purchased all the factories and land in Nanwan district? Indeed, perhaps it was still too little, she muttered. But how did she manage that? Such a vast expanse of land. Dozens of factories? Afterward, Chen Ye pondered the matter throughout the night, not because he had found clarity, but because dawn had arrived. Upon awakening in the suite, Chen Ye was soon presented with breakfast. However, the abilities of the queen bee deviated significantly from my initial expectations. The queen bee that Chen Ye envisioned was supposed to have the autonomy to generate more unique life forms, rather than converting and manipulating humans through bodily fluids. Perhaps I should retrieve some blood from 004 for further investigation. I need to discern the source of the problem. As Chen Ye contemplated this, the queen bee abruptly entered the room. Lord AOC, what are your thoughts on yesterday's events? Chen Ye nodded. It's quite good. Proceed with its development, and also draw some blood for me. Blood? The queen bee blinked in surprise. Later that afternoon, Chen Ye descended the stairs with a black briefcase. As he made his way down, he brushed past a young boy. What is this? Chen Ye abruptly turned to see the boy accompanied by a short-haired woman, appearing entirely unremarkable. Yet, Chen Ye felt an odd sensation, akin to a mouse discovering a granary, a vampire entering a blood collection room, or a young man encountering a married woman. Exceptional material. Chen Ye's breath quickened, but instead of approaching the boy, he turned and snapped a photo to send to the fishman. Find a way to extract some blood from him. 100 milliliters should suffice. Meanwhile, the fishman received Chen Ye's call in front of a snack stall. Find a way to eliminate him? Boss, I'll settle the bill. The fishman produced several crumpled, damp bills and slapped them on the table. The stall owner watched his departing figure with growing suspicion. Who wears a raincoat on a sunny day? As night fell, there was no rain in Biling City. The fishman walked down the street, glancing at his phone. Are you sure he is here, 004? Absolutely. That boy's companion is my worker bee. I can track them wherever they go. They ultimately returned to this school, and their location has remained unchanged. The queen bee's voice emanated from the phone. The target is named Chu Yong, a sophomore. According to my worker bee's reports, he has been acting quite strangely of late, exhibiting inexplicable enhancements in physical ability, and frequently mentioning some game. Keep an eye on him. The fishman lowered his phone, standing before a high school. Another school. Approaching, the fishman unexpectedly encountered an elderly man emerging from the security room. Hey, what are you doing? Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Old man, I know a guy who lived over 90 years and is still robust. You know why? The elderly man paused. Why? Because he doesn't meddle in others' affairs. With that, the fishman delivered a powerful kick, shattering the railing in front of the door. The old man's eyes widened in shock as the fishman glared at him, causing the old man to retreat silently into the building. Just as the fishman was about to leave, the old man suddenly charged out with a fork. Do you think I was raised to be scared? Let me tell you, I was once a tough guy in Copperpot Bay. Today, not even Tyson could stop me. Crack! The fishman gripped the fork and effortlessly snapped it in two. The old man exclaimed, dropping the fork and rushing back into the security room to retrieve another one. Even if Tyson came today, I'd crack. The fork shattered again. The fishman sneered, "Old man, you're half a foot in the grave. Isn't it better to live a little longer? Why bother?" The old man clenched his teeth and launched a punch at the fishman. "I've trained in 8 Extremes fist." The old man's punch was impressive, generating powerful gusts of wind. The fishman slowly raised his foot and delivered a kick to the old man's chest. Thud. "I'm not here to kill you. It would be best if you didn't block my path." The old man was knocked to the ground but gritted his teeth and rose again. "I want to let you pass. You've said it yourself. I'm half a foot in the grave. Life and death mean nothing to me, thud. The fishman's punch landed squarely on the old man's face. The old man fell once more. Unable to rise this time, the fishman coldly snorted, but just as he was about to step into the campus, an aged hand grasped his ankle. The old man spat out blood mixed with 2 teeth. "The flowers of our nation cannot let you in." The fishman glanced at the nearby surveillance cameras, only to see that they had all been pulled down by a winged girl. After finishing, the girl turned and gave him an okay gesture. Seeing this, the fishman lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully. Chapter 010. The fishman's second evolution, at the school, late into the night. Pitter-patter. "Huh. What sound is that?" Chu Yang groggily opened his eyes. The dormitory was eerily quiet, with no sounds from his roommates, who were all deeply asleep. Pitter-pattered, a damp footfall echoed in the corridor. Waiting for a moment, Chu Yang noted that the sound suddenly ceased. Yawn. Chu Yang stifled a yawn and was about to turn over to sleep again when a strange, hoarse sobbing began to resonate in the corridor. Wah, wah, ah. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Who on earth is crying at this hour? Huh? Crying? Startled, Chu Yang sat upright. The sound of crying and the damp footsteps. I better confirm I'm not dreaming, if I'm not. Chu Yang hurriedly covered his ears. Wah, wah. For some unknown reason, the eerie crying grew increasingly closer. There's no time. I've already heard it. Run. Chu Yang hastily dressed, slipped on his shoes, and leaped off the bed. Ready to push the door open? No, wait. Suddenly remembering something, Chu Yang pivoted and dashed toward the window. Click. Just then, he heard the door creak open behind him. Found you. The foul stench of fish wafted from behind. A chilling and repugnant aura that pierced his bones. Chu Yang didn't even need to turn around to confirm. 002? There's no mistaking it. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yang yanked open the window and jumped out. It was the 2nd floor. He wouldn't die from a fall. He landed and rolled sideways, quickly regaining his footing and looking back at the window. There stood a large figure in a black raincoat, motionless next to the dormitory window. Yet the next second, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. Gone? A cold sweat trickled down Chu Yang's forehead. Had it left, or was it pursuing someone else? Or was it already behind me? As the saying goes, spiders are not to be feared. The fear lies in their disappearance. Chu Yang felt a wave of sweat on his palms and back, stealing a glance behind him, only to see a shadow materialize. Chu Yang summoned all his strength and struck out, his body remaining still while his fist flew forth. Thud. His punch landed squarely in the figure's abdomen. The mysterious figure staggered back 2 steps. And Chu Yang swiftly turned, launching a knee strike aimed at its temple. Smack. At that moment, the figure struck. It grasped Chu Yang's knee, the black rubber glove tearing to reveal claw-like fingers and deep green scales. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and, using his lower body strength, twisted and retracted his leg, delivering a powerful uppercut to the figure's jaw. Thud. The strike connected, causing the figure's head to snap back, ripping off its hood and mask to reveal a fish head with bulging orange eyes and sharp teeth. You? So it's really 002. The creature from the game had manifested in reality. What a joke, Wah. Ah, the fishman emitted a strange wail mixed with sobs, lunging towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a step back. Hey, calm down. I don't eat fish. I can't even handle fish bones stuck in my throat. I rarely even go to the seaside. If you want to take revenge on humanity, you can't start with me. You should pick on the ones living well, regardless of how Chu Yang pleaded. The fishman remained undeterred, its eyes fixated solely on him. Chu Yang backed against the wall, kicked off the wall for leverage, and executed a flying kick straight at the fishman. The fisherman was sent reeling but appeared even more enraged. This time, it began to crawl on all fours like a hyena, its speed surging. That stance. It's going to pounce. Chu Yang dashed toward the fisherman, who dug its claws into the ground and launched itself like a spring, charging at him with ferocity. Now, Chu Yang stomped the ground hard, bending his body sharply to the side, and fell into a handstand. His hands braced against the ground, his legs lifted, and he rolled backward. The fishman propelled itself forward with great force, crashing headfirst into the wall. Thud. Hearing the crash behind him, Chu Yang didn't look back but hurriedly turned and bolted toward the distant classroom. After a moment, Chu Yang hid in a classroom. Although he had fought 002 in the game, that was merely virtual. Reality lacked various tools, and the circumstances were far more complex and unpredictable. More importantly, life is a one-time affair. This is no mere game. If Chu Yang dies, it is indeed death. The sound of damp footsteps echoed once more, prompting Chu Yang to immediately hold his breath and cover his ears with both hands. Wails of sorrow resounded again, causing Chu Yang to momentarily freeze. No, something is amiss. Even with his ears covered, a person could still hear some sounds, particularly someone like Chu Yang, whose hearing had been enhanced. Thus, despite his efforts, he could still perceive the sobbing of the fishman. This is dire. The cries grew louder, and in the next moment, the sound was right beside him. Chu Yang swiftly turned his head, only to find a pair of round, yellow eyes staring intently at him from behind. Cursed be this fate. Chu Yang threw a punch, while the fishman simultaneously lashed out with its claws. Splatter. Blood sprayed as the fishman's claws tore into the back of Chu Yang's hand, and then lunged towards his throat. Chu Yang's pupils dilated, and he rapidly retracted his fist, stepping back. The fishman extended its claws, blood trickling down from its talons. At that moment, the air thickened with tension. A wave of searing pain coursed through Chu Yang's hand, and his breathing quickened. Phew, that was close. You still haven't answered my previous question. Why attack me? Upon hearing his words, the fishman twisted its neck and swiftly crawled towards him in a grotesque manner. Seeing this, Chu Yang seized his desk and hurled it at the fishman. Crash! The desk struck the fishman, only to be instantly cleaved in half by its claws. Yet, Chu Yang's figure vanished within the classroom. The fishman suddenly covered its eyes, wailing, "You cannot escape, Chu Yang." With that declaration, it seemed to pinpoint his location and dashed out with incredible speed. At this moment, Chu Yang was running fervently, yet the cries continued to envelop him. That accursed wailing is utterly unreasonable. Even a zombie relies on the breath of the living to ascertain their position. Yet, the 002 relies on making others hear its voice to locate its prey. What is the principle behind this? Moreover, wait. Chu Yang suddenly pulled out his Bluetooth headphones and donned them, playing music on his phone at maximum volume. The cacophony filled his ears, drowning out the fishman's cries. He swiftly reached a corner. At this moment, his mind raced. Since escape was futile, he would have to take a bold risk. If my hypothesis is correct, as long as I cannot hear any sound, even if it is masked by other noises, the fishman will be unable to find my position. The corridor is devoid of other rooms. If it seeks me, it will ascend the stairs, providing me with the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Just then, a pitch-black raven suddenly landed beside Chu Yang. A raven? How could there be a raven in school? Wait a moment, a raven? Chu Yang seemed to grasp something. Could this raven be .001? Have I offended the divine? Why does every entity come seeking me? Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the raven paused for a moment before flapping its wings and soaring away. Chu Yang was left bemused, before he could ponder further. The fishman had already reached the stairway. In the darkness, Chu Yang gathered his strength, poised to strike. One more step, just a bit closer. Now, in the shadows, as the fishman took a step forward, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the darkness. Bam! A punch! Chu Yang unleashed a full-powered blow that connected squarely with the fishman's head. The force of the punch was tremendous, leaving the fishman momentarily dazed. In that instant, Chu Yang rediscovered the sensation of the game. He executed a sweeping kick that sent the fishman tumbling, then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its head. The head of the fishman was its Achilles heel. As long as he struck there, it would succumb to confusion. With a successful ambush, Chu Yang pressed the attack, delivering relentless blows to the fishman's head. Thud, thud, thud. With each of Chu Yang's powerful strikes, scales flew and blood splattered. At that moment, he cared not for technique or strategy. He simply rained down blows upon the fishman. Blood spattered everywhere, and he could not discern whether it was his own or the fishman's. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yang finally ceased his assault, and the fishman beneath him lay motionless, devoid of resistance. Heaving a sigh of relief, Chu Yang exhaled a hot breath and yanked a steel rod from the stair railing. Just in case, with a sudden burst of strength, he plunged the rusted steel rod into the fishman's chest. Thud. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The fishman widened its eyes, limbs twitching, before quickly falling still. After dispatching the fishman, Chu Yang instinctively searched for the raven. However, after scanning the area, he could not find any trace of it. Had it truly left? With that thought, Chu Yang dialed the police. Would they be able to handle this situation? Just as he pondered, the fishman's corpse vanished before his eyes. Where did the fishman go? At that moment, Chu Yang's call to the police had connected. Hello, Biling City Public Security Bureau. Hearing the voice on the line, Chu Yang momentarily froze. Hello, I was attacked by a fishman. Silence enveloped the called, and no response came from the other end. Chu Yang let out a sigh, fearing that no one would believe him. After all, a fishman. Just as he contemplated hanging up, the voice on the line suddenly transformed into that of a man. Hello, may I ask where you are currently? Yang Mountain area, 2nd High School. Please remain where you are. We will arrive shortly. What is this situation? Chu Yang blinked in confusion. Wait, the fishman's body is gone, and the police are coming. How will I explain this? Half an hour later, a group of police officers arrived, led by a man nearing 30. Hello, my name is Yang Yin. Are you the one who called the police, student? Chu Yang nodded. Yes, that was me. Yang Yin shone his flashlight around. You mentioned being attacked by a fishman. Where is it now? Chu Yang pointed to the ground. It was right there. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Yang Yin furrowed his brow and began inspecting the ground with his flashlight. He first donned gloves to examine the area, finding blood and the stench of fish. Several officers squatted beside him, also shining their flashlights on the ground. Here are fish scales. I have found some as well. It resembles previous cases. Yang Yin placed the scales into a transparent bag and handed it to a colleague. We should take this back for examination. Let us see if they match the scales from earlier incidents. Afterward, Yang Yin turned to Chu Yang. You seem to be unscathed. Chu Yang's lips twitched. Should I be injured? Yang Yin patted him on the shoulder. It's best if you're unharmed. However, are you certain it was a fishman? Chu Yang nodded vigorously. I am absolutely certain. It was covered in scales, and its speed and strength far exceeded that of a normal person. Yang Yin pondered for a moment. All right, then I must ask you to accompany us back to the station. Don't worry, we just need you to give a statement. This, including your case, marks the 6th incident involving fishmen. You are the only survivor from these encounters. We have many questions for you. Chu Yang nodded. Of course, I will share everything I know. Afterward, Chu Yang followed the officers to the school gate. However, upon arrival, he caught a whiff of blood. Instinctively, he glanced around, spotting 2 broken forks on the ground. If memory served him correctly, those forks seemed to be. Chu Yang abruptly turned to Yang Yin. Officer Yang, before you found me, did you see anyone else? Yang Yin nodded. When we arrived, we discovered that the school gate's railing had been damaged, and an elderly man was lying there. Judging by his clothing, he appears to be the security guard from your school. We arranged for an ambulance immediately. The good news is, he has no life-threatening injuries, only a broken bone in his hand. Thankfully, we discovered him in time, and he should be fine after treatment. Was this also the work of the fishman? Chu Yang felt uncertain. I don't know. But I suspect it is. Yang Yan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Based on our previous experiences, there have never been any survivors in fishman cases. To have 2 in one instance is rather unusual. Chu Yang and Yang Yin, along with the others, returned to the police station. During the journey, he recounted his encounter with the fishman in detail. Naturally, when discussing how he managed to defeat the fishman, he attributed his success to the 8th-level boxing techniques taught by the security guard. However, in truth, all of this stemmed from a mysterious game. In this game, their consciousness would enter a specific scenario to battle monsters. Victory was achieved by defeating the monsters or surviving for a set period. There were no penalties for death, but participation required a ticket fee. Chu Yang had never anticipated that the monsters from the game would actually exist. Yet, the game itself was riddled with enigmas. All he knew was that the name of the game's organizer bore the character Chen. Within the police station, a group of officers regarded him with furrowed brows. Deep in contemplation. It is indeed a merman. Speaking of which, is Bajiquan really that formidable? Perhaps we should consider making it a compulsory course in police academies. It might as well be implemented as a nationwide calisthenics routine for elementary and middle school students. Young man, are you certain that you have not made a mistake? I am quite certain. SK director, you have heard it too. Do you still believe that was merely someone in a suit? The director gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing tightly together. Damn it. Wasn't it decreed that no one was allowed to transform after the founding of the nation? Yang Yin shook his head and then turned to Chu Yang. By the way, you mentioned earlier that mermen hunt using the hearing of their prey, correct? Indeed. As long as they hear the cries of the merman, they can be located regardless of distance. Chu Yang replied. No wonder. As Yang Yin spoke, he retrieved a file. The earliest report of a crying merman dates back a month, that time. There were 9 deceased individuals, and we found a recording at the scene that captured the merman's cry. Listen, is this it? Yang Yin said, pulling out a playback device and initiating the recording in the audio. Chu Yang heard a very familiar crying sound, interspersed with indistinct words, accompanied by sobs. This cry was indeed unique. Once heard, it would be unforgettable. This is it. After receiving Chu Yang's confirmation, Yang Yin turned back to the director. Director, as you can see, this is the situation. I am now formally proposing the establishment of a non-natural entity investigation team. The director remained silent for a moment. TSK. Fine, I approve it, but you must submit a written application by tomorrow morning. However, just because I pass it does not guarantee that the higher-ups will agree. Nonetheless, I will explain the situation to them. Thank you, director. After Yang Yin finished speaking, he turned to Chu Yang. You are the sole survivor of the merman case. If the merman is not dead, it might come looking for you again. Therefore, I would like to invite you to assist us in investigating the case of the crying merman. During the operation, we will do our utmost to ensure your personal safety. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and agreed. If monsters were to attack him again, having police protection nearby would provide additional assurance, wouldn't it? Furthermore, Chu Yang also wished to learn more about these creatures. Inside Chen Ye's coffee shop, the wall-facers were busy cleaning glasses at the counter when suddenly, the Raven Maiden burst in with the merman. Quickly. Summon Lord OS. 002 is dying. The wall-facers paused momentarily, rushing forward to assess the situation. What? How did this happen? A steel bar was lodged in the merman's chest, and his body was covered in wounds, with his breathing barely perceptible. Who could inflict such harm on 002? Forget about that for now. Take care of him while I go find Lord OS. As the Raven Maiden transformed into her raven form and flew to the second floor, she thought to herself that Lord OS was likely already asleep, but the merman was nearing. Damn it. That fool. If I get scolded by Lord OS because of him, I will surely demand a feast of fish. The raven flew through the window, only to find Chen Ye holding a vial. Shaking it vigorously. Master. Chen Ye turned at the sound. Is 002 in critical condition? The raven hesitated for a moment. You already knew? Of course. There's only a ceiling between us. With all that ruckus, even the kids next door heard it. I am going to check on 002 now, Chen Ye said as he changed into appropriate clothing and hurried downstairs, only to find the merman, bloodied and impaled by the steel bar in this state. We must not let the police station across the street see this, Chen Ye thought to himself as he glanced upwards, relieved that it was still the middle of the night. Huh? Why are the lights on at the police station? Chen Ye shook his head. It didn't matter now. Saving a life was the priority. He crouched down. The merman had already lost consciousness. His weak breathing left Chen Ye uncertain of his chances for survival. Well, a dead horse is better than a live one. Chen Ye twisted open the vial and poured the contents into the merman's mouth. Gulp, gulp. The bottle quickly emptied, and as the potion entered his stomach, the merman began to convulse violently. Ugh, ugh. The merman abruptly opened his eyes. His body first expanded, then contracted. His abdomen swelled the most, almost inflating like a balloon, only to deflate in an instant. The merman struggled to lift his hand, grasping the steel bar lodged in his chest. Ugh. Blood sprayed forth as the merman forcefully pulled the bar out. The muscles in his chest twisted together, and the bleeding soon ceased. Ha, 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 observing the merman gasping for air. Chen Ye retrieved the vial. The primary ingredients of this potion were twofold: the blood of a queen bee and the black fang-toothed fish brought back by the merman. However, to aid the merman's recovery, Chen Ye had also included a salamander intended for a vampire potion. It's done. Let's get him inside. The raven nodded, transforming into a muscular man and dragging the merman into the warehouse. 005. Clean up the shop. The wall-facers nodded and began mopping up the bloodstains. Chen Ye then approached the counter to brew himself a cup of instant coffee. 002's injuries were evidently not caused by gunfire. The wall-facers replied while mopping, "Yes, master." 002's injuries were clearly inflicted by someone's fists. Fists. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes. The merman's physical capabilities are twice that of an ordinary person and could even reach 3 times under wet conditions. Even if Tyson were to face him, it would be impossible to inflict such injuries. It seems the opponent is formidable. Chen Ye suddenly recalled the young man he encountered during the day. Could it be him? Chen Ye had instructed the merman to draw blood, and upon returning, he had transformed into this state. 2 possibilities. The first is that the young man possesses some unique ability. The second is that there are many extraordinary powers in this world that I have yet to encounter. As Chen Ye contemplated, he saw the raven emerging from the warehouse. Master, this time, we cannot place all the blame on 002. He was reckless, underestimated the situation, and let his guard down, but fundamentally. Chen Ye took a sip of coffee and cut straight to the point. Tell me the entire sequence of events. The raven nodded. Yes. The raven recounted the preceding events to Chen Ye, and after listening to the report, Chen Ye finished his coffee in one gulp. Interesting. I felt something about that young man was drawing me in during the day. 001. Once 002 has recovered, take the recording device and seek out that young man again, and bring the footage back to me. Also, be cautious. I have use for that young man. Do not kill him. The following day, the merman sat up in the warehouse, having fully recovered to his human form. His injuries healed completely. Just then, a girl in a black long dress appeared before him. You have recovered quite well. Congratulations, you have undergone your second evolution. Second evolution? The merman looked at his hands, feeling a distinctly different sensation, stronger, closer to perfection. Did Lord OS save me? The raven maiden smiled. Who else could it be? In the state you were in yesterday, even a divine being would find it futile. Aside from Lord OS, who could have saved you? The merman clenched his fists. That lord had clearly stated that he would not concern himself with the fates of us experiments. Yet he generously bestowed upon me this precious potion. I am truly unworthy. Yesterday, I underestimated my opponent, but there will be no next time. I cannot disappoint that esteemed lord again. The raven maiden shook her head. It is best not to set flags too early. Lord OS has commanded us to seek out that young man once more. This time, I am to record the entire process, not for any other reason, but merely to observe the young man's abilities. However, do not put yourself in jeopardy again. The merman's eyes narrowed. I will not make the same mistake twice. Chapter 011. The Submersible Legion, in Biling City. At Nanwan Port, nightfall brought a light drizzle. A fishing boat passed through, and the fisherman on board shook his head at the harbor. Who knows which big boss has monopolized the entire Nanwan? Now we don't even know where to unload our catch. Stop complaining. Didn't they pay you? Money is only temporary. We must make do. What is that? It looks like a person. One of the fishermen picked up a pair of binoculars and saw a deep green figure floating on the sea. It seems not human. Wait, is it coming this way? What's happening? It's so fast. What is that thing? Another fisherman snatched the binoculars and peered out, noticing a wave rapidly approaching them. Holy crap, is that a fish? A fish? At that speed, it's comparable to a jet ski. It's coming. Splash! A wave erupted as a deep green figure surged from beneath the surface, leaping directly onto the deck. Oh my heavens, a merfolk? The fishman twisted his neck and approached the crowd, who recoiled in fear, with some brandishing harpoons. The fishman, unfazed, revealed his sharp claws and effortlessly sliced through the harpoons with a swift motion. Bang! One terrified individual fell onto the deck with a thud. Momentarily stunned, the fishman glanced at him, then moved closer, striking both sides of his temples with his hands before colliding his forehead against the man's. Amawashia Kamagdos. The fishman chanted an odd incantation. then shoved the man aside. Initially bewildered, the man soon began to convulse and contort, groaning. Crack! His bones misaligned, green scales began to consume his skin. Sharp fins and curved hooks sprouted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a fishman. The fishermen, witnessing this, were utterly petrified, their legs turning to jelly as they bowed and pleaded for mercy. Yet the fishman paid them no heed, continuing his relentless pursuit of the next victim. He first struck the man's temples, then collided foreheads, Amawashia Kamagdos. Ugh! Another individual convulsed and turned into a fishman. Unable to contain their terror any longer, the crowd leapt overboard in a frantic escape. The fishman waved his hand, reeling them back to as his command echoed. The two transformed deep divers stood up like puppets, then leapt into the water to capture the fleeing fisherman. I am no longer the sole deep diver. Thus, I deserve a more distinguished title, perhaps the Sea King. The fishman turned and sat back in his chair, nonchalantly awaiting the unfolding events. Beneath the waves, a throng of people fled for their lives, but their speed was no match for the deep divers. Underwater, the deep diver's swiftness was undeniably superior. One deep diver swiftly seized a man's calf and yanked him into the abyss, laughing, "Don't run, old Lou. Join us. Get away, you water ghost." Gurgle, gurgle. Ha ha ha. After transforming, I feel invincible. Join us. With this power, we shall conquer the sea. Become one of us. One by one, people were yanked back onto the ship. A total of 56 individuals, without exception, were reclaimed by the two deep divers. Observing this, the fishermen rose and began the transformation of the remaining individuals into deep divers. This time, they lacked the strength to flee. Amawashia Kamojidos, as the sky gradually cleared, dawn broke, a vessel laden with monsters docked at South Bay Harbor. Surrounded by the deep divers, the fishman spread his arms wide, returning to his human form under the sun's embrace. After his second evolution, the fishman possessed an abdomen akin to that of a black, forked-tailed fish, capable of containing objects 10 times his size. Naturally, he applied this ability in a most peculiar manner. Water storage, he no longer needed to urinate through reproductive means. Any part of his body could expel or absorb liquid. When his body required hydration, it would automatically draw from the water in his abdomen. Consequently, his fishman transformation became controllable. Because a thin membrane formed on the surface of his skin, he remained unaffected by rain. And even when wet, he would not transform, by directing the water from his abdomen to permeate his skin and other areas. He could transform into a fishman at will. To revert, he simply absorbed all the water back into his abdomen. Simultaneously, his ability to weep became somewhat controllable. Moreover, he gained a degree of self-healing as well as the power to create subordinates like a queen bee. These subordinates could also revert to human form. But, like him before, they must be completely isolated from moisture. Children, from now on, this shall be your home. I have but one requirement of you. Obey my commands. Any questions? One deep diver hesitated momentarily. I still have a wife and children. The fishman shot him a fierce look, then let them join us. What do you say? The deep diver immediately fell silent. Listen well, in this world, you may do anything, but you must never defy me or that esteemed individual. That esteemed individual is a god. South Bay Harbor, noon. The queen bee and the raven exchanged glances at the 50-plus humans before them. Not bad, quite the preparation this time. 002. The fishman's gaze was icy. I cannot afford to disappoint Lord Asta again. This time, I shall not underestimate our opponents. The raven nodded. Your choice is sound. Our objective has now aligned with the police. They have even formed a supernatural existence investigation team. In other words, a dedicated task force against us. The esteemed individual has offered no opinion, likely testing you, considering you are the only one among us to undergo a second evolution. The fishman pondered for a moment. Then it is still insufficient. I require at least 200,000 deep divers. Upon hearing this number, the queen bee's eyes widened in shock. 200,000? Are you planning to attack the United Nations? Your adversaries are merely a small police station of fewer than 100. The fishman turned. Last time, I thought the same, and I paid a bloody price. This time, I must tread carefully. The raven, upon hearing this, transformed into a young girl and burst into laughter. Are you trying to be cautious? What does that mean? I stumbled upon an anime a few days ago. where the protagonist was a man so unnervingly cautious that it left me in deep contemplation. The antagonists were abstract, even going so far as to block off a beginner's village. How could an antagonist do such a thing? Identification 002. Deep Diver, Second Evolution, Chapter 012, Puppeteer, in Biling City. Chen Ye sat before his computer, organizing the 5 biological sequences currently utilized. Identification 001. Imitator. Identification 002. Deep Diver. Identification 003. Transparent Being. Identification 004. Queen Bee. Identification 005. Wall Observer. The blood from 004 granted 002 the ability to create subordinates. Though it remained a transformation rather than self-creation, .it seems I should consider the plan for the planarian. Chen Ye updated the information on the second generation of deep divers on his computer, then glanced at 2 vials of potion nearby. Both vials were of vivid crimson, resembling blood. They were designated as Vampire Potion No. 1 and Vampire Potion No. 2. The primary ingredients differed slightly between the two. No. 1 consisted of human bloodbat salamander, while No. 2 comprised leechbat salamander. Furthermore, both vials contained a mixture of second-generation deep diver blood. Now, the question arises, who should I experiment with, TSK, if I send those 5 to capture someone? Who knows what kind of specimens they might bring back? Ultimately, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. I should take matters into my own hands. Chen Ye mused as he looked at a photo on his computer. The image depicted a man holding strings, controlling numerous individuals standing on a stage. Identification of the potion. Puppeteer. Primary materials. Spider. Species undetermined. Puppets for puppetry. Auxiliary materials. Transparent Being Potion Queen Bee Potion Wall Observer Potion. In Biling City, the fishman strolled down the street, still clad in his raincoat. However, on this sunny day, many cast odd glances in his direction. The fishman paid no mind, often closing his eyes and zoning out momentarily. In the darkness unseen by ordinary people, the city's outline transformed into shadows within his mind. The city's shadow echoed with rippling sounds, all leading to one place, the police station. Someone was listening to his recordings. The content of the recordings was undoubtedly his weeping, a sensation he felt deeply and distinctly. 1, 2, 3.19. A total of 19 individuals, one holding a cup gazing at something, another scribbling notes on a whiteboard. Opening his eyes, the fishman entered a noodle shop. Fried noodles. The owner glanced at him before returning to kneading the dough. Customer, haven't you been here quite often lately? Would you like to try our soup noodles? The fishman frowned. No need. The owner sighed in resignation. You see, people have different tastes. Some prefer soup noodles, others prefer fried noodles. It's hard to please everyone. The fishman picked up a pair of chopsticks beside him, pondering that sometimes the choices people make outwardly may not stem from their true desires, but rather a compromise born of necessity. The owner reflected, indeed, life often forces us to make choices, whether we wish to or not. After a moment, the owner brought out a plate of fried noodles. You know, when I was young, I wanted to be a guitarist. I was quite popular in school, haha. You don't mind if I indulge in nostalgia for a moment? Do you? Suit yourself. Receiving the fishman's reply, the owner turned and retrieved a guitar from the kitchen, strumming it to his heart's content. Though the merman lacks an understanding of music, he can discern that the boss possesses considerable skill, at least far beyond what an average person could achieve. As he listened to the boss's performance, the merman suddenly fell silent for a moment, recalling the elderly man he had encountered at the school gate that day. He had not intended to trouble the old fellow. Yet the man repeatedly obstructed him. He was a madman, fully aware that he could not win. Yet he continued to impede the merman time and again. If, at that moment, the merman had revealed his identity, would the old man have dared to hinder him further? Conversely, had the old man seen the merman's monstrous form, it would have meant certain death for him. Thus, in the end, the merman never transformed before the old man. They bore no grudges against each other, and the man was not his target. It was an entirely unnecessary conflict. Ultimately, the merman merely broke one of the old man's hands. Afterward, the old man was taken away by an ambulance. Yesterday, as the merman passed by that high school once again, he spotted the old man, his hand encased in plaster and wrapped in white bandages. Truly, he was fortunate. You want? Just then, a female college student entered the noodle shop. She seemed to recognize the merman, her expression betraying no unfamiliarity with his face. The merman ignored her, continuing to eat his noodles with his head down. The female student, seeing his disregard, said nothing further and sat down opposite him. I heard you were expelled from school. Why? Did you make a mistake? But you, such an honest person, never fights or smokes, and can hardly muster a word in an argument. I truly cannot fathom what error you could have committed. The merman still disregarded the female student. Li Yuan, could you at least say something? After 2 years, you're still as reticent as ever. Li Yuan. He lifted his head, and the female student before him, while not particularly beautiful, certainly possessed a sense of style. She was Li Yuan's high school classmate. The rain had ceased. Huh? What rain has ceased? It's not raining outside. The female student exclaimed. Oh dear, you're silent again. I truly find your indecisiveness exasperating, she sighed. Boss, 2 bottles of soda, please. The boss retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator and handed them to the female student. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she offered one of the bottles to Li Yuan. Here, have a soda. The soda she presented was in a glass bottle, and due to its time in the refrigerator, it was covered in droplets of condensation. Li Yuan declined to take it. I want tea drink. Oh, come on, just drink it. Why are you still acting the same way as before? She insisted, placing the cola directly in front of him. Not very accommodating, are you? When will you change this personality of yours? Li Yuan finished the last bite of his fried noodles and then pulled a crumpled 10-yuan note from his pocket. The female student was momentarily taken aback. What about your phone? I left it behind. I was afraid it would get wet. Li Yuan replied as he turned to leave. Afraid of getting wet, by the way? Since I entered, I've detected a strong fishy odor. Boss, do you serve fish here? The female student inquired, glancing at the boss, who merely shrugged. That young man always carries a fishy scent when he comes by. When I ask him what he does, he never tells that. I suspect he just slaughters fish at the supermarket. Chapter 013. Please step into the trap. As dusk fell, dark clouds gathered, and soon raindrops began to fall. Seeing this, Li Yuan donned his hood, but just then, the female student from earlier ran over with an umbrella. Is it raining again? Has it been raining every day lately? Do you think the Jade Emperor is drunk or the Dragon King has a cold? Li Yuan instinctively tried to evade the girl, but she persistently followed him. What is the matter? If you have grievances, why not share them with me? Am I going to mock you? Think back to our 3 years of high school. Wasn't I the one who treated you the best? As she kept trailing behind him, Li Yuan quickened his pace, until a raven appeared, landing on a power pole and cawing with notable interest. Upon hearing the raven's call, Li Yuan's expression shifted. Could you not follow me? I have work to do. What work? You're not really slaughtering fish at the supermarket, are you? By the way, a few days ago, I saw a post online where a man claimed he had been slaughtering fish for over a decade, and his heart? Shut up and leave! Li Yuan suddenly shouted at the girl, his face contorted with rage. The moment she saw his ferocious expression, she froze, a tear rolling down her cheek. Li Yuan said nothing, merely tugged at his raincoat and turned away. The raven on the power pole let out a strange caw, flapping its wings as it departed. The rain intensified, Li Yuan's face twitched, and his heart began to race. Just then, the raven flew to his side, transforming into a young girl. Oh my, who was that girl just now? She seems quite fond of you. After you yelled at her, her heart must be shattered. Li Yuan remained silent. Why not transform her into a deep diver? With her attitude towards you, she would certainly be far more loyal than your current subordinates. Li Yuan gazed at the raven. That woman talks too much. She would be of no use. Let us go. It's time for us to act. The raven girl grinned, finding it all quite amusing. In front of the Biling City Police Station, Nanyin is our primary target for investigation. I believe I have already made the anomalies surrounding Nanyin quite clear in previous summaries. Is there anything else to discuss? No. Everyone replied in unison. This time, we have but one objective. To ascertain what lurks within Nanyin. Whether it be a monster or a human, it must provide us with an answer. Yang Yin turned to face the crowd behind him. Everyone, prepare your gear. The team members produced their Type 54 pistols for inspection, followed by a count of their magazines and other essential items. Yang Yin felt an unease regarding this hastily assembled team, yet he knew he could not display any signs of trepidation. As the saying goes, if the soldiers are cowardly, the commander will be as well. After completing their equipment check, Yang Yin took a deep breath. Listen carefully. The adversaries we may face might not be human. This could be our first encounter with monsters, but it certainly will not be our last. This operation is codenamed Clearing the Clouds. We must uncover what those things are. Move out. That night, in Yangshan District, Li Yuan stood atop a building, surveying the streets below as a light rain continued to fall. Showing no sign of abating, Raven flew in and transformed into a girl standing beside him. Are you sure they will pass through here? Li Yuan closed his eyes and then opened his mouth to emit a peculiar sound. This sound resembled a whale's call, with an odd wavelength that covered a vast area, almost enveloping the entire Yangshan district. Many people heard this strange call, yet none paid it any mind. All those who heard it appeared in Li Yuan's mind. The route remained unchanged. 4 police cars and 17 individuals. Their target is Nan Yin. Notify the Queen Bee. She has been exposed. Upon hearing this, the Raven girl removed an earpiece from her ear. Hello, is 004 there? I'm looking for 004. Yes, you've been exposed. It's not my concern. 002 said the police are heading your way. You'll have to handle it yourself. Give me the communicator. Li Yuan said as he grabbed the communicator. Queen Bee, among this group, there is one individual who may not be your match. That person is peculiar. Evacuate all the ordinary people from the hotel immediately and unleash my deep divers. The Queen Bee's voice came through the communicator. All of them. All of them. Today, no one leaves Nan Yin alive, Li Yuan declared as he hung up the communicator. Chu Yang, if you truly have the ability to survive tonight, stop setting flags. You'll definitely meet an untimely end. The Raven girl remarked, turning into a raven and flying away. My job is to record. I'll be heading out first. Li Yuan cracked his neck, and his body began to swell as deep green scales enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his merman form. It's the Nan Yin Hotel. 4 police cars drifted in unison and parked neatly in front of the hotel entrance. A bearded officer stepped out, scratching his head. Not to brag, but my driving skills. Enough with the showboating. This mission is a vacation. Yang Yin interjected from inside the police car, drawing his Type 54 pistol. The bearded officer shrugged. I was just trying to lighten the mood. But, are we late? The group looked inside the Nan Yin, which was eerily quiet. Although the lights were bright, the interior was completely empty. Is this a banquet for the dead? More likely an invitation to a trap. Stay alert. Our opponents are not human. A young man exited the police car, first stretching his legs and then his arms. Chu Yang, be careful, Yang Yin remarked. Chu Yang nodded, reassuringly stating, rest assured. I possessed a modicum of self-defense skills, a raven sword above, a camera dangling from its chest. It's the pinnacle of Nan Yin. The Queen Bee exhaled smoke from her pipe. Surrounded by hundreds of women clad in uniform, the guests have arrived. Although that fish instructed us to refrain from intervening, this is ultimately our domain. I have no desire for it to resemble a seafood market. You all, ensure your roles are fulfilled. Those who should cut off power, do so. Those who should backstab, backstab. Those who should guard the door, guard it. Today, anyone daring enough to enter this establishment shall not leave. As her words echoed, the hundreds of women nodded in unison before beginning to descend in batches via the elevator. Subsequently, the Queen Bee retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello? I have a group of little policemen here who got drunk and caused a ruckus. One slipped and they all fell to their deaths. Can't blame it on anyone. You will handle this fairly, right? Exhaling a plume of smoke, she paused, and a dreamy male voice emerged from the other end. Yes, Queen Bee. Within Nan Yin, a contingent of police officers entered, cautiously inspecting each room on the first floor. Yet, without exception, not a single soul was present, neither guests nor staff. A sense of confusion enveloped the officers. But they pressed on with their search. Instead of taking the elevator, they split into 2 teams, ascending the stairs from either side. The second and first floors yielded the same results, utter emptiness. Strange, even if they knew we were coming. They shouldn't have evacuated so swiftly, unless everyone is exceedingly obedient. Is there a problem? A significant one, Yang Yin stated, his gaze sharpening. Could it be that paying customers would also comply without question, if driven away by force? Consumers would surely protest collectively outside the hotel. Such relentless, nagging individuals are undoubtedly numerous. Now, if dispersal was achieved through monetary means, it could indeed scatter a certain number of people. However, this is a high-end hotel, and it is certainly not devoid of affluent individuals who would not bow to mere pocket change. Furthermore, consider a couple residing here, caught in a passionate embrace. Would they willingly pack their belongings if hotel staff barged in demanding they leave? The dining table still bears untouched gourmet dishes, and the bed retains warmth. What force could possibly evacuate everyone in such a brief span? Regardless of the reasoning, it can only be attributed to unnatural means. As the group continued their ascent, upon reaching the third floor, all the lights extinguished simultaneously. Caution. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed ominously around them. This sound is disastrous. Chapter 014. Overly cautiously Yuan. The game has commenced. At this moment, the lights within Nanyan have all gone dark. Hundreds of fishmen emerged from the shadows, blocking the staircase and surging forth from all directions. The police had split into two smaller teams. One consisting of 8 members and the other 9. Yuan directly approached the 8-member team. Clearly, the strategy was to eliminate the smaller group first, then confront the larger one. An approach Li Yuan deemed the most prudent, especially with Chu Yang among the 9-member team. Leaving him for last, as the cacophony of footsteps crescendoed, the police attempted to flee, but the second floor had already been sealed off by the fishmen. They could only retreat to the third floor, backs against the wall, weapons drawn. Calling the captain, "We are encountering fishmen." Repeat, "We are encountering fishmen." "What? You have them too?" "We are facing nearly 100 fishmen." Identical. Clearly, both groups had fallen victim to simultaneous attacks from the fishmen. "Damn, prepare to fire." The officers raised their weapons, aiming at the surrounding shadows. Observing this, Li Yuan stepped back, positioning himself at the rear of the fishmen. The fishmen remained still, for they too had once been human and feared guns. Even fishmen could perish from gunfire. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. "Charge," all at once. As his command echoed, the fishmen, driven mad with rage, surged forward. Fire! The gunfire erupted, fishmen falling lifelessly to the ground, but new ones quickly filled their ranks. Soon, one fishman breached their defenses, lunging through the hail of bullets like a ravenous beast. Lu Yin, damn it, I'll fight you all." The officers began to unleash a torrent of ammunition, but the sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming. Once they closed in, all hope was lost. Ugged, a sharp claw pierced a police officer's abdomen. He widened his eyes, shoving his gun into the fishman's mouth. "You bastard!" Bang! The gunshot rang out, blood splattering, and with the last of their ammunition. The remaining officers were quickly overrun, calling the captain, "Captain, the second team has..." Ugh! The 8-member team was entirely decimated, leaving only one gravely injured middle-aged man. At this moment, Li Yuan stepped forward from behind the fishmen. Grasping the man's head and effortlessly lifting him, he strode toward the opposite side. "Chu Yang, your gravest mistake was not delivering a final blow. Offering others a second chance is akin to granting them a second bullet aimed at you. Compensating for the first that failed to kill." On the other side, a group of 9 pressed forward. The fishmen recoiled at the sight of the firearms, prompting Li Yuan to crack his neck and emit a resonating call. "You!" His cry echoed like a whale's lament, igniting a frenzy among the fishmen. Just as the previous fishmen had done, they shed their fear of guns and bullets, charging forth with reckless abandon. Some contorted their bodies, scampering on all fours, while others leaped from the walls. They surged forward, breaking through to the inner circle. Yet, it was not enough. Li Yuan waved his hand, and the fishmen that had attacked the second team immediately joined the fray. They howled and screeched, easily toppling several officers with their overwhelming numbers. "Old Fong!" One officer shouted, repeatedly pulling the trigger, but his weapon was empty. At that moment, Chu Yang, amidst the chaos, snatched a handgun from the ground. Li Yuan's brow furrowed, sensing a surge of murderous intent. Chu Yang swiftly aimed the gun at Li Yuan and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and Li Yuan seized a fishman, using it as a shield against the bullet. "Have I been discovered?" "Alas, too late," Li Yuan grinned, tossing the fishman's corpse aside before hurling a human body forward. It was the corpse of a bearded police officer, and upon seeing it, the morale of the remaining officers shattered. The 9-member team was reduced to merely 3. Only Chu Yang roared in defiance, delivering a powerful punch that created a gap amidst the swarm of fishmen. "You all retreat." Without hesitation, Yang Yin grabbed the injured officer and dashed out. However, they fled toward the bathroom on the 3rd floor, clearly a dead end, devoid of windows. As the fishmen prepared to pursue, Li Yuan intercepted them. "No, leave them. First, deal with Chu Yang." This is a remarkably straightforward strategic logic. If a person still has teammates, they will not perceive themselves as trapped. A cornered beast will fight, let alone a human. If they were truly alone, they would act without restraint, fighting for survival, potentially escaping. No matter how slim that chance may be, if it exists, it must be guarded against. Thus, Li Yuan intended to leave 2 anchors for him. This way, they could effectively bind Chu Yang, allowing them the opportunity to eliminate him, while the remaining 2 would pose little threat. Chu Yang seemed not to ponder this deeply, but as Yang Yin realized no fishmen were pursuing them, he sensed something was amiss. Not good, Chu Yang. Don't worry about us, go. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. No, Chu Yang, listen to me. They want to use us to drag you down. I beg you for one last thing. Deliver the message. Let the higher-ups know. The monsters have infiltrated human society. Upon hearing Yang Yan's voice, Li Yuan's gaze turned icy. It seemed necessary for him to take action personally. Anyone can survive, but Chu Yang cannot live. He must die here today. Not only due to the mission but also for personal vendettas. Just as Li Yuan was about to intervene, he suddenly halted, sensing another presence within the building. Chapter 015. A cornered beast fights back. At the Nanyin Hotel on the 3rd floor, in the restroom on the opposite side, a young woman stumbled out, groggy. How strange. Why are the lights out? Where did everyone go? Is there a power outage? As she wandered, she suddenly stepped into a puddle. What is this watered? And what an awful fishy smell. Ugh. No. I'm going to be sick. Ugh. The woman, unable to contain herself, pressed against the wall and began to retch. Ugh. That scoundrel Li Yuan. How dare he raise his voice at me? I was merely concerned for him, and he had the audacity to yell at me, despite my invitation to share a soda. If it weren't for my previous affection for him, I wouldn't even bother. Just too lazy to care. As she leaned against the wall for support, she navigated her way through the darkness. Well then, it's time to go home. I can't linger here any longer, otherwise, I would have to pay for an overnight stay. Those detestable capitalists. The girl exited the restroom and continued her way through the dimness, noticing that the fishy odor had intensified. How pungent, moreover. It had become rather noisy since earlier. In the shadows, several women brandishing standardized weapons approached, lunging a knife towards her. Thud. 2 muffled sounds echoed behind her, and she turned around in confusion, but found nothing there. How strange. It seemed I heard something just now. She shook her head and pressed on. While in a corner hidden from her view, 2 fishmen had seized a worker bee by the throat and covered her mouth. Shoo! The Sea King commanded, let her go. The girl descended the stairs in darkness, only to encounter several worker bees charging at her, suddenly being pulled into the shadows by the fishmen. On the top floor of Nanyin, the queen bee sensed various messages returning from the worker bees, puzzled. What is that fish doing, playing a game of espionage with me? Speaking thus, the queen bee directly retrieved her communicator to contact the raven. Hello, foul bird. What's 002 up to? The raven's voice promptly echoed through the communicator. Who knows, perhaps it's just a reunion with an old acquaintance. He. The queen bee's forehead twitched with veins bulging. Give the communicator to 002. After a moment, Li Yuan's voice emerged from the communicator, instructing to let that woman go. What did you say? She dares to appear here, thus we cannot allow her to leave. Do you not understand this logic? My mission is to deal with Chu Yang. Dispersing the crowd is your task, yet you conveniently overlooked one. Am I not already handling it? I suggest you refrain from making a move against her. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? The queen bee's brow furrowed, and just then, the raven's voice resounded once more through the communicator. Old lady, anger will give you wrinkles. Old lady? The corners of the queen bee's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Old lady? No, I mustn't get angry. The queen bee tried to take a deep breath and then reopened the communicator. The term old lady has long since become outdated in my circles. Now it's fashionable to refer to me as an experienced and elegant lady. However, since you are so concerned about me, why not come to my side? I shall reveal to you an unknown secret. The raven's voice came through, such as, for instance, this experienced and elegant lady has been collaborating with KFC for years and has opened several branches. I am currently planning to launch some new products. The raven, perched upon the surveillance cameras in the Nanyin Hotel, shrugged. This time, by luring Chu Yang into a trap, the raven had thoroughly observed his capabilities. His physical abilities were indeed comparable to that of the fishmen, surpassing them in reflexes, and he seemed to possess some martial arts skills. He could certainly handle a single fishman without issue. But here, there are a full 200 fishmen. Even if Li Yuan dispatched 20 or so to protect that girl, Chu Yang would be utterly trapped. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the darkness. Countless women, clad in matching uniforms, surged forth, wielding identical short knives, evidently intent on that girl. The raven sighed upon witnessing this. All the worker bees had been summoned. The old lady was quite determined, likely driven by frustration. Sensing the approaching group of women, Li Yuan quickly glanced at the Raven .001. Lend me a hand. The Raven shook his head. No can do. I'm here to record, and besides, you have no authority to command me, not even to request. I only heed the orders of that esteemed lord. Furthermore, you are not permitted to intervene, unless you wish for me to report you to Lord Ao. Hearing this, Li Yuan glanced at Chu Yang before stepping forward directly toward him. Then I shall complete my task first with that. The fishmen went completely berserk, and Li Yuan joined the fray, landing a fist that pinned Chu Yang against the wall, unleashing a storm of attacks. Chu Yang was unable to retaliate, gritting his teeth as he suddenly pulled out a grenade. Yanking the pin, a grenade. Is he seeking mutual destruction? Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan swiftly retreated, but Chu Yang hurled the grenade at him. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth. Dust flew, and while Li Yuan was knocked back by the blast, he sustained little injury. He turned and dashed into the smoke, but Chu Yang and the two police officers had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. Observing this, Li Yuan waved his hand, and the fishmen instantly leaped down. Pursue them! Chapter 016. A death that cannot be escaped. Chu Yang, along with Yang Yin and others, leaped down from the crater, fleeing to the lower floor, only to find themselves once again surrounded by the fishmen. As their pace slowed, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Clad in a black raincoat, the silhouette was eerily familiar to Chu Yang. Was it the fishman that had pursued him at school? Recognizing him at a glance, he exclaimed, "It's you?" Outside, the rain poured heavily, and Li Yuan stood at the entrance as the raven fluttered down, a friendly reminder. "Hurry up, over there is about to give out." Understood. Hearing the raven's words, Li Yuan threw back the hood of his raincoat and charged out, as the fishmen simultaneously attacked Chu Yang. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang was suddenly halted by Yang Yin. "Chu Yang, can you still manage?" His body was already battered and bruised. Facing the onslaught of the fishman army, it was a miracle he had lasted this long. "I should be fine. If worst comes to worst, I still have 2 breaths of the deep sea obtained in the game. At the very least, I can heal myself twice." Saying this, Chu Yang stomped the ground and dashed forward. He swiftly appeared before Li Yuan, ready to throw a punch, but Li Yuan countered with a knee strike to his chest. Simultaneously, 2 fishmen lunged from either side, their claws tearing into his abdomen. Thud! Chu Yang's eyes widened. Li Yuan seized his head and slammed it against the ground. Boom! Once. Slam. Boom. Twice. Slam. Boom. Thrice. With each brutal impact of Chu Yang's head against the ground, the surface cracked, blood splattered, and Chu Yang was utterly overwhelmed by Li Yuan's absolute dominance. Before long, he lay motionless. Gazing at the fallen Chu Yang, Li Yuan tossed his body aside, revealing his claws, and plunged them directly into his chest. Stab! The claws pierced through the heart. Li Yuan felt it was insufficient, twisting his wrist to shred the heart and entrails into pieces, casting them aside. Blood trickled down his claws, observing the remaining Yang Yin and the unconscious police officer. The fishmen lunged forward, swiftly killing the 2. Mission accomplished. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, a bullet suddenly whizzing from behind. Li Yuan turned his head. The bullet grazed his face, shattering scales and leaving a deep mark. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the flesh on his face knitted back together, the injury healing instantly. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, bright lights erupted behind Li Yuan. He slowly turned to find countless police officers surrounding the area. Floodlights illuminating the darkness. Those inside, do not move, hands on your head, drop your weapons. Li Yuan frowned, noticing Yang Yan's corpse clutching a locator tightly. This is troublesome. Li Yuan sought to escape promptly, but the moment he moved, several bullets struck his legs and arms. Bang, 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 blood erupted, and Li Yuan collapsed to the ground. Damn it, destroy this place. Ugh. Li Yuan opened his mouth, unleashing a series of eerie sound waves. The wailing akin to a whale's lament sent shivers through the crowd. Quick, shoot, boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, a portion of the second floor caving in, dust rising and debris falling, blocking the entrance of Nanyan. Countless fishmen surged forth, whisking Li Yuan away. Let us go, find the Queen Bee. It took the police a considerable time to breach the Nanyan, but by then, Li Yuan had vanished. Were we 1 step too late? Thus, the 17-member police team that had infiltrated Nanyan was completely annihilated. Yet on the top floor of Nanyan, the Queen Bee pointed an accusatory finger at Li Yuan. Oh, I am simply going mad. I cooperated with your operations, yet what have you accomplished? You blew my home to smithereens. Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair this? And that woman, regardless of whether she witnessed our secrets, since she is here today, she cannot be allowed to leave alive? I can scarcely believe it. You actually let her escape, and now a throng of police officers has besieged my doorstep. This cannot be. I must make a phone call. The Queen Bee exclaimed as she dialed another number. Hello, a group of police is about to raid my residence. You must expedite their departure. Furthermore, regarding today's events and all related information, I do not wish for anyone to submit anything from you. Yes, Queen Bee. A feeble male voice emanated from the phone. After hanging up, the Queen Bee's mood soured considerably. A multitude of fishmen were extracting bullets from Li Yuan's body as he gritted his teeth. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, Li Yuan stated, I have confirmed the demise of all targets. My task is complete. The cleanup should be your responsibility. Why responsibility? You have turned my home into a seafood market and punctured large holes on both the second and third floors. What I owe you is still at stake. Observing the two engaged in their heated argument, the Raven transformed into a girl, slumped on the sofa with an expression of utter exasperation. Sigh. Being with you two is exhausting. Hey, there's still one person unaccounted for. Unaccounted for? Who? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan let out a deafening roar, his voice resonating throughout the entire Nanyan building. Within his perception, amidst the rubble of the collapsed structure, he sensed a living presence and the rhythmic beating of a heart to thump. Li Yuan paused momentarily. The heart of the fishman, the undulations of the ocean. Something was amiss. In my perception, the survivor should be my fishman. Yet it felt distinctly different. As if, half a fishman? Who knows? The Raven girl rose to her feet and swiftly seized a nearby mobile phone, dialing a number. Regardless, that individual is certainly not your fishman. He has already been taken by the police. Hurry, devise a remedy. Are you suggesting 003? On the rain-soaked street, Wang Haonan walked under an umbrella when suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? The cleanup? Understood. Very well understood. With that, Wang Haonan hung up and continued on his way. As he walked, he abruptly vanished from sight. Strangely, amidst the torrential downpour, a certain area appeared to be shedding rainwater in an umbrella-like formation. Chapter 017. The plan is terminated. Inside an apartment, Chen Ye gazed out at the rain while calmly sipping coffee. Since earlier, the outside had been exceedingly noisy. The wailing of police sirens rang incessantly. One could only wonder what had transpired. Society is in turmoil, those inept individuals. After all this time, there is still no news. I suppose I shall take matters into my own hands, Chen Ye declared, as he directly picked up a vial of liquid from the table. He twisted off the cap and downed the potion in one gulp. Gulp, piffed. What is this? Chen Ye's eyes widened in shock as his body began to convulse and twist, an array of eerie spider silk materializing around him. Meanwhile, at the Nanyan Hotel, the Queen Bee suddenly received a message from Chen Ye. Huh. Li Yuan turned to the Queen Bee. What now? The Queen Bee placed her phone on the table, revealing the message to them all, a missive from the master. Inquiring if we have acquired the blood? Blood? What blood? The others looked utterly bewildered. Li Yuan reverted to his human form, his wounds having healed. What blood? Did not the master instruct us to kill him? Wait, is it possible that the task we heard was somewhat different? Are you suggesting? When did the master ask you to kill Chu Yang? Are you certain the master did not assign you to procure blood instead? Is that so? I distinctly heard on that day over the phone. The master said to find a way to eliminate him. Are you sure it wasn't he to find a way to obtain some blood? The master mentioned needing materials. That lad is likely the very pharmaceutical material the master requires. Apparently, you are hard of hearing. The group face-bombed, realizing they had merely taken 002's words at face value when he suggested killing Chu Yang. In hindsight, this was a monumental issue. The queen bee exclaimed, slapping her thigh. So, you mean to say that the master intended to capture him alive from the very beginning, yet we ended up killing the master's material? This, Li Yuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Should that esteemed master truly have wanted him alive while he had directly slain the target, it would undoubtedly incite the master's wrath. Although they had never witnessed the master's anger, it was precisely for this reason. No one knew the price of enraging that master. As the saying goes, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. That master can grant them power, but he can just as easily take it away. And this, perhaps, is merely the simplest form of punishment. Are we doomed? Indeed, given that master's temperament, it is entirely possible he might seek to kill us in his fury. Wait, perhaps Chu Yang is still alive. Alive? You mean, the one who was just taken by the police? It is indeed quite possible. Quickly verify whether it is Chu Yang. What if he is still alive? Yes, what if no? Wait, is it not the case that we seem to have overlooked something? It appears we are in trouble. The group abruptly realized they had forgotten a crucial matter. 003 is already on his way. Hurry, call him back. A car accident transpired in front of the municipal hospital. The scale of the accident was extensive, with numerous police vehicles colliding, resulting in significant casualties. Yet, this was not the worst part. The most lamentable aspect was that one injured party had just been extricated from the rubble, and he was among those police vehicles. Flames soared into the sky, dark smoke billowed, and chaos enveloped the area in front of the hospital. Wang Haonan observed the scene before him, lit a cigarette, and turned to leave, exhaling, "It is over." Just then, Wang Haonan's phone rang abruptly. "Hello? 003, has the matter been resolved? It is already concluded. The target is dead? Dead. It's finished." Wang Haonan exhaled a plume of smoke. What transpired? Nothing. Nothing at all. You should return. A woman's voice resonated through the phone. Understood. Wang Haonan discarded the cigarette, but into the water, and then turned to leave. After he departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the wrecked vehicle. Cough, cough. Thankfully I still have a breath of the deep sea. This cannot continue. My body feels as though it is disintegrating. The following day, the events of yesterday made headlines. Yet they were merely classified as a simple fire and traffic accident. The casualties of the Biling police went unnoticed, and the higher-ups remained indifferent. The root cause lay in the fact that the Queen Bee had established an iron grip over the entirety of Biling City. By mixing bodily fluids into beverages, she managed to control a vast number of Biling citizens and high-ranking officials across various fields. The plethora of reports submitted by the Biling police vanished without a trace as a result. At this moment, they felt an increasing sense of helplessness. Within the Biling Police Department, the chief was engrossed in writing a report. The entire city of Biling seemed ensnared in a colossal web, with someone wielding absolute power, concealing everything. Now, we resemble fish caught in a net, dogs confined in a cage, our voices stifled. Our cries go unheard, our deaths unnoticed. Those who dare act so recklessly must surely have someone aiding them. Aiding those monsters. How absurd! Bang! The chief slammed his fist on the table. The upper echelons have already been infiltrated. I shall personally journey to the capital. At that moment, a police officer entered, clutching a document. Chief, this is a message that Captain Yang entrusted us to deliver to you before his demise. The chief fell silent. Yang Yin, he miraculously survived that collapse, only to perish in a mysterious car accident. This situation is utterly damned. The chief trembled as he received the document, whereupon he beheld 5 large characters inscribed. The Nine-Tailed Fox Plan? The chief opened the file, reading the following. If this document is not delivered by my own hand, I must have already perished. Do not mourn for me, for from the day I became a police officer, I have been aware that the very beginning of the document was Yang Yin's farewell letter. He then elucidated a hypothesis regarding the relationship between humans and monsters, meticulously recording all the information he had gathered on the creatures. Finally, he proposed a method to confront these monsters, to establish an organization dedicated to understanding, containing, and controlling these supernatural beings. We must liberate ourselves from the shackles of conventional thinking and transcend our cognitive barriers. The incomprehensible should not be evaluated through the lens of reason. They are not human. If we treat them as we would humans, humanity shall never triumph over monsters. We must first dare to imagine, as Chu Yang does, to open our minds. The abilities of monsters are boundless and will not conform to our understanding. Let us first attempt to envision, then endeavor to comprehend. The solution to defeating monsters may indeed reside within the monsters themselves. We must contain, we must control, we must protect. Chapter 018. The Secrets of the Potion Thief. Days later, the tumultuous undercurrents within Biling City had finally settled. Li Yuan and Crow entered a quaint CAF, where an elegant and handsome middle-aged man was busy packing his belongings. 005. What are you doing? Upon hearing Li Yuan's inquiry, the faceless one turned to face them. Why, Lord granted me a month's leave, and I am preparing for a thrilling journey. During this expedition, I shall embark on a romantic encounter. Coincidentally, those beautiful and youthful maidens are also awaiting the arrival of a gentleman. The newly reborn me, in a fresh guise, will romantically and gracefully capture the hearts of young ladies. Just imagine. At the age of 18, full of curiosity, they yearn for mystery and eagerly anticipate cinematic tales. It shall be my pleasure to fulfill their desires. Merely imagining it has already entranced me. How delightful. Romantic encounter, Li Yuan. Crow. This fellow is rather twisted. So, what brings you here? The faceless one inquired. We are here to see Lord U.S. Crow, transformed into a maiden, replied. The faceless one shook his head. Alas, you have arrived too late. Lord AUS has departed, and no one knows his whereabouts. A sudden and mysterious journey. His taste aligns perfectly with mine. Heh. Gone. Did my lord not leave any instructions? Instructions? Let me think. Aside from granting leave, Chen Ye did indeed mention a few other matters, particularly regarding you two. My lord said you both resemble freshly crafted ceramic artworks. Though resplendent, they hold no true value. A truly exquisite masterpiece requires the sedimentation of time to achieve astronomical worth. Thus, go forth, seek out your worth, and accomplish a breakthrough from flesh to spirit. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Did Lord Yus truly say that? Of course, your doubts are utterly unwarranted. 001. My lord specifically instructed me to tell you to visit his room. It seems he wants you to retrieve something. As he spoke, the faceless one resumed packing his belongings. All right, enough said. I, too, must seek out my purpose in this existence. People live for beautiful women, the faceless one. Having completed his packing, departed, not forgetting to shoo them out. Watching the faceless one lock the door and leave with a flourish, Crow and Li Yuan exchanged glances. If that esteemed lord truly said such things, then we must comply. Well then, farewell, Li Yuan said, waving his hand in farewell to the maiden Crow. As she watched him walk away, a thought struck her. What is it that my lord has prepared for me? With that, Crow suddenly transformed back into her raven form and flew through the window into Chen Ye's room. Upon entering, Crow found the room impeccably tidy, save for a conspicuously large and exaggerated plant. The plant resembled a sunflower, adorned with countless curling vines. What is this? Crow flew closer, only to see the sunflower suddenly turn its head. Countless eyes opened within the sunflower's bloom. Crow screamed in fright, attempting to flee, but the plant's curling leaves shot out suddenly. Crack! Several vines ensnared Crow, rapidly constricting. What is this? Transforming back into her maiden form, the plant showed no regard for whether she was a bird or a human. Continuing to bind her tightly, the vines wrapped around her thighs, and sharp thorns emerged, piercing her skin. You vile flower, release me. Do you not know that I am cared for by that esteemed lord? Regardless of Crow's pleas, the plant remained indifferent. Just as the vines threatened to snap her body, a sudden thought struck Crow, and she transformed into Chen Ye's likeness. Look closely. Who am I? Crow exclaimed, emitting Chen Ye's voice. Upon hearing this, the mischievous flower released its grip, shaking itself playfully. With a sigh of relief, Crow's voice returned to normal. Phew, I thought I was done for. But what exactly is this thing? Is it truly a gift from my lord? No, it certainly cannot be. Crow gazed uneasily at the coiling plant, pondering the danger it posed to her master. What if it turned on him one day, to prevent any misfortune befalling her master? Perhaps I should uproot it? Hearing Crow's words, The eyes on the plant suddenly opened wide. Crow's mouth twitched. I was just joking. Never mind, it's better to avoid trouble. Crow circled the room and suddenly noticed a cabinet filled with numerous vials of potions. What's this? She opened the cabinet, which was organized into 3 rows, each vial labeled distinctly. Among them, she selected a bottle containing a pure black potion. The reason for choosing black was simply that she favored the color. Observing the label, she read, "Potion Thief? Could this possibly be a gift from my master? Surely, he knows my fondness for black and anticipated this." With that thought, Crow unscrewed the cap and transformed into her bird form. Dipping her beak into the potion for a taste, it was sweet, reminiscent of mint candy. Taking another sip, Crow continued to consume the liquid, and before long, the bottle was empty. Just as Crow was about to transform back, her body suddenly convulsed. Crow let out a cry of pain, and in an instant, the color in her eyes vanished, leaving only an endless void of black. When the agony subsided, Crow instinctively reverted to her human form. She knelt on the ground, her naked form exposed, her eyes still devoid of any white, engulfed in darkness. Dazed, she stood up, and the world around her suddenly felt overwhelmingly unfamiliar. Everything appeared as if it were being seen for the first time. I hear a voice. Who is whispering? Help me, save me, a faint voice pleaded for rescue. Crow, in a daze, approached the bedside and then transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring towards the sky. Following the whispers, she flew through the air as the voice grew increasingly fervent. Anyone please save me. I have had enough. Chapter 019. Crow's second evolution? In a rented room, bottles of alcohol and cigarette butts littered the floor. A black-haired girl sat against the wall, battered and bruised, her eyes resembling a stagnant pool of water. Meanwhile, a man raged, smashing items throughout the room while berating the girl. You just had to be like that wretched woman, biting the hand that feeds you. I raised you, supported you, and now you dare to call the police on me? How filial of you. The man, seething with anger, brandished his belt. I should have never kept you around. Crack! The belt struck the girl. Yet she remained silent, unyielding. Infuriated by her lack of response, the man's strikes grew fiercer. Lost your voice? You were quite vocal in front of the police, weren't you? Speak up. Crack. I'll make you talk. Just then, a large bird suddenly crashed through the window, shattering the glass. Where did this foolish bird come from? The man swung his belt at the bird, but it spoke with a woman's voice. You still haven't changed, Chun. Living like a dog? Groveling outside while venting your anger in your lair. The man's expression froze. The bird's voice was unmistakably that of his ex-wife, familiar in both tone and content. You wretched woman, are you back to haunt me even in death? Seeing the man's clenched teeth, the bird transformed into a middle-aged woman. However, her eyes were eerily devoid of whites, entirely black. You always claimed that once I was gone, you'd be better off, that everything was my fault. Now that I've fulfilled your wish, why do you live in such a wretched state? Why? Because you are merely raging in your impotence, seeking excuses for your cowardice. You direct your anger towards me, shifting the blame and voicing all the things you dare not say to others. How pathetic! You, the man staggered back, his heart racing as he beheld the strange woman. Who are you? A ghost? As he retreated, the woman bore a chilling smile. She turned to the black-haired girl. You must be in great pain, aren't you? Are you here to take me away, mother? The woman, smiling, gently caressed her head and remarked, that man is truly detestable. Why don't we simply eliminate him? Eliminate him? The young girl murmured. Indeed, let us end his life, the woman stated, and in an instant, she vanished from before her, transforming into a sharp knife that clattered to the ground. The girl, in a daze, picked up the knife and turned her gaze toward the man before her. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground, exclaiming, Wait, doing. No, Inger, I am your father. You cannot do this. You mustn't. With trembling steps, the girl approached the man, grasping the knife firmly with both hands before plunging it down with fervor. Thud. As night fell, dark clouds obscured the moon, and rain poured down relentlessly. The girl wandered the streets like a soulless automaton, her hands and clothes stained with blood, the rain soaking her garments and hair. A raven followed closely behind her, its eyes devoid of any emotional response as it gazed at the girl. Where are you headed? Upon hearing the raven's voice, the girl turned her head in a stupor. "You are mother? Mother?" The raven spread its wings. It was certainly not the girl's mother. Its previous form and voice had merely been an echo of the man's memories, a secret buried deep within his heart. This was a newly acquired ability of the raven, to steal the secrets hidden within human souls and mimic the memories of individuals, be it person or object. It could replicate them flawlessly. Furthermore, it could hear faint whispers emanating from the shadows. The girl's deepest fear was the man from earlier, while her most cherished memory was of the woman the raven had previously transformed into. The girl knelt down in a daze, asking, "Could you consume me?" The raven blinked, its pitch-black eyes seemingly comprehending something. "Is living a torment for you? Very well, then grant me your body." With that, the raven suddenly lowered its head and bit into the girl's shadow. Instantly, her shadow was drawn into the raven's belly, and the girl lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. Her physical form dissipated, while the raven absorbed all her memories and acquired a permanent body. The raven's shape began to twist, and in an instant, it transformed into the likeness of the girl. This metamorphosis was boundless by time. It could maintain this form indefinitely, as the raven took on the girl's appearance. It tilted its head to the side, reflecting, humans are such complex creatures. The girl's name was Duing, a high school student whose mother passed away from illness when she was 11. Her father had a long-standing history of domestic violence, and after her mother's departure, she became the target of his abuse. Her father spent his days smoking and drinking, and in recent years fell into gambling, forcing her to sell her body to settle his debts. After fruitless resistance, she ultimately chose to report him to the authorities, but the case was dismissed due to the involvement of a powerful figure. Upon becoming the girl, the raven encountered the most potent emotion, hatred. Seeking revenge? Very well, I shall assist you. With that, the raven girl's hands sprouted deep green scales. Her 10 fingers morphed into sharp claws as she gently grasped the wall, effortlessly slicing through the stone as if it were mere tofu. Just how formidable was the power of mimicry? It could imitate any known life form, whether it be a merman or another creature, as long as it possessed sufficient understanding of the being it sought to emulate. It could flawlessly replicate that entity's abilities, from mermen to transparent beings, queen bees to wall standers. It could reproduce their powers. The raven, guided by its memories, found a secluded alley where several burly men lingered. They regarded the girl with surprise. "Oh, she is quite proactive today. Everything has its process. In time, you will grow accustomed to it. Go on in. The client awaits inside." The girl silently passed by the men. Raising her clawed hand, a flash of crimson erupting as bloodlines appeared around the necks of the men. Thud, thud, thud. Several heads fell to the ground, the men unaware of their fate until their heads had separated from their bodies. Chapter 020. I am quite sturdy. Inside a residential home, in a darkened room belonging to a girl, a human face slowly emerged from the wall. The visage, composed of concrete, first surveyed its surroundings before its body began to materialize from the wall, swiftly regaining a human form. What a delightful aroma it must belong to a beautiful young lady. The wall stander's gaze fell upon the pink decorations in the room, a smile gracing his lips. His hand brushed against the pink sheets before he leaned closer to the sleeping girl, inhaling deeply. Delightful. The girl stirred slightly, opening her eyes to find the room empty. She closed her eyes again, and a face began to emerge from the wall behind her. What a perceptive little darling, the wall standers remarked as he stepped forth from the wall. However, the girl suddenly furrowed her brow. The man approached her, and she swiftly grabbed a short knife from the bedside table, driving it toward the wall standers. Stop! Fireworks erupted as the knife struck his body, bending upon impact. The wall standers glanced at his chest. His body petrified. The blade left only a white mark upon his form, a rather pretty, albeit unexpected, reaction. The girl stared, dumbfounded, at the petrified wall standers and the bent blade. What in the world? Help! Just as she began to call for help, the man swiftly covered her mouth. No, such loud cries lack elegance. Tears streamed from her eyes as, at that moment, the door to her room was flung open. Her father barged in, shouting, "Daughter!" The wall stander sighed. Ah, how tiresome. With that, he thrust his hand into the wall. The wall began to writhe, and as the man took a step forward, a stone pillar suddenly erupted from the wall without warning. Boom! The pillar narrowly missed the man, who withdrew his right hand. Sir, I believe this level of warning is sufficient. Wouldn't you agree? The girl shook her head frantically, tears brimming in her eyes. The wall standers reached out, gently wiping her tears away. Do not be distressed. I merely wish to extend a special invitation for dinner. You need not fear me. Of course, I harbor no intentions of harming anyone, including your esteemed father. However, this hinges upon your willingness to accept a gentleman's cordial invitation. As you can see, had I not deliberately missed, that gentleman would have been skewered. Her father roared, "Release my daughter. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." The wall stander's expression hardened. Oh no, 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 I have no interest in men. I am solely captivated by beauty. So, my dear young lady, what is your response? If you dare to harass my daughter, I will call the police, her father shouted. The wall stander's demeanor instantly cooled. Thus, one must possess self-awareness. I am addressing this beautiful young lady, not you. Is living truly so unbearable? With that, the wall standers again thrust his hand into the wall, but the girl suddenly cried out, "I accept," upon hearing her words. The wall standers smiled, an elegant decision. However, I have changed my mind. I find that keeping that gentleman around poses a nuisance, lest he disrupt our gathering. I shall send him to meet my acquaintances in hell. No, caw. Just then, a raven appeared outside the window. The wall standers turned to see it, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, foul bird. Why do you follow me everywhere? Do you have nowhere else to go?" The raven transformed into the girl, opening the window and leaping gracefully inside. "Did you not say I should seek the elevation of my self-worth? As it happens, I have found it following you. I can encounter many lost souls willing to offer themselves willingly. Such an opportunity is rare, and their souls are sweet, continuously nourishing my power. However, I wonder if it is due to absorbing too many personal emotions that I now have an overwhelming desire to taste you as well." With that, the girl's hands morphed into the claws of a merman, swiftly lunging toward the wall stander's head. "Hey, hey, hey." The wall standers stepped back, bending low to evade the sudden attack. "Though you don the guise of a beautiful young lady, making it hard for me to strike, if you insist on attacking this gentleman, I would not mind trimming your feathers. You may attempt it." The raven girl charged again, leaping high to strike down with her claws, intent on tearing the wall standers apart. The wall standers sighed. Such a stubborn lady. He spread his arms, revealing 10 rings of various colors adorning his fingers, crafted from materials such as steel, diamond, meteorite, and graphene. The diamond ring was embedded, snug against his skin. Diamond. As he spoke, the wall stander's body suddenly turned translucent, shimmering like crystal. The raven girl's claws struck against him, nearly shattering, their tips ground down to naught. Upon witnessing this scene, the wall-faced man's physique returned to its normal state. "Surrender, for no physical means can harm me. What significance do the claws of a fishman hold? He is merely the weakest among us." The raven girl observed as her claws reverted to human hands, noting that the peculiar creature was rather resilient. The wall-faced man chuckled, asserting that his lower half could be just as unyielding as his body. "Ugh, disgusting," the raven girl remarked, her face contorted in distaste. Although their skirmish was brief, it left a profound impact on the young girl in the room and her father. The two ceased hostilities. The girl on the bed became flustered. You should continue." The wall-faced man and the raven girl exchanged a glance. Though reluctant to admit it, they were, in truth, allies. Their conflict stemmed from a personal grudge. "Yet since you have witnessed this, it contravenes the wishes of that esteemed individual. Alas, you must endure a slight inconvenience." The raven girl, saying this, suddenly produced a syringe filled with the queen bee's essence. This liquid serves 2 primary purposes. The first is to exert mental control, and the second is to transform individuals into females. However, whether a transformation occurs is determined solely by the queen bee. For instance, if a public figure were to undergo transformation, it would inevitably attract widespread societal attention, which is quite troublesome. In such cases, the queen typically resorts to mental control rather than transformation. Come now. If you wish to live, approach me of your own volition. I shall not repeat myself. Chapter 021. Arrived too late. My life has been mundane and devoid of meaning. Prior to becoming a fishman, Li Yuan harbored this sentiment. Yet, on one occasion, Chen Ye imparted a significant truth. Every individual possesses innate talents, but if one were to judge a fish's abilities based solely on its capacity to climb trees, the fish would spend its entire life believing itself to be foolish. Unfortunately, in this world, two types of talent are primarily recognized: academic aptitude and commercial acumen. The present state of the world is pathological. Individuals equate desire with aspiration, experience with maturity, timidity with prudence, and cunning with wisdom. Do you believe this is right? I suspect it is erroneous. Li Yuan gazed at the familiar yet alien visage of his home. For an extended period, he had been oblivious to the purpose of his existence, as though his presence or absence bore no significance to the world, a life devoid of meaning, time without significance. Perhaps the essence of existence lies in discovering the value of one's own presence. Li Yuan once lived merely for the sake of survival, but now he existed for a singular purpose: to fulfill the aspirations of that esteemed individual. Yet, this notion seemed to him a form of foolish loyalty. That esteemed individual was not pleased with his performance. If the sole purpose of a life is to serve another, how does it differ from that of a tool? Although that esteemed individual never explicitly conveyed this sentiment to them, the wall-faced man was tasked with relaying it. Li Yuan was not particularly astute. He could only surmise that such words stemmed from prior failures and their misunderstandings of that esteemed individual's intentions. Perhaps it was time for reflection. For that esteemed individual, it was evident that what was needed was not merely a tool that obeyed commands, but rather someone capable of comprehending those commands. The distinction between obeying and understanding is profound. Could it be that without the esteemed individual's utterance, one would remain oblivious? Why must one be so fixated on the esteemed individual's words, neglecting to think independently? Why is it necessary for the esteemed individual to articulate instructions before one comprehends what must be done? You are human, not a tool. Humans are beings capable of mutual understanding. It's so difficult to grasp the esteemed individual's intent, to act proactively, and to present a commendable performance. Certainly, it is challenging. Hence, that esteemed individual orchestrated this journey of self-improvement. Perhaps the true intention was for them to evolve into individuals capable of understanding his will. Thus, Li Yuan resolved to return to where it all began, to bid a final farewell to his past, and to gaze toward the future with hope. In doing so, he sought to discover the significance of his existence and to become someone worthy of standing beside that esteemed individual. Li Yuan harbored these thoughts, unaware that what Chen Ye had entrusted him with was, during my absence, if 001 returns, ensure it plays the recording in my room. However, the wall-faced man misremembered. Li Yuan pushed open the door and entered the room. Everything remained as it had been, with his brother's accolades adorning the living room and his stepmother's perfume prominently displayed. A family portrait hung on the wall, with a corner torn away, revealing Li Yuan's photograph beneath. This incident had occurred after his summer return. His father claimed it was accidentally torn by his mischievous brother. Moreover, his brother had burned it, rendering it irreparable. So be it, Li Yuan mused with a scoff. Recalling the incident, just then, a middle-aged woman clad in nightwear entered the living room. She frowned upon seeing Li Yuan. "What are you doing back here?" "I've come to retrieve what belongs to me," Li Yuan replied, his tone calm and composed. Yet this demeanor irked his stepmother. What belongings do you have in this house? What have you contributed to this family? Everything in your room, every piece of clothing you wear. None of it was purchased with your own money. Even if you did have something, do you think your money came from your own efforts? Let us not forget, this household has supported you all these years, spending money on you without any repayment. Understand this. Until you repay us what you owe, you remain without debts, but nothing here belongs to you. I have no expectations of you repaying us. Just don't trouble us anymore. I don't wish to dwell on past grievances. Just leave swiftly. Li Yuan regarded his stepmother's loathsome expression and suddenly laughed. That face truly grows uglier the more I see it. I have often felt fortunate to perceive the world from a fresh perspective. Once, I viewed my stepmother with disdain. Now, I find her laughable. From the monster's standpoint, I could easily slice her throat as one would with the scum of society. Yet, I do not desire to do so. Li Yuan then sat upon the living room sofa. Your eloquence is commendable. Have you considered pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? His stepmother paused in confusion. What did you say? Is your hearing failing you? It is understandable. After all, with age comes a variety of ailments, Li Yuan remarked. Yumi, enough of this. I'm pressed for time and shall not linger for reminiscence. With that, Li Yuan returned to his room, retrieving a suitcase from beneath his bed and beginning to pack that moment. His stepmother rushed over. Who permitted you to take those? I warn you, Li Yuan. If you dare to remove those items today, I shall damn him. Li Yuan turned to his stepmother. What will you do? If you cannot think of a response, take your time. His stepmother seethed with rage. If you dare to take those items, just try me. See if I want to call the police. Very well, I shall test that. Li Yuan continued to ignore her, focused solely on packing his belongings. His stepmother gritted her teeth, perplexed by his apparent transformation. It seemed he no longer feared her. Just then, Li Yuan's father emerged. Let him take them. You let him take them, and after that, leave quickly. Upon hearing his father's words, his stepmother clenched her jaw in resignation. Li Yuan, however, paid no mind to either of them, continuing to pack in silence. During this process, he accidentally knocked a picture frame from the desk, and with a crash, it shattered, spilling its contents onto the floor. Including a slip of paper, Li Yuan bent down to retrieve the photograph and the note, and he discovered it was a class picture from his high school graduation. As for the note, it was unfamiliar to him. He examined it, reading the words inscribed. Based on my knowledge of you, I doubt you'll ever find this note. Li Yuan the big fool. I have so much to say to you. But when it comes to expressing it, I find myself at a loss. I will simply jot down a few lines. We sat together for 3 years. I cannot say how you perceive me. But even if I were to ask, I doubt you would respond. So, let me share my thoughts on you. You are quite handsome, tall, yet your timidity is quite off-putting. Your academic performance may not be stellar, but you surpass me in that regard. You are gentle, patient, and meticulous with everyone. Each time I witness you struggling to articulate a response during an argument, rendered speechless, I can't help but laugh. Not to mention the time Lu Mingyang threatened to confront you after school. You chose to remain in the classroom for an entire day and night, refusing to step outside. I was astonished that you could sleep in the classroom for a whole night. From that moment, I thought to myself, you are a grown man, tall and robust, yet you behave like a timid rabbit. If it weren't for your sister, I doubt you would have made it through high school. When did I first develop feelings for you? I cannot recall. Perhaps it was when you brought me an umbrella on that rainy day? Or maybe it was when we fed stray cats together at school. I truly cannot recall. However, I had no intention of sharing this matter with you. Given your lack of intellect, you would undoubtedly remain oblivious. I am aware that after tomorrow, we shall part ways, so I wish you a future filled with prosperity. Do not allow yourself to be bullied again, and be a bit more assertive when faced with challenges. Labbit Love struck the jackpot. Yet it has expired. Li Yuan casually discarded the note into the trash bin before picking up his luggage and departing. Chapter 022. The Nine-Tailed Fox Brigade. Within a bar, several men exchanged glances at a drunken girl at the counter. Sighing, it was time to intervene. A man with yellow hair stretched lazily as he approached her. Just as he reached out, a man clad in a raincoat suddenly seized his wrist. Huh? Brother, what is the meaning of this? You looking to snatch a meal? The man in the raincoat remained silent, merely exerting pressure to snap the yellow-haired man's wrist. Crack! Damn it! The yellow-haired man let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his wrist, cursing the man and summoning his companions without a second thought. Yet, upon seeing Li Yuan, his comrades froze momentarily. How goo, maybe we should let this go. Damn, what nonsense are you spouting? My hand just got broken. For reasons unknown, aside from the yellow-haired man, the rest exhibited palpable fear towards Li Yuan. This was not their first encounter with him. On a previous occasion, they had come across a wounded, dying dog and intended to have some fun at its expense. That time, Li Yuan happened to pass by and taught them a lesson. They had been unwilling to accept this, promptly gathering a larger group to confront him. They summoned the local boss, bringing dozens of men along. Yet the outcome was the same. Li Yuan single-handedly subdued them all. The boss called for reinforcements repeatedly, and one wave after another. The local ruffians were all laid low from that moment on. Li Yuan became the boss of that area, which explained the trepidation exhibited by the remaining men. They recounted the tale to the yellow-haired man, and upon hearing familiar names, he too became flustered. Retreating in disgrace, Li Yuan remained silent, approaching the drunken girl, who glanced at him and slurred, "Humph, even if you come to apologize, I doubt I won't forgive you, Li Yuan, unless you drink with me." The bartender looked at Li Yuan. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" "No need," Li Yuan declined outright. Water was his greatest aversion. He had no need for it. The girl, gazing at him with dazed eyes, inquired, "Then why are you here? Just passing by?" Hearing this, the girl pouted, "Where's your phone? Give it to me." Afraid of getting it wet? "I didn't bring it." Li Yuan hadn't touched a phone in quite some time. Largely due to previous experiences, phones had been ruined from being soaked or inadvertently destroyed during fights, requiring him to reapply for a new SIM card. It had become too troublesome, prompting him to forego carrying one altogether. The girl continued to chatter endlessly, and Li Yuan responded intermittently until she finally slumped over. Noticing this, he remained silent, simply lifting her with one arm. "Where are you staying?" The girl, in a haze, could not articulate a coherent response. Li Yuan shook his head and escorted her to a hotel. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly grasped his arm. "Where are you going?" As Li Yuan began to speak, the girl unexpectedly pulled him by his collar. Kissing him on the lips, her tongue ventured into his mouth, but surprisingly, Li Yuan's mouth was completely dry, devoid of saliva. In that instant, scales erupted across his face, and his teeth began to sharpen. Sensing his body transforming into that of a fishman, Li Yuan forcefully pushed the girl away and quickly expelled the liquid from his mouth. The girl stared in disbelief. "Do you really dislike me that much? Then why did you come to find me?" Li Yuan was at a loss for words, merely turning to leave. However, the girl suddenly called out, "If you walk away today, don't ever come looking for me again." "Fine," Li Yuan responded as he pushed the door open and exited. He hesitated not at all, his departure resolute, a trivial piece of knowledge. When individuals engage in close proximity with the opposite sex, their minds instinctively relax, resulting in perspiration. This phenomenon could prove fatal for Li Yuan. Perhaps this was the best outcome. To kill a person, he only needed to divulge his greatest secret. Conversely, to protect someone, the only course of action was to distance himself as much as possible from that individual. Other monsters would not concern themselves with Li Yuan's feelings, much like the previous decisions made by the queen bee. Regardless of Li Yuan's thoughts, if this girl had indeed uncovered their secret, she must be eliminated. With his hands in his pockets, Li Yuan strolled down the street when suddenly, a man approached him. He knelt before Li Yuan, imploring, "Boss, I want to become human again. Please turn me back into a human." Upon hearing the man's plea, Li Yuan coldly turned his head. "If I cannot revert to humanity myself, why would you believe I possess the means to transform you back? The world is unjust. Yet the power bestowed by that individual is equitable. Gaining something necessitates losing something. Such is the price of power. You sought me out, expressing a desire for the strength I possess. From that moment on, you should have been prepared for loss." With that, Li Yuan turned and walked away. The number of his subordinates continued to grow, mingling throughout the streets of the city, with some even actively requesting to become his followers. Yet they had never contemplated the cost of acquiring such power. Just then, a multitude of transport helicopters suddenly flew overhead. Li Yuan lifted his gaze to the sky, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. "Command, this is Nine-Tailed Fox Brigade number 01. I am Frontline Commander Zhang Jinsong. We have successfully arrived at Biling City. Over." The transport helicopters were filled with fully armed soldiers, every inch of their skin meticulously covered. Their helmets equipped with tactical goggles and communication devices capable of functioning as night vision and thermal imaging, alongside displaying satellite maps. They wielded advanced weaponry, all standard-issue medium-caliber assault rifles. The target, Southyen, was just 300 meters away, expected to be reached in 5 minutes. SRW number 004, the nest. According to intelligence provided by Chu Yang, the target appears as a voluptuous woman, her hands withered like bones, capable of shooting neurotoxic needles from her fingers. This neurotoxin can control an individual's mind and senses, transforming all male life signs into female life signs. It has been confirmed that some authorities in Biling City have been subjected to mental control by No. 004, unconditionally acting as her protection. They have since been detained. Chapter 023, The Mysterious Individual. A swarm of armed transport helicopters flew over Biling City, triggering widespread panic among the citizens. The helicopters seemed to have a clear target. They were headed for Southyen. The Southyen building was still undergoing renovations, the aftermath of the previous battle not yet fully resolved. Aside from construction personnel, only the Queen Bee's followers remained inside. The helicopters hovered directly above Southyen. Number 004's mental control capabilities are limited, unable to exert control over excessive numbers simultaneously. Therefore, number 004 organizes a behavioral logic for the controlled individuals, compelling them to act in accordance with this logic. However, even so, number 004 expends a considerable amount of mental energy to manage her vast mental network, necessitating longer sleep durations than usual. Presently, it has been observed that number 004 can only remain active for 5 hours daily, with the remainder spent in deep slumber. While in a state of sleep, she can still issue commands to her derivatives, number 004-1, but her main body is incapable of action. It remains undetermined whether no. 004 is currently awake. If the target is discovered to be conscious, all potentially contactable liquids must be treated with caution. Number 004 can mix her venom into any liquid. During the mission, if injured, please withdraw immediately. Repeat, please withdraw immediately. Failure to do so will lead us to conclude that the injured party has been controlled by number 004 and will be classified as number 004-1, subject to termination. This operation primarily aims at capture and containment. If number 004-1 is encountered, it may be directly eliminated. Repeat, it may be directly eliminated. Additionally, there exists the possibility of encountering SRW number 002, Fishman. The predicted number could exceed 200, with number 002 exhibiting extraordinary speed and capabilities beyond human limits, capable of slicing through concrete and rock with its claws. Furthermore, the target can emit a specific sound to locate its prey. However, her head is a weakness. A bullet to the head can eliminate subject 002. If conditions permit, please contain a live subject 002-1. This containment operation is codenamed Becapture. This marks humanity's first formal confrontation with a monster. May you return safely, comrades. Zhang Jinsong glanced at the fully armed soldiers of the Nine-Tailed Fox unit aboard the helicopter and signaled them to split into 4 squads. I will lead one team. The remaining squads will follow your squad leaders closely. Should any squad leader exhibit signs of mental control, the deputy leader will assume temporary command immediately. Now, let the containment begin. Ropes began to roll out from the helicopter, and one by one, the Nine-Tailed Fox soldiers swiftly descended the ropes to land atop the Nanyan building. This was a sizable contingent, comprising 4 squads, each consisting of 80 personnel, totaling 320 individuals. They set up ropes on the rooftop and then zip-lined down, shattering the glass to enter the building. This is Nine-Tailed Fox Team 01-2. I am the squad leader. We have successfully entered the hive. Over. Continue the advance. Keep thermal and night vision activated. SRW number 003. The invisible man may also be within the hive. Proceed with caution. Over. The 4 teams infiltrated the Nanyan building from different sides and began their search from the top floor. The building's uppermost level was a vast, open space. As they cautiously advanced, they quickly discovered a crimson velvet armchair. Reclining in this chair was a blonde woman, deeply asleep. Her hands were thin and bony. Upon spotting the target, Zhang Jinsong activated his communicator. This is Nine-Tailed Fox Team 01-1. I am the commander. Target confirmed. Repeat, target confirmed. Subject 004 is in a deep sleep. Commence containment immediately, with other squads providing assistance and guarding against potential threats. Over. ZZZZ. This is Nine-Tailed Fox Team 01-3. I am the squad leader, confirming that numerous Subject 004-1 entities are rapidly approaching the target. Should we open fire? Permission granted. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted in the darkness. Faced with the well-armed Nine-Tailed Fox squad, the women could hardly advance. Armed with knives, they charged forward, but were instantly gunned down in a mere instant. This is Nine-Tailed Fox Team 01-3. All Subject 004-1 have been eliminated. Over. Maintain vigilance. As Zhang Jinsong approached the blonde woman, the surrounding soldiers aimed their weapons at her. Just then, the blonde woman suddenly awoke. Zhang Jinsong staggered back. The queen bee stretched languidly and, with a sultry smile, gazed at Zhang Jinsong. So many have come to find me. I am truly flattered. What is the purpose of your visit? Surely, you wouldn't harm a defenseless woman. Zhang Jinsong and his team were momentarily taken aback, their gazes becoming entranced as if under the influence of some pheromone. This pheromone made the woman appear extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a celestial being, nearly luring them into a state of enchantment. Fortunately, their comrades behind them snapped them back to reality. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to a dazed state. Calling command, this is Nine-Tailed Fox Team 01, Commander Zhang Jinsong reporting. Subject 004 has awakened. The target has not exhibited aggressive behavior, and there exists a possibility for negotiation. However, should we negotiate? No need for negotiation. Proceed with containment directly. Receiving confirmation through the communicator, Zhang Jinsong signaled for the operation to continue. A group of nine-tailed fox soldiers armed with stun guns and tranquilizers cautiously advanced. The queen bee, upon seeing this, hastily retreated. Damn. These professionals are not to be trifled with. Ordinary worker bees wouldn't even dare approach them. Use the needles? No, too far. They maintained a distance from the queen bee, and judging by their equipment, they were thoroughly armed. The queen bee was unable to make a move. More critically, why had these individuals come to apprehend her when her worker bees had failed to provide any warning? At that moment, the queen bee realized that many of her worker bees were unresponsive. They must have succumbed to slumber. And that fish is missing as well. The queen's main body possessed little combat capability. And faced with the sudden assault of these individuals, she was utterly defenseless. Bang bang. A few tranquilizer darts shot forward. If the tranquilizers were effective, there would be no need to use the stun guns. Their mission was to capture alive, as the stun guns could potentially induce shock and death, thus serving as a last resort. Two tranquilizer darts sped towards her, but at that moment, a silver thread suddenly flashed through the dark space. Crack! The two tranquilizer darts were instantly pierced by the thread, halting mid-air. Both parties were taken aback. What? Before they could react, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Zhang Jinsong quickly aimed his gun at the intruder. It was a man dressed in a black suit, his face concealed by a white mask, with countless threads entwined around his hands. Noticing the gun aimed at him, the man waved his hand. Suddenly, Zhang Jinsong felt a chill at his neck. Commander, behind you. Zhang Jinsong froze momentarily. There was nothing behind him. However, through the thermal imaging, 4 heat sources were captured. Judging by their shapes, they appeared to be 4 men, each wielding a weapon resembling a traditional sword, forming a formation around Zhang Jinsong's neck. Just as Zhang Jinsong made a move, a line of blood appeared on his neck. That cutting sensation. For your own safety, it would be prudent not to move. Nice to meet you for the first time. You may call me OS, Kate. Subject 006, The Puppeteer, Spider, Chapter 024, 006. A new monster has emerged. Zhang Jinsong's mind raced as he regarded the man before him. Chen Ye. The man's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. Neither the threads nor the invisible individuals had been mentioned in the intelligence reports. A multitude of soldiers aimed their weapons at Chen Ye, only to witness him deftly manipulating his fingers, causing the silver threads to slice through the weapons of the nine-tailed fox soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the guns in their hands were severed in half. Zhang Jinsong felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Had those threads not cut their weapons, but rather their throats? Zhang Jinsong could hardly bear to contemplate the implications. Chen Ye, witnessing this, spread his fingers. Everyone, please remain calm. I have no intention of taking your lives. Nor do I wish to oppose your organization. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I do not want to hinder your enforcement efforts. However, this woman is my experiment. If your target is her, I regret to inform you that she must continue to cooperate with my research and cannot accompany you at this time. Observing Chen Ye's back, the queen bee was lost in self-indulgence. A Lord OS has personally come to rescue me. What an honor! Yet, after the flattery, she felt a wave of shame. I can't believe I've made Lord OS come to my aid. Am I truly that useless? He must be disappointed in me by now. Indeed, despite the powers bestowed upon her by that lord, she had failed to serve him well, repeatedly causing troubles that ultimately required his direct intervention to resolve. What a failure I am! It seemed she truly needed to reflect on herself. She had heard that the dead fish and the stinky bird were seeking to enhance their self-worth. Perhaps she should follow suit? Chen Ye was oblivious to what Subject 004 was contemplating. All he knew was that these beings were certainly troublesome. Notably, the national team had arrived. Once this matter was resolved, he would ensure these individuals were captured and thoroughly trained. He simply wished to quietly explore a path to transcendence. Was that truly so difficult? Zhang Jinsong could not see Chen Ye's expression, but he fixated intently on the white mask. Let them go. What? The nine-tailed fox soldiers were taken aback, but the superior's orders brooked no dissent. As it turned out, Zhang Jinsong's decision was indeed correct. The fact that Chen Ye could appear here without a sound and effortlessly dismantle their weapons indicated that he regarded them with utter disdain. Setting aside how to deal with those invisible individuals, that silver thread alone was more than enough to pose a significant threat. Fortunately, Chen Ye did not exhibit a murderous intent, on the contrary. Compared to previous monsters, he was exceedingly courteous. Had he been as bloodthirsty as the fishmen, they would all be dead by now. There would have been no opportunity for them to consider whether to release or detain anyone. The nine-tailed fox containment team had just been established. If their inaugural mission ended in total annihilation, the consequences would be dire. Chen Ye hoisted the queen bee on his shoulder and turned to Zhang Jinsong. Your decision was correct. The holidays are approaching. Go home and spend time with your family. They are far more important than work, are they not? With that, Chen Ye yanked the queen bee and kicked through the glass of the building. Leaping down, Zhang Jinsong paused upon hearing his words. Was he warning us? No, it was clearly a blatant threat. Should you dare to target us again, consider the safety of your family first. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness your loved ones suffer due to your actions. Would you? Damn it, containment failure. Team QB01 requests withdrawal. Subsequently, Zhang Jinsong returned to headquarters and promptly submitted a report concerning the new containment object. SRW number 006, Spider. The spider possesses the ability to manipulate silver threads, which are extraordinarily sharp and can effortlessly sever metal. Furthermore, the range of his control is considerable. We were rendered defenseless as he sliced through our weapons with his threads, his speed so remarkable that our reaction time was less than 0.1 seconds. Conversely, had he chosen to cut through our bodies, he could have annihilated Team QB01 in less than 0.1 seconds. Additionally, the spider also wields the power to control invisible entities. It remains uncertain how many invisible units he can command, or the precise extent of his control. He is of average human stature, and, upon our first encounter, donned a white mask, referring to himself as OS Kate, and labeled 004 as an experimental subject, the exact implications of which remain ambiguous. Moreover, 006 exhibits a remarkably human-like thought process and intelligence. Even using the safety of our families as leverage against us, I cannot ascertain whether 006 possesses the capability to locate our families. But I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. The sole consolation is that his malevolence towards humanity appears to be minimal. After reviewing his report, the logistics evaluators reached a conclusion. Number 006. Project level, Level 2 encryption. Project attitude, friendly, provisional, danger level, RS, extremely dangerous. Elsewhere, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Chen Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the queen bee stood behind him. This is the last time. 004. Upon hearing this, the queen bee's pupils constricted in alarm, and she suddenly knelt down. Oh, my Lord OS, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I assure you, there will absolutely not be a next time. Please grant me one more chance. The notion of last time implied, are you going to erase me? At that moment, her entire being trembled. In her understanding, last time meant her impending demise. After all, she had repeatedly disappointed that esteemed individual and had even nearly been captured for dissection. If she were to leak that individual's secrets, it would be better for her to be killed right then and there. Chen Ye did not turn around. Listening to the tremor in the queen bee's voice, he shifted his gaze, his demeanor surprisingly sincere. She appeared genuinely shaken by today's events. Chen Ye cast her a sidelong glance. If there is a next time, consider it your own affair. The queen bee felt her body weaken. Thank you, my lord. Chen Ye remained oblivious to the terrifying tempest of thoughts raging within the queen bee's mind. He had approached her with the intention of conducting the self-splitting experiment he had initially envisioned, but fortuitously encountered the queen bee being captured. Chen Ye had only a few available experimental subjects, and losing one would cause him considerable distress. With this in mind, he directly retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and tossed it to the queen bee. Drink this. Chapter 025. The Queen Bee's Second Evolution, the Splitter Potion. This is a novel concoction created by Chen Ye, primarily composed of planarian, supplemented with various related materials. Should the theoretical concepts hold true, then this vial will grant the queen bee the ability to self-split and produce offspring. This is crucial. Regardless of whether the splitting process requires supplementary food or other materials, it revolves around a concept of material transformation. To illustrate with the simplest example, If the queen bee can secrete bees from her body after consuming the potion, and this secretion necessitates the consumption of bodily fluids, then she would only need to replenish those fluids to continuously generate bees. This can be likened to her transforming water into bees, adhering to the alchemical principle of equivalent material transformation. Of course, these are secondary concerns. What Chen Ye truly desires is a biological factory. If an individual could ceaselessly produce various entities, then Chen Ye would not have to expend great effort searching for materials. If a person could generate new beings, Chen Ye could use those individuals for experimentation. Furthermore, if he required a substantial quantity of a specific material and a person could perpetually manufacture it through consumption, then Chen Ye could achieve self-sufficiency from the rear. This is the biological factory that Chen Ye envisions. And the potion for the queen bee is predicated on this concept. However, the initial results evidently fell short of Chen Ye's expectations. The queen bee remained unaware of Chen Ye's thoughts. From her perspective, Lord OS had indeed granted her another chance. She had initially believed he would unquestioningly erase her, but it now appeared that he was merciful indeed. One might even say generous. Without hesitation, the queen bee downed the potion in one gulp. Thank you, for your grace. Soon, the queen bee commenced her second evolution. Her body convulsed, yet, similar to the first time, there were not many visible changes to her exterior. However, a fissure appeared at her chest, extending down to her heart, which had transformed into a golden hue. Immediately, a chamber formed within this fissure, filled with a viscous liquid, within which numerous octagonal crystals began to coalesce. The queen bee attempted to insert her hand into the chamber at her chest and withdrew an octagonal crystal. What is this? The queen bee's mind raced, and as before, she was able to instantaneously comprehend her newfound abilities. This crystal is a hive crystal. Its sole purpose is to facilitate the creation of her offspring. There are 3 varieties of this crystal, one white, one pale yellow, and one resplendent golden. The white crystal is a lower-grade crystal, capable of transforming life into obedient worker bees, with no physical alterations occurring. They are akin to the worker bees produced by the queen bee's liquid, yet those produced from the crystal are not subjected to mental control. Their consciousness is extinguished in an instant, only to be replaced by a new awareness. The pale yellow crystal is an intermediate crystal, capable of transforming life into soldier bees. Soldier bees not only obey commands but also possess formidable combat capabilities, displaying numerous insect-like characteristics. The golden crystal is a superior crystal, allowing life to be transformed into guardian bees. These guardian bees are exceptionally powerful, impervious to blades and bullets, with abilities exponentially greater than those of soldier bees. Additionally, a new bone protrudes from their arms, which can manifest as sharp, spear-like weapons from their palms. These spear-like weapons can be launched, exhibiting tremendous power, comparable to siege crossbows. However, once this bone is discharged, the guardian bee will perish instantly. Moreover, guardian bees possess the ability to fly, yet they are extremely vulnerable to water. Upon contact, they become incapacitated and unable to move. The generation of these 3 types of crystals necessitates the consumption of the queen bee's own energy, which can only be replenished through feeding. The first 2 crystals require relatively minimal energy expenditure, but the last type demands a substantial amount of the queen bee's energy to produce. It is conservatively estimated that, even with ample daily sustenance, it would take her 3 days to produce 1.1. Positive aspect is that these crystals can also be applied to animals. However, animals possess lower intelligence than humans, thus requiring the queen bee to invest significantly more mental effort to control them. Should she command a certain quantity, the queen bee would be compelled to devote a considerable amount of time to sleep, during which she would manage the biological mental network. Just as before, to control those individuals, her mind has endured substantial strain. These crystals, however, yield better results than liquid transformations, imposing a lighter burden on the queen bee when applied to humans. This implies that the queen bee can now command a greater number of offspring. The existence of guardian bees particularly delights the queen bee. Even countless bullets striking a guardian bee would struggle to bring it down. Just from this perspective, a single guardian bee could rival an entire fully armed human squad. Of course, this is contingent on avoiding water. The queen bee conveyed her abilities following her second evolution to Chen Ye. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye shook his head. It's still somewhat lacking. While the queen bee can indeed generate material, this material is still intended for transformation. To realized the hypothesis of a biological factory. It seems further refinement and breakthroughs are necessary. Subsequently, Chen Ye took several octagonal crystals from the queen bee for further research. Meanwhile, the queen bee collapsed onto the ground, experiencing the sensation of having survived a catastrophe for the first time. Yet, this feeling of survival was not instigated by the QB soldiers. The brush with death had been brought about by Chen Ye. Huff. The underlying cause of this situation, ultimately, lies in my inability to relinquish everything I once possessed. Even desiring more wealth, more territory, and greater authority, I had believed these could appease that esteemed individual. Yet, that esteemed individual has never cared for such trivialities. Wealth and power, should he desire them, could be easily acquired without requiring the gifts of others. Clearly, that esteemed individual holds no regard for such matters. His gaze has long been fixed upon heights unattainable by humanity, transcending life itself, with only the aspiration of becoming a deity in his sights. The queen bee inhaled deeply. If that is the case, then she would abandon all that she once possessed, dedicating herself solely to assisting that esteemed individual in his ascension to divinity. It is not that I must relinquish everything, but rather that I must make discerning choices. The queen bee has come to understand that, whether it be wealth, power, or territory, they are merely attachments to a superficial facade. In this world, nothing truly belongs to her. Even the house you purchase is but a temporary possession. After your demise, its ownership remains uncertain. Everything in the world operates thus. Human life is finite, and we are but temporary visitors in this realm. Everything in existence is merely ephemeral. Only that esteemed individual holds the concept known as eternity. Chen Ye returned home and opened the cabinet. It seems a vial of potion is missing. How peculiar. Did I misremember? No, indeed. One vial is absent. The half-finished concoction of the spy has vanished. I recall that I had intended to give that vial to 001, but I was still lacking one ingredient. Perhaps I shall address it another time. Chapter 026. Chen Ye's hypothetical adversary. Chen Ye sat in his room, composing a dossier, yet today's report diverged from the usual. He meticulously documented the transformations occurring within his own body. Chen Ye opened his mouth and pressed his lips together, gazing into the mirror, revealing 6 additional teeth. He attempted to move his right eye, and in an instant, the pupil of that eye split into 9. When he moved again, the 9 pupils converged back into 1. The pupil could inadvertently split. He must exercise caution. Furthermore, his 10 fingers could emit threads, their hardness akin to steel, and they possessed the remarkable ability to become transparent. Indeed, Chen Ye's threads can achieve a transparency comparable to that of 003. Moreover, the puppets manipulated by Chen Ye's threads can also attain this transparency. As for the origin of these puppets, there are 2 methods of acquisition. One involves contact with a specific object or a pre-existing puppet-like creation, allowing for direct control via threads. The other entails piercing a human body with threads, enabling direct manipulation. Previously, Chen Ye had casually summoned 4 background actors. In addition to this, Chen Ye possessed capabilities reminiscent of 005. He could lift rocks or metals for transmutation. He could forge metallic weapons or create metallic puppets. Notably, whether they are metallic or rocky, these puppets inherently lack heat. This implies that thermal sensors cannot detect invisible rock or metal puppets. Ultimately, whether or not they are puppets is inconsequential. For Chen Ye, using threads to sever life is far simpler than employing puppets for murder. Thus, the primary utility of puppets lies in wiring. Chen Ye's threads can only be projected in one direction. If a curve is desired, a puppet must serve as the pivot point. This remains true whether moving from left to right or top to bottom. To facilitate this, Chen Ye has created numerous small wiring puppets, miniature in size and constructed from metal, with a central mouth on their chests. Theoretically, by preemptively positioning these small puppets, Chen Ye could utilize his threads to slice through every corner of the vicinity. The advantages of using threads include speed, extensive range, and formidable lethality. The drawbacks, however, are the time required for setup and their unsuitability for prolonged combat, as the threads can become entangled. Controlling puppets to engage in battle proves to be somewhat simpler. Firstly, there is no need for specific battlefield preparation, and secondly, the invisible metallic puppets cannot be detected by adversaries, allowing for surprise attacks. Additionally, as the number of puppets increases, even prolonged engagements become manageable. Conversely, puppets also bear disadvantages. Primarily, the connection between Chen Ye and the puppets. If that line is severed, the puppet loses its capacity for action. Moreover, the offensive capabilities of puppets still rely on weaponry. in situations involving cold weapons. It is challenging to guarantee an instantaneous kill. However, if paired with firearms that can be rendered invisible, the outcome is markedly different. While the bullets themselves cannot become invisible, they suffice at the very least. The enemy remains oblivious to the origin of the bullets, leading to unavoidable strikes. This is particularly advantageous for long-range confrontations, reducing the likelihood of threads being severed. Speaking of which, who were those individuals from earlier? Which organization were they affiliated with, and how did they come to target 004? Among Chen Ye's creations, the queen bee resembles a human the most, her appearance nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. What? You mentioned the transparent individual? You know he is transparent. Simply disregard him. If the fishmen were to be exposed, that would be one thing. But the queen bee should not have revealed herself so soon. Chen Ye truly could not fathom it. Speaking of which, didn't I send the crow to record? Where did I toss the tape? Upon returning, Chen Ye discovered that all his creations had vanished without a trace, each seemingly preoccupied with their own affairs. With no leads, Chen Ye could only indulge in his imagination. For instance, could that group be a specialized organization dedicated to combating supernatural phenomena or monsters? Quite likely. It is possible that this world harbors numerous other containment organizations. Chen Ye had watched many films, and whenever special forces made an appearance, there was never just one at the very least. There had to be three. Why? Because a triangle possesses stability. Typically, when special forces emerge, a cadre of impressively established characters begins to stir up trouble. Subsequently, these special organizations witness the emergence of various extraordinary individuals, leading to fierce confrontations that could easily obliterate the Earth. Prior to such plot developments, a host of cannon fodder invariably appears to meet their demise. Viewed in this light, the earlier group must have been the initial wave of expendables. Enemies abound, and if the major organizations were to uncover Chen Ye's secret, they would undoubtedly unite against him. Chen Ye's conjecture is not without merit. Take his double-eared pot, for instance. Since such an illogical object exists in this world, it stands to reason that other similar entities must also exist. Should such entities exist, they are typically controlled by a specific unit or national organization. If these entities, like Chen Ye's double-eared pot, can create extraordinary beings, the situation becomes even more dire. While all of the above remains hypothetical, the adversaries Chen Ye anticipates are also mere figments of imagination. Yet, one must consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. What if reality aligns with his conjectures? Chen Ye retrieved 2 vials of potion from the cabinet. The experiment on the vampire reagent's immortality must commence, as long as he grasps the essence of immortality. Even a total collapse would be inconsequential to him. Chen Ye, those individuals have never been his subordinates, but rather experimental subjects. Experimental subjects can be replaced at will, as long as there are potions. He can create as many such creatures as he desires. Meanwhile, completely absorbed in a battle of wits with the air, the 9-tailed fox found herself in a state of utter disarray. Damn it. Is there truly no alternative to large-scale destructive weaponry for effectively dealing with those monsters? How is Chuyang faring? He is still cooperating with the experiment. The results show that his internal physiology is vastly different from that of a human, with all metrics far exceeding those of a normal person. If we can achieve a breakthrough in biological technology through him, the development of the initial enhancement reagent will make remarkable strides. How much longer will it take? Uncertain, but I believe it should be soon. Soon. Do you have any idea how powerful those monsters are? When facing 006, I nearly took an entire squad to hell to meet my great-grandmother. If our roles were reversed, I guarantee that the moment that monster got angry, you would be beaten so severely that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. We need Chuyang's abilities more than you do. I understand your feelings, but please, remain calm. Chuyang's utility in the rear far exceeds that on the front lines. If the enhancement reagent can be successfully developed, our 100-strong armed force will be able to contend directly with 1,000 002s. I do not care how many 002s that reagent can enable us to fight. I only care about the lives and deaths of my comrades at this moment. I ask you, if 1,000 002s or even 10,000 were to appear right now, who would be rushing to the front lines to face them? Clearly, it would be us. Can you not adopt a longer-term perspective? A longer-term perspective. Are you suggesting we prepare some paper to burn for future contingencies? We do not even know how to survive the present. What future can we possibly consider? What future do we have left? You. What do you mean by you? I ask you. If your reagent fails and our front line is completely wiped out, will you bear the responsibility? What do you mean by I? I was suddenly assigned to lead the charge against those monsters. Do you think I wanted this? Do you think my brothers under me wanted this? Chapter 027, Designation 007. The following day, the weather was gloomy. A light drizzle fell from the sky as a young girl clad in a black trench coat walked down the street. She lifted her head to glance at the overcast sun and instinctively tightened her throat. Still. It's no use. The girl attempted to raise 3 syllables, her voice raspy, and the 3 sounds bore little distinction from one another. She returned home and pushed open the door, revealing a room filled with musical instruments, such as a piano, guitar, and violin in one corner. A collection of various CDs lay piled up, and the walls were adorned with posters of various singers. The girl removed her trench coat and approached the computer, attempting to sing a song. However, her voice was hoarse, and her unaccompanied singing sounded quite unpleasant. The girl is currently a rising star in the online music scene, known by her stage name. Her voice is ethereal and unique, imbued with a charm that no one else can replicate, regardless of the song she sings. Yet, 2 months ago, her voice suddenly became hoarse. She had always been diligent in caring for her voice, avoiding overly oily, salty, or spicy foods, and refraining from smoking or entering smoky environments. Up until 2 months ago, her voice had posed no issues whatsoever. Then, on a certain day 2 months ago, she fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever for several consecutive days, and her throat felt as if it were on fire. After recovering from a severe illness, the young girl received an invitation to participate in a television show. During her time there, she appeared to be fine, but when she took the stage to sing, her voice suddenly faltered. Her throat was incredibly hoarse, and by the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. She forced herself to finish the song, leaving many fans who had come specifically to see her in a state of shock. Was this the voice kissed by angels? Or perhaps it was a voice ravaged by a chainsaw? Following that moment, the girl experienced an overnight fall from grace. Despite her attempts to explain that her condition was due to a cold and fever, no one seemed to care. They were only concerned with whether she could still showcase the exquisite voice she once possessed. The girl was immensely anxious, but it seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke on her. Her voice never returned to its former glory. A month passed, and under the mounting pressure from public opinion and her management, she reluctantly participated in a concert, aware that her voice had yet to recover. She planned to lip-sync this time. This plan had been agreed upon with her manager, with the intention of weathering the storm of public scrutiny before addressing the future. However, as fate would have it, she was publicly exposed for lip-syncing. In that moment, the girl found herself trapped, forced to sing live once more. Consequently, her reputation took a disastrous blow. The incident caused even her most loyal fans to turn against her. From the moment she lost her voice, it could be said that she had lost everything, as all she had was built upon her vocal talent. Afterward, she vanished from the public eye, quickly fading into obscurity. The internet's memory is fleeting, with new and fresh events constantly diverting people's attention. No one would continuously focus on a singer who had deceived her fans. Even now, the girl remains unable to produce the voice she once had. She donned headphones and replayed her earlier performance, but it remained painfully discordant. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she curled up, cradling her knees and weeping softly. Yet, even her cries were raspy and hoarse. After a long while, she wiped her tears and made her way to the balcony. She stood on the 8th floor, gazing blankly over the edge before closing her eyes and leaping off. The descent was swift, devoid of any leisurely contemplation. In a flash, she landed on the ground below. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. When she opened her eyes, she found a man in a white mask standing before her. Upside down. No, it was not the man who was upside down. It was she who was suspended in midair. The man held her ankle with one hand while keeping the other tucked in his pocket. At that moment, her head was barely an inch from the ground, her hair cascading down to touch the earth. Huh? The girl blinked, and the masked man abruptly released his grip. Thud. Her head struck the ground with a resounding crack. The sound indicated a solid impact. The girl sat up, cradling her head and moaning in pain. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, the man tilted his head in confusion. "What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm clearly trying to commit suicide. The girl clutched her head, her expression a mix of sorrow and despair. I thought this was some form of performance art. Chen Ye said, pulling out a white cloth to wipe his hands before retrieving a vial of deep red liquid from his pocket. Since you're intent on ending it all, why not assist my research before you go? It would make your demise a bit more meaningful. The girl looked at Chen Ye in bewilderment. What research? Research related to life, he replied, directly handing her the vampire serum. Drink it. What is this? Well, you're going to die anyway, so why bother asking? At least I want to understand what I'm dying from, she retorted. Chen Ye's expression remained inscrutable. It's poison, poison. The girl gazed at the liquid in her hand, pondering for a moment. Will it hurt? Are you still alive? Chen Ye kept his hands in his pockets. Although he was pleased to have found a test subject, he was not fond of the overly curious. Under his urging, the girl took a deep breath and tilted her head back to drink the potion. Gulp. The serum was metallic and tasted like blood. As it slid down her throat, her body began to convulse violently. Is the effect kicking in already? It's so fast. The girl writhed on the ground in agony, feeling as if every muscle in her body was being torn apart. Observing her torment, Chen Ye began to take notes. The primary ingredients of the vampire serum were human blood, bat, salamander, and the blood of the second-generation deep diver. The only difference from the second serum was one ingredient. The vampire serum did not contain human blood, which was replaced with leeches. Both formulations involved the concept of blood, and Chen Ye wanted to see how a slight variation in materials would affect the overall efficacy of the serum. Soon, scales sprouted on the girl's body, fins emerged from her ears, and her long hair transformed into a deep green hue. Before Chen Ye could react, her legs suddenly contracted and fused together, forming a fish tail. Is this a mermaid? No, this is a vampire serum. Why did you turn me into a mermaid? This is not just a slight deviation. This is a complete failure. Chen Ye lamented, realizing that the vampire serum would likely need to be completely redesigned. Reluctantly, he recorded the girl in his phone's files. Designation 007, Siren, Chapter 28, Weaver of Fate. Not dead? The siren crawled up, staring at her hands, which were now covered in scales, yet her palms retained their human form. Unlike the scales of the second-generation deep diver, the siren's scales shimmered, reflecting a bluish-purple light. She attempted to stand but could not, as her fish tail would not support her. Chen Ye shook his head at the sight, preparing to intervene, but just then, a plume of steam erupted from the siren's body. Billowing white smoke rose, and when it cleared, she had reverted to her human form. What is this? The siren, puzzled like Chen Ye, examined her hands and legs. I've turned back? I just imagined having legs, and it worked. This is easier to control than the second-generation deep diver. Chen Ye thought to himself that perhaps he could extract some blood from the siren to aid in developing a fully controllable fish-human serum. Well, this time wasn't a complete failure. Stand up. Upon hearing Chen Ye's command, the siren stood without question. Her body moved on its own. Who are you? The siren suddenly felt the man before her loom large, casting a shadow over her like a mountain so frightening. Chen Ye, upon hearing her, felt his eyes behind the mask flash, his pupils splitting into 18. Do you believe in fate? The girl felt her heart race as she gazed at his fragmented pupils. The mask obscured her view of his face, heightening her fear. She couldn't tell if the visage behind the mask was human. All she could envision was the face of a monster. The unknown is terrifying. I believe. Chen Ye waved his hand, drawing forth a thread. Yet sometimes, there is no such thing as fate. If a person could determine another's life or death, whose fate is it? The fate of the deceased or the fate of the one granting death? If this is the fate of the deceased, then whose hand holds the fate of the one granting it? Thus, it is evident that what most people refer to as fate is merely a human construct. Yet at times, I feel there truly exists fate in this world. Was our encounter merely a coincidence? I do not think so. Like this thread, though you cannot see it, it invisibly connects you and me. With that, Chen Ye flicked his fingers, causing the siren's arm to rise involuntarily. She did not act, having lost control of her own body, deepening her fear. Though I do not know whose hand controls my fate. I know that your fate is now in my hands. Of course, not just yours. I hold the fates of many. They may find their paths diverging due to my presence, leading them down entirely different roads. Or they may want to return to their original paths, only to discover they have strayed onto the path of monsters, with no way back. Thus, to them, I am the weaver of fate. Chen Ye retracted the thread, restoring the siren's control over her body. She tried to comprehend his words, but under the weight of fear, she could only grasp one. I am fate. The siren steadied her breath, and following that thought, she pondered deeply. Strictly speaking, if falling to her death today was her original fate, then Chen Ye's appearance had rewritten that fate. The original version of her had perished. It was Chen Ye who forcefully tore open a divergent path at the end of fate and led her into it. From that moment on, Chen Ye became her destiny. Alternatively, perhaps her fate had been manipulated by Chen Ye from the very beginning. From her loss of voice to her suicide, from soaring heights to the depths of despair, from death to rebirth, none of this was coincidental. It was all orchestrated by that individual, weaving fates, altering destinies, determining outcomes. Could this be the essence of a fate weaver? Upon this thought, Siren suddenly felt as though she were but a marionette. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been pulled onto the stage by someone tugging at the strings. Of course, she was not the sole performer on this stage. They were all puppets, and it required little thought to deduce that the puppeteer could only be Chen Ye. Observing the girl's demeanor of solemn respect, Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Could she be misinterpreting something? Never mind, it mattered little. Siren suddenly bent down and inquired, "Pray tell, where shall fate guide my next step?" Casually came Chen Ye's response, which indeed felt quite nonchalant. Yet Siren mused that this so-called casualness could not be taken at face value. Could it be? An epiphany struck her. She realized that her voice had returned. That casualness meant she could continue her journey as a singer. This was undoubtedly a boon from fate. But remember, do not let anyone discover your secret. Additionally, after you have adapted to your new form, provide me with a daily report detailing the changes and abilities of your body. Since it was not a primary objective, Chen Ye was too indifferent to observe herself. Let 007 monitor her own progress. Understood. After receiving Siren's affirmation, Chen Ye stepped forward and vanished from her sight. As for how she disappeared, had one ever seen Spider-Man? Subsequently, Chen Ye intended to continue her explorations, perhaps gathering a few experimental materials. With reagent number 1 having failed, it was time to test reagent number 2. Should that also fail, she would have no choice but to start anew. Once Chen Ye departed, Siren returned upstairs alone. During her ascent, she encountered an orange cat in the hallway, one she recognized as belonging to her neighbor across the way. She often fed it ham, and today, in high spirits, she intended to pet the cat as usual. However, upon seeing her, the orange cat suddenly fluffed up. It bared its claws and emitted fierce growls, losing all semblance of its previous docility. Siren was caught off guard when its claws grazed her. Unbeknownst to her, within the cat's vision, she had long since ceased to resemble a human. Instead, she appeared as a monstrous entity, her body covered in tentacles and a viscous liquid. Soon after, the neighbor, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Upon seeing Siren's scratches, the neighbor quickly apologized and scooped up the orange cat, which continued to snarl at Siren as it was carried away. It seemed that things were indeed different now. Chapter 29. Siren's Song. Regardless of the tricks fate had played on Siren, the current outcome was not entirely disastrous. Upon returning home, she attempted to sing a few familiar songs, and the nostalgic sensation gradually resurfaced. The joy swelling within her needed no words, nor did it require expression. She re-sang a song she had planned to release and posted it online. Her voice had become even more enchanting than before. She herself was enamored by the sound. This was no mere illusion. Her voice had indeed improved. It was almost excessively so. In some respects, her voice transcended the limits of human appreciation. It was a sound of absolute perfection. Siren felt a sense of satisfaction. In this regard, transforming into a monster did not seem so unfavorable. Was I transformed into a mermaid? She pondered, and suddenly, her physical structure began to shift. Her legs vanished. Replaced by a fish tail, scales and fins sprouted from her form. Gazing into the mirror, she was struck by the wonder of it all. What a peculiar sensation. Without legs, she felt no chill as she examined her body. She marveled at her transformation. Perhaps becoming a monster was not as hard to accept as she had thought. Naturally, her acceptance stemmed primarily from the fact that her appearance had changed little. She still bore the familiar visage, though her hair had turned a deep green. This complemented her fish-like body beautifully. Had she transformed into a 002 deep diver, sporting a large fish head and two bright yellow lights, would she have been able to accept that? After spending some time studying her body, Siren was suddenly struck by a question. How does a fish person relieve themselves? And how do they reproduce? A good inquiry. However, delving into this topic would likely not pass scrutiny. So she let it rest. Siren reverted to her human form and turned to her computer. Her newly released song had garnered little attention upon its debut on the platform. This was hardly surprising, given that she had been absent for an entire month and many of her fans had evaporated. To regain her previous popularity, she would need to start anew. Siren slapped her cheeks, reminding herself that old things must be let go for new ones to come. She would rebuild her fanbase and strive to recapture that initial feeling. I believe there will still be people who appreciate my music, if only they could help share it. Half an hour later, the statistics for her new song began to surge dramatically. In a rental apartment, a gaming streamer was live broadcasting a shooting game. However, at that moment, the chat was flooded with the name of a song. Frowning at the chaotic messages, the streamer said, "Please don't spam. I'll listen to the song after this match." Since half an hour prior, individuals had begun to sporadically mention this song. Initially, only a few had posted, but soon, the numbers escalated, and now nearly everyone was discussing it. This peculiar trend puzzled the streamer, and no matter how he addressed them, they continued to bombard the chat. Just as he was about to respond, his phone rang. "Hello, Lizzie? What? Listening to a song. Which song? No, why have you started too?" Moments ago, viewers in his stream had been fervently recommending this very song. All right, I'll listen." He hung up, exited the game, and searched for the song online. It had skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts. As he clicked play, an exquisite melody graced his ears, the voice enchanting and ethereal. Yet, as he listened, his expression grew vacant. Share. Let more people hear it, he thought. Let more people listen. Before the song concluded, the streamer began fervently sharing it. He sent it to every friend, posted it on his social media, and even shared it with old classmates he hadn't contacted in a decade. And he was not alone in this frenzy. His social media feeds were saturated with shares of this song. The internet erupted. Those unfamiliar with the song were bewildered but curious enough to listen. Upon hearing it, they too began to share. That day, the entire internet went wild. News outlets and media alike joined in the fray, sharing the song. In a single night, this song spread across the nation and even made its way onto international platforms. At this moment, Siren was blissfully unaware that if her wish while singing had been for world unity, she had indeed united all of humanity. In just 3 days, the entire world had been captivated by this song. This was not an exaggeration. It was a genuine phenomenon. The nine-tailed fox faction was in turmoil, swiftly attempting to ban the song online. Quick, damn it. Are those monsters declaring war on us? The worst part is, we heard the song too. Indeed, when he came to his senses, he realized he had shared the song countless times. They had all been subjected to a mimetic assault. Each of them could potentially become a latent 007-1. 007 was uncertain whether it was human. The nine-tailed fox designated 007 as a song, a meme. Hearing this song triggered the meme, making it nearly impossible to resist. The designation 007-1 referred to those influenced by the monster, akin to the kin of 002 deep divers, which could be categorized as 002-1, 002-2, 002-3, and so forth indefinitely. However, this would prove cumbersome, so the nine-tailed fox referred to all derivatives of the monster, as well as those transformed or influenced by the monster, collectively as -1. Unfortunately, they had all heard the song of 007. This implied they had all become potential 007-1s. The only silver lining was that the brainwashing effect of 007 lasted only 3 days. The sole exception during this period was Chu Yang, who remained unaffected. Why was Chu Yang unscathed? Well, it seemed he possessed some form of transcendent mental resistance, rendering him entirely immune to this mimetic attack. At that moment, Chu Yang stepped forward. "Hold on, don't jump to conclusions. Let me clarify, I merely wore earplugs. Moreover, all the information recorded by you these days is entirely erroneous. Point 006 is not a spider. It is the weaver of fate. Likewise, 007 is not a song but rather a siren. How do you know this?" I guessed. Chapter 030. The Living Dead. As she traversed the streets, The siren gazed in excitement at the exaggerated statistics of her new song, only to have it abruptly taken down the very next moment. Huh? Why? Where has my song gone? Just moments ago, she was contemplating what would transpire with her next track, yet now it had vanished in an instant. What on earth is happening? Alas, I suppose even if I inquire, no one will enlighten me. I might as well ponder what will occur with the new song. Click. At that moment, a pair of handcuffs suddenly clamped onto the siren's wrist. Perhaps it would be best not to release any new songs. We have several matters we wish to discuss with you. For reasons unknown, the crowd on the street suddenly dispersed, and a battalion of fully armed nine-tailed foxes surrounded her. The siren stood there, dumbfounded. Huh? Why are you apprehending me? Because, before the first man could finish his sentence, another approached, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Put on the earplugs immediately." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly donned their earplugs. Target 007, the siren, has now been captured. Commence containment protocol immediately. The siren was taken away on the fourth day of her return. In his room, Chen Ye sipped on juice, pondering why he had not received any reports from her despite instructing her to do so daily. It was quite peculiar. Could she have been captured? That would be far too swift. It had only been a few days. After finishing his juice, Chen Ye casually tossed the box into the trash can. Just then, he received an email. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from 004, the Queen Bee. Esteemed Lord Ao, I believe you have been researching matters concerning the undead. I have prepared a surprise for you, which I trust will meet your satisfaction. If you have the time, do visit South Bay Port at noon today. 004 Sometime prior, in the underground of South Bay Port, figures moved swiftly about. Among them were both men and women, their motions rapid as if they were transporting or dragging something. Just then, the Queen Bee emerged from her room. At these few. Indeed, Your Majesty, how utterly decayed they are. I wonder if they will suffice. Nonetheless, let us give it a try. If successful, it shall serve as a gift for that esteemed individual. If not, we shall find a place to dispose of them. Observing the several putrid, charred corpses before her, the Queen Bee reached forth and tore open a chest cavity, retrieving a golden octagonal crystal. You shall do. Darkness, a profound silence enveloped the abyss. Is this what it feels like to be dead? It is not as terrifying as I imagined. After all, I am prepared to meet the Creator, but whether he is ready to meet me is another matter entirely. Drip, drip. The sound of water? Why is there a sound of water? Odd. Am I not supposed to be dead? Why can I still hear water? Lord Ao, as you can see, his bodily functions have returned to normal. He is a living being. Isn't it remarkable? Of course, if it were merely this, it would not suffice for me to present him as a gift to you. You know, this individual has been deceased for nearly a month. His body has not only severely decayed but has also been charred. If there is anyone capable of resurrecting him, it could only be a necromancer. Unfortunately, there are no such necromancers. I revived him myself. He has become a guardian bee, entering a pupation state, regenerating new flesh and blood, with all vital signs restored. So, he is akin to a vegetative state, unable to awaken. Indeed, as you have observed, I have merely restored his life. I cannot restore his consciousness, as long as consciousness remains absent. This body holds no value for me. The Queen Bee's control over individuals relies on mental domination. Even the new consciousness replacement method depends on the being's inherent awareness. If there is no consciousness, it is no different from a stone or a blade of grass, rendering it beyond her control. Seeing this, Chen Ye crouched down. You intend to present him as material for me? Yes, after all, living dead are relatively rare. The Queen Bee chuckled. Chen Ye contemplated. It is indeed his first encounter with a living dead. Though uncertain of the outcome, let us draw a vial of blood for further examination. With a gesture, several puppets appeared, producing syringes to extract blood from the living dead. However, the syringes failed to penetrate the skin. This is likely due to his transformation into a guardian bee, resulting in remarkably tough skin, akin to stone. Chen Ye waved his hand again, sending a thread to pierce the skin, creating a small puncture. The puppets seized the opportunity to draw blood through this hole, continuing until they had extracted 4 vials. If left as is, he is bound to perish in a few days. Take good care of him. Do not let him die until my experiment concludes. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, the Queen Bee bent down. Yes, Lord Ao. It must be said. This group has become considerably more docile of late. Even the fishmen and ravens report discovering quite a number of rare materials, which they intend to bring back to Chen Ye. Now, this is what I call a proper endeavor. Chen Ye could only remark that the child had grown up and learned to repay his parents. Should this living dead material yield any results? The queen bee will indeed have accomplished a significant feat subsequently. The queen bee ordered her men to carry the living dead to a room and administer glucose. Bodied. Feels so itchy. Itchy? Odd. Why do I feel itchy? My senses are gradually returning. In the midst of darkness, faint twinkles of starlight began to emerge. He exerted all his strength to reach for that glimmer, and just as his fingers were about to touch the light, it instantly engulfed the darkness. Bang! The living dead abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright in shock, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Why is this place? Damn it, what on earth is happening? Not only was his head pounding, but his memories felt as tangled as a pair of earphones in a pocket, confused and incomprehensible. Who am I? The man spoke in a daze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had forgotten many things, including his own identity. Rising from the bed, before he could descend, the queen bee appeared before him. Oh, you're awake. This is truly incredible. Do you remember who you are? The man shook his head in confusion. The queen bee smiled widely. Ah, this will make things much easier. Chapter 031. The guardian bee. That very afternoon, the queen bee dressed the man in a new outfit. He complied without resistance, showing no signs of defiance. Come now, read this. The queen bee produced a book and handed it to the man, who accepted it and began to read it word by word. He recognized every single character and understood their meanings. Yet he could not recall how he knew them. Observing the man quietly reading in the room, the queen bee's smile grew increasingly sinister. She retrieved a file containing all the information about this man. Yang Yin, 28 years old, graduated from Biling Police Academy, currently employed at the Biling Municipal Public Security Bureau, married, with a nearly 4-year-old son. Ha ha ha, a nine-tailed fox, is it? Daring to intrude upon my territory, I shall send you a grand gift. The guardian bee, Yang Yin, upon finishing this book, go and reunite with your old friends. As night fell, in the outskirts of Biling City, the nine-tailed foxes established a temporary military district in Omping District. The skeletal framework of buildings rose above ground, yet they did not neglect the underground in a sealed chamber beneath, filled with seawater. The siren was restrained, her hands and feet bound. Now, she had transformed into a mermaid state. Being recorded by a group of researchers. SRW number 007, the siren. This target singing possesses an exceedingly potent mimetic contamination capability, with the commands given to the contaminated varying based on the singer's emotional state. If 007 expresses a desire to kill while singing, anyone who has heard 007's voice will immediately and swiftly attempt to murder those around them. Should there be no one nearby, the contaminated individual will instantly take their own life. This mimetic effect has a temporal component. Current measurements indicate that the longest contamination duration recorded is 70 hours, approaching 3 days. Furthermore, 007 appears to lack any other offensive capabilities, at least none have been demonstrated thus far. Observers must ensure they carry earplugs when monitoring 007, as all inquiries and responses are strictly prohibited. Whether in person or through audio devices, any interaction carries the risk of the inquirer being enchanted by 007's song and transformed into 007-1. In addition, the internal physical structure of 007 bears resemblance to that of 002, the merman, yet they are not entirely identical. 007 possesses the visage of a youthful maiden, with the ability to transition between legs and a fishtail. A stark contrast to the situation of 002. Current experiments indicate that 007 can thrive in aquatic environments. Her fishtail serves a genuine purpose rather than being merely ornamental. Project level. Level 1 encryption. Project status. Unknown. Danger level. RS. Extremely dangerous. Zhang Jinsong furrowed his brow as he perused the report presented by a group of researchers. Tio think we managed to seize this opportunity so effortlessly. Is it not a tad too smooth? Beside him, a man sipping corn porridge remarked, What's wrong with things going well? By the way, I feel like I've seen 007 somewhere. Suddenly, the man retrieved his phone, recalling, isn't Shishi. My son adores her songs. Oddly enough, I've heard her songs too, and they didn't seem particularly unusual. Zhang Jinsong frowned deeper, contemplating two possibilities. Firstly, she might not have exhibited the meme contamination previously. Secondly, she may have been incapable of manifesting the meme contamination in the past. Is there a difference? The distinction is significant. If she was incapable, it implies she lacked that ability before. Something must have transpired during this period, granting her the capacity for meme contamination. If this is the case, her situation may parallel that of the mermen described by Chu Yang. Once human, now transformed into monsters either willingly or by coercion. Regarding this matter, Chu Yang has a hypothesis. Zhang Jinsong's frown deepened. Someone is systematically creating these monsters. You suggest this is man-made? How could that be? I too find it implausible. Hence, we are currently investigating the individuals with whom 007, the siren, has interacted during this time frame. If she truly underwent transformation into a monster during this period, then among those she encountered, there must be individuals we seek. Just then, the lights in the room flickered ominously. Zhang Jinsong turned to see something lurking in the shadows. With another flicker, the lights took an eternity to stabilize, and when they finally illuminated the room, a figure clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with fragments of bronze-colored armor, emerged. Who was that? Zhang Jinsong queried, just as the figure abruptly lifted its head. The individual possessed a shock of white hair that did not appear dyed as he stepped closer to Zhang Jinsong. He slowly extended his right hand, a black, metallic-like spike suddenly protruding from his palm. This is bad. Incident 04. The so-called Incident 04 refers to a monster assaulting the headquarters of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Zhang Jinsong hastily donned his headset, but before he could utter a word, the figure vanished and reappeared before him in an instant. So fast, with a sickening sound, flesh was pierced. The spike in the figure's hand had directly impaled Zhang Jinsong's wrist. In agony, Zhang Jinsong kicked out at the man, yet his full-force kick seemed to have no effect. Another individual, witnessing this, swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, shouting, "Don't move, if you..." But before he could finish, the man withdrew the long spike, instantly stabbing it through the throat of the nine-tailed fox soldier. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his throat in agony, he collapsed, soon devoid of breath. Another monster without any record, damn it. Zhang Jinsong pressed his hand against his injured arm, retreating hastily. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox soldiers, having received the signal, rushed to the scene. "Commander, everyone, fall back," Zhang Jinsong commanded. "The adversary's abilities are unknown, possessing extraordinary speed and defense. Do not approach recklessly." Upon hearing this, the soldiers hesitated to advance, but just then, Chu Yang appeared. He gazed at the monster before him, his pupils narrowing in alarm. "Yang Yin?" Yang Yin turned to face Chu Yang, and a sudden sharp pain shot through his head, as if his brain had been jolted. Observing this, Chu Yang stepped forward slowly. "Young officer, is that you?" Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed as Yang Yin instantly launched a bee-like needle at Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang reacted swiftly, evading the surprise attack. Witnessing this, Chu Yang's gaze hardened. "It seems you are not Yang Yin, merely a monster wearing his guise." Yang Yin took a step forward, a pair of ethereal wings manifesting behind him, allowing him to ascend into the air. Target count 247. Mission objective: annihilate. Designation 004-1. The Guardian Bee, Yang Yin. Chapter 32. The resurgence of Yang Yin. Bang. A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking Yang Yin's head. Yet, he displayed no sign of discomfort. The bullet merely grazed his skin, not penetrating in the slightest. Zhang Jinsong ordered a continued barrage of fire, a multitude of bullets hurtling toward Yang Yin. Strangely, the bullets had no effect upon hitting Yang Yin. "Damn it! What on earth is that creature?" Zhang Jinsong had retreated to the rear, where medics were tending to his wounded arm. The sudden appearance of the monster had caught them off guard. They had anticipated such an occurrence and had prepared a contingency plan. However, Incident 04 had unfolded even more swiftly than they imagined. Was it because we captured the siren? Watching Yang Yin remain unfazed amidst the hail of gunfire, Zhang Jinsong gritted his teeth, seizing the nearby intercom. Immediately, he ordered Teams 2 and 3 to converge on the temporary containment area, directing the immediate transfer of 007, the siren, to the designated zone. One team must hold off that monster. Whatever it is, at least buy us some time. Zhang Jinsong made a rather reluctant decision, If conventional weaponry fails to eliminate the monster before them, they will have exhausted all means of response. Their sole option is to relocate the successfully contained 007 to another location. Observing the nine-tailed fox soldiers firing incessantly, Yang Yin flapped his wings and dove towards the ground at remarkable speed. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as Yang Yin effortlessly navigated through the ranks of nine-tailed fox soldiers. The spike in his hand pierced through the hearts of soldiers, his form weaving through the throng. Each thrust unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. Yang Yin resembled a relentless killing machine. In mere moments, 100 lives were extinguished. The rapidity of casualties. Zhang Jinsong's pupils constricted. This cannot continue. We will be annihilated here. Everyone, heed my command. All previous orders are hereby nullified. Cease all offensive actions and retreat immediately. Use every ounce of strength you have. If you can run, take as many steps as possible. I repeat, everyone, evacuate at once. But can we truly escape? The nine-tailed fox soldiers abandoned their assault, turning to flee in all directions. Yang Yin swiftly pursued a group of soldiers, flipping in midair before landing and seizing one soldier by the head. The soldier barely had time to react before Yang Yin wrenched off his head, using it as a projectile to strike another soldier in the thigh. Crack! The head collided with the thigh, shattering the bone, and that soldier collapsed. I got my leg. He barely managed to scream before Yang Yin descended upon him, crushing his spine beneath his foot. Some soldiers, witnessing this, halted their retreat. It was futile. His speed is too great. None of us can escape. I'll stay behind to provide cover. Monster, come, if you have the guts. Kill me first. Splurt! A fountain of blood erupted as the soldier's head was severed before he could finish his sentence. Yang Yin expressionlessly wiped the blood from his hands. Remaining targets. 86, just then, Chu Yang suddenly positioned himself in front of Yang Yin. Yang Yin, unwilling to speak, lunged towards Chu Yang. In that instant, Chu Yang also charged at Yang Yin, both poised to strike at each other's vital points. Yet for Yang Yin, he bore no vulnerabilities. Chu Yang's blows landed on him without inflicting pain, merely causing his head to tilt slightly. This was hardly an assault. Yang Yin pressed forward, ready to thrust the spike into Chu Yang's chest. But at that moment, Chu Yang abruptly retracted his fist, executing an elbow strike that connected with Yang Yan's jaw. Thud. Yang Yan's head and body snapped back as Chu Yang unleashed a powerful force, akin to a martial arts technique, striking Yang Yan's chest. Boom. With a resounding crash, Yang Yan's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby concrete wall. The wall crumbled under the impact. The sheer force of the collision was nearly equal to Yang Yan's own might. Chu Yang approached cautiously, while Yang Yin slowly rose from the rubble. Despite Chu Yang's terrifying explosive power, to Yang Yin, it was merely a tickle. Yang Yin cracked his neck, the sound of popping bones resonating throughout his body. From a human perspective, what level do you consider yourself? Yang Yin inquired, raising the spike in his hand. Although he had lost his memories, that did not imply he had become foolish. The individual before him was clearly no ordinary human, prompting Yang Yin to re-evaluate this mission and the man standing before him. Chu Yang replied, from a human standpoint, I suppose I must be the weakest. From the perspective of a monster, what level do you consider yourself to be? Yang Yin's gaze remained calm. Like you, he too was among the weakest. How fortuitous indeed. With a clash, the two resumed their battle. Observing their confrontation, Zhang Jinsong understood clearly that it was beyond their ability to intervene. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Only a monster could combat another monster. A small group of elite individuals executing a mission, even if just two, would surpass the strength of 100 mere foot soldiers. We must not squander the time Chu Yang has procured for us. We must continue our retreat. At the very least, we must bring back the cells extracted from the fishmen. As long as the enhancement reagent remains, we still possess the strength to fight. As night fell, within the underground factory of Nanwan Port, the queen bee was indulging in a feast, continuously consuming high-calorie foods. Although she only sampled small portions each time, her mouth was in constant motion until her phone rang. Hello? Your Majesty. Oh? Yang Yin, have you located that group of nine-tailed foxes? I have. Upon hearing this, the queen bee speared a small piece of chocolate cake with her fork and brought it to her lips. Oh, how many did you kill? 345. Clink. The fork slipped from the queen bee's grasp, as if time itself had frozen for a moment. H how many? 11 escaped. No. You annihilated the entire nine-tailed fox squad? The queen bee couldn't help but exclaim. This individual managed to single-handedly wipe out an entire squad of nine-tailed foxes. Goodness, is a royal guard bee truly that formidable? Perhaps I might have overestimated my capabilities slightly? The queen bee turned to the shadows behind her, where numerous sharp stingers glinted ominously. Approximately 9 royal guard bees. She had prepared herself for a protracted battle with that group, yet Yang Yin had completed the task alone? Were the nine-tailed foxes too weak, or were the royal guard bees too strong? Or perhaps it was a combination of both. As the queen bee pondered this, Yang Yin's voice resonated once more from the phone. Additionally, I discovered a person. Who? Is it Chu Yang? That man is of no concern. Let him go. No, I am referring to a woman. A woman? Chapter 033. The Vampire? Just as dawn was breaking, Yang Yin returned, carrying a young girl clad in a black trench coat over his shoulder. The girl had long, dark green hair and awkwardly waved at the queen bee upon seeing her. Hi. The queen bee looked on, perplexed. Who are you? I suppose I am human. Upon hearing the girl's words, the queen bee expressionlessly waved her hand. Human, you say? Then let us find a place to bury you alive. The girl froze momentarily. Wait, I'm not actually human. The queen bee contemplated for a moment. Then let us bury you somewhere far away. Ah? The girl was bewildered, but Yang Yin was unyielding, hoisting her up and striding outside. At that moment, the girl suddenly had a flash of inspiration and began to sing a clear melody. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Yin's body stiffened abruptly. The queen bee frowned. Yang Yin, what are you doing? Before the queen bee could say more, Yang Yin suddenly turned around. At the same time, 10 black stingers materialized around the queen bee's neck. The 10 royal guard bees simultaneously attacked, encircling the queen bee, inciting her fury. Are you attempting to rebel? For some unknown reason, the eyes of the 10 royal guard bees appeared vacant. Do not harm her. Is this a form of mental manipulation? The queen bee erupted with psychic force. How audacious, to dare control me. And you all, have you forgotten who your master is? With that, the queen bee forcefully seized control of the 10 royal guard bees' consciousness, redirecting their hostility towards the girl. The girl immediately shut her eyes, her song taking on a fearful tone. In that moment, the heads of the 10 royal guard bees began to convulse violently. Clearly, the two forms of mental control did not cancel each other out. Instead, they compounded together. Amidst the clash of wills, the queen bee ultimately triumphed, as those royal guard bees were originally hers. Who on earth are you? The girl opened her eyes. I am one who follows destiny, rescued by that esteemed individual and reborn. That esteemed individual? Could it be Iske? I had thought it was that dead fish creature, yet it turns out to be Lord Ouse. Since Lord Eos granted you such abilities, how could you have been captured by that pack of foxes? No wonder Lord Eos never mentioned you to us. It seems you are merely a failed experiment. Siren stood up. So, you are akin to me? The queen bee's expression turned cold. Do not compare yourself to me. What right do you have to draw parallels, in light of the fact that it was that esteemed individual who created you? I may spare you, but if you possess any sense, you should end your own life in a secluded place. Next time, no one will come to your rescue. Siren was subsequently dispatched, placed into a shipping container, and unceremoniously discarded into the sea from the dock. After all, she was a mermaid and could not drown. The queen bee harbored a disdain for 002, which extended to an aversion to fish. Siren remained trapped inside the container for an extended period without emerging. The container was swept into the depths of the ocean by the currents, leaving poor 007 in exile. Many nights later, a humble fishing vessel sailed across the ocean's surface. A protruding reef emerged, upon which sat a girl with a human body and a fish tail. This discovery caused an uproar among the fishermen aboard the vessel, who attempted to approach the girl, only to be met with a melody carried by the sea breeze. A "Why have you exiled me?" rather than a song. It resembled a melodic soliloquy. The sailors aboard the fishing vessel became entranced upon hearing her voice. That very night, however, the fishing vessel sank. On that same day, in Biling City, Chen Ye completed 2 masterpieces overnight. A pale-skinned man strolled down the street, his blood-red pupils and sharp teeth contrasting sharply with his ghostly complexion. He walked with a rigid gait until the clouds obscuring the moon dissipated. at which point the pale-skinned man abruptly lifted his head. Then, he began to dance gracefully beneath the moonlight. With a single turn, his black suit transformed into a flowing white gown, and his hair began to grow, turning into a cascade of white locks. His crimson eyes faded, and his face took on a more feminine allure. When she ceased her dance, the man had transformed into a woman. The black shoes upon her feet morphed into white high heels. On the empty street, the woman smiled broadly before turning to enter a narrow alley. Within the alley, several inebriated men chuckled. In this day and age, a gift has come to our doorstep, the woman laughed, spreading her arms wide and confidently quipped, "Do you like it?" One man licked his cracked lips. "Like it? How could I not? Come, let me see how you've developed." As he spoke, he reached out to embrace the woman's shoulders. However, at that moment, the clouds once again obscured the moon. The light was shrouded. Darkness enveloped the street once more. It was then that a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly illuminated the shadows. "Like it? How about you draw a little closer?" A man's voice emerged from the darkness. The drunken men, still unaware of what had transpired, mistook the figure before them for the woman from before. One man reached out to touch, only to find the person's chest utterly flat. Is this your back? When did you turn around, sister?" Believing the woman had turned her back, the man opened his arms, ready to embrace her from behind. Yet at that instant, a sharp fingertip lunged toward his throat. Thud. Ugh. Ugh. The man's eyes widened in shock, his expression grotesquely exaggerated. He hastily clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers and gushing forth with increasing fervor. Ultimately, the blood erupted like a fountain. The sensation was akin to a pump being thrust into his heart, furiously siphoning the blood from within. The man gasped, his body rapidly withering away. In mere moments, he had become a desiccated corpse. "Hey, what is happening?" The men behind him remained oblivious, until the clouds finally parted, allowing the moonlight to shine once more. A blood-stained, white-haired man coldly regarded them, his crimson eyes fixed upon the lifeless body at his feet. The once upright men immediately crumpled. "A vampire!" The white-haired man sneered, then swiftly wrapped his arms around several of the men. His skin bore no warmth, chilling to the touch, as though he were a corpse. "Were you not just proclaiming your fondness for me? What, now you are afraid?" The men struggled fiercely, desperately attempting to free themselves from his iron grip, but the man's arms were as unyielding as steel. "Do you know? The greatest motivators for a person are interest and shame. So, how about it, gentlemen? Are you interested in becoming my dogs?" Thud, thud. Blood splattered against the walls. After a moment, the man retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Then, he transformed into a white-haired woman. "Why, little pups, let me hear you bark." As she spoke, the lifeless corpses in the darkness opened their blood-red eyes. "Woof. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The proverbial stone that stirs up 1,000 waves has indeed manifested." As the emergence of a bloodhound has directly incited a biochemical crisis within this region. In merely half an hour, the number of these bloodhounds surged to a terrifying few hundred. By the time the police arrived, the hounds had already begun to overpower the law enforcement forces like an unstoppable army of zombies. Eventually, even the military was called in, and it wasn't until dawn the following day that this turmoil gradually subsided. All the bloodhounds, upon witnessing the first rays of sunlight, lost their ability to move, some even bursting into flames and turning to ash. The authorities publicly declared this incident as a massive outbreak of rabies, advising the populace to exercise caution, yet they did not impose any restrictions on going outdoors. The rationale was simple. Such prohibitions were futile, for their citizens were free. In the subsequent days, similar occurrences transpired across North America, but they were confined to the nighttime. As day broke, all anomalies would dissipate mysteriously, akin to ashes after a great fire. Meanwhile, within a firearms shop, 008 was wielding an M1887 shotgun in the guise of a woman. Players familiar with FPS games might recognize this weapon by its renowned moniker. The Demon Bane. 008 aimed the gun at a woman with blood-red eyes, pulling the trigger as the gunfire echoed, the bullet piercing her chest. Yet, astonishingly, the woman appeared unfazed, digging the bullet out with her own hands. Not enough. I require more. Give me more. 008 chuckled, gently patting the woman's head, reminding her, as a hound, not to be overly greedy. Who's next? As 008 spoke, countless pairs of blood-red eyes flickered into existence from the shadows. The reason for 008's journey to North America involved a convoluted dispute. A mysterious conflict had erupted between 008 and 002 Li Yuan, which swiftly escalated into a life-or-death struggle. Chen Ye, unable to endure their relentless pursuit of one another in Biling City, booked a flight for 008. Sending him abroad. As for the origins of their discord, Chen Ye neither knew nor cared. From Li Yuan's perspective, he believed he had introduced 008 to Chen Ye, facilitating this evolution, and thus felt gratitude towards Li Yuan. However, 008 seemed to hold a different view. Within its triple personas, they harbored an intense hatred for 002, for it was 002 who had relentlessly hunted down and obliterated their family of three. To the mother, 002 had slain her husband and son. To the father, 002 had murdered his wife and son. And to the son, 002 had annihilated his parents, as well as himself. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Yet 008 was not the only one seeking to eliminate 002. Chen Ye's creations could only coexist harmoniously in his presence. Behind the scenes, they were embroiled in fierce rivalries. 001 The Raven pursued 005 the Wallbreaker, while 004 the Queen Bee harbored animosity towards 002 Li Yuan, as did 007 the Siren, who was also a fish. 008 was singularly focused on eliminating 002, indifferent to all else. The only one uninvolved in this conflict was 003 the Invisible Man. Ah, I nearly forgot about 003. Chen Ye clapped his hands, suddenly recalling the existence of his invisible creation. Due to his lack of presence, Chen Ye had momentarily overlooked him. However, if even Chen Ye could ignore him, it was likely that others would do the same. Safe, undeniably safe. Ultimately, this could be attributed to 003's inherently unassuming nature, a relief, indeed. Thus, Chen Ye resolved to allow 003 to roam freely. As he contemplated this, a raven suddenly flew into the room. My Lord OS, it's bad. 003. Smack. Chen Ye swiftly grasped the raven's beak and hurled it out. Silence. As long as you don't speak, the readers will remain unaware of what has transpired. Truly a harbinger of ill fortune, returning only to bring trouble. Hadn't there been peace for merely a few days? 001, transformed into a young girl, crawled back into the room, but Chen Ye had already vanished. The space lay empty, save for a note left behind. 001 picked up the note, which bore 5 succinct and commanding words. Take care of it yourself. Upon seeing this note, 001's gaze sharpened. It seemed the master was unable to intervene. I understand, the Raven declared as it directly contacted everyone except for 006, 007, 008, and 009. The master commands, everyone is to cease their current tasks and encircle 009. Chapter 036, The Chaotic Splitter, Designation 009, The Splitter. The successful experiment with the vampire 008 simultaneously heralded a breakthrough in bioweapons research, with 009 being Chen Ye's magnum opus. However, Chen Ye had annotated the file with several lines of red text. 009 has previously split off half a nuclear warhead, nearly obliterating the entire South Bay port. 009 possesses a distinct personality. Please refrain from communication to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. P.S. Does not comprehend human language. The rainy season had ended. The days were somewhat stifling, while the nights were chilly. In Biling City, 003 Wang Haonan lay bloodied on the ground, facing a man clad in a black coat with white hair. The man's appearance was quite fierce, a tail-eating serpent hanging from his neck. Note that this was not merely an ornament or a craft, but a true manifestation of the mythical Ouroboros, albeit slightly diminutive. Do you know what happens when a fledgling eagle matures? Quite simply, they push their young off a cliff, either to perish or to soar high in the struggle for existence. The weak and incompetent of a species are inevitably culled, while the surviving strong become the representatives of that lineage. I am the most exceptional creation of that master. Unlike you, I am nearly perfect. With that, the man brutally stepped down on Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan bit his lip, yet his body felt as though it had been struck by a speeding Wuling Hongguang, threatening to disintegrate with the slightest movement. 001 has already returned to seek the master. Your time is up. The man chuckled coldly. Is that so? My time is up. You may certainly look forward to seeing whether that master will intervene. Unfortunately, I have just deciphered the cryptic message left for me by that master. Survival of the fittest, the weak must perish, and the incompetent ought to be eradicated. Go be frank. You all have lived far too comfortably. For no one can stand against you. Ha! Allow me to be your opponent. Struggle to survive in my grasp, or simply be eliminated. This is precisely the message from that master. You need not doubt. As the master is unable to intervene, thus relaying this message to me through the code. Only I can decipher the cryptic messages left by that master. Cryptic message? Seeing Wang Haonan's confusion, the man produced his phone, displaying a chat record. Wang Haonan was oblivious to the conversation between the two, but he noted the multitude of statements made by the man. Am I correct in my assumptions? Master? Why have you ceased to respond? Chen Ye had replied with but a single word, death, douc. This is the message left for me by that master. The master wishes for me to eliminate you. Wang Haonan paused momentarily. Is it not possible that the master desires your demise instead? The man laughed. Impossible. I am the most esteemed creation of that master, the culmination of his efforts. He requires only me. Thus, when he speaks of death, it undoubtedly pertains to you. Chen Ye maintained his composure, urging calmness. This fellow has never comprehended human speech. The emergence of 008 and 009, the splitter, occurred almost simultaneously. Following the successful manifestation of the three corpses, Chen Ye extracted blood from both 008 and 00 for the queen bee, thereby creating 9.009 defies conventional understanding. It elevates the combat capabilities of monsters to unprecedented heights. To simplify, 009 is an immortal being. Unlike 008, which harbors a fear of sunlight, 009 is the epitome of perfection, possessing no weaknesses whatsoever. 009 possesses but a singular ability: chaotic splitting. Its body will periodically split, yielding products that are entirely chaotic and unpredictable. It may divide into a mythical or fantastical creature, a blade of grass, a biscuit, or even an entirely new person. Under certain extraordinary circumstances, the items produced by 009 may exhibit astonishing effects. For instance, the serpent coiled around 009's neck is a fantastical creature imbued with self-awareness, continuously consuming its own tail, thereby constricting its body. Since it is entwined around 009's neck, once it has consumed itself to a certain extent, it will choke 009. However, due to 009's immortal nature, it will not perish. Instead, its head will detach and transform into a new split entity, while a new head will sprout in its place. Once the new head emerges, the serpent will regurgitate its body, repeating the previous behavior. In essence, the serpent serves as a timer for 009's splits. To date, 009 has already produced 3 items with unique abilities. The first is the ever-constricting serpent. The second is a white worm capable of burrowing into 009's body. While within 009, this worm significantly enhances its bodily functions, yet it perpetually gnaws at the flesh and blood of its host. Never fully consuming 009. At last, there lies a black arrow. This arrow embodies 2 almost terrifying concepts. Firstly, once it is launched, it is destined to strike its target with absolute certainty. Secondly, it is utterly indestructible. Regardless of the force with which the black arrow is propelled, as long as it fails to hit its mark, it will not cease its pursuit. If 009 desires it to pierce the sun, a mere gentle toss will suffice for it to traverse the atmosphere and embed itself in the sun's core, only to return unscathed. This is one of the 3 known special abilities possessed by 009's unique fragments. There are many other fragments, yet none exhibit any extraordinary capabilities. These materials have been collected by Chen Ye and stored in the warehouse of the Nanwan port area, where an eclectic assortment of items is piled high. It can be said that upon acquiring 009, Chen Ye has gained a mobile repository of materials. All seems splendid, yet this entity is cursed with a wretched intellect and an incessantly chattering mouth. It harbors an almost fanatical admiration for Chen Ye, tailing him relentlessly, 24 hours a day. This incessant presence has become a source of exasperation for Chen Ye, prompting him to confine 009 within the warehouse. However, 009 managed to split off a mobile phone and began fervently attempting to establish communication with Chen Ye through incessant emails. Eventually, one day, Chen Ye could no longer endure it. He turned and uttered a word of dismissal. Subsequently blocking all communications from 009, That very night, 009 escaped. Upon receiving a message from the Raven, Wang Haonan pursued 009, yet the latter easily detected him and swiftly subdued him to the ground. That terrifying explosive power proved to be perilous for Wang Haonan, whose physical prowess was merely that of an ordinary person. At this moment, 009 twirled the black arrow in its hand, a worm crawling across its face, tracing a path from its cheek to the center of its brow. "Farewell, 003, the splitter remarked, adjusting the arrow's tip downward. But before he could release the black arrow, a sudden voice called out from behind. "Hey, can we have a little fun? Can Factory? Designation 009. Splitter, Chaotic Splitter. Chapter 037. The Encirclement of 009. Can Factory? Which scoundrel dares to address me thus?" The Splitter, filled with fury, turned to confront a man in a suit. Smoking a cigarette, who emerged from the wall, he adjusted his tie, his skin gleaming like metal. .005, the wall builder. The Splitter grinned upon seeing this, a mouse hiding in the wall. With that, the Splitter flicked his wrist and hurled the black arrow. Whoosh! The black arrow was propelled with astonishing speed, instantly striking the wall builder in the chest. Yet at that moment, the wall builder's torso became highly metallic, and the black arrow still pierced his heart. Strangely, no blood flowed. The wall builder reached out and pulled the black arrow from his chest, casually discarding it onto the ground. A gaping hole appeared where the arrow had entered, yet the interior was entirely metallic, and the metals twisted together, causing the wound to heal in an instant. The wall builder raised his hand, stating, "If I may say, the Can Factory is only capable of this much. They claim to be the most perfect creation. How laughable!" The Splitter raised his hand, and the black arrow immediately returned to him. His gaze sharpened as his mind raced. .005's ability is to extract metallic or mineral elements, enabling him to achieve metallic transformation in an instant. Primarily due to the tin corresponding rings adorning his fingers, he had merely reinforced his entire body. Yet, observing another ring on his hand, it appeared to be made of carbon fiber. The hardness of carbon fiber is 10 times that of steel, second only to diamond. Nevertheless, even this could not withstand the attack of the black arrow. For the attack of the black arrow is guaranteed to hit, as long as the Splitter selects 005's heart as the target. No matter how resilient the wall builder's body may be, the black arrow will penetrate it. However, penetration does not equate to death. Even in a metallic state, 005 possesses an indestructible trait. He would not perish even if his head were severed. The wall builder, endowed with the ability to manipulate metal, can reassemble or repair his metallic limbs at will. This ability is indeed troublesome, at least beyond the current capabilities of the Splitter. "I intended to leave you for last. Yet you arrived second," remarked the wall builder, slapping the wall behind him. "Alas, it is the command of that esteemed individual. The esteemed one wishes to execute the traitor. Who would dare delay?" With that, several spikes erupted from the concrete wall. Lunging toward the Splitter did not flinch or evade. The spikes pierced his body, yet he felt no pain. "The esteemed one wishes to kill me? Spare me the jest. I am immortal. On what grounds do you believe you possess the ability to slay me? Do you still not comprehend? What that esteemed one truly desires to eliminate is you fools." The wall builder twisted his wrist, and several rocky spikes, akin to tendrils, wriggled and plunged into the Splitter's brain. Splurt! Blood oozed between the rocks, and the wall builder discarded his cigarette. "You cannot kill me. I could learn from that group of nine-tailed foxes and contain you." Crash! An arm burst forth from the rock, and the Splitter exerted force, tearing through the stone and emerging triumphantly. He first shook his head, then extracted a piece of candy from his ear. "How does one split off a piece of candy?" The wall builder chuckled. "Perhaps it wishes to make your demise a tad sweeter. Alas, there are no harder metals available for use. He harbors silver-threaded worms within him. Concrete cannot contain him." Contemplating this, the wall builder suddenly glanced at a nearby building. "Hey, 002, how long do you intend to remain up there?" As the wall builder spoke, a figure suddenly descended from the building. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, and a youth clad in a black raincoat appeared before the two. Accompanying him was a throng of over 1,000 fishmen. Li Yuan had been observing the battle from the sidelines. His reluctance to intervene was not due to a desire to reap the benefits, but rather because he felt his involvement would be futile. Both combatants possessed indestructible traits, a commonality among the new generation of monsters. However, Li Yuan, as an established monster, did not share this trait. Engaging with a horde of undying creatures would only cost him his life. Hence, he initially intended to merely orchestrate a fade for the encirclement of the traitor. Yet, since 005, the wall builder, had spoken, he was compelled to participate. Just then, a large group marched down the street, led by a blonde woman. Everyone had arrived, making for a rather lively scene. With that, the 10 royal guards of the Bee Queen swiftly brandished their stingers, encircling the splitter. At that moment, the raven transformed into a girl in a flowing black dress. Descending from the sky, she approached Wang Haonan, hoisting him up, then retreated to the side. Witnessing this scene, the splitter could only smile wryly. What an honor this is! Excluding Chen Ye, represented by 006, along with the exiled 007 Siren and 0083 corpses. It appeared that all remaining monsters had gathered. The splitter tightened his grip on the candy in his hand, gradually bringing it to his mouth. I hope you all don't mind if I indulge in a piece of candy? The Bee Queen chuckled. After all, it fell from you. If you wish to eat it, then eat it. Once you're done, let us be on our way. The splitter offered a resigned smile. I've made it clear that I am immortal. Haven Ti? This candy, is it durian flavored? Quite nice. As the candy melted in the splitter's mouth, for some inexplicable reason, his figure began to blur. What is this? That candy possesses properties. Quick, extract it. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward. The mention of properties specifically referred to the splitter 009. Among the items he split off, various peculiar traits were often present, making such items highly coveted by Chen Ye. Each time the splitter produced something, the others would scramble to seize the items, offering them as gifts to Chen Ye. However, this time was different. 009 slowly closed his eyes and spread his arms. I am beginning to comprehend everything. This is a randomly teleporting candy. Unfortunately, my dear friends, this time we cannot indulge to the fullest. Let us engage in mutual slaughter another time, until that esteemed individual is satisfied. Crack. As he spoke, 009's body burst apart like a balloon, sending countless white particles into the air, leaving naught but dust behind. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd exchanged glances. It seemed the situation had grown complicated. Yet you appear entirely unperturbed. Bee Queen? Unperturbed? How could I not be anxious? However, before dealing with 009, I have an account to settle with you, dead fish head. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. In that case, I too have an account to settle with you. The wall builder shook his head at this. Internal strife has never ceased. I shall first make my exit. Meanwhile, high above in the atmosphere, the splitter was plummeting through the sky, truly experiencing random teleportation. Well, I suppose I shall take this opportunity to admire the panorama of Earth. Chapter 038. The arrival of Chu Yang. God and the devil engaged in a game, resulting in God being sent to hell. I then played a game with the devil, leading to the devil being sent to meet God. Oddly enough, why have I yet to land? The splitter continued to descend through the sky, but still had not touched down. In his confusion, the splitter retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss, it's me. I'm currently in the sky. Yes, the wind's a bit strong, and the signal isn't great. Can you hear me clearly? What? The wind howled, rendering the voice on the other end muffled. Until Chen Ye took a deep breath and slowly uttered a single word, roll. Roll? The character roll is associated with the water radical, indicating that I am destined to plunge into. Splash. With those words, the splitter dove headfirst into the sea. After a brief moment, the splitter emerged from the boundless ocean, proving once again that he is indeed the boss, capable of foreseeing even my fall into the water. The splitter brushed back his hair. This was certainly not mere coincidence, as the character roll can be disassembled to reveal clothes, which would become wet. Was this implication not sufficiently obvious? But what of the upper portion of the character roll? A horizontal line and a dot below it signify public. Wait, could it be that the horizontal line and dot actually form an image, indicating how I should return? Upon this realization, the splitter promptly retrieved the black arrow and, with precision, hurled it in a specific direction. As the black arrow was launched, the splitter grasped it and took a seat upon it. This was logical, incredibly logical. He truly is the boss, devising a way to utilize the black arrow's guaranteed accuracy to return me to the mainland. The splitter set the arrow's target on a building in North Ridge City, then soared through the air alongside the black arrow. This was simply too rational. Given that the means of return was also anticipated by the boss, the character public beneath the horizontal line must surely indicate that upon my return, I am to continue executing public duties. Rest assured, boss, I shall return promptly. In a coffee shop in North Ridge City, Chen Ye leisurely sipped his coffee, enjoying the rare pleasant weather in such tranquil surroundings. Though the lack of patrons was somewhat disappointing. Suddenly, Chen Ye turned his gaze towards the entrance, where he spotted a young man with black hair standing before the CAF. Upon seeing the young man, Chen Ye's expression grew fervent. A rare guest indeed. Just as I contemplated seeking him out, he unexpectedly arrived on his own. The individual standing before Chen Ye was none other than Chu Yang. Chu Yang pushed open the CAF door and entered, his eyes locking onto Chen Ye as he took a seat directly across from him. Upon seeing Chu Yang, Chen Ye offered a faint smile. Inquiring, and you are? You should be familiar with me, and I with you. Chu Yang interjected, cutting Chen Ye off. At his words, Chen Ye's smile vanished. The visitor bore ill intentions. If memory served correctly, their first encounter was at the gates of Nanyan. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Chen Ye had indelibly etched Chu Yang's image into his mind, drawn by an inexplicable allure that was both captivating and strange, like a mosquito drawn to a blood bank, a mouse in a grain store, or a young man entangled with a married woman. However, he should not have recognized Chen Ye. Today, it was evident that he had come specifically for Chen Ye. Reflecting on the earlier hypothesis of a potential adversary, Chen Ye felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Chu Yang might belong to a certain organization. If he recognized Chen Ye, the only possible explanation for this recognition would be Chen Ye's exposure. Yet Chen Ye could not fathom how he had been exposed, if he had indeed been revealed. How much did Chu Yang know about him? Noticing Chen Ye's silence, Chu Yang suddenly removed his outer garment. Observing this, Chen Ye licked his lips. Clearly, he had come prepared. Chu Yang's body was festooned with an array of mechanical circuitry bombs, numerous in quantity. He spread his arms wide, presenting a display of defiance. You may attempt to cut through with your threads. Should even a single strand be misplaced, all the bombs will detonate in an instant. Do not be deceived by their apparent simplicity. This concentrated essence is sufficient to obliterate an entire building in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, there are 3 activation methods for these bombs: remote control from the outside, cessation of my vital signs, or cutting the wrong circuit. With an air of composure, Chen Ye tugged at the threads, causing invisible puppets to swiftly approach Chu Yang. Yet strangely, Chu Yang pointed to his ear. I advise against such actions. I can't hear you. I have come to negotiate terms, weaver of fate. These words. Chen Ye propped his head on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yang. I detest being threatened. Chu Yang shook his head. This is not a threat, but rather a means of self-preservation. If I do not act in this manner, then my visit would merely be a death sentence. Chen Ye clicked his tongue, contemplating. If Chu Yang's claims were true, a bomb of this caliber, once detonated, could indeed claim Chen Ye's life. If Chen Ye could manipulate his body without causing him harm, compelling him to flee this location, it would indeed be a solution. However, as previously stated, there was another method of detonation: remote activation from outside. This indicated that those who accompanied Chu Yang were far from FEW. In the worst-case scenario, they might already be surrounded, with their dialogue under surveillance. A slight misstep could lead to an immediate detonation. Whether they would dare to do so remained uncertain. Chen Ye was not one to gamble. Yet, if Chu Yang could kill him here, that was not a foregone conclusion. At the very least, Chen Ye had made extensive preparations for such unforeseen circumstances. Let us discuss, he proposed. But before we proceed, I wish to inquire how you came to know my identity. Please enlighten me. The knowledge of Chen Ye's identity stemmed from a diary. It was uncertain who still remembered. But in the very beginning, someone had published an article online that foresaw a gruesome incident involving the dismemberment of 9 individuals. The perpetrator was known as the Fishman. The author of that article possessed a diary capable of predicting the future. Following the previous attack by the Guardian Bees, Chu Yang and his companions inadvertently discovered this individual and learned fragments of the future from him, particularly concerning the ultimate antagonist, the monster creator. Designated as 006. To their astonishment, His true identity was merely that of a coffee shop owner. They engaged in a discussion, ultimately reaching a consensus that if the claims of that individual were true, then 006 must be eliminated. For as long as 006 remained alive, there would come a day when the Earth would be transformed into a realm of monsters. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang responded, "I do not wish to discuss this matter, as I said. I am here to negotiate. Before we proceed, I must ask, what is the purpose behind all your actions?" "Purpose?" Chen Ye mused, falling into contemplation. Long ago, before he had obtained the dual earthenware pots, he had been engrossed in a book concerning the relationship between man and deity. Human strength has its limits, while the divine is powerless when faced with human frailty. "What was your greatest gamble?" Chen Ye suddenly posed the question. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. "Coming to meet you is my greatest gamble." "Ah." Chen Ye chuckled. "Is that so? My greatest gamble was 33,000. Wagering on my mother's life that I lost. I handed the money to the hospital, pinning my hopes on others, only for them to return to me a death notice. It is both tragic and absurd. Is it not? Yet humans cannot control what is deemed fate. A mere accident can effortlessly snatch away the lives of our dearest ones. Imagine, when misfortune strikes, we can only watch helplessly as death strolls by. Claiming our loved ones, such as humanity, people endure, resigning themselves to fate, and those who assert that their lives are in their own hands are merely stepping into a trap designed for them by destiny. If humans cannot conquer fate and must instead submit to its whims, then what is the purpose of being human? People cannot alter anything, but the divine can. When death's scythe swings to claim the life of your dearest, you must sever the head of the reaper first, sending him back to hell. The way to conquer death is to become death itself. The way to shatter fate is to embody fate. Is this reasoning not sufficient? Chapter 39. Stepping onto the stage, gazing at the composed Chen Ye, Chu Yang retrieved a piece of chewing gum and popped it into his mouth. The ultimate answer lies with you. Thus, everything makes sense as long as you are resolved. There will be no new monsters to emerge. Chen Ye crossed his arms over his chest. Are you truly certain? Not entirely certain. What if you are mistaken? That is still preferable to doing nothing, is it not? Their gazes locked. The bombs strapped to Chu Yang's chest were his bargaining chips, a gamble of everything, including his own life, in exchange for a chance. Chen Ye closed his eyes. What do you intend to do? To perish together with me here. I do have such an intention, but as I mentioned, I am here to negotiate terms, and my condition is simple. Summon all your monsters back. Or simply eliminate them. In doing so, you may secure a life sentence without parole, and my terms are that straightforward. If you refuse, we will die together here. Are you attempting to emulate Dr. Strange negotiating with Dormammu? Chen Ye tapped his fingers on the table. Unfortunately, you lack the power of time. However, on certain levels, we are indeed similar. Your idea is commendable and decisive, but as I previously stated, I have wagered everything, including my fate, and I lost. You are in the same position, Chu Yang. In this gamble, the one who loses will undoubtedly be you. For I stand at the helm of fate. Boom. What was that sound? A rumbling emanated from beneath, and Chu Yang realized something amiss just as Chen Ye broke into a smile. Did you only just notice? It is already too late. Bang! A shadow suddenly emerged from beneath the floor, and with a swift motion of his hand, a metallic wall instantaneously severed the two individuals. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ye twisted his neck, and countless threads surged forth, swiftly ensnaring his body and propelling him out of the CAF. The wallwalker, designated as 005, followed closely behind, also exiting the CAF. My lord, I have arrived late. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye donned a mask over his face, replying, not late, just in time. The various organizations acted with remarkable swiftness, and since they had located Chen Ye so quickly, it seemed that everyone was eager to play. Let us indulge in this game. Bang! A bullet hurtled toward Chen Ye from a nearby building. Just then, a thread sliced through the bullet with precision. Chen Ye glanced at the building, remarking, the curtain has only just risen, and you wish for it to fall? Is that not a tad too disappointing? As he spoke, several more bullets rained down from all directions. The wallwalker, witnessing this, transformed into carbon fiber, positioning himself directly in front of Chen Ye to intercept all the bullets. My lord, you go ahead. I will hold them off. Chen Ye smirked. No need for that. He spread his 10 fingers, and countless threads shot forth. accompanied by a multitude of invisible puppets rushing toward the various buildings in the blink of an eye. Unseen puppets appeared beside several snipers. Before they could pull the trigger, an array of cold weapons swiftly severed their throats. Chen Ye then manipulated the threads as the puppets seized the snipers' rifles and aimed them back at the ground. At that moment, Chu Yang burst forth to join a middle-aged man. Chen Ye grinned. Shall I say, Don T move, you are surrounded? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as a multitude of bullets hurtled toward Chu Yang. Yet, Chu Yang's agility allowed him to effortlessly evade several shots. Observing this, the middle-aged man abruptly seized Chu Yang. The plan has failed. We must flee. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Ye, his sharp fangs clenched. Noticing the resentment in his eyes, Chen Ye's smile grew increasingly mocking. I told you, in this high-stakes gamble, the loser will undoubtedly be you. Chen Ye tugged on the threads, causing the puppets to hurl their firearms toward the ground. Chu Yang and the middle-aged man turned to flee. As they departed, the wallwalker prepared to act, but was halted by Chen Ye's voice. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Their audacity to come here implies they have other contingency plans, and I cannot rule out the possibility of them laying some grand trap. It is not yet New Year's. I prefer not to witness fireworks, Chen Ye remarked, pulling the threads as he turned to leave. The exposure of this stronghold was not the most troubling aspect. The real concern lay in the forthcoming offensive. Should they resort to using weapons of mass destruction, Chen Ye could merely concoct a new potion for himself. But the loss of the double-ear pot would spell disaster. The double-ear pot was Chen Ye's foundation. Monsters could be resurrected, but the loss of the double-ear pot would mean total annihilation. Chen Ye returned upstairs to retrieve the double-ear pot. As for the numerous unfinished potions in the cabinet, there were too many to take. If someone consumed them, it would merely result in a few more experimental subjects branded with loyalty marks. However, he had to take Xiao Hua with him, after nurturing it for such a long time. Chen Ye instructed the puppets to carry the Venus flytrap as they abandoned the stronghold. The wallwalker awaited outside. My lord, what shall be our next course of action? Chen Ye looked up at the sky, reflecting, humans inevitably possess weaknesses, be it family, loved ones, or even strangers. Strangers? Chen Ye chuckled softly. If we were to leverage the entirety of Biling City's populace as collateral, do you think they would dare to gamble? The entire Biling City? The wallwalker pondered. From the perspective of the nine-tailed fox, they would undoubtedly hesitate, choosing instead to relinquish control of Biling City. After all, they were a state entity, bound to consider the safety of the populace. They could not overlook the lives of countless individuals by deploying weapons of mass destruction. If I were a nine-tailed fox, the best course of action in such a scenario would be to withdraw from Biling, perhaps even surrender it. Is it feasible for one person to hold the entire Biling City hostage? From a human standpoint, it was entirely implausible. Yet from a monster's perspective, everything was possible. Whoosh boom. A figure suddenly plunged into the CAF, crashing through the entrance. The splitter shook his head as he arose. Oh no, my landing was too harsh. Did I inadvertently shatter the door? I hope the boss didn't witness that. The splitter scanned the CAF, only to find it completely deserted and in disarray. Confused, he ascended the stairs for another look, but found nothing. All important documents had been taken. Strange, has the boss moved? The splitter glanced at the cabinets. Noticing Chen Ye's potion still resting inside, it appeared that the boss had made a hasty exit, even forgetting his potions. Pondering this, the splitter promptly called Chen Ye. Hello, boss, have you moved? What about these potions? Do you need me to bring them to your new place? Upon hearing this, several black lines appeared on Chen Ye's forehead. For heaven's sake, do not come looking for me. Just throw them to the dogs. As night fell over Biling City, Zhang Jinsong and his team summoned reinforcements, totaling 30,000. They selected a large building, evacuating all civilians within, and proceeded to plant numerous explosives inside. How can you be so certain that the Weaver will appear here? Do not concern yourself. Just set up the traps. The Weaver would undoubtedly show up. For the individual possessing the future diary had stated as much. After finishing their preparations, Chu Yang and the others returned to the CAF, only to find it completely emptied, devoid of any belongings. What did the search yield? All essential documents have vanished, and the information from the computers has been wiped clean. There are no leads. However, the headquarters did recover something. Chapter 040, Feed the Dogs. In a darkened room, The splitter placed all the vials in the center of a concealed chamber before silently departing. Inside, countless individuals were bound hand and foot to chairs, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Fan Ye opened his eyes to darkness. Wondering, where am I? His head throbbed painfully, feeling as if it had been gnawed on by a dog. Fan Ye shook his head, glancing at his restrained limbs, realizing he was bound to an iron chair. This scene felt akin to being a prisoner in an interrogation room. What had transpired? Fan Ye delved into his memories. He recalled being out on a team-building outing with colleagues when a white-haired man greeted him. Out of politeness, Fan Ye responded, but shortly thereafter, he was plunged into darkness. Am I being kidnapped? His gaze swept through the darkness, spotting many others similarly restrained in a circular arrangement. Surrounding them were numerous vials of various colors. Their purposes unknown. Just then, a man beside him stirred awake. What is this place? Hey, where are we? The man's voice boomed, startling the others awake. A bespectacled young man with black hair looked up. I advise you not to shout. If you attract our captor's attention, you will be the first to face the consequences. Upon hearing the youth's words, the man frowned. Huh. The bespectacled youth shook his head. Is that difficult to comprehend? Well, not everyone utilizes their brain. Despite having one, allow me to share what I know, but only with those capable of grasping the situation. I'm in Hainan engaged in telecom fraud when a white-haired man approached me. I mistook him for a police officer. But he was anything but. He snapped his fingers, and I lost consciousness. I do not know what means he employed. Perhaps it was a drug or something else entirely. I must have been the first to awaken. It has now been 3 hours and 15 minutes, and my body is beginning to feel hunger pangs. My eating schedule is quite strict. I should have just finished dinner, yet I now feel famished, indicating we have been held here for over 12 hours. A moment of silence fell in the darkness. You're in Hainan, but I should be in Ha Long Bay, Vietnam. Ha Long Bay? No, this is the Northeast. What month is it? Approaching September. Cold. Oh, what? In northern regions, temperatures begin to drop rapidly by September, because autumn is upon us. The bespectacled youth furrowed his brow. It seems we all hail from different areas. You're in Vietnam, I'm in Hainan, and he is from the Northeast. So, who could possibly traverse the country in a single day, capturing us from all corners? Flash? The others were baffled, and Fan Ye was equally perplexed. I am from Ningxia. Ningxia? The North? All right, that broadens the scope. So, if a group set out from here to retrieve us, what could their motives be? I observe that none of us appear to be particularly affluent. Why have they gone to such lengths to bring us here? The crowd shares my bewilderment, equally unable to comprehend the reason behind this. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the darkness. Emerging into view was the figure known as the Splitter, who approached the center of the room with purpose. You all exhibit a calmness that exceeds my expectations. Truly, you are a select breed of excellence. While perfection may elude you as a secondary choice, you are nonetheless worthy. A bespectacled youth furrowed his brow, inquiring, Did you bring us here? The Splitter stepped forward, retorting, No. You should address me as you, not you. The youth's eyelids twitched, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Did you bring us here? He stammered. The Splitter grinned. Precisely. It is indeed I who has brought you here. I expected you to react with the fervor of abandoned pets. Yet you have proven to be surprisingly compliant. I had even captured an extra individual for the sake of demonstration, but it seems I need not expend that effort. The Splitter's gaze fixed upon Fan Ye. Ah, yes, you are the surplus. Would you like to witness how I take a life? After all, I have prepared for this. It would be a pity not to indulge. Just then, a bald man interjected, Could you please get to the point? I despise having my time wasted with trivialities. In an instant, the Splitter appeared before him, seizing his throat. I mentioned you. If you cannot remember, I could easily make an example of you. The bald man's eyes widened in shock, the sensation of choking overwhelming him. You. The Splitter released his grip, chuckling. I shall excuse this first offense. Since you all wish to cut to the chase, I shall refrain from further rambling. Do you believe the world is truly in a good state? No need to answer. As long as you possess the answer within, that suffices. Everyone has contemplated a rebellious change, yet few dare to try, for they rationally deem it impossible. However, there are still a handful who persist in their attempts. unaware that this too is a part of their destiny. Point 1. Cannot control fate. Your destinies, your lives and deaths have never been dictated by you. But what if I told you I could offer you a chance to seize control of your own fate? How many among you would grasp that opportunity? The crowd fell silent, and the splitter gestured towards the vials on the floor. "So you see the elixirs? Drink them, and you will be reborn, transcending humanity and mastering your destiny." However, the potions are limited, meaning some of you will inevitably miss out on this power. For those who miss this chance, I express my regret. They are destined to remain here. Fate has never been equitable. On your chairs lies a button. It will illuminate in 3 seconds. The first to press it will be the first to be released, while the rest will follow in a second wave. Regardless of order, now, let the countdown commence. 1.2.3. As the buttons lit up, almost simultaneously, the crowd pressed down. Yet only the bald man's restraints released, indicating he had pressed the button the fastest. Heaving a sigh of relief, he approached the splitter, who smiled at him. "Choose." First one, the bald man, muscles taut, wasted no time and swung his fist at the splitter, exclaiming, "I choose to kill you." A sound of flesh being pierced echoed as a black arrow swiftly struck through the bald man's chest. Leaving a gaping hole, his pupils dilated as he crumpled to the ground. The splitter, hands in pockets, lamented, "What a pity. He had a chance to live yet willingly relinquished it. How noble and selfless he is." One can only say it was a foolish choice. Do not follow his example. Witnessing the bald man's demise, Chen Ye's breath quickened. What was that? An arrow that could fly on its own, and it so effortlessly killed that muscular man. Was this truly reasonable? Before he could ponder further, the splitter produced a switch. "Everyone, remember my words. Those who obtain the elixir will survive. Those without will meet the same fate as the bald man. Go forth and seize the opportunity. It may only arise once." With a click, the restraints binding the crowd were instantly released. Without hesitation, they surged toward the center of the room like ravenous hounds. Regardless of the means, the priority was to claim a vial of the elixir. Chen Ye shared this sentiment, sprinting ahead with a certain aptitude, snatching a green vial in one swift motion. Others followed suit, each claiming a vial for themselves. Yet, with only 12 vials available and 19 individuals remaining, it was far from sufficient. Those without elixirs would face the splitter's wrath. In a moment of desperation, some individuals turned on each other. Battling for their lives, "Are you mad? Hand over that elixir." Yet others, displaying cunning, attempted to flee upon realizing they could not secure a vial. The splitter, shaking his head, swiftly dispatched an arrow, piercing the fleeing individual's brain. A friendly reminder: the best way to prevent losing your elixir is to consume it. From now on, I shall eliminate one individual without an elixir every 10 seconds. At this revelation, the crowd's desperation intensified. Seizing the moment, Chen Ye uncorked his vial and drank deeply. A few others, quick on the uptake, followed his lead. However, an unfortunate, frail youth found himself outmatched. His vial was snatched away, and the thief drank it before his eyes. The splitter's smile widened. Indeed, survival of the fittest. This is how it must be. With that, he hurled an arrow, striking down the youth. The ensuing frenzy escalated, as individuals fought viciously, even resorting to murder to obtain elixirs. The chaos continued until only 12 remained, all of whom consumed their elixirs. They knelt upon the ground, their forms twisting and writhing in the darkness, undergoing some inhuman transformation. Ah, this sensation. Cough cough. Yes, extraordinary power. As the sun began to rise, the stench of death permeated the room. The splitter regarded the 12 before him with a satisfied smile. Humanity has not ceased its bloodletting since its inception. War and vengeance have been its constant companions since the days of primal beasts. Humanity prides itself on being the pinnacle of reason and intellect, yet it is perpetually governed by emotion. Plundering all for the sake of desire, behold, they resemble zombies and beasts, yearning to drag others from their heights, desiring to shred all that belongs to others, only to be torn apart themselves. Virtue, charity, justice, human rights. These are mere facades employed by the ruling class to quell the fears of the weak. What truly elevates individuals is the stark reality of survival of the fittest. Knowledge, status, wealth, civilization. These are but tools wielded by people to secure greater advantages. All is done in the name of ensuring one's own survival and propagation. while everything else is a trivial sacrifice. The splitter slowly extended his arms. Do we wish to witness humanity continue its endless strife? Shall we stand by as they squander their resources? Shall we allow them to perpetuate their arrogance and wickedness? Take up your weapons and shatter all that humanity holds dear. They shall tremble, for we are the end of their existence. For the beauty of this world, to cease this unending cycle, we are the chaotic splitters. We are countless and eternal, we are legion. Order is unnatural. True nature must exist within chaos. We are not here to destroy but to rectify the world's errors. War has never ended. In North America, a man clad in military attire stood upon an aircraft carrier. Monsters continue to emerge, more and more. We must unite the finest warriors among humanity or those with extraordinary skills. We must form a legion of heroes to quell the chaos and save the masses. Humanity needs such heroes. Franz, are you still contemplating this matter? Throughout history, whenever a civilization reaches a certain pinnacle, a calamity inevitably descends. This will be the life and death crisis for that civilization, and only through unprecedented unity and relentless perseverance can it be overcome, if it can be overcome at all. Ah, there I go with my pessimism again. The extinction of the dinosaurs is not merely a myth, is it? Are you suggesting that those monstrous beings could instigate a planetary collision with Earth, leading to the annihilation of humanity? Surely, you jest. For many ages, our scientists have envisioned countless cataclysms. For instance, the invasion of extraterrestrial marauders, the reign of artificial intelligence over humanity, or wars from other dimensions spilling into our world, igniting a celestial battle upon Earth. Yet, regardless of what it may be, it invariably pertains to the obliteration of mankind. Regrettably, that very reality has already manifested. For some time now, a silent tide has swept over our populace, and what we discern are the undead, the vampires. Yet, what precisely are they, and from whence do they originate? We are left in ignorance. Perhaps the current situation does not yet qualify as an apocalyptic disaster for humanity. Yet I fear it is only a matter of time. A global wave of calamity is on the horizon, and by the time we comprehend its peril, it shall undoubtedly be insurmountable. Each time I ponder this, an unsettling chill courses through me. This plan can no longer afford to languish, or rather, it is already pressing. We must respond immediately to this oncoming tide of devastation. Once more, I shall contact the President and the United Nations. The establishment of a global supernatural alliance is now of utmost urgency. On the third day following the submission of the UN resolution, it received unanimous approval from the 5 permanent members. Thus, the Global Supernatural Alliance was founded, abbreviated as GOC. Chapter 042. Clash beneath the dome. In Biling City, a massive cyclone has manifested in the sky above Asia, heralding the approach of a typhoon. The air above the city is eerily silent, as Chen Ye stands atop a towering building with his hands clasped behind his back. The streets below are hauntingly quiet, as though the government had issued an advance evacuation notice to the populace. The howling winds whip around Chen Ye, tugging at his suit. He tugs at his tie and lets it flutter away. Lost to the breeze, it is remarkably tranquil. Chen Ye dons a pair of white rubber gloves before slipping his hands into his pockets. The stillness is almost unnerving. Evidently, the 9-tailed foxes have arrived. Judging by their numbers, there are likely 2 divisions, approximately 30,000 fully armed soldiers. What a grand spectacle it is. Chen Ye smirks lightly. Every monumental endeavor requires sacrifices to be forged. The other beings on Earth may not comprehend this, yet they must submit. The emergence of a deity has long since become an irrefutable truth, and no matter how distant I may be from this process, it is merely a question of time. Throughout this journey, whether they label me as a natural disaster or a demon, I shall graciously accept. For any explanation is superfluous. When a god descends upon the mortal realm, that moment becomes an undeniable truth, immune to debate. What say you, Chu Yang? As Chen Ye finishes speaking, a helicopter suddenly hovers above. Chu Yang descends from the sky, landing directly before Chen Ye. I have come to negotiate terms. Weaver of fate. Is that your opening line? Or are you truly attempting to mimic someone? Chen Ye chuckles. Very well, no more jesting. If you wish to discuss our previous encounter, you ought to bring that bomb with you. Dressed in a black uniform, Chu Yang's garments flutter in the wind as he replies, that bomb wouldn't kill you, and besides, I no longer possess such an explosive. It was a ruse. Otherwise, I would have detonated it long ago. Then why do you dare to show yourself here? Chen Ye inquires with a playful smile. I've stated. I am here to negotiate terms. If I am not mistaken, you intend to seize control of the entire Biling city, using its citizens as leverage to compel the nine-tailed foxes to relinquish the city to you, correct? We can withdraw from Biling, but the condition is the release of half the citizens. That is our sole stipulation. Chen Ye pondered for a moment upon hearing this. To release half while retaining the other half as hostages would allow for the effortless acquisition of Biling. It sounded appealing. Yet, when one is presented with seemingly advantageous terms, the first query that arises is, why would they propose such a thing? After all, if they cannot rescue everyone, why only half? While such reasoning may hold merit, it does not align with the typical actions of Asian military personnel. Sacrificing the minor to save the greater may be plausible abroad, yet it is uncertain within our borders. Hence, the advantageous proposition might be a mere part of their scheme. In other words, it could very well be a smokescreen intended to lull Chen Ye into complacency. It is reasonable for Chen Ye to think so. They have brought 30,000 soldiers to negotiate with him merely to save half the people. No, I seem to have overlooked something. Furrowing his brow beneath his mask, Chen Ye inquired, how did you know I intended to abduct the entire city of Biling? Who informed you? Chu Yang met Chen Ye's gaze unflinchingly. You consider yourself the master of fate. Surely you can deduce it? Indeed, those who deem themselves capable of manipulating fate are often fated to be toyed with in turn. Chen Ye, upon hearing this, suddenly removed his mask and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. At that moment, countless figures clad in suits materialized before Chu Yang. These puppets were not cloaked, they stood brazenly in plain sight. Some shielded the wind, while others offered Chen Ye a cigarette and lit it for him. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Chen Ye mused, those who believe they can manipulate fate will ultimately be manipulated by it. How intriguing that I am curious to see what surprises fate has in store for me. Weapons of mass destruction? Would they dare use such in the city? Though this area may be devoid of citizens, the populace in other districts has evidently not been evacuated. Would they truly employ weapons of mass destruction? Perhaps not on a grand scale. Even a small-scale weapon could suffice. Assessing his own physique, Chen Ye concluded that a missile strike would likely reduce him to ash. However, that was of little consequence. What truly piqued Chen Ye's curiosity was how Chu Yang and his associates had discerned his identity and how they were certain he would be present here. Of course, it is possible that he overlooked some clue or was pinpointed by satellite. Yet, they could not possibly know of Chen Ye's plans. After all, the notion of abducting the entire city of Biling is preposterous. Even if their imaginations exceeded the norm, it would be inconceivable that they could fathom Chen Ye's threads weaving throughout all of Biling. Unless someone glimpsed into the future. This hypothesis is rather captivating. Should there truly exist an entity or individual capable of observing the future, then their preemptive preparations, even knowledge of Chen Ye's secrets, would not be surprising. With this thought, Chen Ye exhaled another cloud of smoke. Let me guess, among you, who possesses the ability to perceive the future? Or perhaps you are a reincarnator, already privy to my plans, or maybe both? Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Chu Yang's expression visibly darkened. It appears I have hit the mark, yet how accurate is my guess? Can you enlighten me? I am quite intrigued by the future. Chu Yang's gaze instinctively dropped. You are indeed correct. Among us, there is one who can see the future. I am leveraging that foresight to overcome fate this time. Is there truly someone capable of foreseeing the future? That would be dire. Should they have already known what was to come, their audacity in approaching must stem from a vision of victory. This poses a significant threat to Chen Ye. Be cautious, it may be prudent to retreat. As Chen Ye contemplated moving, he suddenly furrowed his brow. No, could it be that he is deceiving me? He knows they cannot defeat me, so he feigns confidence to force my hand. After all, if they truly have glimpsed a victorious future, why have they yet to act? What are they waiting for? Just as Chen Ye was engulfed in confusion, Chu Yang suddenly lunged forward, executing a swift side kick aimed at Chen Ye. Observing this, Chen Ye manipulated his threads, and a nearby puppet promptly seized Chu Yang's ankle. Did you not say we were to negotiate terms? What is this? Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and kicked the puppet away. Charging fiercely towards Chen Ye, we shall negotiate, but only with our fists. Chapter 043. The Reaper's Immortality. The threads danced as countless puppets surged forth, engaging in combat against Chu Yang. Chu Yang bent low, delivering a powerful kick that toppled all the puppets, but as Chen Ye commanded the puppets to rise, Chu Yang again knocked them down. Curious, Chen Ye thought, pulling them up while Chu Yang brought them down. This is quite perplexing. Can this fellow truly guarantee the downfall of others? As Chen Ye pondered this, he intended to create distance, but suddenly, a voice crackled through Chu Yang's earpiece. 30 seconds remaining. Evacuate immediately. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Yang did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward towards Chen Ye. Hey, Chu Yang, what do you intend to do? Witnessing this scene, Chen Ye's fingers curled slightly, his hidden puppets positioned for a lethal strike. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of threads shot forth from all directions, piercing Chu Yang's body in an instant. As Chen Ye manipulated the threads, Chu Yang collapsed before him. Your abilities are rather intriguing. Tell me, how do you manage to make my puppets trip over themselves? Chu Yang remained silent in response. Chen Ye pulled the thread, and Chu Yang's body moved on its own, unwilling to admit that he was unscathed, insisting that they had ample time to deliberate. No, time was already of the essence. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and suddenly, Chen Ye's brow furrowed. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded beneath them as Chen Ye swiftly glanced down. The building began to detonate from the bottom upwards. Violent explosions transforming into flames that consumed everything in their path. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Ye hurriedly yanked on the thread to propel the puppet into the air. However, at that very moment, Chu Yang abruptly exhaled a chilling breath. Whoosh! This icy blast surged toward Chen Ye's marrow, instantaneously freezing his limbs and causing him to plummet from the sky. He had been waiting for this moment. After executing this maneuver, Chu Yang relinquished all resistance and fell into the raging inferno before him. So that was it. Having glimpsed the future and knowing his location, he had preemptively planted explosives within the building. The plan was indeed clever as Chen Ye watched the explosion encroach upon him. His form swiftly descended into the flames and devastation. But just then, Chen Ye suddenly bit down on a capsule in his mouth. He intended to use it so soon, considering it was merely a half-finished product. As the words left his lips, the explosion and fire instantaneously engulfed both of their bodies. Boom. The entire building collapsed. Debris scattering in all directions, triggering further collapses of nearby structures. Amidst the firestorm, a torrent of black gas began to surge from Chen Ye's body. His form dissipated in the flames, transforming into formless vapor, while his arms and head morphed into bones ablaze with fierce black flames. Chen Ye extended his skeletal hand, seizing Chu Yang's mangled body, and then plunged one hand into the void, tearing open a rift. Crack! The fabric of space shattered, and Chen Ye yanked Chu Yang's body into the fissure. The half-finished serum. The Reaper. A potion imbued with immortality, composed of 9 variants from 001 to 009, supplemented by various conceptual materials. It was deemed a half-finished product primarily because it had yet to attain the level of divinity, still lacking several crucial characteristics. How those traits could be acquired remained a mystery to Chen Ye. However, it was clear that the Reaper serum, when applied to Chen Ye, triggered a chain reaction with the puppeteer. His concept as a puppeteer was recognized as the manipulation of fate. Yet, that was merely public perception. At the moment the Reaper and the puppeteer fused, he truly gained the ability to control destiny. Of course, to label it as controlling fate was somewhat misleading, for this power resembled a death note, capable only of orchestrating death design. The concept of the Reaper was initially inspired by a character from a film titled The Reaper Comes. This Reaper was intangible and amorphous, existing yet non-existent, possessing a level of immortality surpassing that of the 009 splitter. These notions had been part of Chen Ye's vision, but unexpectedly, the Reaper's abilities branched into new territories. Chen Ye could now shatter the boundaries between the material and the spiritual. Transporting objects from reality into a non-existent mental realm, he himself could traverse freely between the mental and the material realms. Perhaps, this is what people refer to as the underworld. Outside, as they gazed upon the shattered building, everyone clenched their fists. Zing. Confirming no signs of life within the building. Does this mean we succeeded? The Weaver of Fate is dead. 006, based on current intelligence, does not possess immortality or regenerative capabilities. Such a level of explosion could indeed annihilate him, though it does not entirely eliminate the possibility that the target may still be alive. Yet, there were no signs of life in the vicinity. What of Chu Yang? Chu Yang, if he did not manage to evacuate in time, he likely met the same fate as 006, reduced to nothing. Zhang Jinsong stepped back, eyeing the obliterated building, then silently turned away. He had not intended to leave. He would reach out to Chu Yang's family, striving to secure some compensation, at least ensuring that his family would not suffer in the days to come. As he spoke, Zhang Jinsong glanced at a man named Tang Yin, the master of the future diary. You wished to join us, did you not? Tang Yin raised his head, asserting, of course, I believe your plan's success hinges entirely on me. Though I loathe to admit it, your future diary played a pivotal role. Perfect timing. The headquarters requires your assistance with an experiment. With that, Zhang Jinsong yanked Tang Yin into a vehicle, flooring the accelerator to make their escape. The follow-up tasks were no longer his concern. He needed to report back to the organization regarding the future diary. Naturally, Zhang Jinsong had promised Tang Yin to retain the diary for him as much as possible. However, should the organization require it, he must comply unconditionally. Soon after, those responsible for the follow-up began extinguishing fires and searching the perimeter, and one individual stumbled upon a fragment of a shattered mask in a corner of the building. Is this 006 mask? Let us take it back for analysis. The man pocketed the fragment, only for a rift to suddenly tear open in front of him. Crack! A shadowy figure emerged from the fissure. Clad in a dark robe, with hands and face of bone, he was engulfed in swirling black flames and mist. Fire could not burn him, nor could water dampen him. The Reaper, naturally, would not perish, yet, I must commend your efforts. 006, the puppeteer, is dead. The new creation is the Reaper. Life will inevitably wither, petals will eventually fall, and all things shall pass. Only the Reaper endures. Chen Ye raised his hand, and countless threads of fate manifested within his grasp. I have yet to seek you out, yet you rush to meet me. This is the great taboo of life. Come now, choose your demise. Chen Ye tore apart these threads, the lifelines of humanity, once severed. It signified that life had reached its end. Just then, 12 dark figures suddenly appeared atop a building. The legendary existence has perished? Unbelievable. What shall we do now? We can't leave empty-handed. Let us massacre everyone here. Agreed with that, a figure descended from the sky, landing before the gathered nine-tailed fox soldiers. They barely had time to react before the figure pierced a soldier's chest, yanking out his spine in one swift motion. The soldier, in turn, underwent a peculiar transformation, his body condensing into a massive sword forged from flesh and bone. The nine-tailed fox soldiers swiftly redirected their weapons, only to find the wielder was an elderly man nearing 60. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a blacksmith, of course. If you must introduce me, you may call me the 12th seed of the chaotic splitters, the swordsmith. Open fire. Countless bullets erupted from their chambers, aimed at the swordsmith, yet all the bullets halted mid-flight. A figure descended from above, radiating a violet glow. With a mere raise of his finger, all the bullets redirected their course. With a flick of his hand, the bullets shot straight back at the nine-tailed fox soldiers. The 6th seed of the chaotic splitters, the glutton, Nalisogen. The swordsmith, in response, swung the human sword, fracturing the bones upon it, and lashed out like a whip. Shredding through flesh, in an instant, all these remnants coalesced upon the sword. Eyes sprouted from the blood-soaked blade, and the swordsmith wielded it, cleaving the ground and creating a rift. The earth shattered, causing countless nine-tailed fox soldiers to plummet into the abyss. The swordsmith sprinted with astonishing speed, seizing a soldier by the face. The soldier's form shrank, instantly transforming into a dagger. Oh, it seems you harbor a rather narrow mind. With that, the swordsmith hurled the dagger, which seemed to possess a will of its own, twisting and turning in the air, swiftly piercing through countless nine-tailed fox soldiers. Another figure descended from the sky, hands shielding his face, as his body began to convulse violently. Ugh! Plush! Blood and shadow erupted from his form. In the blink of an eye, dozens of naked figures emerged from within him, seizing weapons from the ground. The 3rd seat of the chaotic splitters, the lord of flesh and blood. Nalisogen hovered in the air, arms crossed, sneering. The white-tailed fox truly lives up to its name. I expected them to possess at least a modicum of resistance. The facts, however, suggest we overestimated them. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jinsong and his team received news that 30,000 troops had been annihilated at the front lines. The chaotic splitters, a new monstrous faction? Did they so effortlessly slaughter our 30,000? Damn. Calm down. At least 006 is dead. And then what? What have we gained? I have nothing. Killing one monster changes nothing. Zhang Jinsong gritted his teeth. As long as 006 was dealt with, no new monsters would emerge, marking a fundamental victory. Ha, how can you be so certain? Indeed, your command has proven to be a grave error. I am now requesting an order from above to take over as commander. The candy box experiment will commence immediately. Tang Yin observed the bickering crowd in silence, having been ushered into a room. Inside was a candy box containing 4 candies. The candies within the box could grant individuals a superpower. But be warned, each person is limited to consuming only one. In our previous experiment, a Class D personnel ingested 2 candies consecutively, resulting in his body rapidly decaying until he was reduced to a pool of pus. From this, we have deduced the hypothesis that the human body can withstand no more than a single candy. The consumption of a second candy is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, the abilities granted by the candy are limited, never exceeding a certain threshold. However, whether you can reach this threshold is contingent upon each individual's willpower, and you may first envision an imaginary foe. What is an imaginary foe? One person raised their hand and inquired. The imaginary foe refers to those monsters. Here are the profiles of each monster. Memorize these details and then select one type of monster as your adversary. The candy will bestow upon you a superpower that will, to some extent, counterbalance the abilities of the monsters. If a monster's capabilities far exceed the limits of the candy, it will confer upon you abilities of the utmost level, which is why you need to establish an imaginary foe. Currently, the maximum capacity of the candy we have tested allows individuals to gain a secondary trait or an unnatural ability, which you will come to understand later. Additionally, remember not to inquire about the origin of the candy. Experimental personnel provided them with detailed investigative materials. Tang Yin received the documents. SRW number 001. The mimic.it is said to be capable of imitating any life form and its abilities, even those of monsters, with its true form remaining uncertain. SRW number 002. The Weeping Fishman possesses physical qualities that surpass those of humans, with a multitude of infected individuals present. Its target embodies a pollution meme. Its claws can slice through metal and stone, and it is extremely sensitive to sound, with its head being a weakness. SRW number 003. The Transparent One. The target possesses the ability to become invisible, but not in a phantasmal sense. Rather, it exists in an imperceptibly transparent state. Detectable by thermal imaging. SRW number 004. The Queen Bee. The target exhibits potent mental control abilities, capable of commanding large groups of individuals, and is suspected to be able to create an invulnerable monster. SRW number 005. The Wall Mouse. The target can transform its entire body into metal or rock, can traverse through rock and metal, and can manipulate these materials. SRW number 006. The Weaver of Fate. The target claims to embody destiny and is suspected to possess some form of causal ability. Though this has not yet manifested, its primary means of attack is through threads or puppets for large-scale assaults, and it has been confirmed deceased. SRW number 007. The Siren. The target song possesses a powerful mental pollution meme. Once heard, one will be subjected to mental control for up to 70 hours, during which escape is impossible. The target was previously contained but has since escaped and remains at large. Have you made your choice? A man clad in a white Zhongshan suit pondered for a moment, then declared, I will take on number 004, the Queen Bee. With that, the man consumed a candy die-in. The next moment, countless white threads surged forth from his body. He attempted to wave his hand, and the threads shot out, adhering to the wall before he gently exerted force, tearing the wall down. Observing this, the experimental personnel began to record. The thread ability, as a means of control, indeed possesses the potential to counterbalance the Queen Bee. The man in the Zhongshan suit expressed confusion, but I only possess this one ability. The experimental personnel looked up, stating that the candy would only grant you a single ability. While your ability may appear ordinary, if utilized correctly, it can at least serve to restrain or contain your opponent, if not eliminate them entirely. Moreover, following this experiment, you will each receive an injection of our latest enhancement serum. The number 01. This serum is derived from fishman cells and has undergone multiple adjustments to ensure its stability. Coupled with the enhancement serum, Each of you will attain physical capabilities that surpass the ordinary by twofold. So there is no need for concern. The man in the Zhongshan suit contemplated for a moment. Is that so? The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Then I shall go second. I will face number 002. A muscular man lifted a candy and directly consumed it. It seems nothing particularly special. As he spoke, the muscular man's shadow suddenly detached from his body. Oh, I see. Your ability is shadow manipulation? The muscular man waved his hand, and the shadow mirrored his actions, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Leaving a substantial crater. I understand now why shadow can attack the shadows of all things. And since shadows lack fixed positions, theoretically, shadows can destroy all other shadows. This destruction will reflect upon the physical realm. Excellent ability. What about the next? With 2 candies remaining inside, Tang Yin reached for one. Then I shall face number 001. Not only will I confront number 001, but I will also bind the future diary to me forever. Tang Yin thought to himself. Chapter 044, Containment of 009. The Chaotic Splitter. At the GOC International Conference, a group of individuals sat together, watching a projection. What exactly is the principle behind the swordsmith who can forge everything into a sword? Is this truly the time to concern ourselves with principles? Our nation has established the Nine-Tailed Fox Special Response Organization specifically to combat these monsters. Yet, as you can see, they are but a handful. Yet they annihilated our 30,000. With all due respect, if I were to replace our national army, you would fare even worse. What did you achieve by sacrificing 30,000? We killed number 006. What is that? Cough. I believe your side should disclose all intelligence you possess. And what if I refuse? That would be unfortunate. We initially intended to provide you with some degree of military assistance, and no need. We will resolve these monsters ourselves. Is that so? I hope your confidence is not blind. In a pitch-black space, before him stood a large black door. Chen Ye walked here when suddenly sparks ignited upon him. Soon, these sparks multiplied, engulfing him in flames. Countless souls or consciousnesses surged into his body. These souls and consciousnesses burned, relentlessly scorching Chen Ye's ethereal form. This was an unexpected turn of events. Chen Ye's ability is causal death. Once he severs the lifeline of a certain being, that being will meet with unforeseen demise for various reasons. For instance, a person walking may suddenly fall into a sewer where a sharp object awaits. Or while strolling down the street, a billboard or building may unexpectedly collapse. This causal death can arise from human error on a small scale or natural disasters on a grand scale. If a person can initially evade numerous death encounters, the magnitude of the calamities they will face only grows. Theoretically, if nothing on Earth can kill them, then the Earth itself would explode. If that fails to claim their life, the matter would escalate to a cosmic level. Should nothing in the universe be capable of ending their life, the universe would inevitably implode. However, this remains theoretical because Chen Ye's ability has yet to reach such heights. Not to mention annihilating the universe, Chen Ye cannot even cause the Earth to perish, as this is merely a semi-finished product. If one can evade every death event on Earth, then causal death would be entirely severed, allowing that individual to escape the Grim Reaper's relentless pursuit and defy fate. Chen Ye severed the lifelines of those 30,000, bestowing upon them causal death. Shortly after, the chaotic splitters appeared, wiping out those 30,000. This too is part of causal death. Even if the chaotic splitters had not emerged, others would have come forth. Of course, all of this was anticipated. The truly unexpected outcome was that the souls of those who perished due to Chen Ye began to manifest as flames, burning against his soul and body. Such flames posed little threat if only a few. However, faced with the inferno of 30,000 souls, Chen Ye's own essence was nearly reduced to ash. He had not anticipated that a semi-finished product would carry such adverse effects. Chen Ye covered his head with his hand, grateful that it was merely 30,000. Had he orchestrated the deaths of billions, the fury contained within those billions of souls would have melted his very being. Despite his immortality, immortality typically refers to the undying nature of the physical form. However, a person is comprised of both soul and body. If the physical form remains unscathed but the soul perishes, then the undying body becomes an empty vessel. This is one of the drawbacks of the immortal nature of 009. Once the torment upon his soul subsided, Chen Ye approached Chu Yang, who lay on the ground, consciousness lost to a deep slumber. Chen Ye mercilessly drew 10 vials of blood from him. It is worth noting that the entire sequence of events stemmed from Chen Ye's initial desire to extract a sample of Chu Yang's blood, only for the situation to gradually evolve into this. Now, having finally acquired Chu Yang's blood as he wished, his interest had shifted to another matter. Chu Yang had mentioned that someone among them possessed the ability to foresee the future. To foresee the future is an unprecedented trait. I must locate this individual. With this thought, Chen Ye turned his gaze back to Chu Yang. He grasped Chu Yang and saw the flames on his bony hand spread to him, incinerating his physical form into a spiritual essence. If you were to be reincarnated, who would be the first person you seek out? Your parents, or that individual capable of foreseeing the future? Chen Ye remarked as he tore open a rift in the void with one hand and, alongside Chu Yang's soul, stepped through the breach. He emerged in the sky, the flames adorning his form gradually dissipating, revealing a corporeal visage of white bones and mist that transformed back into a human appearance. His gaze swept across the land, and in an instant, he pinpointed a direction, hurling Chu Yang's soul away as if tossing a baseball. Rebirth is joyful. Chu Yang, as night fell upon a dilapidated street in Biling City. The 009 splitter stretched his limbs, only to find the Ouroboros around his neck tightening and severing his head cleanly. Thud. His head rolled onto the ground and, after a brief moment, astonishingly fragmented into 12 stones. Simultaneously, a new head sprouted on the splitter's body. What could this possibly be? The splitter pondered as he bent down to retrieve the stones, but a gun was suddenly thrust against his head. He looked up to behold a one-eyed man clad in a trench coat standing before him. The splitter chuckled. Who are you, the Ninetails? Without hesitation, the man pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the splitter's head, but shortly thereafter, the bullet was expelled by his own force. The splitter shook his head, feeling somewhat indignant. The man appeared unfazed by his resurrection, bending down to pick up a stone adorned with a monkey motif. What is this stone? He queried, directing it towards the splitter. A monkey. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light shot forth from the stone, striking the splitter's body in the blink of an eye. The splitter transformed into a monkey. Witnessing this, the man found it rather ironic. The very object capable of slaying monsters fell from a monster, and the ability to vanquish monsters was granted by a monster. How profoundly ironic. Transformed into a monkey, the splitter was taken aback. He turned to flee, only to be yanked back by the man. 009 was contained. The splitter's gaze hardened, and he swiftly unleashed a black arrow. The arrow pierced the man's body. Yet to his astonishment, the man's chest suddenly became translucent, allowing the arrow to pass through unobstructed and tumble to the ground. The arrow struck, but only the air. That was close. Fortunately, my ability is phasing. Call headquarters. This is Spirit Master 009. Containment successful. Chapter 045. A universal pardon. In an underground containment facility whose location was unknown, the splitter was bound within a room, stripped of all movement. Even the slightest motion of his mouth was a challenge. His lips were pried open by clamps, and his tongue was secured with a steel nail. Simultaneously, each of his fingers and toes was similarly affixed with nails. Truly, he was unkillable. The man in the trench coat observed him through glass. The so-called leader of the chaotic splitter. I never expected him to be so easily subdued. An accompanying researcher adjusted his glasses. 009 is highly peculiar. His immortality is merely secondary. What is crucial is his ability to spawn bizarre entities. Just like the candy box we previously discovered, it produces candies with strange effects. The candy box appeared as nothing more than a plastic shell, yet at intervals, it would yield a single candy. These candies bestowed unique abilities upon the consumer, but an individual could consume only one. Should one attempt to ingest a second, their body would decay, limbs fracturing, teeth and eyeballs falling away, ultimately dissolving into a pool of blood. The man in the trench coat, hands tucked into his pockets, inquired, "How do you find the items I brought back, doctor?" The doctor glanced at the 12 stones before him, representing the 12 zodiac signs: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. You mentioned using one of these stones to transform 009 into a monkey? The monkey stone. The doctor furrowed his brow. This item. Why does it seem so familiar? Another researcher approached, suddenly producing a document. Take a look. Is this the item in question? What is this? The 12 talismans? The things from the animated series? It can't be real, can it? No, it is genuine. These talismans indeed possess the abilities depicted in the animation. The rat stills the motion. The ox possesses immense strength. The tiger balances yin and yang. The rabbit moves swiftly. The dragon ignites the world with fire. The snake is stealthy and formless. The horse can heal all. The goat's spirit can leave the body. The monkey is ever-changing. The rooster defies gravity. The dog is indestructible. And the pig. It has a piercing gaze. I believe I should seize an opportunity to catch up on the animation. Are there any developments with the other A-level personnel? Unclear. We dispatched a total of 6 A-level personnel, all of whom consumed the ability candies, thus acquiring corresponding powers and flaws. If we can have them equipped with these talismans, I believe it could significantly mitigate their inherent shortcomings. In the conference room, several high-ranking officials of the Nine-Tailed Fox convened to discuss their targets for capture. 001 the Crow Imitator, 002 the Weeping Fishman, 003 the Transparent Man, 004 the Queen Bee, 005 the Wall Rat, and 009 the Splitter, excluding the deceased 006 the Weaver and the elusive 007 the Siren, not to mention the absent 008 the True Ancestor. This operation was the most perilous in history. Can we truly trust those 6? Do not underestimate them. They are the elite among elites, monsters among monsters. The candy box had produced a total of 8 candies thus far, representing our highest combat strength. Should we fail and the enemy discover our position, we would be in grave danger. Trust them, someone urged. After all, aside from believing, we have little else we can do at that moment. A C-level personnel burst into the conference room. A transmission from the front lines, a dark signal. One individual furrowed his brow. What dark signal? Who transmitted it? The C-level personnel took a deep breath. The frontline A-level personnel sent a dark signal, a universal pardon. I repeat, a universal pardon. Upon hearing this, one individual slammed his hand on the table, springing to his feet. Containment successful. In the South Bay Port District, a man clad in a white Zhongshan suit and wielding a cane stood firm. Before him loomed countless soldier bees and a royal guard bee, Yang Yin. The man struck the ground with his cane, and suddenly, a massive spider web manifested upon the ground. Just as Yang Yin prepared to launch an attack, he found himself immobilized, his feet firmly stuck to the earth. The cane-wielding man navigated through the soldier bees, approaching the queen bee and raising his cane. Spider captures, wasps ensnared. While wasps may be the natural enemy of spiders in the animal kingdom, that is only due to the inadequacy of the spider's web. Queen bee, the game is over. The queen instinctively recoiled, but the white web swiftly ensnared her legs. Who are you? The man with the cane lowered it. A-level containment personnel of the Nine-Tailed Fox, Spider. The queen bee gritted her teeth. Yang Yin. With that, Yang Yin abruptly twisted and broke his own legs. He flapped his wings, dragging his bloodied lower limbs directly towards the spider. The spider sighed, snapping his fingers, causing the white web on the ground to surge upward, ensnaring Yang Yin like a rope, violently pulling him down. Thud. Witnessing this, the queen surrendered her resistance, shrugging her shoulders. Very well. You have won, dear. The spider, upon hearing this, retrieved a communicator. In District, Spider, Universal Pardon. In Yangshan District of Biling City, Li Yuan found himself pinned against a wall by a muscular man. Several fishmen charged from behind. Yet the man's shadow came to life. The shadow seized the necks of 2 fishmen, freezing them in place as they clutched their throats. Ugh, ugh, crack. The shadow snapped the necks of the 2 fishmen. While the man rolled his head. To defeat me, you might want to start by sparring with my shadow. Behind him lay a pile of fishmen corpses. Li Yuan frowned, feeling an odd resonance emanating from the man. As if something within him was in sync with the man's presence, it was peculiar. He suppressed the impulse to summon all the fishmen of Biling and relinquished his resistance, formulating a hypothesis. Noticing Li Yuan's surrender, the man freed a hand to activate his communicator. Y District, Shadow, Universal Pardon. In a single night, dark tides surged within Biling City, and in Chen Ye's former CAF, 001 the imitator lay sprawled on the floor, while a rotund man sat comfortably in a chair beside him. The man prepared himself a cup of coffee, leisurely savoring it. During this time, 001 briefly opened his eyes to sneak a glance at him. then closed them again, tongue lolling, feigning death. The rotund man remained oblivious to any abnormalities, focusing instead on his communicator. B District, Eye of the Future, Universal Pardon. Chapter 046, 6A Level Personnel, 001 The Imitator, 002 The Deep Diver, 00 for the Queen Bee, and 009 The Splitter were all successfully contained and transported to the headquarters of the Nine-Tailed Fox. However, the containment of 005 The Wallstander and 003 The Transparent Man ended in failure. The failure to contain 003 was due to the team's prolonged search yielding no results, while the failure to contain 005 stemmed from the team simply being unable to defeat him. It was as straightforward as that. Following this experience of failure, the threat level of 005 has been elevated by one tier. The Nine-Tailed Fox categorizes the danger levels of containment objects into 7 distinct tiers. D. No danger. C. Slight danger, but not impactful. B. Capable of causing harm. A. Capable of killing. S. Killing as effortlessly as drinking water. RS. Extremely dangerous, able to rival an entire army. And RT. Capable of annihilating humanity. Culminating in RZ. Capable of obliterating planets. Currently, the highest danger level recorded is RT, indicated in the dossier of 007 Siren. She stands as the sole containment object rated at the RT level, while the deceased 006 Weaver is merely classified as RS. The remaining entities fall between levels A and RS, with level A specifically referring to 003 The Transparent Man, deemed the least threatening of all containment objects. Beyond the entities, the Nine-Tailed Fox also maintains a hierarchy within its ranks, ranging from D to A. Level D individuals possess no human rights. They may be the contaminated, the influenced, or death row inmates. Their status akin to that of lab rats. Level C comprises ordinary personnel with limited privileges, unable to access top secrets, tasked solely with the operation of various facilities and basic responsibilities. Level B personnel are divided into 2 categories: logistical researchers and external suppression agents. The recent throng of Nine-Tailed Fox foot soldiers consisted entirely of B-level personnel. Level A personnel are rather exceptional, encompassing high-ranking individuals or containment experts who wield non-human methods. Presently, only 6 A-level containment specialists exist within the Nine-Tailed Fox. They include Spider, who can manipulate high-viscosity, high-tenacity silk; Shadow, who can detach shadows to attack others; Future Eye, who can foresee the future and alter outcomes within seconds; and Spirit Master, who can render their form intangible. These 4 successfully contained 001 Mimic, 002 Deep Diver, 004 Queen Bee, and 009 Splitter, respectively. The remaining 2 possess unique abilities. 1, named Taodai, can consume any object into their being and coexist with the target. Responsible for containing 005 Wall Watcher, albeit without success, and the other, codenamed Cobra, can create a serpent that immobilizes its target upon biting, charged with containing 003 The Transparent Man, yet he has scoured North Ridge without locating 003. Moreover, all 6 have been injected with the strengthening serum derived from 002 Deep Diver, which extracted the cells of a fishman and injected them into a normal human body, augmenting their physical capabilities to that of a fishman. However, this serum carries a significant drawback: an acute deficiency in hydration. Post-injection, the body's consumption of moisture accelerates dramatically. In combat, or during physical exertion, within mere minutes, the subject can succumb to overwhelming thirst. This issue remains unresolved. Meanwhile, 003 Wang Haonan traverses a narrow alley, his skin marred by numerous burn marks. The continuous use of invisibility during daylight has resulted in extensive ultraviolet burns, inflicting great discomfort. Curse it, Lord OS has indeed been slain by that band of Nine-Tailed Fox. Aside from 005, everyone else has gone missing. They must have been captured by the Nine-Tailed Fox. Without Lord OS, it is only a matter of time before I, too, am ensnared. At present, finding 005 is my only glimmer of hope. Yet, the question remains: where should I begin my search for 005? Leaning against a wall, Wang Haonan gasps for breath, sweat trickling down to soothe his scorched wounds. That person should have departed. I'll wait until nightfall to act. Suddenly, Wang Haonan collapses to the ground, consciousness swiftly fading into darkness. Moments later, a rift tears open before him. A man clad in a suit with black hair steps through the fissure, glancing at the fallen Wang Haonan before producing a vial of potion from his waist. be driven to such desperation? It seems I have indeed underestimated that band of nine-tailed fox. Have 001, 002, and 004 all been captured? Though this complicates matters, it is of little concern. The fates of those individuals matter not. Chen Ye has no further need for them. However, the capture of 009 Splitter is a different matter entirely. He is akin to a ticking time bomb. It is conceivable that one day his arm may detach, landing on the ground and transforming into the god-slaying sword, which could be wielded against Chen Ye, leading to considerable trouble. The god-slaying sword is a concept envisioned by Chen Ye, designed to ensure absolute lethality, capable of eliminating even the undying. Chen Ye had previously contemplated creating such a weapon, producing a swordsmith's potion, but to no avail. Yet now, he has gathered some insights. His intention to forge this weapon is not to shoot himself in the foot, but rather to facilitate the removal of undesired immortal entities. For instance, 009 is currently far too dangerous in the hands of the nine-tailed fox. Chen Ye does not plan to rescue him, but rather to eliminate him. After all, saving him is not cost-effective. Chen Ye has the raw materials for 009's potion and can easily recreate a new 009. However, leaving him be poses a risk, as he remains a ticking time bomb. Thus, dispatching someone to eliminate him is the optimal choice. Chen Ye glances at the potion in his hand, uncertain of its efficacy. He decides to give it a try. After tossing the potion to the ground, he promptly turns to leave. As night falls, Wang Haonan awakens to find a vial of potion before him, accompanied by a piece of white paper. He picks up the vial and paper, upon which are inscribed two brief messages: eliminate 009. OS Kate. Staring at the signature, Wang Haonan freezes momentarily. Lord OS? He is not dead. Realizing this, Wang Haonan hastily scans his surroundings, yet finds no trace of anyone. As expected, that esteemed individual could hardly perish so easily. He must have ascended to a new echelon. If that is the case, I have nothing to fear. With this thought, Wang Haonan drinks the potion without hesitation. He experiences no pain or abnormalities, his body feeling remarkably supple. This potion is known as Mirror Demon. It does not possess immortality properties, as Chen Ye already holds such traits, and therefore will not pursue further research into immortality. Naturally, he will not produce any more immortal beings, for should they be captured like 009, it would pose a significant disadvantage to him, complicating any attempts to eliminate them. Chapter 047. Mirror Demon, Nanchang, the Guild. A cadre of armed soldiers stands guard outside the guild, their expressions taut with tension. Captain, what exactly are we guarding? I do not know, but if you value your life, heed my warning. Do not be curious. Not even a little? I can't say that I've heard whispers that we are escorting a rare creature. The organization seems intent on using it for some experiment. One soldier speaks, a face suddenly reflects off the barrel of his gun. Startled, he whips around, yet finds nothing behind him. Captain, what's the matter? The man turns in confusion, realizing there had been something just moments ago. Crack! Before he can finish his sentence, something suddenly twists around his neck. Blood mingles with bone, twisting together like a pretzel. Another soldier witnesses this horror, instinctively retreating. Yet, as moonlight glints, the man's head explodes. Bang! Blood sprays forth as a figure brazenly pushes open the guild's grand door, entering an underground facility. Inside the illuminated subterranean facility, Wang Haonan's silhouette is reflected off the shiny walls and floor. Several armed soldiers pass by, their images reflected in the mirror-like surfaces. A flash of crimson darts through, and in an instant, several heads roll to the ground. Wang Haonan glides through the reflections, swiftly reaching the innermost depths of the underground structure. At the core of the building lies a massive serpent. Approaching the serpent, Wang Haonan realizes this is not the place he seeks. Suddenly, a man with serpent-like eyes appears behind him. Look who we have here. 003. You tread the path of heaven when you could have avoided hell. Wang Haonan turns to find an A-level containment expert from the nine-tailed fox standing before him. This individual possesses snake-like eyes, scales akin to those of fish adorning his arms, and an unusually long tongue. Wang Haonan retrieves the documents he had discovered in another building. You are Cobra, correct? Cobra chuckles. Ah, indeed. That is last time I failed to contain you. What a waste of my abilities designed specifically to counter you. Do you know, he continues, our powers stem from a single candy? When our hearts yearn for something, the candy responds to our desires. For instance, when I wished to confront an invisible being, I was bestowed with eyes that sense heat like a serpent. Wang Haonan contemplates this, so, your abilities all originate from this so-called candy, and their nature depends on your individual requests. Why not simply request invincible power? Cobra shrugs. There are many forms of invincibility. For instance, a certain individual sought invincible strength, yet ended up with the ability to become intangible. In a sense, he is invincible, for in that state, he cannot be killed or attacked, and no one can challenge him. However, this notion of invincibility diverges fundamentally from our conceptualization. It is likely that the candy itself has limitations, thus confining the powers it can bestow. Wang Haonan smiled, then why not try indulging in a few more candies? Of course, indulging in a few more candies is delightful, but a certain individual has already succumbed to a grotesque fate after consuming just two, the cobra remarked, as a small serpent manifested upon its arm. All right, if you wish to converse, we can return and discuss it leisurely. Aren't you going to render yourself invisible? Upon hearing this, Wang Haonan chuckled softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The cobra grinned widely, eyes widening as he became acutely aware of the nearby heat sources. Yet, strangely, there were no signs of warmth in the vicinity. Where is he? The cobra was momentarily taken aback, and the next second, his head was abruptly severed by an unseen force, falling to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed forth as Wang Haonan materialized behind the cobra. Your information seems rather outdated, in this day and age. Who still resorts to invisibility? With that, Wang Haonan swaggered out of the establishment. After his departure, a rift suddenly tore through the fabric of space. Chen Ye emerged from the fissure, dragging the cobra's lifeless body with him, then turned his gaze toward the large serpent confined within the cage. This could yield some remarkable results. Upon seeing Chen Ye, the large serpent shrank in size, trembling instinctively, as though it had encountered some abominable entity that threatened its very existence. Observing the quivering serpent, Chen Ye reached through the bars of the cage, gently caressing the creature's head. Do not fear. It is merely raw material. You shall undergo evolution and attain unparalleled beauty. With that, Chen Ye forcefully tore a rift in the cage, vanishing into the void alongside the large serpent. On the other side of the rift lay a bizarre black hole, existing at the intersection of reality and the mind. A place that did not inhabit any corner of the material world. Here, Chen Ye's flowers, experimental subjects, and double-headed pot were all heaped together. Now, a large serpent and the corpse of a serpent man had been added to the collection. No need to be anxious, relax. This won't hurt at all. Chen Ye sliced open the serpent man's corpse and tossed it into the pot, discarding every inch from head to toe. Yet, astonishingly, no matter how much he threw in, the potion remained a constant 100 milliliters. At the headquarters of the nine-tailed fox, news of the cobra's demise spread. What? Who did this? According to the undamaged surveillance footage, it was likely 003. Impossible. The cobra's abilities are precisely tailored to counter 003. Even if that fool was careless, it couldn't have been so easily accomplished. Unless 003 has evolved, 006 is already dead. Under our assumptions, no new monsters should manifest, thus no further evolutions either. Have you forgotten the alternative hypothesis we proposed earlier? The entity responsible for creating monsters is not 006, but something else entirely. Although 006 is deceased, that entity remains, and someone has taken over 006 duties. Do you recall Chu Yang's inquiry just before his demise? He asked 006 if killing him would prevent the emergence of new monsters. At the time, 006's response was, "Are you truly certain? This is troublesome." A solitary figure approached a containment chamber numbered 002. Peering through the glass, he beheld Li Yuan, imprisoned within. Sensing the gaze upon him, Li Yuan lifted his head. "What is the matter? Are you not going to resolve my predicament?" A friendly reminder. "Your time is running short." The figure inquired through the glass. "What do you mean?" Li Yuan grinned broadly, literally. "The Grim Reaper has arrived." Just then, an image was suddenly reflected in the mirror. Before they could react, their reflections lost their heads. Wang Haonan stepped through the glass, seemingly having found the right location. Li Yuan. Long time no see. Chapter 048. The Death of 009. The machine confining Li Yuan slowly opened, and he flexed his wrists. That esteemed individual hasn't perished, has he? Naturally, Wang Haonan replied. Where is 009 contained? Li Yuan shook his head, uncertain. I only know we are not imprisoned in the same location. The nine-tailed fox seems to be planning to eliminate 001 and 004. They do not intend to eliminate you? Li Yuan's gaze shifted. They have been extracting my blood, seemingly developing some sort of serum, and I am merely the raw material for that serum. Wang Haonan recalled the documents he had discovered in other laboratories. It must be the 01 enhancement serum. I have seen it in other research facilities. As he spoke, Wang Haonan produced a vial of serum from his pocket and tossed it to Li Yuan. Upon receiving the vial, Li Yuan sensed its contents. This is deep diver cells. Curious, how did they unlock the cellular lock? What cellular lock? Li Yuan shook the vial in his hand. This type of cell is inherently infectious, but its infectivity has been locked. The method to unlock this cellular lock is known only to me. Yet now, they seem to have discovered a way to unlock it, maintaining the cells in a restricted, constant activation state. Normally, injecting this serum into a human body would instantaneously transform them into a deep diver. However, they have employed some method to restrict the cell's infectivity, preventing them from fully transforming the human body. Indeed, the anomalies I sensed earlier were not without reason. It seems I was brought here for a purpose. Listen to me, Li Yuan suddenly chuckled. I have an idea. An idea? Before Wang Haonan could finish, red lights illuminated the base, accompanied by an exceedingly loud alarm. Incident 01, containment failure. Delta Extreme Response Unit is en route to the uncontrolled area. Wang Haonan turned to leave, but Li Yuan suddenly shoved him aside. Faced with a throng of armed soldiers, Li Yuan emitted a strange sound wave. This sound emanated from his abdomen, seemingly carrying a melody. Upon hearing Li Yuan's resonant tones, the soldiers instinctively clutched their heads. Collapsing to the ground, ugh, fish scales and green skin began to erupt on the soldiers, their physiques rapidly expanding, tearing their clothing apart. Li Yuan glanced back. These individuals have all been injected with deep diver cells. Although only a small quantity, once I unlock the cellular lock, the deep diver cells will instantaneously transform them. One could say the nine-tailed foxes have provided me with a splendid gown for my endeavor. I'll handle this. That esteemed individual must have entrusted you with other tasks, right? Wang Haonan nodded, and his figure vanished from sight. After his departure, the newly formed Delta Extreme Response Unit of the nine-tailed fox transformed entirely into deep divers. The advantage of this new unit was that all members had been injected with deep diver cells. Unfortunately, this secret was uncovered by Li Yuan. Let us go see what delightful treasures the nine-tailed foxes have collected. A cadre of deep divers armed with weapons parted to create a pathway as Li Yuan strode ahead, traversing the laboratory corridor. Ahead lay the light containment area. Li Yuan gazed at the containment cabinets, and by chance, he spotted a skeletal hand. Below it was a plaque inscribed, SRW number 009-14. Hand of Avarice. Danger level, S. Containment information. The Hand of Avarice is a split entity from 009. It can move independently, floating like a ghost, and has a particular fondness for the posterior of women. Furthermore, the Hand of Avarice can attach itself to any part of a living being, allowing the biological will to freely manipulate 009-14. However, 009-14 possesses a strong mental pollution meme. Upon contact, it will immediately activate the strongest desire within the being's heart, compelling immediate execution. Interaction with 009-14 is strictly prohibited, and no females should be present in its vicinity. Li Yuan grinned upon seeing this, shattering the glass with a punch and stepping into the containment chamber. 009's wretched creations are indeed numerous. After delivering a kick that shattered the containment facility of 009-14, the hand emerged, giving Li Yuan a thumbs up. Li Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth, then turned to observe other containment units. The Hand of Avarice followed closely, hovering beside him. What is this? A killer fan? 009-8. Killer fan. Danger level, RS. Containment information, 009-8 appears to be an ordinary electric fan, yet it possesses indestructible qualities and must remain powered on 24 hours a day. If not, its blades will detach from the body and, like propellers, will shred any living creature within sight. Once the facility loses power, all personnel must evacuate the area immediately. Upon restoration of power, D-Class personnel must enter first to confirm whether 009-8 is in a powered state. Li Yuan cast a glance at it, then silently departed. Best not to touch that, he thought to himself. But the hand of avarice seemed to have other ideas, sneaking over and pulling the plug on the killer fan. Once unplugged, the fan's blades whirled out, shattering glass and rock as they sped away. Meanwhile, in the deep containment area, Wang Haonan located 009, covered in steel nails. Long time no see. 009's pupil shifted, but due to the nails piercing his tongue and mouth, he was unable to speak. Wang Haonan swiftly removed the nails from his mouth. Is your stay here comfortable? The splitter moved his head slightly and remarked, even if you do not come, my people will seek me out. Oh no, they are already outside. Wang Haonan smiled faintly upon hearing this. Is that so? But I am not here to rescue you. I have come to kill you. As he spoke, Wang Haonan casually extracted a stone adorned with a monkey motif from his waistband. Look, just picked it up. The splitter's pupils constricted at the sight. Hey, don't joke around. I admit I spoke too loudly before. Wang Haonan nodded. Your voice is still rather loud, mouse. With that, a beam of light shot forth from the monkey stone in Wang Haonan's hand, striking the splitter and transforming him into a mouse. The so-called immortality merely referred to the body's ability to regenerate infinitely. Thus, there are indeed many ways to kill such an immortal being. For instance, one could slay his soul, or alter his body, reducing it to that of a mortal. Alternatively, anything embodying the concept of erasure could bring about his demise. Wang Haonan seized the mouse that had once been the splitter, brandishing a kitchen knife and swiftly severing the mouse's head. The body convulsed momentarily before falling utterly still. Wang Haonan weighed the stone in his hand, remarking, this is quite useful. He then spread his fingers to reveal 8 more stones. At least you died with a hint of value. With that, he stepped onto the reflective ground and vanished from sight. His figure darted between the floor and ceiling, yet the corridor remained eerily empty. When the subsequent research personnel arrived, they found only a small white mouse, its head severed. Chapter 049. Future Diary. Tap. Before the entrance of the underground elevator of the Nine-Tailed Fox headquarters stood a man dressed in a white Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane. You dare to invade the Nine-Tailed Fox headquarters? Upon hearing this, Wang Haonan scratched his head. Are you the spider? Do you recognize me? The spider squinted, his body beginning to secrete webbing, preparing to catch Wang Haonan off guard. Observing this, Wang Haonan discreetly retrieved a stone engraved with a dragon pattern. Neither spoke, and in the next moment, the spider lunged forward, shooting sticky webs directly at Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan immediately produced a dragon talisman, its red glow flashing as a pillar of flame erupted forth. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, incinerating the webs and reducing the spider's body to charred remains. As the flames extinguished, the spider's blackened corpse collapsed to the ground. Wang Haonan approached, puzzled. That didn't seem very strong. Did I misunderstand something? You indeed misunderstood. A clear, youthful voice chimed in. Wang Haonan turned to see a girl in a black long dress striding confidently down the corridor of the containment area. 001? I thought you were sent for execution? Upon hearing Wang Haonan's words, the raven placed her hands on her hips. I killed all those who sought to execute me. Is there a problem? You possess such capability? Wang Haonan blinked in surprise. The raven smirked. You underestimate me. If I hadn't wanted them to capture me, how could they have succeeded? Do not forget. Just then, the raven's body twisted and convulsed, her hair turned white, her eyes crimson, her teeth sharpened, and a pair of bat wings sprouted from her back. I possess all your abilities. The raven licked her blood-red lips, continuing. The one who came to contain me was a boastful fat man. Claiming he could foresee the future, I believe Lord OS would be quite interested in this so-called future-seeing material. Wang Haonan was taken aback. How do you know Lord OS is not dead? The raven shrugged. Will Lord OS die? Do not be foolish. I have never doubted that Lord OS would perish. I merely need to perform my duties, continually providing the necessary experimental materials to him. Wang Haonan's gaze shifted to the bloody fat man behind the raven. He can foresee the future. The raven turned and kicked the fat man. Hey, didn't you say you could foresee the future? The fat man jolted awake. Yes, I can foresee the future. What do you want to see? I can help you. The raven, hearing this, seized the fat man's neck. No need. I know exactly what you were thinking. A secret keeper. The raven could listen to the hidden secrets within the shadows and read memories. So, it is like this. What allows you to foresee the future is a diary. The raven pushed the fat man aside and rummaged through his belongings, producing a seemingly ordinary diary. The fat man's pupils dilated. No, no, not that, not. The raven grinned. Do you want me to return it? The fat man nodded fervently. Yes, yes, please return it. Hearing his pleas, the raven displayed a delighted smile. At that moment, a rift appeared in the space behind the raven. An arm reached through the rift and snatched the diary from her grasp. What? Wang Haonan. On the other side, Chen Ye, who had taken the diary with deft hands, sat in a chair, casually flipping through its pages. Foreseeing the future? I thought I would have to go through great trouble to find this, yet it turned out to be so simple. Chen Ye tossed the diary onto the table, concluding, it seems I won't need Chu Yang after all. Chen Ye suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. One could only say, the child has finally matured. He reached out to stroke the head of the giant serpent beside him, which trembled and lowered its head. Now, it is time to eat. Chen Ye produced a vial of potion, and the serpent immediately shook its head, retreating in distress. Witnessing this, Chen Ye firmly grasped the serpent's head and pried its jaws apart. Indeed, I am reasoning with a beast. I have truly regressed. Just as one would with an infant, there is no need to seek the infant's opinion. It cannot comprehend your words, nor must you negotiate with it. Forcefully inserting the potion into the serpent's mouth, its body writhed and convulsed, its eyes wide as it straightened into a line. Thud. The serpent collapsed to the ground, and Chen Ye rose to his feet. As a pet, this was merely the first stage. It must first learn to obey, and then it will require further nourishment, outside. The raven blinked. What just happened? Wang Haonan shrugged. Who knows? Likely it was that esteemed one who intervened. The raven turned her gaze to the fat man kneeling on the ground. Is that so? The esteemed one did not take you. So it seems you were not to their liking. Well, since that esteemed one has no interest in you, and I have already copied your abilities, you are of no use to me. The fat man retreated repeatedly. No, please, don't kill me. I do not wish to join the nine-tailed fox. It was all out of necessity. I can join you. I want to become a monster, truly. The raven chuckled softly. Is that so? But not everyone is qualified to meet that esteemed one. However, your fear of death does soften my heart a bit. Why not plead with me? The fat man knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. I beg you, grant me a chance at life. I promise I will never oppose you again. The raven licked her lips, raised two fingers, and then seized the fat man's neck. How delightful. You have swayed me, but I find your eyes quite distasteful. With that, the raven plunged her fingers into the fat man's eyeballs. Ugh, blood tears streamed from his eye sockets as he clutched his eyes in agony and collapsed. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from down the corridor. The raven revealed her claws, but unexpectedly, a large group of well-equipped fishmen appeared before them. Li Yuan led the group, accompanied by a small skeletal hand that mischievously waved at the raven and the others. What is the meaning of this? The raven blinked, watching as Li Yuan approached them. I sensed it that day. Those individuals bore a certain connection or resonance with me. Guess what? They actually injected ordinary people with my cells. 003, you arrived too swiftly. If you had come a little later, I could have offered the entire nine-tailed fox to that esteemed one. Chapter 050. Turning the tables. So, you meant to be captured all along? The raven inquired, perplexed. Li Yuan shrugged. On some level, that shadowy fellow is indeed quite formidable. I cannot defeat him. However, capturing me is not so simple. I sensed he possessed something of mine. Theo, investigate. I chose to reveal myself and let him capture me. Otherwise, with my tens of thousands of fish offspring, I could have fought him to the ends of the earth. Just then, footsteps echoed from another corridor. A blonde woman approached from the opposite side. Oh, everyone is here? The raven blinked. Could it be you were also intentionally captured? Intentionally captured? The queen bee turned her head. I simply couldn't win. The raven and her companions exchanged glances. Then how did you escape? The queen bee revealed a captivating smile, slightly embarrassed, as she noted that all those tasked with observing and recording my information were me. So what? After sharing a deep gaze with me, they all fell in love with me. Upon hearing that those individuals intended to execute me, they took it upon themselves to release me, subsequently turning on one another. The queen bee glanced at the charred corpse on the ground, remarking, "Surely, this coal-like entity cannot be a spider." Wang Haonan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's impressive that you can still recognize him." The queen bee felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. "What a pity. I had intended to transform him into one of my elite guard bees, but alas, he met his demise so swiftly." Li Yuan tilted his head and concurred, "I share your sentiments. These individuals possess remarkable qualities. I wish to convert them into deep divers, as I sense it would yield some unexpected results." Just then, the elevator before them suddenly whirred to life. The four of them turned their gazes toward the elevator. Watching as the doors slowly opened, a muscular man stepped out, only to freeze in place, astonished. "What the?" The man blinked at the four monstrous beings before him. "What on earth is happening?" Within the rift, Chen Ye observed the outside world. Upon seeing the muscular man, he instinctively tugged at the man's life thread. To his surprise, the life thread was exceedingly fragile. A mere flick caused it to shatter. At that very moment, a whirling electric fan soared through the air, severing the muscular man's head with a sickening splash of blood, akin to a chainsaw's brutal efficiency. A spark landed in Chen Ye's palm. "So fragile?" The fan continued its flight after decapitating the man. Suddenly, a group of nine-tailed fox soldiers appeared in the distant corridor, having identified their target. Chen Ye seized their life threads, but merely flicked them lightly. "Buzz!" The fan zipped past the group, failing to strike anyone at all. "These individuals are quite resilient," Chen Ye mused, noting the literal toughness of their life threads, which remained intact despite his attempts. Contemplating this, he clutched their life threads with one hand and began to play a rhythmic tune. "Buzz!" The fan surged forward once more, causing the nine-tailed fox soldiers to suddenly drop to the ground in a frenzy. "Get down!" As Chen Ye's fingers danced, akin to a musician's, the life thread swayed and trembled. The fan made a swift turn and flew back, crack. At that moment, one soldier's life thread snapped, coinciding with the fan piercing into that very individual. "Oh!" Chen Ye chuckled softly, continuing to pluck at the life threads with a deft touch. The scene was utterly absurd. To the onlookers, it appeared as though those individuals were engaged in a chaotic dance on the precipice of death. The lethal fans circled around them, alternating between horizontal and vertical strikes, causing the group to bend and twist in a manner reminiscent of a variety show. Eventually, their life threads could bear no more, snapping under Chen Ye's relentless assault, and the fan unleashed a bloody massacre upon the crowd. Gazing at the gruesome sight before them, the others exchanged glances. "What on earth is that?" "Just the detritus of 009. Speaking of detritus, I fortuitously witnessed that group of nine-tailed foxes examining these stones when I seized them." Wang Haonan spread his arms, revealing 12 stones. "What are these?" "One of the detritus from 009, though rather useful. Have you seen Jackie Chan's adventures?" No. Wang Haonan tossed 3 stones to Li Yuan. "Cow, strength; horse, healing; chicken, gravity." Li Yuan grasped the 3 stones. A surge of formidable power coursing through his limbs. "This is intriguing." Wang Haonan then turned to the queen bee, tossing her 3 stones as well. "Dog, immortality; snake, invisibility; goat, astral projection." The queen bee paused momentarily. "Are you giving me all the life-saving ones? Do you see me as that fragile, dear? I believe these suit you better." With that, Wang Haonan glanced at the raven. The raven obediently extended its hands. "What about me?" Wang Haonan placed 3 stones in its grasp. "Rabbit, speed, dragon, blaze, pig, electric eye. What have you kept for yourself?" Wang Haonan revealed 3 stones, the 3 least useful: mouse, stillness to motion; monkey, metamorphosis; tiger, yin-yang balance. "Any issues with that?" The group instinctively perceived Wang Haonan as the weakest among them. Little did they know, he had already evolved, now possessing conceptual-level abilities. The second-tier potion he consumed was Mirror Demon. As the name suggests, it allowed him to traverse any reflective surface or object with a smooth finish. While navigating through these reflections, external chaos would have no bearing on him. In this mirrored world, he was impervious to outside attacks and influences. When others appeared in the mirror, however, he could strike at them. In essence, it was a case of "you cannot harm me, but I can strike you as if I were attacking your kin." Moreover, Wang Haonan's innate ability to become invisible remained intact, allowing him to stealthily assassinate foes within the mirror. This rendered his enemies utterly defenseless and bewildered. The sole drawback was that this power relied on the presence of light. In the absence of illumination, he could not unleash his abilities. Wang Haonan clenched the 3 stones in his hand. This is sufficient. With the task accomplished, it was time for him to depart. Wang Haonan's mission was not to rescue them. Since Chen Ye had said nothing, he was merely here to eliminate 009. Saving Li Yuan was merely a fortunate coincidence. Do not presume Wang Haonan to be simple-minded. He was the only one capable of comprehending Chen Ye's commands. Chapter 051. The Nine-Tailed Fox belongs to us. Aren't you leaving? Li Yuan and the Queen Bee exchanged glances. Leave? Why should we? X2, this place is already ours. X2, Li Yuan stretched his limbs and gestured behind him. Look at them. The elite of the Nine-Tailed Foxes are all right here. This is my territory now. Why would I leave? The Queen Bee chuckled, adding, moreover, that group kindly informed me that this was originally a nuclear bomb-proof air raid shelter. I can build my nest here, complete with defensive barriers and all the necessary facilities readily available. With a few controlled researchers, I can take over the Nine-Tailed Foxes. But this is the Nine-Tailed Fox's home. You are being rather presumptuous. Aren't you? Wang Haonan blinked. Well then, do as you please. I shall take my leave. The Raven glanced at Wang Haonan, then at Li Yuan and the Queen Bee. Since that esteemed individual has completely retreated into the shadows, I have no destination left. I shall remain here, fine. But X2, Li Yuan and the Queen Bee exchanged glances. I despise fish. I also detest insects. The Raven, upon hearing this, grasped the rabbit talisman and instantly appeared before the two, pushing them apart. Enough of this. It pointed directly at Li Yuan. You, a fish, dwelling underground? You're a deep diver. Why not return to the sea? Li Yuan pondered this for a moment, realizing there was some merit to it. He had been fighting on land, but now it dawned on him that the land was hardly his domain and the sea. The combat prowess of his deep diver legion would reach terrifying heights, as the ocean was their rightful territory, granting them an undeniable advantage. Li Yuan nodded. Very well. Then this place is yours. Just ensure no one pokes at your hive. 004. The Queen Bee smiled. Safe travels. I want to see you off. Outside the base, as Wang Haonan emerged, he was greeted by a gruesome sight. Corpses littered the ground. Several figures stood atop the mound of bodies, their smiles unsettling. Another one has arrived. Who struck? Wang Haonan gazed up at the moon, its light cascading down. His silhouette refracted into the mirror and, through its reflection, he leaped forth, directly confronting one individual. Crack! He seized the man by the throat, and as another approached, Wang Haonan brandished the monkey talisman. Ant! With a snap, one person transformed into an ant, plummeting to the ground. The nearby onlookers recoiled in shock. Damn! I almost stepped on you. At that moment, a man radiating a purple glow appeared before Wang Haonan. You've got it wrong. He is not one of the Baigu Fox people. You must be 003, right? Hearing this, Wang Haonan inquired, Who are you? We are the Chaos Splitters. What brings you here? Wang Haonan asked. Casting a sidelong glance, Tio eliminate the Nine-Tailed Foxes, sow chaos, and save the world. And perhaps see if we can rescue our leader, Tio Yuheed 009. Wang Haonan narrowed his eyes. The group shrugged in response. Occasionally, we listen. In our hearts, there exists a far greater entity. That legendary figure, though we have never seen him, we know he exists. Wang Haonan, upon hearing this, tossed the man aside. What if I told you your leader is already dead? The Chaos Splitters exchanged glances. If he is dead, so be it. Indeed, who listens to him anyway? Not long ago, we received the apocalypse. The legendary figure descended upon us like a deity. The demise of 009 would be preferable, for then we would have but one master. Wang Haonan extended his hand, declaring that anyone who serves that esteemed being would be our friend. The man radiating a violet glow shook hands with Wang Haonan, affirming that anyone who had slain the Nine-Tails was indeed a companion in our chaos. By the way, aside from that, we have another task, to reclaim the creations that 009 has split off. Wang Haonan glanced back, noting the presence of approximately a dozen, with more scattered across various experimental bases. The violet glowing man clasped his fists in gratitude for the information. Just then, as the man prepared to enter the elevator, Li Yuan unexpectedly emerged from it, accompanied by a legion of fishmen. Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the violet glowing man and stepped aside. The man hesitated momentarily, instinctively shifting to allow passage. Thus, the elevator ascended and descended several times before finally conveying all of Li Yuan's fishmen to the surface. The violet glowing man gazed upon the armed fishmen, their imposing presence evoking a sense of awe. So, these are the predecessors? Their numbers could rival 3 divisions, indeed? How terrifying, truly terrifying. Although rumors had long circulated about the existence of other creatures, none had ever been witnessed. It was evident that these elder monsters had formed their own factions. Yet, it required the combined strength of 12 monsters to establish a single force, primarily due to the fact that their concoctions were mostly half-finished products, all bearing evident flaws. However, the good news was that they had attracted the attention of that esteemed being. As long as they could demonstrate remarkable potential, as long as their existence contributed to that being's experiments, a modicum of mercy would be bestowed upon them. And that so-called mercy entailed evolution. The following day, the sky was clear. Chen Ye's gaze swiftly traversed the heavens, soon locating the reincarnated Chu Yang, who was currently clutching a gold ingot tightly in his palm. Before long, the ingot melted, revealing a blood-red triangular symbol in the center of his hand. What is this? Chen Ye leaned in for a closer look, and suddenly, a similar blood-red symbol appeared in his own palm. Ding! The killing game extends an invitation to you. The organizer of this game is Chen. Crackle. It's you? My sincerest apologies. Do you wish to participate in this game? Chen Ye looked at the floating text before him and chuckled. How intriguing. Pray tell, what sort of game is this? And how do you recognize me? I am 079. The game system.it is an honor to meet you from the past. Lord OS, the past? Chen Ye turned to glance at the future diary on the table behind him. I utilized the properties of the future diary to create a being capable of traversing time at will, did I not? Indeed, you are astute, as expected. Speak of the future. No, I am not interested. Let us get to the point. What is my purpose in creating you, and why bring you back to the past? You expressed a desire for amusement. Am I the sort of person who seeks amusement? Yes. Indeed. However, not now, but in the future. Chen Ye smiled. It certainly seemed possible. Now, let us discuss the game. How does one play? You need only grasp 200 grams of gold in your hand to join the game. This serves as your ticket. Though you are exempt from payment, it is free for you. 079 was aware that Chen Ye despised discussions of money. Chen Ye chuckled. So, Chu Yang acquired his abilities through this game? Yes, he is one of the many promising contenders you favor. With the potential to evolve into your creation. Author's note. Stop speculating on who will win, the protagonist or the antagonist. Who is the villain? Even if Tyson were to arrive, Chen Ye would remain the protagonist. While Chu Yang, merely a plaything. Chapter 052. 079. In an unfamiliar room, Chu Yang took a deep breath as the gold in his hand vanished, finally amassing enough for the entry fee. Although he had been reborn, the game invitation remained. Was this bound to his soul? As Chu Yang pondered, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness was drawn into another realm. This space was a vast black platform, surrounded by chairs and tables. With a colossal countdown overhead, the death game commenced once a month. Since his participation, it had already been activated 8 times. He had missed 2 of those occurrences, and this game was. Chu Yang raised his head to see a series of characters displayed below. ID 002. The Deep Diver, Difficulty 2, Countdown, 3:14, 55, just 3 hours remaining. Chu Yang summoned his personal information panel. His points had reset to 0, and the abilities he had previously acquired had vanished. This was as dire as it could get. He was not alone in this space. Others had also received game invitations, each bearing the same triangular magical symbol on their palms. One individual approached Chu Yang, a newcomer, perhaps. Chu Yang recognized him. ID Hawkeye my hawk. This fellow had previously fought alongside Chu Yang against 004, only to betray him ruthlessly. The old-timers knew Hawkeye's notorious reputation well. Now, with his rebirth, Chu Yang's appearance and physique had transformed entirely, coupled with the reset of his abilities. He had adopted a new ID, Yang Yin. Yes, upon entering the game, one must choose an ID. Here, no one used their real names. Previously, Chu Yang had been called Tricycle, a name he had whimsically chosen, and at that time, he had been a prominent figure in the game, often referred to as Chen Ye. However, that title was closely tied to his perennial status as a third-rate player. Seeing Hawkeye, Chu Yang felt neither anger nor joy. He was a newcomer, so what? Hawkeye my hawk extended his hand, saying, "You should be cautious. People here are quite selfish. You can call me Hawkeye. You are the most selfish of all." Chu Yang did not reciprocate the handshake, causing Hawkeye to feel somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, Hawkeye continued, "This game is quite dangerous. Shall we form a team?" Chu Yang remained unresponsive. Hawkeye turned his head. No worries if you don't wish to team up. As an elder, I feel obligated to introduce you to this place. The countdown before them indicated that once it reached 0, those who had submitted their tickets would be forcibly transported to the corresponding scenario. Different scenarios presented different monsters, and the game rules would vary slightly. Generally, the primary condition for clearing the game was to survive until a specific time, as long as one could endure the designated duration. Points could be earned, which could be used to purchase various items in the shop. You may check the shop. The highest reward is 50,000 points, which supposedly grants one an audience with the organizer. Above in the sky, Chen Ye, in the form of the Grim Reaper, observed them. What does the reward of 50,000 points entail? That is determined by you. Should anyone accumulate 50,000 points, you have stated that you would provide them with a potion. Accumulate 50,000 points for a potion? Can you concoct potions? I cannot, but you certainly can. Initially, I intended to ensure that no one would attain 50,000 points before you created me. Should any risk arise, I would design a dead end to eliminate them entirely. It was only after your creation that the existence of individuals with 50,000 points was permitted. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the crowd below. Who currently possessed the most points? An individual with the ID of Yigong, who has already amassed 4,200 points. How many points did Chu Yang originally possess? 3650 points. You cleared his points upon death? Accounts are annulled, but you have revived him, resulting in this situation. What a pity. Chen Ye's skeletal visage flickered with intrigue as he surveyed the individuals below. Unlike Chu Yang, they failed to capture his attention. Through extracting Chu Yang's blood, Chen Ye had conducted several experiments and discovered the essence that drew him in. It was a characteristic known as fate. Chen Ye extended his hand, grasping the lifelines of those below. Some of their lifelines were thicker and more resilient than the norm. Since becoming the Grim Reaper, Chen Ye had observed many lifelines. Gradually, he had come to a realization. Those with sturdier lifelines generally lived longer. The potion crafted from Chu Yang's blood possessed a unique ability to fortify and thicken one's lifeline. However, through testing, Chen Ye found that these lifelines were not unbreakable. With sufficient force, they could be severed. Yet, in the absence of the Grim Reaper's interference, such individuals typically enjoyed long lives, often until their natural end. Chu Yang was the one among them with the strongest fate. This led Chen Ye to ponder a matter. 079? How did you initially select individuals? Was it random or were there specific candidates? You instructed me to seek those with resilient fates. Thus, I gathered all those with sturdy lifelines here, utilizing the marks on their hands to continuously extend invitations outward. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye seemed to grasp a revelation. I understand now what I have been contemplating. Resilient individuals, experimental data, 079, the game world.so that is how it is. I am gradually piecing everything together. What is the game that is about to begin? It involves evading the relentless pursuit of the 002 deep divers. Survival for 30 minutes or escaping the manor constitutes victory. Of course, you may alter the game's parameters at will. Chen Ye pondered the lives at stake, wondering if 30 minutes was too brief. Perhaps it should be extended to an hour. Given the resilience of these individuals, would it not be remiss to forego adding more challenges? Furthermore, you must possess my other experimental data. Let me have a look. Well, the experimental data of Lord Asta is solely in your possession. You have not disclosed it to anyone. While I am aware of the nature of those creations, I remain ignorant of their genesis. If you are merely acquainted with the monster's appearance and abilities, this timeline's future is bound to shift. This timeline? Does this imply that upon your return to the past, a new timeline has branched off, rendering the past no longer what it was? Much like a certain Yi Qiu, who repeatedly retraces time, unable to alter the future, but instead perpetually opens new timelines. Indeed, it is even possible that this may prevent you from creating me within this timeline. Chapter 053, The Death Game. As the countdown concluded, the individuals upon the platform vanished in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ye caused the surrounding space to twist, leading him to a grand manor. Within the estate stood several houses, and the participants were randomly dispersed throughout them. However, the manor was vast, with but a single exit. At that moment, countless fishmen surged forth from all directions, charging madly towards the houses. Chen Ye observed from above, pondering whether he should take a spectator's stance. 079? If you intervene, the game will become exceedingly simple, thereby disrupting its balance. Of course, should you wish to descend and partake, that is also permissible. Chen Ye twisted his form back to his human guise, only to find a cigarette materializing before him. Here you are, my lord. Chen Ye smiled, finding it amusing. He placed the cigarette between his lips, igniting it with a small flame. Let them entertain themselves for now. Below, Chu Yang opened his eyes to find himself in a room. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the innermost chamber. A shotgun hung on the wall. Just as he reached for the weapon, a figure lunged at him, delivering a kick to his chest. The assailant was none other than Hawkeye. Hawkeye inspected the shotgun, glancing at Chu Yang. Are you all right? How did you end up on the ground? Oh, it's too dangerous for you to wield this gun. Allow me to take it. Just follow me. This fellow, Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Yet he found himself stripped of all abilities, rendering him theoretically incapable of defeating Hawkeye. With the heart of a fishman, Hawkeye's physical prowess far surpassed Chu Yang's current state. The fishman heart was also one of the rewards for completing the game. After each round, a rewards leaderboard would be generated. The top 3 players would receive golden chests, while those ranked 4th to 10th would receive silver chests. The rest, as long as they survived a predetermined duration, would receive a guaranteed copper chest. However, the copper chests were notoriously lackluster, yielding at best a meager blue ability, with a dismally low probability. The fishman heart was a purple reward. If Chu Yang wished to regain it, he would need to place at least in the top 10. In this round, achieving the top 10 required slaying fishmen. The more fishmen one killed, the higher the ranking. But without a gun, it would be exceedingly difficult for him, an ordinary person, to take down any fishmen. Hawkeye, armed with the shotgun, began to ascend to a vantage point, expertly dispatching fishmen with precise shots to their heads. His marksmanship was unparalleled, owing to his proficiency with firearms. Some seasoned players, much like Hawkeye, had already acquired weapons and were employing their own tactics against the fishmen. Others clustered together at a single point, reminiscent of a CF biohazard mode. While the veterans were prepared, the newcomers were utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? At that moment, a fishman pounced upon a newcomer, and the latter screamed as his throat was bitten through, leading to a cascade of additional newcomers falling victim. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yang. He observed a newcomer being overpowered by a fishman and swiftly swung his axe, striking the feeding fishman on the head. Thud! One downed eye in the sky. Chen Ye continued to watch an individual with the ID name Yi Gong. His agility was remarkable, deftly maneuvering amid a throng of fishmen, employing whatever was available to him. Akin to a war god in a toy city, his combat prowess was the strongest among the participants. Yet, his strength did not solely stem from physical advantages. Rather, it was his adaptable tactics and swift reflexes that set him apart. In gaming parlance, this fellow had remarkably quick hands. The battle persisted for half an hour, and most players began to falter. Strange, why has half an hour elapsed? Yet the game is not concluded. Indeed, could it be that the survival time has been extended? Chu Yang also noted this anomaly. Wasn't it supposed to last only 30 minutes? This is dire. The situation cannot be prolonged. The number and ferocity of the fishmen would intensify over time. 30 minutes was already a formidable challenge. If the duration were extended by another 10 or 20 minutes, even Yi Gong would struggle to hold his ground. With this thought, Chu Yang cast a determined glance towards the manor's entrance. He needed a means of escape. If he could break free, at the very least, he would secure a guaranteed reward. Remaining would surely lead to his demise. Clearly, others shared this sentiment. In an instant, they all surged towards the manor's entrance. With Chu Yang trailing behind as the 30-minute mark approached, casualties began to escalate rapidly. The 100-player cohort dwindled to a mere 20 or so. Yi Gong took the lead, coordinating seamlessly with several players to carve a path forward. Ultimately being the first to escape the manor, the others followed closely, but due to his diminished physical abilities, Chu Yang lagged behind. With a firm resolve, he summoned every ounce of strength and executed a roll through the doorway. At that very moment, the world before them faded to black. The game concluded. Entering the rewards settlement phase, Yi Gong ranked first, having slain 102 fishmen. outpacing the second-place contestant by a staggering 19 kills. Hawkeye Mihawk occupied the 7th position, having taken down 49 fishmen. Chu Yang's ranking was considerably lower, landing him in 65th place with a mere 8 kills, a dismal tally. The silver lining was that he had at least survived. Securing the most basic copper chest, phew. Upon returning to the platform, the players eagerly opened their chests, and Chu Yang followed suit. Reward obtained, disposable item, grenade. White reward, utterly useless. Chapter 054, 003 goes mad. Sigh. Chu Yang lamented as others continued to unveil their treasures. One individual suddenly exclaimed, I got a purple one, a fishman heart, 150 points, only one, first come, first served, 150 points? Hold on, brother, didn't Ye Gong sell his last one for 95? You re-asking 150? Buy it if you want. If not, get lost, ahem. Blue quality, visual enhancement, 30 points, price negotiable. White quality, disposable item, adrenaline, 5 points. What has Lord Ye Gong obtained this time? The person dubbed Ye Gong turned around. Purple quality, fish scale skin, 75 points. Goodness, it's still Ye Gong, truly a person of integrity. Watching the bustling trading scene, Chu Yang shook his head. His earnings amounted to only 18 points, 8 from slaying fishmen and 10 from the fixed reward for clearing the level. He couldn't purchase anything. Moreover, inherent abilities could only be traded if they had not been absorbed. Once absorbed, they were no longer tradable. Thus, players typically engaged in trading post-reward settlement. Taking a deep breath, he assessed the white-quality disposable item. The grenade, priced at 10 points. Hawkeye approached him. Not bad, newcomer. You managed to survive. That I have high hopes for you. What a scoundrel. After Chu Yang silently extended his greetings to the entire Hawkeye family, he turned his head aside. Observing this, Hawkeye smiled. I am here to assist with your business, and this is how you treat me. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yang turned back and initiated a transaction, offering 10 points. Hawkeye, however, outright rejected the deal, saying, Oh, my apologies, I suddenly have no desire for it. How about you sell it to me for just 3 points? He noted, You must understand, this white disposable item is the very definition of trash. No one would ever consider purchasing it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang promptly exited the game. Witnessing his disappearance, Hawkeye sneered, unappreciative. Speaking of which, our perennial third-place contender hasn't shown up in a while, has he? Who knows? He might be dead. The individual referred to as the perennial third is someone known as Sandlunch. Indeed, that would be Chu Yang. The next game will commence in a month. Chen Ye stretched languidly. That pace was quite lethargic to at their current rate. It would take centuries to accumulate 50,000 points. Furthermore, I believe the way you are conducting this game lacks a certain enjoyment. Why not disguise the game world as a real one? Allowing them to assume the roles of reincarnation teams? Reincarnation.teams? Is the main god aware of this? If not, they should peruse some online literature. With a thought, Chen Ye departed from the game space, returning to his own rift space. The creation known as 079 is quite intriguing. Through it, Chen Ye conceived an idea. Since we can create a game world, there is no reason we cannot forge an alternate realm. However, I have yet to deduce what the precursor materials for 079 are. One must not take too large a leap. At least I should first ascertain the raw materials for 079. Alternatively, I could complete the current experiment first. By the time I reach sequence 079, I shall naturally know. Contemplating this, Chen Ye turned his gaze towards the large serpent. The coiled serpent suddenly sensed a chill, abruptly awakening from its slumber. Time for your medicine. A few days later, at another base of the nine-tailed fox. Thus, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. If one basket breaks, there remains another. How many usable A-class personnel do we have left? Cobra is dead, Spider is dead, Shadow is dead, Future Eye is barely alive. Its eyes gouged out, its abilities rendered useless. The only ones capable of fighting now are the Spirit Master and the Glutton. Can't we utilize 009-4 to produce some new abilities? 009-4, the candy box, is located at the experimental base over there. Then send someone to retrieve it. That base has already been nested by the queen bee, making it exceedingly difficult for our personnel to approach. What about the Spirit Master? Send the Spirit Master. The Spirit Master has already gone, but he encountered 003 on the way, and they are currently engaged in a firefight. That night, beneath the sky, a one-eyed dragon clad in a trench coat surveyed his surroundings, cursing, where the hell did that guy go? Is this invisibility? No, it cannot be. The one-eyed dragon scanned the area. Moments ago, I was reflected in a mirror, revealing a scar on my neck. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I would have been dead. So, does 003 possess the ability to attack me via light refraction or reflective surfaces? Theoretically, as long as there are no reflective surfaces nearby, 003 cannot harm me. With this thought, the spirit master concealed himself in a corner of the street devoid of reflective surfaces. Just then, a passerby unexpectedly glanced his way. The spirit master also noticed the passerby, and as their eyes met, suddenly, a face was reflected in that person's pupils. This is bad. Human pupils are also reflective surfaces. No, remain calm. I am currently in a phantasmal state. He cannot harm me. I am invincible. Yes, invincible. Puff. Puff. Ugged. A blood mark appeared on the spirit master's neck. How is this possible? I was in a phantasmal state. Phantasmal state. Thud. The spirit master collapsed to the ground, quickly losing all breath. Wang Haonan materialized before him in an instant. Phantasmal. Yet your reflection in the mirror is not phantasmal? Wang Haonan's attack is conceptual, even if the opponent is entirely phantasmal. As long as they are illuminated by a mirror, their figure appears therein, allowing Wang Haonan to inflict direct harm. Sizzling. Spirit Master, what is your current status? A voice emanated from the Spirit Master's lifeless body. Wang Haonan leaned closer and discovered it was a communicator. He picked it up and placed it to his ear. Ahem. Hello. He is injured. Where are you? I can help transport him. The voice on the other end expressed confusion. Who are you? Just a kind passerby. Wang Haonan replied. We are. Wait. Shut up. Who exactly are you? Where's the Spirit Master? Hand over the communicator to him. Wang Haonan glanced at the body on the ground. He had lost consciousness. For some unknown reason, the communicator's signal was abruptly severed. Wang Haonan curiously tapped the communicator, but no further sounds emanated from the other end. At another base of the nine-tailed fox, it appears the Spirit Master is likely dead. What did you say? The person who just received the communication should be 003. How can you be sure? I cannot be certain, but I must harbor suspicions. Given the current situation, do you have a backup plan? No, what I mean is, at this point, we can only allow GOC to intervene. The Global Supernatural Alliance? What can they do? They may not be able to accomplish much, but their presence could attract the monster's firepower. What do you mean? Let them engage. We've lost enough lives. It's time for the United Nations to take its turn. Chapter 055, The Eight Gates of Life, GOC Council. According to the latest intelligence, the containment area in Asia has completely spiraled out of control. What about North America? The situation in North America is equally dire. 1008 has already stirred up a storm in the city. In fact, a church has emerged locally, self-proclaiming as the Church of Light, claiming to possess holy water capable of combating vampires, thereby amassing a fortune. Does that holy water even work? It has no effect whatsoever. It's merely boiled water with added salt. At such a time, there are still those profiting from national calamities, because human nature is dark. Even in a crisis that requires collective effort to overcome, it eventually devolves into a chain collapse instigated by the self-destructive actions of a few. Currently, the whereabouts of 001, the Raven Imitator, are unknown. The 002 deep diver seems to have led some fishmen into the ocean, with specific coordinates yet to be determined. 003, the Transparent Man, has also gone missing, just like 001.004, the Queen Bee, occupies the former base of the Nine-Tailed Fox. It is a naturally fortified stronghold, and she possesses a substantial number of derivatives from 009 splitters. The whereabouts of 005, the Rat in the Wall, remain unclear. 006, the Weaver of Fate, has been confirmed dead by the Nine-Tailed Fox. 007, the Siren, is believed to be in the Atlantic Ocean. It is advised to avoid contact for the time being. 008, the True Ancestor, is entrenched in North America. We have observed that 008 often appears in a female form. According to an Asian individual who has resided in Chinatown for many years, he has encountered 008. Moreover, many Asians have seen 008, and they have miraculously survived. Only Asians? Why is that? It seems that 008 does not comprehend any language other than Chinese. And when 008 is unable to communicate with individuals, it resorts to violent means of interaction. Can't we just give it an English patch? My report is not yet finished. Interrupting me is quite rude. Apologies, please continue. Those Asian individuals uniformly refer to 008 as the three-corpse mother. When asked about the name's origin, they all claim to have heard it from others. What else? Our observations indicate that 008 does not adhere to a singular form. It can manifest as both female and male, rather than being fixed to one appearance. Wait, why are we focusing on 008 now? Shouldn't we prioritize addressing the containment objects in the Asian region? Asian representative, please understand that dealing with 008 is evidently more pressing. But North America has only one containment object. Why the urgency? No. It is far more troublesome than all of Asia's containment objects combined. You must be joking. Have you even seen the containment objects in Asia? The two representatives, one from Asia and the other from North America, were clearly at odds, leading to a slight divergence in opinions. In the end, neither managed to persuade the other. The president of the GOC Council proposed a dual-region investigation. First, assess the situation in both areas to determine which is more critical, prioritizing the more urgent one. Days later, in Bailing City, at a park, an elderly man was practicing Tai Chi when three GOC investigators happened to pass by. Sir, have you lived in the Bailing area for long? The elder paused. Yes, I've lived here since childhood. Are you aware that Bailing City has recently been quite unstable? Upon hearing the words of the GOC investigator, the elderly gentleman shook his head and replied, No, our Bailing City is quite peaceful. Several investigators exchanged glances and one asked, Have you ever witnessed any unusual phenomena or encountered any supernatural beings or monsters? The old man clasped his hands behind his back and stated, I do not engage in idle talk about ghosts and spirits. Such monsters do not exist in this world, but rather are figments created by people to frighten themselves. Instead of pondering such fanciful notions, why not learn some Tai Chi and Bagua from me? As he spoke, he demonstrated a few vigorous movements. The investigators shrugged at one another. It seemed that the situation in Bailing was not as dire as they had imagined. Are you certain you have not seen any monsters? Sir? One inquired. The old man continued to practice his Tai Chi, saying, Monsters may not exist, but terrorists certainly do. Terrorists? Where? Just as the question was posed, the old man suddenly unleashed a palm strike, and a burst of energy surged forth. Instantly engulfing the three investigators, in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished, and the old man took a deep breath, his energy settling. Right before your very eyes, the eighth seat of the chaotic splitters. I Ching Dai in a realm of darkness, the three GOC investigators abruptly found themselves in a new location. To them, it felt like merely an instant had passed. Where are we? They asked one another, noticing beneath their feet a massive Taiji diagram. With 8 pathways adorned with various symbols. What is happening? Weren't we just point? One of them seemed to recall something, exclaiming, that old man. As they thought of the elderly figure, a voice echoed through the space. Among the 8 gates, only one is a gate of life. Choose incorrectly, and you shall die. If you do not choose, you shall die just the same. The Taiji transformation means the gate of life will shift with time. If you can find your way out, I will consider you impressive. Impressive. So, what do the trigrams signify? One investigator scratched his head, displaying a look of confusion, as he was unfamiliar with this culture. Really? You want to start asking about that? Another raised his gaze to the symbols on the gates. Qian, heaven, 3 solid lines, Kurin, earth, 6 broken lines, Jian, thunder. A receptive hexagram, Jin, mountain. An obstructed hexagram, Li, fire, a central vacancy. Can, water, a filled center, Dui, marsh, an upper void, and Sun, wind, a lower obstruction. If this were a tomb rating scenario, the life gate would typically point to Sun. Sun represents wind, and with wind. Wait, stop lecturing. I feel like I'm suffocating. As they conversed, the air grew increasingly thin. The only one who could comprehend the trigrams gritted his teeth. I don't understand what this means either. Let's try the wind position. Which way is the wind position? This way, the individual exclaimed, charging forward, only to be instantly shredded by a gust of wind. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 hesitated, realizing he had guessed wrong. We cannot go this way. With 2 paths eliminated, we have 7 exits remaining. Let us each take a different one. At least we'll have a 1 in 7 chance. All right, let's go together, one declared, rushing into the earth-associated Jin gate. In the next moment, countless stone spikes erupted, piercing him like a sieve. Now it's down to 1 in 6. the last remaining investigator gasped, chuckling nervously. Although they had agreed to go together in this situation, it was evident that the last one to proceed had the highest chance of survival. With 2 gates confirmed as dead ends, the man made a decisive choice and entered the fire gate corresponding to Li. However, it appeared that Lady Luck had not favored him. As his brain faltered from oxygen deprivation, flames erupted, incinerating his body. The old man observed this, channeling his energy. You see, young ones, instead of seeking out monsters, it would be wiser to learn some Tai Chi and Bagua from me. Chapter 056. Arthur? In a park, an elderly gentleman practiced swordplay while another engaged in Tai Chi. The two exchanged glances, and one inquired, "Are there truly life gates among your 8 doors?" With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man replied, "Of course there are. However, as the cosmos evolves through the Tai Chi cycle, the life gate may very well be in one position one moment and shift to another the next. If they had the habit of carrying a compass, they would notice that each time the life gate changes, the magnetic field becomes chaotic." The other elder chuckled softly, "Yet to this day, not a single person has managed to walk through your 8 gates. The 8th seat of the chaotic splitters," I Ching shook his head. "Old 12, you must understand, it is both timing and fate. Their encounter with me is their destiny. Their inability to escape is also their destiny. The 12th seat of the chaotic splitters." The swordsmith. Within the rift of space, Chen Ye was tidying up his lair. One side of the dark chamber was lined with towering bookshelves, while a table in the center bore a dual-handled vessel adorned with a demonic motif and a diary. Nearby, a large flytrap pot, resembling a sunflower yet adorned with numerous eyes, flourished on the ground. On the opposite side of the room, an enormous serpent lay stretched out, its head and tail secured to the walls. With 3 cavities excavated from its body, glass shielding the exposed flesh on either side. The serpent looked in agony, unable to move its head, which was fixed against the wall. Chen Ye approached the 3 cavities and extracted a bowl. Pondering, "What is this?" he shook the bowl in his hand and discarded it into the storage area. He then moved to the second cavity, where a piece of paper lay with a single phrase inscribed, "Is living for Sister Mai Yi?" The meaning eluded him, so he tossed the paper into storage and proceeded to the 3rd cavity. Within the 3rd cavity rested a crown, embedded with deep green gemstones, emanating an eerie, chilling mist. Now this is intriguing. Chen Ye shook the crown in his hand. This marked the 15th creation to emerge from the serpent's division. The serpent had consumed the potion of the 009 splitter. While one could argue it had become the new 009, that would be a mischaracterization, as Chen Ye had not assigned it a number. He merely regarded the serpent as a biological factory, and this was the final stage of that factory. Chen Ye had excavated 3 holes in its body, allowing the creations to concentrate in these spots. Each time the wounds healed, new creations would be expelled. This caused the serpent great distress, as it perpetually bore 3 hollowed-out areas within its flesh. Yet it could not resist, both physically and psychologically. Perhaps due to its larger size, the serpent could yield far more creations than the 009. However, whether these creations possessed characteristics or lacked them, none came with a proper manual to elucidate their functions. Chen Ye gazed at the accumulated creations in the storage area, shaking his head. It resembled the tangled earphone wires he pulled from his pocket. Impossible to untangle. He returned to his seat with the crown and casually flipped through the future diary. Dates filled the pages, accompanied by vague event descriptions. With a wave of his hand, a flying feather pen materialized before him. This was a new creation from the serpent, capable of inscribing words on any tangible surface without the need for ink. Its other characteristics remained unknown. Chen Ye wrote tomorrow's date in the diary and jotted down, "What is 002 doing?" The diary remained unresponsive, so he closed it. After a moment, the diary trembled slightly. Upon reopening it, he discovered a new line of text. 002 has established a new home beneath the deep sea. Although it is not yet complete, he has already named his new abode Lalai.in. The afternoon, 002 arrived at the shore, transforming the entire populace of a small fishing village into deep divers, using it as a temporary residence above ground, spending a relatively leisurely day. Chen Ye closed the diary, finding it rather interesting. He then observed what he himself would be doing tomorrow. New entries about himself appeared in the diary. Chen Ye scrutinized it. "In the morning, I will collect the remnants expelled by the serpent. One of the serpent's creations will be a book titled When Humanity Shines Among the Stars. I find it intriguing, having read it from dawn till dusk, gaining profound insights in the afternoon. I remembered that I had yet to feed the serpent. Chen Ye picked up the feather pen and wrote on the page. Is there not a more interesting piece of information for me? He closed the diary, which trembled slightly. After a moment, new words appeared. A person yearns for my presence. Merely a half-finished product, an unremarkable ability that, upon closer inspection, is indeed unremarkable. Yet it is utilized by someone to such an extent. How fascinating to Ian Shaman. On a bustling street, a man dressed in a clown costume stood idly. Someone tossed a coin, hoping the man would perform a juggling act. Instead, the man merely forced a smile and bared his teeth at the passerby. After a curse, the individual walked away. The man picked up the coin, his smile fading as he lay flat on the ground. Laughing maniacally, a young mother strolled past with her daughter. Suddenly, the girl halted and approached the man. "Uncle, what are you doing?" The man sat up upon seeing the little girl, her eyes innocent and pure. "Come back," the mother exclaimed, yanking her daughter away. "Did I not tell you to stay away from that madman?" The little girl looked back at the man. "But Mom, I just think he looks really sad." "Sad about what?" "Hurry, if you feel sorry for him, you'll only end up marrying someone like that in the future." The mother insisted, pulling her daughter along. Gazing at the departing figures of the two individuals, the man reclined once more in a starfish position. He fixated on the sky, his eyes drawn to the sun, instinctively raising a hand to shield them. "Go punish the offenders. We confine them within cages. To protect the animals, we also imprison them. Do you wish to claim that safeguarding animals is a farce?" At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. The man glanced at him, his expression once again drooping. "What I mean to convey is that they have all lost their freedom. Are you engaging me in a philosophical debate? Arthur, do not forget, I have paid you to be here, not to lounge in the sunlight by my shop's entrance." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Arthur slowly rose to his feet, responding, "Yes, yes, yes, if you truly cared for the business. You ought to hire a captivating young lady, rather than a ludicrous clown." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, retorting, "Isn't that because you are so inexpensive? Get up and get to work. You must realize that there are many who would gladly take your place." Arthur turned to him, asking, "Is there really someone who would work for a mere $1 a day?" Designation 010. Clown. Chapter 057. The Grim Reaper approaches. Nightfall. Arthur removed his ridiculous clown costume, wiping the blood from his mouth. Just moments ago, an oblivious individual had struck him. Yet, I pondered, perhaps it was merely his face that lacked awareness, colliding with my fist. Ha ha ha. "Arthur, stop chuckling foolishly in front of my shop." Hearing the scolding from behind, Arthur shrugged and continued on his way home. The night lights shimmered as he walked, until suddenly he heard a cry for help. Turning his head, he witnessed a car speeding past, a young girl being yanked into it by someone inside, leaving behind a frantic mother. Observing this scene, Arthur tilted his head, musing, how familiar. Was this not the mother and daughter he had seen earlier that day? Oh, perhaps the father could no longer wait to take her home. After a while, within a dilapidated, abandoned building, a massive cage contained numerous boys and girls of similar ages. Is this sufficient? What does Kay say? That fellow is probably drunk again. Once Kay is inebriated, no one can rouse him unless I smear my cherished blue cheese, aged for 3 years, on his face. If you truly did that, he might just vomit his intestines. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter echoed in the darkness, causing several individuals to instinctively turn. "Who? Step forward," one demanded, drawing a handgun. From the shadows emerged a man with clown makeup on his face. "Apologies, but I find this quite amusing. Have you considered pursuing a career in comedy?" "Comedy?" The group exchanged glances. "What are you talking about?" Arthur replied, unceremoniously taking a seat on a nearby chair. "For as long as I can remember, I have harbored a dream. I aspire to be a comedian. My mentor once told me that upon uttering that very statement, he had already found it amusing. I believed he recognized my talent. Later, I realized he was mocking me. Though I am reluctant to admit it, he was correct. Even if my life resembles a silent film, that does not justify relinquishing my dream. If I truly succeed." Returning to my mentor, I imagine he would burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A person like you has become a comedian? This world must be mad." This, too, is rather humorous, is it not? Arthur's words effectively clarified his identity to the armed group. Which asylum did he escape from? I reckon he's here to entertain us, but he has not fulfilled his duty. Arthur lowered his head, muttering, Indeed, it seems to be just this and that. What is he mumbling about? The crowd was perplexed, yet Arthur abruptly lifted his head. He raised his right hand, and 4 flying knives materialized between his fingers. I, too, find this rather unamusing, and no matter how diligently I strive to embellish the vibrancy of life, it remains but a single hue. With that, Arthur hurled the flying knives. The armed man tilted his head, easily evading the knives. You are quite humorous. Do you fancy yourself a ninja or a top assassin? Arthur twirled a flying knife in his hand, pondering. I believe neither applies. I am merely an unremarkable superhuman. A flying knife suddenly appeared at the man's throat, piercing through his windpipe. What? One individual seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger, a bullet erupting forth, flames licking the air. Yet, a flying knife unexpectedly intersected the bullet's path, deflecting it harmlessly aside. Strangely, throughout this ordeal, Arthur remained seated, having only thrown a single knife. The other 2 knives had seemingly appeared from thin air. One man collapsed to the ground, while the remaining individuals instinctively retreated, guns in hand. Who exactly are you? Arthur casually tossed out another flying knife. Its trajectory veered, striking the man's wrist. Ah, what the hell is this? The man clutched his wrist, where the knife had pierced, causing his gun to clatter to the ground. I am the chief of the Chaos Splitters, the humorous Dartman. Humorous Dartman? No, I am merely jesting. You ought to laugh and refute my claims rather than accept them without question. My name is Arthur Morgan. A comedian. As he spoke, all the knives in Arthur's possession vanished. Immediately, the armed men found themselves riddled with flying knives. The blades materialized on their bodies as if someone had thrown countless knives at them while time stood still. Piffed, piffed, piffed. Blood erupted in torrents, and Arthur approached the cage. Gripping the lock, a knife appeared within the lock, shattering it instantly. The cage swung open, and the children surged forth, rushing out. Arthur squatted down, silently observing them depart. Motionless, among the throng of children, one little girl paused and returned to him. Thank you, uncle. Here, this is for you. With that, she removed her necklace and handed it to Arthur. Subsequently, she dashed away, holding the necklace in his hand. Arthur's drooping lips unexpectedly curled into a slight smile. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I have never known a single day of joy in my life, yet I have never contemplated ending my existence. I am not afraid of death, for my family resides on both sides, and now, just as Arthur was about to rise, a burning black flame suddenly tore through space, manifesting before him. Boom. A terrifying cyclone erupted, sending Arthur's clothes billowing and forcing him to stumble back. The black flames howled as a pair of bony hands tore open a massive rift in space. An enigmatic figure, cloaked in a black, hooded robe and enveloped in swirling black mist, emerged through the rift. Arthur's lips drooped, his pupils instinctively dilating. What stood before him was incomprehensible, evoking a primal sense of fear and an inexplicable reverence. You claim not to fear death. Why then do you tremble before me? Does this imply that your disdain for death stems solely from your ignorance? What was this entity, the Grim Reaper? Am I to perish? Although Arthur yearned to utter something witty to mock his impending demise, he found himself at a loss for words. An unprecedented wave of terror surged within him, compelling Arthur to kneel on the ground. The Grim Reaper extended a bony hand, gripping his face and forcibly contorting his lips into a half-smile. Arthur Morgan, let us share another laugh. Designation 006, The Grim Reaper Chapter 058, Personal Will. What is it like to be touched by the Grim Reaper? Arthur could never have imagined, but now he no longer needed to, for he had lived through it all. The sensation of icy fingers and a heart racing with terror felt akin to traversing a precarious bridge over an abyss. Walking down the street, Arthur turned to glance at the abandoned building behind him. Dark clouds loomed overhead, twisting the atmosphere into a vortex. The Grim Reaper. Arthur inhaled deeply, clutching the necklace as he departed. The Grim Reaper had revealed but one truth to him, a truth that the other Chaos Splitters were already well aware of. Their abilities bore flaws. They were incomplete creations. The potion they ingested was a half-finished product pilfered from the Garden of Eden. Yet, The divine did not condemn them. Rather, the divine was curious to see how far they could stretch these imperfections. Should they exhibit extraordinary potential, the divine might bestow upon them a measure of mercy, such as rectifying their deficiencies. This knowledge was common among the other Chaos Splitters, yet Arthur remained unaware, having become disconnected from the organization. After the demise of Splitter 009, some Chaos Splitters returned to their former lives, while others persisted, upholding the principles established by 009. Arthur belonged to the former. As he strolled through the street, a pair of violet eyes suddenly manifested in the darkness. "Have you had your fill of fun, Dartman?" Arthur halted, observing a bespectacled man with violet eyes emerging from the shadows. "That is the sixth seat of the Chaos Splitters, the glutton, Nalasokin." Arthur turned to Nalasokin, asking, "What game is being played, and who is playing it?" Nalasokin furrowed his brow, replying, "Do you still wish to carry on with your so-called ordinary life? Forgive my candor, but even a dog has an easier existence than you." Arthur extended a finger, retorting, "You are not a dog. How can you be so certain that a dog's life is easier than mine?" Nalasokin countered, "And you are not me. How can you be so sure that I am unaware that a dog's life is easier than yours?" Arthur leaned back against the wall, reflecting, for many ordinary individuals, their so-called daily routine is merely a monotonous repetition of the same activities. However, I am different. Each of my days is unique. Nalasokin chuckled, "For instance, being hired as a mascot for a mere $1, perhaps having only just eaten your last meal. Or perhaps not even that." He continued, "Do you truly believe such a life is worthwhile? We possess the capability to rectify this world. Why must we adhere to its rules?" Arthur closed his eyes, confessing, "In truth, I have always harbored a dream." Nalasokin covered his face, exclaiming, "Here we go again. This fellow is utterly impervious to reason." At present, there remained only 5 individuals still engaged within the Chaos Splitters, including himself, which was far from sufficient. I know, Arthur," Nalasokin interjected. "There is no need to reiterate your absurd dream. It holds no significance. Let us put an end to this, shall we?" Arthur turned to Nalasokin, asserting, "No, you are mistaken, Nalasokin. I now wish to become a humorous dart thrower." Nalasokin responded, "You certainly possess a sense of humor." Arthur, with his hands in his pockets, stood to leave, adding, "Moreover, I have encountered the so-called apocalypse you all speak of." Nalasokin tilted his head, questioning, "Oh, so the master has roused your rusty mind?" Arthur chuckled. "Everyone is laughing." "What?" Nalasokin was utterly baffled by this individual. Any conversation exceeding 2 sentences left him at a loss. It was devoid of logic and utterly incomprehensible. Nalasokin shook his head, observing that Arthur had already departed. This fellow was beyond saving. Perhaps he should seek out others. In the darkened expanse, Chen Ye held a book titled "When Humanity Shines, a Nation Produces a Genius Among Millions." As countless hours of leisure slipped by, a truly historic moment finally emerged. However, the arrival of this moment would influence the course of history for centuries to come. When the fervent will of an individual collides with the fate of history, sparks fly, illuminating the skies of human civilization henceforth. Closing the book with one hand, Chen Ye revealed a faint smile. "Individualism, historical destiny. How I longed to create a sandbox in another world, to see what kind of civilization could be simulated." "No, wait." Chen Ye suddenly touched his face and realized a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "How curious. Why do I find such joy and playfulness now? Is it because nothing threatens me, allowing me to relax subconsciously?" Chen Ye set the book down, placing his hands behind his back as he gazed into the darkness, where it churned, evolving into a cosmic sea of stars, myriad planets. The universe is vast and boundless. Our understanding of it is but a minuscule fraction of the world itself. The stars shimmer brilliantly. Perhaps higher dimensional beings exist within the cosmos, posing a latent threat. Yet this does little to diminish my inner joy. Speaking of joy, Arthur Morgan is quite an intriguing individual. His inherent ability is rather lackluster, offering no room for development from either a distance or up close. His power lies in performing magic tricks, able to conjure a knife before himself. However, note that he can only transform it into a knife, with a length limitation akin to that of a dagger. Of course, if he could produce metal indefinitely, it might not be entirely unfeasible. Yet he cannot. He can merely summon knives that already exist in the world, unable to create a blade of his own. These knives are devoid of any special attributes, rendering his ability utterly mundane. It may seem utterly worthless, right? Yet, paradoxically, when this potion is applied to Arthur, the range of its manifestation expands. Centered around Arthur, he can summon a knife to any location within a 20-meter radius. This means that as long as others are within his range, he can materialize a knife directly into their hearts or heads. However, Chen Ye's potion does not possess such a range. Through the insights gleaned from When Humanity Shines, Chen Ye contemplated a notion: historical destiny, individual will. When the power of the potion collides with personal intent, unexpected effects are bound to arise. Arthur Morgan, a marginal figure at the societal bottom, perceives an invisible barrier separating him from the outside world. His world exists within a 20-meter radius. This interplay between personal will and the power of the potion generates a distorted reaction, forming a complementary breakthrough in certain aspects. Individual will. This subject is intriguing. What if a person of iron will were to ingest Arthur's potion? Would it bestow the blade with indestructible qualities? Attribute granting, attribute extraction, attribute fusion, attribute advancement. Chapter 059. The Beast of 1,000 Throats and Nightmares. In Africa, upon the vast grasslands, a crimson, dog-like creature capable of standing upright dashed across the terrain. It alternated between running on all fours and walking on two legs, as an antelope sprinted past it. The creature suddenly opened its gaping maw, producing the sound of the antelope's call through a throaty resonance. The antelope turned upon hearing the sound, only to see the crimson beast lunging forward. Swiftly severing its neck, it voraciously devoured the antelope's flesh, using its sharp teeth to snap its bones, slurping the marrow and consuming its entrails. After a hearty feast, the creature reached for its abdomen. At that moment, a purple figure suddenly descended from the sky. This figure, adorned with glasses and possessing purple pupils, emanated a violet glow, declaring, "Thousand Throats, it is time to return home." The creature known as Thousand Throats spoke in human language. "Nalisokin, I have expressed countless times, I do not relish killing." The voice of Thousand Throats shifted continuously, momentarily adopting a feminine tone, then a masculine one, and then reverting to the sounds of various animals. Nalisokin, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Simply evading the issue will not resolve it. By distancing yourself from human society, you will inevitably become a beast. Thousand Throats bared its teeth at Nalisokin, stating, "At least I will not commit grave errors." Nalisokin shook his head, lamenting, "What a pity for your abilities. You are a predator, endowed with the most formidable hunting prowess, yet you hide in this desolate grassland." Evading reality. Thousand Throats extended a claw to wipe the blood from its maw, asserting, "Once I enter a state of predation, I lose my reason, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, until I extinguish the last breath of my prey. Do not say that I can never return to humanity. Even if I could, I would never reintegrate into human society. If I were to fall into a state of predation among a crowd, I would hunt down every last person in the city until none remained. Not just my family, but even you and your kin would become my targets. I cannot suppress my hunting instinct. Can you comprehend this?" Nalisokin regarded Thousand Throats, whose eyes were tinged with red, nodding in understanding. "I certainly understand. This is not your fault, Thousand Throats. However, if you wish to end this life of bloodshed, you must accompany me. There exists but one entity capable of saving you." Thousand Throats, upon hearing this, extended its claws, declaring, "That entity, the key to evolution, is not so easily obtained. Moreover, I fear I may not survive long enough to see that day. By then, it may be too late." As Thousand Throats prepared to turn away, Nalisokin rubbed his temples, bemused by the challenges presented by both individuals. The second seat of the Chaos Splitters, the Beast of 1,000 Throats. Although it lacked any particular attributes, it was inherently powerful, akin to a monstrous tank. High attack, high defense, thick blood, and swift speed. Furthermore, it possessed the uncanny ability to perfectly mimic any sound it had ever encountered. This ability extended beyond the sounds of living beings, encompassing gunfire, collisions, and even the sounds of television. It could replicate them flawlessly. This was due to its uniquely structured throat, reminiscent of a recording device. The sole drawback was that once the Beast of 1,000 Throats entered a state of hunger or witnessed prey fleeing, It would instinctively succumb to its predatory instincts in this state. It would lose all rationality, indiscriminately killing until all prey had been vanquished. Its abilities rank among the best within the Chaos Splitters. Yet, ironically, the beast of 1,000 throats was profoundly weak. It did not wish to kill. Nor did it desire to become a machine of slaughter. Thus, it had fled from Asia to the African grasslands. During its time on the plains, it had inadvertently killed several fleeing hunters. These incidents were entirely beyond its control. Those individuals, upon sighting it, would flee in terror, exposing their backs to the beast of 1,000 throats, triggering its hunting instincts. To this day, upon seeing a human, 1,000 throats would instinctively turn to flee. It feared that should it linger any longer, it would be unable to resist the urge to pounce and sever their throats. At that moment, Nalisokan approached, his body levitating against gravity. 1,000 throats, your slaughter can be restrained. You should know this. I in response, 1,000 throats, without turning, retorted, you mentioned the fourth seat. Did he not also leave? Narazakan gazed at Chen Ye from the heavens, stating, as long as you agree to accompany me, I shall seek out the nightmare immediately. No, even if you find him, I will not join you, Chen Ye replied. Narazakan furrowed his brow, you wander here alone. Sooner or later, Gok and the nine-tailed fox will come for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye suddenly paused. Gok. Nine-tailed fox. Perhaps being contained isn't such a bad choice after all. Narazakan clicked his tongue, noting that this fellow was as stubborn as Arthur. The master has assigned you a number. 011. Arthur is 010, and I am 015. Remember it well. I shall now seek out the nightmare. Should you change your mind, you know where to find me. With that, Narazakan soared into the sky. Days later, within a certain university, Narazakan silently arrived at the apex of a library. Inside, a dark-haired youth was engrossed in a book. His name was Chen Ye. Originally, the 009 Chaotic Splitter had anticipated capturing only 20 individuals. But for the sake of elucidation, he had deliberately captured one additional person, Chen Ye. He was the fourth to ingest the potion, holding the fourth seat among the Chaotic Splitters, known as the Nightmare. As the name suggests, he could enter others' dreams and induce slumber. Whenever the beast of 011 Chen Ye descended into madness, Chen Ye would forcefully hypnotize him, rendering Chen Ye into a state of sleep. Sensing something, Chen Ye suddenly remarked, are you here to take me back? Narazakan appeared behind him, not just you. Chen Ye closed the book in his hands. I have stated my intention to complete my studies. Shall we discuss this matter after my graduation? One after another, so willful, Narazakan crossed his arms. Is human life so endearing to you? Chen Ye chuckled at this. Then I must ask you, is the life of a monster truly so splendid? Or is it that, having once been a fraudster, you live in constant trepidation and have simply grown accustomed to it? Narazakan abruptly turned to leave. Observing this, Chen Ye inquired, what? No further attempts to persuade me. Would you heed them if I did? Narazakan responded, clearly not, so I shan't waste any more time. There is no necessity to search for the others. They have chosen to depart and have no intentions of returning. 5 Chaotic Splitters can still contend against the Ninetails and Gok. Chen Ye reopened his book. After all, with the master of flesh and blood present, he alone can give rise to a nation. What cannot be achieved? Narazakan frowned, his back to Chen Ye. If only those he creates could live a bit longer, that would indeed be the case. Chapter 060. The Fate Spoken of by God. Chaotic Splitter First Seat, number 010. The Jester, X, Chaotic Splitter Second Seat, number 011. The Beast of Chen Ye, X, Chaotic Splitter Third Seat, number 012. The Master of Flesh and Blood, Chaotic Splitter Fourth Seat, number 013. The Nightmare, X, Chaotic Splitter Fifth Seat, number 014. The Priest, Chaotic Splitter Sixth Seat, number 015. The Greedy One, Chaotic Splitter Seventh Seat, number 016. The Otherworldly Spirit, Unknown, Chaotic Splitter Eighth Seat, number 017. The I Ching, Chaotic Splitter Ninth Seat, number 018. The Centaur, Unknown, Chaotic Splitter 10th Seat, number 019. The Insect, Unknown, Chaotic Splitter 11th Seat, number 020. The Computer, Unknown, Chaotic Splitter 12th Seat, number 021. The Swordsmith, gazing at the list in his hand, Narazakan rubbed his brow. Aside from the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 12th seats, the others were scattered across the 4 corners of the earth. This truly embodied the essence of splitters. An elderly man with white hair approached Nirazakan. The discord among people arises from the absence of a leader. Even a faith-based church requires a singular authoritative figure to act as the pope, thus uniting all in purpose. When the splitters were alive, they stood united. However, now that the great tree of the splitters has fallen, the monkeys shall scatter. Nirazakan contemplated the list before him. I do not believe anyone among us is fit to assume the role of leader. I am not, nor are you, nor is anyone else. Our abilities are comparable. Relying solely on force, none can dominate the others, and given our mutual disdain, it is implausible for one to submit to another. Where, then, might we find a leader? The I Ching shook his head. Alas, with 009 deceased and the master unwilling to descend to the mortal realm, it is exceedingly difficult to find such an individual. Within the 6-member council of the Nine-Tailed Fox, 5 lifeless bodies sat in their chairs, devoid of breath. Each bore a gaping wound upon their foreheads. An elderly man dressed in formal attire lowered his pistol and gazed up at the ceiling. Almighty Master, I have demonstrated my sincerity and determination. If this truly is my destiny, I beseech you to descend to the mortal realm for but a moment. The elder, named Chen Ye, began to experience recurring nightmares amid the complete collapse of the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Grim Reaper wielded his scythe, claiming the lives of the Nine-Tailed Fox members one after another. An immense, formless clock swung, its hands incessantly moving along a thread, yet never breaking. It seemed to await something. It was then that he began to hear a low, persistent whisper. The voice repeatedly spoke of miracles, greatness, the supreme, the divine, and humanity. Under the weight of those whispers, a notion gradually took root within Chen Ye's heart. He was unaware of when this thought had first emerged. By the time he consciously recognized it, his hand had already grasped the gun. The 5 elders of the council lay dead at his hands. The notion of evolution had taken firm root within his mind, unshakable. Every great endeavor requires sacrifices to forge its path. Perhaps humanity on Earth cannot comprehend this, but they must submit. That voice continued to echo in Chen Ye's ears, whispering over and over again. Our birth is for greatness, for the perfection of self, to reach heights unimaginable by the Creator. We are destined to do so. Our evolution transcends the entire starry sea. Our mission holds far greater significance than the destruction and rebirth of the universe. This is an extraordinarily noble reform. Those who cannot accept evolution shall ultimately be swept away by the tides of time. All must be thus, all must adhere to this intent, as eons turn to dust. Chen Ye cradled his head in his hands, his eyes beginning to glow red. This is my destiny. Life must change. Humanity will evolve. This grand reform has long been poised to begin, and the Nine-Tailed Fox must embrace evolution amidst the waves of rebirth. With a crack, Chen Ye's words prompted a rift to tear through the space above the round table. An entity shrouded in black mist descended before him. He did not comprehend what it was, nor was there a need to understand. Chen Ye, in a daze, extended his right hand. Master. Chen Ye reached out. Black flames erupted, and their fingertips collided. When the fate of history collided with fervent personal will, sparks ignited. Do you comprehend what destiny is? Chen Ye's gaze suddenly grew resolute. Life must face a trial. For both new and old lives, this is an end of days. I am willing to sound the horn of the apocalypse. Should humanity emerge victorious in this war, it shall be the guiding force. Should the monsters prevail, it shall be their obsolescence. I am prepared to bear all responsibility, leading humanity forth into the tide, commencing the contest between new life and old. Chen Ye smiled. He had noted Chen Ye through the future diary and recognized the extraordinary nature of this individual. He was a madman with an intense obsession. Yet, he was also a genius. For several days, Chen Ye whispered in his ear, and Chen Ye's responses did not disappoint him. Whether new life or old life, their essence remains unchanged. The rules of the world dictate survival of the fittest. This is an eternal principle. If you can eliminate those new lives, this evolution shall belong solely to you. But should you fail, you shall be among the first to be discarded in this evolutionary tide. Indeed, Chen Ye replied with unwavering certainty. In victory, we are united. In defeat, we are buried in red flags. This contest shall unfold from the ground to the sea, and then to the sky. Witness it. Chen Ye reversed his fingers, and a vial of murky potion appeared at his fingertips. The opportunity is but once. Qin Ling, devoted to the grand design, fervently believed in the so-called destiny. He voluntarily assumed the role of the monster's quality inspector. His intention was simple. He wished for Chen Ye to grant humanity a chance, an opportunity for fair competition against the monsters. If he succeeded, all monsters would be contained or exterminated, and the nine-tailed fox would rise as an organization surpassing all nations. Chen Ye would become their deity. If he lost, the answer was evident in the forthcoming tide of events. The nine-tailed foxes remain oblivious to the fact that their supreme commander was, in truth, the first to capitulate to the monsters. This revelation would only come to light upon the discovery of a file designated as 022. Chapter 061. Angels and Demons. Recently, Chen Ye had not only delved into various philosophical texts, but also explored the realm of physics. To seek breakthroughs in physics, to discern patterns and unveil new elements. One must engage in particle collisions to be why observing the interactions and scattering of particles, one can discern certain characteristics and thereby formulate a law. Similarly, the evolution of life and the proliferation of civilization necessitate a collision to reveal their essence and validity. Chen Ye conjured a cadre of monsters, akin to molding individual walnuts. Despite his relentless efforts to observe and understand these walnuts, coaxing them to reveal their inner secrets, he ultimately could not fully expose the intricacies within. To attain further breakthroughs, he could only resort to inducing a collision between two walnuts, which meant compelling two monsters to engage in a life-and-death struggle. In this struggle, they might unveil abilities even unbeknownst to themselves. Concurrently, the capabilities of the two monsters would be manifested in their confrontation, revealing strengths, weaknesses, and synergies. This method stands as the swiftest and most effective means of drawing conclusions. Within the fissured space, Chen Ye adorned his bookshelf with a plethora of diverse tomes. Energy equates to mass, time equates to space. According to the principles of special relativity, the speed of light remains eternally constant, thereby indicating that mass and energy differ only by a constant factor. It can also be posited that any specific energy corresponds to a specific mass. Chen Ye set aside his book, sinking into contemplation. Yet, most inherent characteristics defy scientific explanation. Through relentless experimentation, he discerned three tiers of priority among the characteristics of these monsters. The first is the inherent characteristic, largely constrained by the laws of physics, such as the sonic perception ability of the 002 deep diver. Its sound-emitting organ resides in its abdomen, housing a complete vocal system distinct from that of humans. The nine-tailed foxes once captured a merman and anatomically verified the biological plausibility of such a vocal organ. However, the 002 perceives sound through its brain, which is exceedingly illogical. This inability to be elucidated by science constitutes the secondary characteristic, which to some extent contravenes scientific understanding, thus termed supernatural. For instance, there was a person who could command his shadow to assault the shadows of others. Similarly, the 003 transparent king, Wang Haonan, utilized mirrored attacks to harm individuals in reality by striking their reflections. Yet, the abilities of the mirror demon still rely on the refraction of light. Hence, while some aspects of secondary abilities may not conform to scientific principles, others indeed do. The aforementioned two types are the conventional characteristics, whereas the third type, which Chen Ye designated as absolute characteristics, supersedes all others in priority. It defies logic. For example, an absolutely sharp spoon could pierce the earth if cast onto the ground. It adheres to the principle of absolute sharpness, implying that, theoretically, there exists no substance it cannot sever. The 009 once split into a black arrow, an entity possessing the ability of absolute accuracy and indestructibility. This was the first absolute characteristic item Chen Ye encountered, and it remains the sole one. Now, that arrow has been reclaimed by Chen Ye. If the double-eared vessel could absorb the black arrow's unerring property, then theoretically, any potion crafted from it would yield but two effects. The first effect would be transforming oneself into the black arrow, ensuring an infallible strike upon release. The second effect would grant absolute accuracy to any object launched from oneself. For instance, launching millions of offspring. Theoretically, this is the case, yet Chen Ye has not commenced experimentation. There are two reasons for this. The first is the black arrow's indestructible quality. Applying such a trait to a human or creature could potentially yield an immortal entity. The second reason is that there exists but a singular arrow. Coupled with its indestructible property, it is impossible to divide the arrow for sequential testing. Nevertheless, Chen Ye articulated the concepts of characteristic bestowal, extraction, fusion, and advancement. The essence of this statement is to place items endowed with characteristics into the vessel, refining them into potions for consumption. This constitutes characteristic bestowal. Extracting blood from an individual embodies characteristic extraction. The traits derived from one person's blood can merge with those extracted from others, birthing new characteristics, a process known as characteristic fusion. Following fusion, these traits can be injected into organisms, culminating in characteristic breakthroughs. Subsequently, Chen Ye would repeat the cycle: extract, fuse, breakthrough, and bestow. Theoretically, this process could yield what is deemed the ultimate characteristic. Yet, what precisely that entails remains an enigma to Chen Ye. Alongside the bookshelf stood a massive freezer, brimming with an array of serums. These comprised not only the serums from his creations, but also those extracted from ordinary humans. For instance, serums from Chu Yang, leukemia patients, and individuals in vegetative states. Among many others, these served as characteristic samples. On the opposite side of the serum cabinet lay a row of shelves housing a selection of Chen Ye's latest concoctions, all in duplicate. Among these potions, several were particularly perilous, leaving even Chen Ye incapable of predicting the ramifications of their consumption. A somewhat less hazardous pair included the recently formulated vials labeled Angel and Demon. The Demon potion had been entrusted to Qin Ling, the commander of the Nine-Tailed Foxes. As for the Angel potion, Chen Ye had yet to identify a suitable candidate. The Angel was deemed even more perilous than the Demon, for it harbored the potential to become a growth-type creation. It incorporated a multitude of biological embryos as auxiliary materials, alongside various materials extracted from avian species. Most crucially, it contained a fragment derived from a great serpent, an egg adorned with patterns of white feathers. This egg resembled that of a bird yet was considerably larger, comparable in size to a cantaloupe, seemingly harboring some entity within, complete with a fragile lifeline. However, this lifeline was exceedingly delicate, so much so that a mere breath from Chen Ye could sever it. After extensive study, Chen Ye could not ascertain the nature of this entity and casually discarded it into the vessel. Given that the demon had already been allocated, it was time for the angel to find its master. However, this individual could not belong to the Nine-Tailed Foxes, nor could it be bestowed upon the chaotic splitters or previous creations. Let me see if there exists a suitable candidate within Gok. Chen Ye shifted his perspective, peeling away the layers of darkness until the headquarters of Gok materialized before him. His gaze swept across the aerial expanse. The organizational structure of Gok differed slightly from that of the Nine-Tailed Foxes. They operated under a council of 7, not defined by national boundaries but corresponding to the 7 continents. Chen Ye's attention flitted over the 7 Gok leaders. They appeared rather unremarkable. Chapter 062. Candidates for the Angel. Observing the 7 leaders' lack of distinctive traits, Chen Ye shook his head. It seemed no suitable candidates could be found from. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly spotted a young boy. The lad, with pale skin, sat in a wheelchair, appearing somewhat frail. A middle-aged man approached him, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. "Be safe on your way back. Times are rather precarious," the boy nodded. Replying, "All right, you take care too." The boy bore a resemblance to the man, who, if Chen Ye recalled correctly, was the Gok council member responsible for Asia. This council member appeared ordinary, yet his son, a smile instinctively crept across Chen Ye's lips. He reached out, gently tugging at the boy's lifeline, noting its remarkable resilience. This hardly resembled that of a patient. Following the thread of the lifeline, Chen Ye observed the boy being transported back to a seaside villa. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, the boy donned a pair of headphones and opened a video on his phone. Chen Ye leaned in closer to examine the screen. Goodness! The content displayed on the boy's phone was quite graphic. It was a dissection video, the operator lacking professional finesse, resulting in a rather gory portrayal. Yet, rather than displaying fear, the boy appeared strangely exhilarated. Witnessing the smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Chen Ye found himself mirroring the expression. It seemed an angelic candidate had emerged. Within a coastal villa, the boy sat in his wheelchair, beads of sweat forming on his palms. Upon concluding the video on his phone, he turned his head only to discover an unexpected presence on the living room sofa. A figure clad in a black robe loomed. Shrouded in swirling black mist, with a hood obscuring their face. The youth maneuvered his wheelchair closer to the enigmatic figure, inquiring, "Who are you?" Chen Ye remained silent, simply seated there. The young man, observing this, wheeled himself into the kitchen, pouring 2 cups of tea and placing them before Chen Ye before straining to settle onto the opposite sofa. "Rough tea. My hospitality falls short." Chen Ye, upon hearing this, grasped the teacup. The steam rose. Yet he felt no warmth. "What is your name?" The young man, also lifting his cup and blowing on the steam, replied. Chen Ye set down the teacup, having merely lifted it to sense it, in this form. He possessed no mouth to drink. "You are the only one who has not shown fear upon encountering me." The youth named Emo smiled faintly. "I, too, harbor fears, however, compared to those unwelcome guests who are eager to act." "You have displayed remarkable courtesy. Would you indulge me with a conversation?" Chen Ye propped his head on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Emo. "You wish to converse with me?" Emo chuckled gently. "As long as you are not here to abduct me, I could speak with you for an entire day. It is said that one who is close to vermilion becomes red, while one who is near ink turns black. Few are willing to engage in idle chatter with me, even my own father. Near ink, you say? Are you aware that those who draw near to me may meet their demise?" Chen Ye replied. "It seems you possess a profound understanding of death. Let us delve into the topic of mortality," the youth named Emo suggested. "What do you believe death to be?" Chen Ye mused. "Life, from its inception to its conclusion, is but a journey toward death, struggling for desires over a century, arriving in tears and departing in tears." Emo paused momentarily. "Does that mean existence itself is devoid of meaning?" "Meaning?" Chen Ye countered. "If you seek the significance of living, I would pose a question to you. What is the meaning of your existence?" Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, the youth fell into contemplation, gazing at his legs. "It must be the faint hope of finding a cure for my legs. My father told me there exists a type of candy in this world that, if you possess a strong will, it will respond to you. If I yearn to restore my legs, then perhaps that candy could heal them. Or so my father claimed. Yet, I suspect it is but a fanciful notion, akin to a bedtime story for children." This, Chen Ye's eyes, akin to flames beneath his hood, flickered. "Do you consider it a fairy tale?" Emo raised his head. "Are you here to shatter my worldview?" Chen Ye, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a swirling black flame in his palm, transforming it into a vial of murky white liquid. "If I were to say this potion could heal your legs, how would you respond?" Emo hesitated, instinctively reaching out, but Chen Ye withdrew the vial. "Of course, this is not without cost," Emo replied. "After all, what is free is often the most expensive." In truth, he harbored doubts about the authenticity of the potion in Chen Ye's grasp. When one presents something so unreasonable, skepticism is only natural. Yet, the presence before him, seemingly a specter cloaked in black flames, exuding mist from its lower half, was undoubtedly the most absurd of all. Mo had pondered what this entity might be, yet his curiosity was restrained, for he valued his life dearly. Those with excessive curiosity often meet their end swiftly. When confronted by a beast, the more fear one displays, the more the beast perceives an easy target. In the face of creatures that defy logic, the wisest approach is to refrain from curiosity and refrain from asking questions. "What price must I pay to obtain this potion?" Chen Ye deliberated. "Monetary compensation." "Money?" Emo was taken aback. "How much?" "All that you possess," Chen Ye stated, placing the vial upon the table in the third room on the second floor. "There is a safe. All my father's assets are in my name, including a black card. As my legs are impaired, I cannot assist you in retrieving it," Emo remarked, sipping his tea. Chen Ye smiled lightly. Then, in an instant, transformed into ash and vanished before Mo's eyes. As he beheld the sudden disappearance of Chen Ye, beads of sweat began to surface on Mo's forehead and palms. Has he truly left? Emo waited for approximately 10 minutes, yet the villa remained silent. He glanced at the potion on the table, his mind engulfed in turmoil. What if? After much hesitation, he ultimately seized the vial. He extracted a small amount and placed it on his tongue. Tasting a complex flavor reminiscent of egg drop soup. Could it truly be egg drop soup? Crack! At the moment the potion touched his tongue, his legs suddenly twisted. Emo looked down at his legs, feeling sensations returning. Is that feeling? My legs are regaining sensation. Without a second thought, he downed the remaining liquid in one go. gulped as the liquid coursed down his throat. An itch spread across his back. It felt as though something was about to emerge. Puff, puff, two magnificent, pristine wings unfurled from Mo's back, enveloping him in a grand sphere. Meanwhile, Chen Ye carried the safe from the second floor, departing the villa. These belongings would serve no further purpose for him. Chen Ye simply took them away. Chapter 063. Designation 023. Designation 023. Angel. First observation record. Upon ingesting the potion, the subject sprouted an abundance of feathers and a pair of enormous wings, transforming into a figure of pure, sacred whiteness. Even the hair on the subject's body turned entirely white. Following the transformation, the subject's wings enveloped 023, who subsequently fell into a deep slumber. At 8:30 a.m., the villa's maid arrived as usual. Upon opening the doorbell's chime roused 023 from slumber. Upon discovering 023, the maid emitted a scream exceeding 60 decibels. Upon hearing the maid's shriek, all of 023's feathers became animated, displaying signs of growth. 023 revealed its true form before the maid, who transitioned from terror to astonishment, soon ceasing her screams. This action seemingly displeased 023, who embraced the maid, wrapping her in its massive wings. The feathers were exceptionally soft, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. Initially, the maid felt no discomfort, but suddenly, the tips of 023's feathers pierced her flesh. Observations noted that although 023's feathers were soft, the tips were as sharp as knives, easily slicing through human skin. When the feathers penetrated the maid's body, she let out a tremendous scream, with recorded decibel levels exceeding 85. Blood even flowed from her throat. After tissue extraction, it was determined that the tips of these feathers could infinitely stimulate human pain receptors. When countless feathers pierced a person's body, they would experience pain beyond comprehension, yet would not succumb to shock from the agony. The maid's screams persisted for a full 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, a new pair of wings sprouted from 023's back, and the previous wings grew several inches larger. Strangely, the maid's corpse had vanished. With all sounds dissipated, 023 fell into slumber once more, a sleep seemingly beyond its control. It can thus be confirmed that 023 possesses the ability to evolve by consuming sound. The greater the decibel level, the more it stimulates its evolution. Notably, 023 particularly relished the sound of human screams, even engaging in deliberate acts of cruelty towards anyone entering the room thereafter, until it evolved into an 8-winged angel. However, 023 appeared indifferent to sounds that were not biological. Its body showed no signs of further growth. When 023's phone rang, it remained unresponsive, as if such sounds could not awaken the slumbering 023. Yet, each time someone entered the villa, 023 would awaken. Observations revealed that the true trigger for 023's awakening was the crisp chime of the villa's doorbell. I, Chen Ye, personally rang the bell, and indeed, 023 stirred awake, leading to the conclusion that 023 can be roused by the sound of the bell. Subsequently, 023's father received a message and located the slumbering 023. He too triggered the bell's chime, awakening 023, but unlike its treatment of others, 023 did not harm this individual, displaying an unusual calmness. Returning to the present, a middle-aged man gazed at the 8-winged creature before him, his pupils dilating in shock. Son, is it really you? Hearing this, Mo opened his arms wide, and the 8 massive wings behind him unfurled. Yes, see? I am standing, the middle-aged man stammered. No, who did you meet? Who came to find you? Tell me, the man exclaimed, gripping Mo's shoulders tightly. Tell me, who transformed you into this? Mo crossed his fingers over his chest in a gesture of reverence. It was a divine being. Mo's action was profoundly pious, akin to that of a devoted follower. In that moment, the man was rendered speechless, staggering backward. A divine being. No, that cannot be. It cannot be a divine being. Mo extended his pristine arms. Look, the divine not only healed my legs but also bestowed upon me this sacred form. I am an angel. The man shook his head. No, you cannot be an angel. You are merely an anomaly, son. Do you understand? There are no angels in this world, nor demons. If they existed, they would only be anomalies. You died. I am sorry for your mother, the man lamented, pounding his chest in despair, unsure how to confront his transformed son. One of the directors of Gok. He knew that anomalies should be reported to the organization, assessed by the 7-person Committee for Containment. Yet this time, the subject was his own son. How could he consign his child to a containment prison? The man's inner turmoil twisted painfully, grappling with how to proceed. Let him go? No. If Mo were to unleash chaos in the outside world, claiming lives, he would bear full responsibility. Rather than allow him to commit heinous acts, it would be better to end his life before he could err. The man instinctively grasped the gun at his waist, but gazing into his son's smiling face, he faltered once more. It was evident he could not bring himself to act. Mola grasped her father's hand, saying, "You need not be so troubled. I can govern myself. My abilities are mine alone." The man lifted his gaze in a daze, only to be met with Mola's radiant smile. "Dio, you know, I have never felt as splendid as I do now. I feel as if I have transformed into a bird, soaring into the sky, just as you narrated in the tales of your youth." The sun hung high, birds flew in the heavens, and wherever they ventured, they sought only freedom. The man gritted his teeth and produced a communicator, declaring, "Containment object." As the words fell, numerous heavily armed soldiers surged into the villa, encircling Mola with their weapons. Mola looked at the crowd and said, "Father, if you wish for me to relocate, there is no need to summon so many. I will accompany you. Should you merely speak the words." The elder gazed into Mola's pure, pupil-less eyes and asked, "Tell me, are you still yourself?" Mola nodded. "Of course, I have always been myself. I have never changed." "Then where have the nanny and the steward gone?" The father's furious roar caused Mola's feathers to tremble. Those feathers began to sprout and grow, as if nourished by the rain. "Please, do not raise your voice so." "Shoo!" Mola extended a finger to her lips. "I fear I might be unable to resist the urge to hear more of your words. As for the nanny and the steward, they have always been by my side, singing and awaiting their new beginning. However, I do not yet possess the power to bring them back, but one day, all that has departed shall return, and I shall descend upon the world in triumphant glory, cleansing the earth of all its sins. I am the embodiment of justice. You should understand me. No, you must understand me." Chapter 064. The holy water is truly useless. Crack, in the underground third level of the Ga containment area, Mola was confined in a room of absolute silence, devoid of any noise. Stripped of all sound, Mola quickly fell into a deep slumber. Through the surveillance, a group of individuals gazed at the man curled beneath his wings, turning their attention to Mola's father, a middle-aged man. Condolences. Thank you for your righteousness. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. I only wish for him to sleep forever. Do not attempt to awaken him. This is my sole condition. We believe we ought to inquire about certain matters from your son. I know what you wish to ask. He will not speak. Then what do you intend? What do you want from him? We would like to request him to participate in some experiments. You, please, understand us. We need to ascertain the changes that have occurred within your son. Everyone, I believe we can set aside the matter of the angel for now. Since the angel has not exhibited any significant danger, it would not be amiss to temporarily suspend research on it. Indeed, what is currently more pressing is that issue. Regarding the North American containment area, the dispatched investigative team has been completely obliterated. It appears that in North America, the investigative team sent to Asia was annihilated 3 days ago. What? It seems that in Asia, the North American investigative team was wiped out upon arrival, and as for North America, the investigative team sent to Asia has not transmitted any information, going completely missing on the same day. Is it that serious? As for Asia, North America has relayed news, but it reports encountering thousands of bloodkin. Thousands? No, in North America, the aquatic beings in Asia number in the tens of thousands, and those under the control of 004 are countless. Then, we should prioritize North America. The monsters in Asia have taken root for far too long. They cannot be dealt with swiftly. Pray tell, can you kill a vampire? Clearly, you cannot. The two men pressed their faces together, their heated argument prompting several onlookers to shake their heads in unison. Enough. If we continue bickering, we shall never reach a resolution. I propose we start with North America. The situation there is comparatively easier to tackle than in Asia, and that is a fact. Then let us first resolve 008. Any objections? I object. Shut your mouth. All right, no objections. The containment plan for 008 is approved. In North America, on the streets of a free nation, a white-haired woman walked, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing a crossbow. If he could eliminate her, he would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Various clandestine forces and official organizations had placed exorbitant bounties on the woman. Fully aware of her true nature, she was a creature of myth, a living vampire. The man took a deep breath, with the holy water of the Order of Light and a specially crafted silver crossbow. I shall surely kill her. He aimed directly at the white-haired woman and pulled the trigger, but she simply tilted her head to evade the silver arrow. Seeing this, the man swiftly adjusted his crossbow and loaded another silver bolt. However, as he raised his hand, a shotgun was suddenly pressed to his head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced through the man's skull. The white-haired woman spun the M1887 shotgun in her hands. A shell ejecting from the chamber purged the demonic flames. How is it that in this day and age, there are still those who wield crossbows? This band of would-be assassins, reminiscent of hunters from a century ago, brandished silver crossbows and swords, even hanging garlic around their necks, oblivious to whom they were emulating. Though 008 was exceedingly close to a vampire, she herself harbored no fear of any metallic weaponry. In other words, silver swords and crossbows were utterly ineffective against her. They would fare better by simply setting a fire. Even more absurd was the fact that a group previously tried to douse her with so-called holy water while chanting prayers for her salvation. This truly amused 008, who, in a cheerful mood, splashed her face with the holy water and kindly reminded them to download the National Anti-Fraud app. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. Holy water is merely salted tap water. They wouldn't even spend a little to procure bottled water. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and 008 sighed. Thus, the inability to communicate is indeed troublesome. With that, 008 spun around, transforming into a white-haired man clad in a black suit. His pupils turned a deep crimson, and wings sprouted from his back. Engage containment, 008. Upon turning, a bullet hurtled toward him, only to be caught in his hand. How about I lend you my gun? No, on second thought. Let's not. She would be displeased. With a stretch, 008 snapped his fingers, boom. A multitude of heavily armed soldiers exploded. Their ranks decimated in an instant. 008 surveyed the blood-stained streets, nodding in satisfaction before transforming back into a woman. What splendid weather. Perhaps I shall indulge in some pastries. Meanwhile, at GOC headquarters, mission failed. Damn it. I told you, 008 can control blood. You just marched in recklessly. Even if you sent more people, they would be swiftly eliminated. Can't you be more professional? We're supposed to be professionals. There's nothing more we can do. How about we just launch a missile? I think that could work. After all, there aren't many normal people left over there. Agreed, let it be. Wait, isn't that a bit too casual? Oh, it's fine. Your country has never been one to sweat the small stuff. Asian delegate, please be rational. Do not bring personal grievances into the meeting. I have none. Do not slander me, and as you can see, we cannot defeat 008. I propose we skip the missiles and go straight to nuclear weapons. You? Enough of your nonsense. Besides nuclear weapons, what else can we do? Please, give us a suggestion. Stop stalling. If you can't think of anything, just sit tight. Witnessing the escalating tension between the Asian and North American delegates, the others had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Everyone, why not heed my suggestion? Let us deploy the Angel. Are you out of your mind? I'm not insane. I believe the Angel should possess the capability to overcome 008. I disagree. Is it because he is your son, huh? No, this is genuinely inappropriate. If the Angel were to go berserk, the situation would only worsen. Then what shall we do? Just then, the phone in the conference room rang. One person stood to answer. Hello? Are you troubled regarding how to deal with 008? Who are you? Chen Ling, currently the highest commander of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I have a suggestion. Chapter 065. 022 Demon. The members within GOC exchanged glances. What suggestion? A raspy voice emanated from the other end of the line. Do you know about Mithril? Mithril? What is that? Several high-ranking officials within GOC had never heard of such a substance. One of the directors pondered for a moment before suddenly experiencing an epiphany. Ah, Mithril. I remember now. It is a metal or from fantasy films. The person on the other end of the call furrowed their brow. What about Mithril? Chen Ling's voice resonated once more from the other side of the line. 008 has the ability to manipulate the flow of blood within a certain radius, owing to a pheromone in his body that emits a biological magnetic field, enabling him to exert bioelectric control over human beings. This allows for the reversal of blood flow or even the bursting of blood vessels. Mithril inherently possesses a unique magnetic interference. If you wear a mithril pendant, 008's biological magnetic field will be disrupted. This can effectively prevent you from being killed by 008 upon your encounter. A director from Gok blinked, and setting aside how he knew this, inquired, "Where can we procure mithril?" An object of fantasy. Something that does not exist in reality. Is he jesting with us? Witnessing the skepticism among the group, Chen Ling chuckled lightly from the other end. "I have dispatched someone to deliver a piece of mithril to you. I believe it should have arrived by now." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the conference room. "Come in," the woman entered, followed by an individual claiming to be a B-class operative from the Nine-Tailed Fox organization, stating he had items to hand over to several directors. The directors exchanged glances and permitted him entry. Shortly thereafter, a soldier clad in a deep blue combat uniform entered the room, saluting the Gok directors before placing a briefcase on the table. After inputting a password, he opened the case to reveal a crystalline metallic substance. The metal shimmered with a silvery hue and exuded a peculiar scent. "Is this mithril?" One individual stepped forward for a closer examination. Just as Chen Ling's voice echoed once more over the phone, "If you doubt its authenticity, you are welcome to take it and confront 008 again, to see if he will still eliminate you in an instant. However, I advise against this course of action. Thus far, we at the Nine-Tailed Fox possess only 3 pieces of mithril. Furthermore, any contact with mithril must be conducted under stringent protective measures. Mithril itself harbors a toxin. While short-term exposure poses no immediate danger, prolonged contact will result in skin ulceration and bodily deterioration. Moreover, this toxin cannot be effectively contained, even if you were to slice it infinitely and craft it into trinkets. Wearing them beneath clothing will not prevent the toxin from infiltrating your system." One director gazed at the mithril within the case, stating, "Before delving into the particulars, we are more curious about where you obtained this mithril." Meanwhile, within the Nine-Tailed Fox base, Chen Ling held the phone, his gaze cast to the side. A surge of black energy coursing along his arm. This dark energy enveloped his right arm as he clenched his fist tightly. Moments later, a piece of mithril materialized in his grasp. Setting the mithril aside, Chen Ling devised a plausible excuse. This is a byproduct of 009's division. When faced with uncertainty, one could always invoke 009. It was indeed a reasonable excuse, however, in truth. The Nine-Tailed Fox had very few remnants of 009's split entities remaining, and among those few containment units, there was neither mithril nor the means to create it. The appearance of mithril was purely coincidental. After acquiring his powers, Chen Ling spent some time exploring his abilities and concluded that he possessed 2 distinct powers: the gaze of another world and the hand of the demon. These abilities could be classified as secondary traits and were not particularly complex. The gaze of another world refers to one of Chen Ling's eyes. His left eye is entirely black, devoid of any sclera. Within that obsidian pupil lies a near-draconic crimson vertical slit pattern, though it remains inconspicuous, manifesting only when he activates his powers. This eye grants him access to a wondrous realm, reminiscent of a bygone era of cold weaponry, inhabited by magical creatures and vampires, akin to a cinematic fantasy. This constitutes his first ability, to see. His second ability, on the other hand, is to grasp. Chen Ling's demon hand can pilfer items from that world, the quantity he can retrieve being contingent upon the weight his demon arm can lift. During a prior observation, Chen Ling witnessed the existence of vampires in another world. The inhabitants there fashioned weapons and charms from a substance known as mithril to combat the vampires. He learned methods to confront the vampires from those people, listening to the teachings of an old vampire hunter from the perspective of an apprentice. Subsequently, through the lens of a miner, he appropriated 4 pieces of mithril. Yet, this was not sufficient. Chen Ling's vision pierced through the fog, and the figure of the old hunter resurfaced in his mind. Vampires have 3 weaknesses: sunlight, mithril, and fire. Sunlight burns, and fire scorches. Those bloodsuckers possess a frigid physiology, incapable of relishing the warmth of light and flame. However, higher and even mid-tier vampires typically do not commit such rudimentary errors. They would avoid exposing themselves to sunlight and would not grant you the opportunity to ignite them with a torch. At such moments, mithril becomes essential. Mithril pendants can prevent your blood from being siphoned by vampires. For them, the toxicity of mithril is lethal. Once a vampire comes into contact with mithril, their regenerative capabilities diminish significantly, making it arduous for them to heal from wounds inflicted by mithril weaponry. If you can pierce a vampire's heart and brain with mithril, disrupting their blood circulation, it is theoretically sufficient to eliminate all upper-tier vampires. But what if one encounters a true ancestor? The old hunter paused, taken aback by the question. In the event of encountering a true ancestor, although it is improbable in normal circumstances, should it happen, I advise you to either flee or kneel and willingly surrender yourself to become one of the bloodsuckers. Why? Child, you are still too young. An exceptional vampire hunter often possesses a vampire's lineage. Among vampires, the most potent bloodlines belong to the princes beneath the true ancestors. Human capabilities are limited. If one can truly survive as a prince and attain that eternal existence, relinquishing one's humanity may not be an unwise choice. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, survival is paramount. Designation 022, Demon, Top Secret Archive, Chapter 066, Chaos and the Nine Tails Merge. What do you wish for us to do with this tiny fragment of mithril? It is scarcely larger than my grandfather's urinal. Even if we were to allocate a fingernail-sized portion to each individual, it would scarcely suffice to arm everyone. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye picked up a piece of mithril. Do you truly believe I possess a talent for charity? The Gok representatives were momentarily at a loss for words. Is charity even a matter of talent? No, the crux lies elsewhere. Chen Ye's statement was a jibe at Gok's members. Firstly, he is not in the business of charity. Secondly, he bears no obligation to assist Gok. A moment later, a voice resonated from the phone. This is for humanity. You should unconditionally assist us. Chen Ye chuckled. For humanity? Who isn't doing this for humanity? You are for humanity, I am for humanity, and he is for humanity. Everyone can claim to be acting for humanity. The items my soldiers retrieved from the monsters at great peril, what reason do I have to simply give them to you? You chose between the Asian containment zone and the North American containment zone, and you selected the latter, did you not? While my brothers risked their lives against monsters, you were busy convening your so-called pointless meetings. Why should I unconditionally sponsor you, and what qualifications do you possess to deserve our sponsorship? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. What do you want? Chen Ye smiled. I want 008. Once that is accomplished, 008 will be contained by us. What did you say? Are you implying that we should fight to the death up front, while you simply enjoy the spoils? Chen Ye took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Please mind your language. First, we have no authority to interfere in the affairs of other nations. Otherwise, it would not be your turn. Second, without my provision of mithril, no amount of manpower will suffice. Third, the location of 008 is not within our nation. The number of people he kills bears no consequence to us. Fourth, you are free to deploy nuclear weapons. After all, it isn't our country. You may throw them as you please. Hearing this, the Gok members gritted their teeth in unison. Are you negotiating terms with us? You must understand, there are many potential allies in this world. Cooperation is not limited to humanity, Chen Ye stated. For instance, the Chaos Splitters. You've lost your mind. You intend to ally with monsters? Chen Ye exhaled a plume of smoke. What is wrong with that? The line between humans and monsters is exceedingly thin. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are warranted. Nothing is off limits. The advent of a catastrophe is a foregone conclusion. The Chaos Splitters assert that only through battle can we resolve the tumult of this chaotic world. And I concur with their perspective. You have had time to contemplate. After a brief moment, the members of Gok collectively delivered a unanimous response. We refuse. Take your belongings and leave. Chen Ye hung up the phone, realizing that buried deep within the human heart, alongside arrogance, lies foolishness. As he stepped out of the room, he encountered an A-class member of the Nine-Tailed Fox awaiting him. He was the only survivor of the candy experiment. Known as Tao Tai Commander, upon hearing this, Chen Ye gazed towards the window. You know, I once aspired to be a painter, yet both my teacher and my father dismissed my artistic talent. Consequently, my father sent me to the military. And thus, I have arrived at this point. Tao Tai was momentarily taken aback. Commander, I came to discuss the bizarre deaths of the other 5 commanders. Chen Ye turned his attention to Tao Tai. It was the containment objects that did this. It is straightforward and evident, is it not? Tao Tai fell silent. Yes, indeed. What about the new 5 candidates? The nine-tailed fox has never required such an abundance of seats. Chen Ling asserted, a council of many dilutes power while ensuring fairness. If at any moment an individual's interests are at stake, the plan may be thwarted by a single dissenting voice. In such a scenario, how does one prevail over monsters? Pray tell, I do not consider myself more noble than them, but if a plan has a 50 chance of slaying a monster, and it might endanger my son, I would execute that plan without hesitation. In a vast underground parking lot occupied by the Chaos Splitters, Narasoken lifted his head. We need a visionary leader, someone who can unify the Chaos Splitters. Just then, Narasoken's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, hearing a hoarse voice on the line. Engaging in telecom fraud is beneath your talents, Narasoken. I believe we require a face-to-face discussion. Upon hearing this, Narasoken's pupils constricted. Who are you? The Supreme Commander of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Collaborate with you? Narasoken began to ponder the implications of Chen Ling's words. With you, or with the Nine-Tailed Fox, with me? Upon hearing Chen Ling's declaration, Narasoken suddenly laughed. Give me a reason, a compelling reason for you to abandon the idea of containing us. The divine has opened its eyes to me. Upon hearing this, Narasoken's expression shifted abruptly. He swiftly turned to the four individuals behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, I may have found that leader. Soon after, a significant reform swept through the ranks of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Chaos and the Nine-Tailed united, but only Chen Ling was privy to this development, as he found the subordinates he required. Meanwhile, Narasoken and his companions discovered the leader they sought, a demon. After nearly a month of stagnation, the Nine-Tailed Fox finally revived on the second day of the following month. From this day forth, the Nine-Tailed Fox shall have but one commander. Should I fail this time, no one need speak. I shall resign willingly, yet I do not foresee such a day, for this struggle against the containment objects will yield but two outcomes. It shall be either your demise or mine. At the GOC headquarters, a proposal passed with 6 votes in favor and 1 against. Since the Nine-Tailed Fox looks down upon us, let us show them that we, too, possess more than just conventional weaponry. Release the angels. Asian counselor, you are the only one capable of communicating with the angels. You must give your consent. This is non-negotiable. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. If anything were to happen to my son, I swear I will make you all pay dearly, even at the cost of my own life. Rest assured, the angels are our ultimate weapon. We value them as you do. This operation is codenamed Angel's Judgment. Designation 023, Angel, Archangel with 10,000 Wings, Chapter 067. The angels are deployed, ding. As a crisp bell chimed, 023 opened his eyes. A middle-aged man entered the room, approached Imo, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Son, could you do your father a favor? Imo smiled faintly. Sure. The man's expression twisted slightly. We would like you to help us deal with a monster, one that is just like you? Imo spread his wings slightly. All right, I will confront it. The man hesitated. If you feel you cannot defeat it, please, ensure your safety and return alive. Imo stretched his body. If it truly is perilous, may I ask for a small favor? Speak. I believe I need some food. I will have logistics arrange it. No, I need living creatures. What do you mean by that? Well, something you can accept. Outside the observation room, a group of individuals watched the scene through the monitors. They had sent in a plethora of poultry and animals, only to witness Mo's wings pierce their bodies, eliciting horrific screams. The observers instinctively frowned at the hysterical cries echoing through the monitors. If possible, I would prefer not to be pierced by those feathers. It must be excruciating. One person turned. It's not just painful. The agony surpasses what you can comprehend as pain. Can it reach such a level? Indeed. Will the creature's brain not succumb to shock from the pain? Not at all. We extracted samples from the tips of the angel's feathers. They are extraordinarily sharp, and the feathers are hollow, containing a type of toxin. This toxin heightens sensitivity to all sensations, especially pain, while simultaneously ensuring the creature's consciousness remains alert. Is it possible for us to extract this toxin to create a serum? I strongly advise against it. Recent experimental results indicate that if this toxin enters a human body, each breath will feel unbearably painful and excruciatingly itchy. Then let's dismiss that idea. The group turned their attention back to the monitors. How many waves has it been now? The 16th wave. We have introduced 500 laboratory mice, but the angel seems dissatisfied with them. Subsequently, we added 50 white pigs, 10 cattle, and 20 black goats. Their screams seemed to finally satisfy the angel. Through the monitors, they could hardly see the angel anymore. With each passing moment, its wings multiplied, growing larger, some reaching nearly 10 meters in diameter. The angel now possessed 64 wings. Those wings filled the room, even bursting through the walls, extending into adjacent chambers. Is it not enough? If the angel continues to grow, it may become trapped. All right, let us cease for now. Contact the angel and instruct it to emerge. As soon as the message was dispatched, someone approached the angel. However, Mo's wings spread wide, completely enveloping them. Moments later, 2 piercing screams echoed within the room. The angel sprouted another pair of wings. Witnessing this, the gathered individuals instinctively gasped in shock. Perhaps, Asian counselor, you should take charge? The Asian counselor leaned against the screen, furrowing his brow deeply. I suddenly regret joining Gok. Please understand. The Asian counselor turned to leave the monitoring room, but in the next instant, the ground outside the Gok headquarters erupted with an unseen force. Boom. A pure white figure burst forth from the earth, leaping into the sky. 66 wings unfurled majestically. The onlookers stood frozen, unable to discern the true form of the angel, only perceiving a multitude of colossal feathered wings. The European counselor instinctively swallowed. If the angel was previously at a controllable level, it appears we may now lack the capability to contain it. Mo lowered his gaze, observing the Asian counselor step into the courtyard. He spread his wings and descended from the sky. I believe I am ready. The Asian counselor bit his lip. All right, stay safe. The 6 counselors exchanged glances. Stay safe? Are you reminding us? Cough, Asian counselor. I happen to have a bottle of 1965 Louis XIII at home. Would you care to join me for a drink? That counterfeit of yours wouldn't even kill a fly, the Asian counselor retorted. I hear you Asians enjoy mahjong. I recently learned a few tricks. Enough of that. The Asian counselor bears a significant responsibility during this operation. He must remain vigilant at all times that, of course, fatigue may set in while commanding. Asian counselor, I've heard you have a penchant for tea. I've arranged for some premium longjing for you to sample. 6. North America, on a certain bus. A young boy gazed in bewilderment at the blood-red triangular pattern that appeared in his palm. What is this? He muttered, when suddenly a portly figure approached and poked him. Hey, Lee, look what I've discovered. The boy turned to see the fat man brandishing a smartphone, displaying a white-haired man engaged in an intense workout. The man was showcasing his muscles, exclaiming, Do you think becoming a vampire is a terrifying prospect? No, you are mistaken. It is actually exhilarating. We can not only fly, but any injury we sustain heals rapidly. Just the other day, someone attempted to kill me. As his knife plunged into my abdomen, my wound closed up instantly. Can you imagine that? The knife was embedded in my belly, and yet, I pulled it out while enduring the pain, and not a single drop of blood was shed. Ha. And now, I can lift a refrigerator with one hand. I feel like a superhero. The fat man chuckled as he continued. Have you seen all those videos circulating lately? They really bring me joy. I was thinking, maybe I should let a vampire take a bite out of me and join the ranks of the undead. The boy's expression soured. What? Isn't it cool to become a vampire? The fat man said enviously. Is it really that cool to be a vampire? The boy did not share this sentiment. Perhaps it was due to his Asian heritage, but he could not comprehend the allure that others found in such transformations. He was an international student, having excelled academically since childhood, his talents evident in all his pursuits. His parents, recognizing his abilities, sent him abroad for his studies. However, with reports of zombies and vampires emerging from overseas, his parents frequently urged him to return home. After all, at least there were no strange rumors where they lived. Even if there were, they had never witnessed any. And if they hadn't seen it, it was equivalent to being safe. Chapter 068. Li Hong, the boy sighed, feeling utterly helpless regarding the messages from his parents. He was only 6 months away from graduation. Returning home would mean repeating a year, which was incredibly inconvenient. The boy's name was Li Hong, 17 years old, with no peculiar hobbies or bad habits. And his academic performance was exemplary. Truly the model child. Li Hong also had a half-brother named Li Yuan. His parents had mentioned that Li Yuan had had a falling out with the family and had moved out. Whenever his mother spoke of Li Yuan, her disdain was palpable. She once remarked that he carried a fishy odor, suggesting he might have been expelled from school for working in a fish market. Li Hong shook his head at the thought, for he had never gotten along with his brother. Perhaps their different mothers had fostered a rivalry between them, which was exacerbated by their mother's instigation. Whenever they found common ground or shared interests, their mother would intervene with admonitions aimed at Li Hong, warning him that Li Yuan's presence threatened to claim their family's inheritance. He would take what belonged to you. Young Li Hong believed his mother's words without question. However, as he matured and spent years abroad, he began to see things differently. Ultimately, we are brothers, bound by blood. Once I return, I shall apologize to him. Life is fleeting and money need not hold such significance. Yet, astonishingly, everyone places immense value on it, treating this desire as truth, as aspiration. Li Hong deemed this perspective misguided. There are far more important things in life than wealth, such as familial bonds. Observing the close relationships between brothers and others' families, he could not help but reflect on the estrangement between himself and Li Yuan. If their mother had not sown discord, might they not have shared a bond akin to those he observed? The more one feels isolated, the greater the yearning for the redemptive power of family or friendship. Yet, after all these years, the rift between Li Hong and Li Yuan could not be mended with mere words. He only hoped that their connection would not be severed entirely. As Li Hong pondered these thoughts, the portly man continued to prattle on beside him. Suddenly, without warning, the ground outside the bus split open with a thunderous roar. The smooth asphalt was abruptly breached by some unseen force, collapsing into a gaping chasm. The bus driver had no time to react. Despite flooring the accelerator, the vehicle plunged headlong into the abyss. The catalyst for this upheaval was an angel, cloaked in divine wings. He had discovered a hidden lower-tier vampire in the city's sewer and had torn through the sewer's ceiling, propelling the vampire through steel, concrete, and asphalt into the sky. Beneath the blazing sun, the lower-tier vampire began to smoke, flames igniting upon his body. The angel cast the lower-tier vampire down from the heavens, as if hurling a flaming projectile towards the earth. Yet, before the fireball could reach the ground, the burning figure was reduced to ashes, a mere ninth-generation vampire, the weakest of the breed, unaware even of the queen's lair. What a pitiable creature, condemned to judgment by fire. The angel brushed the ash from his hands. Based on current intelligence, the bloodlines that descended from the progenitor could be traced back 8 generations. Counting himself, he traced back 9. The first generation was the progenitor, whose powers were undeniably formidable. The second generation consisted of princes, who could not manipulate the blood of others as the progenitor could, but could control their own and any blood they came into contact with. Additionally, princes would not combust under sunlight, only exhibiting weakness and diminished light. Yet they still feared ultraviolet rays and flames. Their other abilities were only about 90% of the progenitor's. The third generation was comprised of dukes, sharing similar blood manipulation limitations as princes. Prolonged exposure to sunlight would incinerate them, yet brief exposure would not. Their other abilities amounted to about 80% of the progenitor's. Thus, the progenitor, prince, and duke comprised the upper-tier vampires, while marquises, earls, and viscounts were classified as mid-tier vampires, all of whom would burn upon exposure to sunlight. They inherited only 70, 60, or 50% of the progenitor's power, yet their regenerative abilities remained robust, resembling the vampires depicted in popular media. Below them were barons, blood knights, and blood slaves, the lower-tier vampires, with inheritance powers at only 40, 30, or 20%. Barons retained a modicum of blood manipulation ability, while blood knights could not even control their own blood. Blood slaves fared worse. Save for a slight enhancement in physicality and a decent recovery rate, they possessed no other special abilities. They could not fly and often fell into a state of bloodlust, turning to ash upon the slightest sun exposure. They possessed the life of a vampire yet bore the affliction of a human. Perhaps it was the knowledge of the angel's presence that caused the vampires to vanish without a trace overnight. The angel searched diligently but found only this solitary 9th-generation corpse, a former homeless man accidentally transformed by a drunken 8th-generation blood knight. The angel, having failed to extract the desired information, concluded the poor creature's existence in a most natural manner. However, this act of his triggered widespread destruction. The ground was rent asunder, a vast pit opening up, causing countless vehicles to tumble in, while subsequent cars collided in a chaotic chain reaction. Those unaffected quickly produced their phones, capturing images of the angel. The incessant clicking of cameras echoed, as though they were photographing a flurry of wings. Yet this did not deter them from believing they had witnessed an angel. The angel's image spread across the internet, with most perceiving him as a divine emissary sent to cleanse the earth of its demons, especially after he had openly vanquished a vampire before their eyes. Yet, some skeptics argued that he was no angel at all. He had slain a vampire, but at the cost of countless innocent lives. If he were truly an angel, humanity would not need divine intervention for salvation. Simultaneously, this photograph caught the attention of the hidden vampires within human society. On a nocturnal street, a man entered a bar and ordered a whiskey. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a strikingly handsome man at the bar, sipping alone, while women approached him for conversation. The man took a cigarette and remarked, "Best to keep a low profile for now." Hearing this, the attractive man gazed ahead and replied, "Are you referring to that angel? You saw him too. I heard it was the work of Gok. Ha. Do they possess such capability? Uncertain, but you witnessed his destructive power. It is beyond our means to counter. What does the progenitor say?" The progenitor desires dessert. Chapter 069. Undercurrents, dessert, you say? Type A blood? No, 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 it's human dessert. The man furrowed his brow at this. What could possibly be delicious about that? Just a bunch of burnt flour, don't say that. You grew up eating such things. But for us now, those are merely junk food. Indeed, junk food. Many snacks are deemed as such, yet that does not prevent people from enjoying them. Are you suggesting the progenitor has retained a childlike innocence? That depends on which progenitor you are referring to. The bartender placed a drink before the man, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette from the table's lighter. The three corpses' mistress revels in firearms and delights in confections, while the true ancestor is solely inclined towards the hunt. The bartender, with a flicker of his pupils, spoke as a flash of crimson light flickered past. As for the Holy Sun, it is best not to speculate. For these blood clans, 008 is not seen as a singular entity, but rather as three entirely different beings. In her adult female form, 008 is not the true ancestor, but the three corpses' mistress. It is only in the adult male form that 008 embodies the true ancestor. As for the youthful guys, it is advisable to maintain distance, for in this state, 008's temperament is erratic and unpredictable, with moods that are difficult to decipher. A mere displeasure may provoke violence. They refer to 008 in this juvenile state as the Holy Sun. Furthermore, there exists an unspoken rule among them. Upon sighting the Holy Sun, one should flee as far as possible. The three corpses' mistress is comparatively gentle and amiable. The true ancestor, though decisive in slaughter and ruthless in demeanor, never harms his own kin. Only the Holy Sun exhibits no reservations, regardless of whether those who offend him are his own. A man exhaled a plume of smoke, stating that should the true ancestor take action, he would likely prove a formidable opponent for that angel. The handsome man smiled faintly, observing that he sees him as merely another monster donning human skin. At that moment, a scruffy man entered the tavern. "Is everyone here? Listen to me. Many new faces have recently appeared in the city." "Are they from Gok?" inquired the handsome man. The scruffy man lifted his head. "Not just them. It seems there are others on the other side as well." "Others on the other side?" A few exchanged glances. "Could it be the Ninetails? This is not Asia. The Ninetails should not be able to extend their reach here." "Then aside from the Ninetails and Gok, are there other organizations?" "The Church of Light? Perhaps?" They are merely a pitiful bunch profiting from national calamity." "If it is neither the Ninetails nor the Church of Light, then who could it be? Wait, have you heard of an organization called the Chaos Splitters?" "Chaos Splitters? I've heard of them. I understand they are embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Ninetails in Asia." The scruffy man settled at the front desk, an ominous premonition washing over him. "Are you suggesting that New York could become a convergence point for several major factions? Chaos, Ninetails, Gok, along with us. If what you say holds true, it may very well escalate into a chaotic battle among four factions." "No, their target is us. Perhaps we are facing a concentrated assault from three factions." In the ensuing days, various monstrous entities began to converge on New York. Gok even publicly issued a notice to the Blood Clan, demanding the true ancestor to present himself for containment. Otherwise, their angel would descend with judgment from the heavens, shattering the so-called Blood Clan. The true ancestor and the Blood Clan made no response to this proclamation. Shortly after the announcement, the Ninetails officially declared their involvement in the matter. This move instantly incited Gok's displeasure, as this territory was not under the Nine Tails' jurisdiction. You should return to safeguard your homeland. Don't turn around only to find it stolen away. In response to Gok's mockery, the leader of the Nine Tails, Chen Ye, retorted, clearly, you lack the capacity to contain 008. In fact, all the information about 008 and previous containment subjects was provided by us. Your understanding of containment subjects is akin to a child sipping milk, grasping the laws of the universe. We possess the secret silver. We hold the means to combat the Blood Clan. While you can only rely on your so-called angels, if angels were all you needed, then what is your purpose? Or rather, does Gok even have a reason to exist? To borrow your own words, all our actions are for humanity. Thus, even if it means violating international law, I shall follow this path. A verbal skirmish erupted between the two factions, yet it remained merely a war of words. For they both understood that the Blood Clan was their most pressing enemy. Ultimately, the two sides tacitly agreed to vie for 008, each relying on their own abilities to seize him. Whoever succeeds in containing 008 would claim him. Some may struggle to comprehend why they are so fervently contending for 008. The answer is simple. He is the key to immortality. The Blood Clan, unaging and undying, if their secret to eternal life could be unraveled, humanity would unlock the door to everlasting existence. This carries immense significance, of course. Chen Ye's motives for seizing 008 are not solely for this reason. He, or rather the Nine Tails, has learned a harsh lesson before. Previously, they had extracted merfolk cells to create a strengthening serum. After achieving stability in their experiments, they injected nearly 1,000 individuals with the merfolk cells, forming the Delta Extreme Reaction Force, to ensure the serum's continuity. They did not eliminate 002, for if 002 were to perish, the supply of original merfolk cells would be irrevocably severed. This led to their bitter lesson. Upon escaping, 002 transformed all those who had received the strengthening serum into merfolk, over 1,000 in total. This resulted in the complete collapse of their base's armed forces. It was a bloody lesson. Similarly, if Gok were to successfully contain 008, they would undoubtedly extract 008's blood to create an immortality serum. At that point, one might fear that history would repeat itself with the 002 incident. Therefore, Chen Ye would never allow Gok's people to acquire 008. He does not even need to doubt that those fools would surely repeat their past mistakes. The only lesson humanity can learn from history is that humanity cannot learn any lessons from history. A purple figure descended from the heavens. A-class personnel, Nalasokin, has successfully arrived in New York. Two elderly gentlemen strolled leisurely behind Nalasokin. We have also arrived. Is it just the three of us? Did the priest and the Lord of Flesh not come? They were left behind to guard. For this operation, the Nine Tails dispatched less than 100 to provide support. As Chen Ye was acutely aware that sending too many would be futile, especially considering the current lack of manpower. A few would suffice for a token presence. Their true main force consisted of merely 3 individuals, the Strong Desirer, the I Ching, and the Swordsmith. Chapter 070. The Blood Clan Prince, in New York, beneath the ruins, Li Hung slowly opened his eyes, droplets of water falling upon his head. The stench of decay and blood assaulted his senses. It appeared he was in a sewer. He sat up, finding numerous glass shards embedded in his body, yet miraculously, he was not bleeding. The glass had fused with his flesh, and all wounds had inexplicably healed. From this perspective, he bore almost no injuries. It was as if, just as that vampire had stated in the previous video, a knife plunged into his abdomen, and before blood could flow, the wound had healed. My body? Li Hung attempted to extract the glass shards from his arm. The wound revealed itself, but the flesh quickly knitted together. The wound disappeared? No. How could this be? Li Hung, perplexed, lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, it resembled a sewer. A bus stood upright, lodged in the center of the sewer, with countless corpses piled at the front, their bodies long since decayed and foul. Among them lay the corpse of a stout man. Upon seeing this, Li Hung instinctively stood up. Dead? All dead. What on earth happened? Li Hung recalled that the ground had suddenly collapsed into a large pit, and then they, along with the bus, had fallen. But why? Am I not dead? Just as Li Hung pondered, a woman's voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Cough, because I saved you. Li Hung turned to see a frail, white-haired lowly leaning against the corner of the sewer, clutching her abdomen. The lowly's pupils glowed crimson, and her teeth were remarkably sharp, characteristics that were unmistakably vampiric. Li Hung approached. Did you turn me into a blood clan member? The lowly lifted her head. What you ought to do is not question me, but rather thank me for pulling you from the pile of corpses. Hearing this, Li Hung crouched down. Thank you for saving me. But why only me? What about the others? Are they all? The lowly smiled bitterly. When I found you, you were the only one still clinging to life. I am not a necromancer. I cannot resurrect the dead. I saved you merely to drink your blood. For I detest the blood of the deceased. The lowly appeared exceedingly frail, her form emaciated, with not a hint of color on her lips. Observing this, Li Hung instinctively reached for his neck. You drank my blood? Yet why are you so weak? It said that blood clan members are revitalized immediately after drinking blood. Ha! The lowly was speechless. Have you watched too many videos? Blood is merely sustenance for us. Converting blood into energy requires a lengthy process, much like when you eat. If your body is thrown about, can you recover just by having a meal? Clearly, that is not the case, and why blood has been depleted. That fellow Farron damaged my cardiac blood source and severed my limbs, and I have no food. Under such circumstances, my recovery ability is significantly hindered. To achieve complete recovery, a minimum of 6 hours is required. Li Hung, upon hearing this, craned his neck and asked, Then will you take 2 more sips from me? The girl, taken aback, responded, Do you really wish to court death? You must understand that for a prince. Even draining you dry would scarcely satisfy my hunger. The only reason I have pulled you up is to have you assist me in leaving this place, while also buying some time against Fei Luan, allowing me to regain my strength. Li Hung glanced at the girl's limbs and inquired, But it seems your body is unharmed. The girl gritted her teeth and explained, Because my recovery is exceedingly slow. I have compressed my body into this state, barely managing to grow hands and feet. However, I am immobile. Can you comprehend that? Li Hung nodded, understanding that it was a matter of the law of conservation of energy. With her limbs severed, she had to utilize the flesh and blood from other parts of her body to regenerate them. But I don't quite grasp why vampires can instantaneously regrow limbs. Yet you say that if the heart is damaged, it takes several hours to recover? The girl sighed. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed possible. However, you must know that within our bodies exists a quantity. You may also interpret it as blood energy. When blood energy is abundant, any injury can be healed in an instant, for blood energy imparts vitality to cells, accelerating their division and regeneration by hundreds of times. Yet, once blood energy is depleted, cells can only divide at a normal rate, and blood energy is typically stored in the heart, which serves as its cord. I see, Li Hung responded. But even at a normal rate, it must be exponentially faster than that of a human. Correct? Precisely, she affirmed. Then how does one replenish blood energy? By consuming blood. But didn't you just say? The only thing that cannot regenerate for a vampire is blood, and blood energy must be extracted from blood. If I further drain my own blood, I would be forced to drain you dry. Yet even if I did, it would not significantly aid my recovery. The higher the rank of the vampire, the more blood energy is consumed for bodily restoration, not to mention that I am a prince. Li Hung seemed to have an epiphany. I believe I understand now. As a prince, your physical rank surpasses that of ordinary vampires. The more intricate and complex the matter, the greater the quantity required for repair. The girl smirked slightly. Your understanding is remarkably astute. Now, we must hasten our departure from this place. Fei Luan will find us soon, and we cannot afford to linger here for too long. Ung pondered for a moment and asked, Is Fei Luan also a prince? Indeed, she replied. He is a prince just like me. However, I was careless and fell victim to his ambush. A prince, if I recall correctly, a prince is a second-generation vampire, the most powerful among vampires aside from the progenitor. Does that mean I am now a duke? The girl nodded. Yes, after the accident, not only did you survive, but you unexpectedly ascended to a higher vampire rank. That both surprising and exhilarating. Suddenly, from the darkness, a sound of footsteps echoed. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically. This is bad. He is coming. Quick, run. Where are you going, my dear Lilith? A man with blood-red eyes, clad in a long coat, appeared before them. Li Hung abruptly turned, realizing this man was Fei Luan. He locked eyes with Fei Luan, and suddenly his heart raced. Thump, thump. Oh! A duke dares to meet a prince's gaze. You seem to have a death wish, Fei Luan remarked, exuding a terrifying pressure. Li Hong felt his legs weaken. This aura was entirely different from Lilith's. He was overwhelmed by an instinctive urge to kneel. Was this what a prince was like? Li Hong turned to Lilith and asked, "Do you think I can defeat him?" Lilith shook her head. "You cannot win against him." Without hesitation, Li Hong hoisted Lilith onto his shoulder and fled. "If I can't win, there's no point in talking. Run." Chapter 071. A web of intrigue. Upon hearing this, Fei Luan chuckled softly. "Even at death's door, you managed to produce a duke. I must commend you, Lilith. Unfortunately, the Queen's district is mine for the taking. Among the vampire ranks, there are currently only 5 princes, each controlling a district in New York. With Lilith reigning over the Queen's district, conflicts frequently erupt among vampires over territorial disputes. This was not their first encounter, having clashed several times in the past without a clear victor. Until yesterday, when Lilith fell victim to Fei Luan Ba's ambush, exhausting her blood energy, severing her limbs, and piercing her heart. Yet, Lilith's survival instinct is unparalleled among princes. She managed to break free from Fei Luan's encirclement, dragging her weakened body to safety. Just as Fei Luan was about to pursue, his phone rang. He instinctively reached to hang up, but the caller was another prince. Fei Luan sighed. "Hello, Zane. I'm currently busy. You better tell me everything you need in 3 seconds. Otherwise, once I'm done, I shall peel back your skull and fill it with cheese and jam." A cold male voice came from the other end. "Stop joking. The enemy is here." "Enemy?" Fei Luan's fierce demeanor softened. "Who? The Ninetails or Gok?" "Ninetails, Chaos, and Gok are all here. Their target is the progenitor." Fei Luan's crimson pupils flickered. "Very well, it seems I must allow Lilith to survive a while longer. How many have arrived? Provide me with their locations." The man on the other end paused, seemingly confirming some information. "From the Ninetails, there are about 100, all mere foot soldiers. Gok has mobilized thousands, but they are observing from the perimeter. Among them, they have brought an angel.as for Chaos. The specifics are still uncertain. An angel. I'll go meet him," Fei Luan declared as he prepared to move. "You cannot defeat him." Hearing the voice from the other end, Fei Luan fell into contemplation. "How powerful is this angel? Do you have any specific data?" "He can create a large crater in reinforced concrete and asphalt. Is that all?" "Can you?" "No, this matter requires careful consideration. The progenitor has yet to reveal himself, and the 5 of us princes must unite against external threats." Fei Luan, frazzled, ran his fingers through his hair. Fine, I understand. Where shall we meet?" "Give me a location." "Tonight, Manhattan, at the Empire State Building." As night fell, for figures descended from the top of the Empire State Building. One of the women looked around. "Where is Lilith?" Upon hearing this, Fei Luan chuckled softly. "She's barely clinging to life. It's best to ignore her." A man with a sinister appearance approached the trio. He was Zane Flink, the one who had called Fei Luan earlier. "What are your thoughts on the angel?" "What do you mean? A way to deal with the angel?" One of them replied jokingly. "We've never even fought him. So how could we know his abilities? Indeed, if we've never tried, how can we say we can't win?" Zane shook his head. "With the angel's destructive power, even if the 4 of us joined forces, we would stand no chance." "What do you wish to say then?" Zane gazed at the street below the Empire State Building. "They are after the progenitor. Their target is not us. However, if the progenitor is captured, we will be next, or we may not even live to see that day." This time, the participants include Ninetails, Chaos, and Gok, all aiming for the progenitor. Thus, the crux of this multifaceted siege lies with the progenitor. As long as we can ensure the progenitor is not captured by any faction, we have won. However, ensuring the progenitor's safety amidst the scramble of various forces is beyond our capabilities. Therefore, my suggestion is to stir the waters, allowing this multifaceted siege to devolve into a chaotic free-for-all. The relationships between Ninetails, Chaos, and Gok are more fragile than we imagine. In fact, if we provoke one, they are likely to turn on each other first. We must seize this opportunity to dispatch a significant number of vampires to divert their attention, escalating this chaos further. Meanwhile, we must ensure the progenitor departs New York without attracting any attention, enabling us to act without hesitation. Depart. Where do you wish for the progenitor to retreat? Zane gazed into the distance, from New York to Los Angeles, crossing half the North Pacific, landing in Hawaii, Pearl Harbor. Hawaii? From New York to Hawaii, that's nearly 8,000 kilometers. Even if we exert every ounce of blood energy and fly nonstop, it would take us 50 hours. If they take a commercial flight, they could reach Hawaii in 13 hours. Zane, why must it be Hawaii? The focus isn't Hawaii. It's the North Pacific. What is significant about the North Pacific? You may not know what lies beneath the sea. But during my trip to Hawaii, I encountered a merman. He discerned that I was not human and thus cautioned me, stating that the king of the deep sea had constructed his palace beneath the waves. And now he desired a portion of the land. That portion of land is none other than Hawaii. The king of the deep sea. Are you suggesting an alliance with those enigmatic fishmen? At least they would not side with humans. However, it cannot be guaranteed that they would stand with us either. Assuming your theory holds water, what comes next? Let us first surmount the immediate predicament before contemplating future matters. Meanwhile, Li Hong struggled to carry Lilith out of the sewer, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position, utterly exhausted. Though small in stature, why is she so heavy? Thud. Suddenly, Lilith raised her foot and kicked Li Hong on the head, adding, "Need I say more? Of course, it's because you lack sufficient blood energy. Hurry, bring someone over for me to drain a couple of sips." Upon hearing this, Li Hong abruptly sprang to his feet, declaring firmly, "I must make it clear that I have my principles and boundaries. Whom you choose to kill is of no concern to me, and I will not impede your actions. However, I absolutely refuse to assist you in taking a life." Lilith, upon hearing this, cast a blank stare over Li Hong's shoulder and remarked, "That thing behind you should not be considered human, should it?" Li Hong turned around to behold countless pristine white wings unfurling densely in the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. What on earth is this? An angel? Chapter 072. Encounter with the angel. Vampires, angels. What on earth is happening in this world? Observing Li Hong's face turn pale, the angel descended before the two. He was a youth with white hair and white eyes, exuding an air of purity. He placed a hand on Li Hong's shoulder, offering a benign smile. "Excuse me, do you happen to know where the true ancestor is?" Before Li Hong could respond, Lilith interjected. "I know where the true ancestor is." Mo turned to Lilith, saying, "Is that so? Could you assist in guiding us?" Lilith then looked at Li Hong, instructing, "Carry me, and I will lead you to the true ancestor." Suddenly, Mo appeared before Lilith in a flash, scrutinizing her with piercing eyes. "Is that so? Your gaze appears somewhat unfocused. Are you certain you know where the true ancestor is?" Lilith gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, unsheathed her claws, lunging at Mo. In an instant, Mo's wings sliced through the air, severing Lilith's arm. Splatter! A spray of blood erupted, and without hesitation, Lilith sprouted a pair of bat-like wings from her back and took flight toward the heavens. Yet, Mo's speed was astonishing. He grasped Lilith's calf, yanking her down with immense force. Crash! Her back hit the ground, and Lilith felt as if her body were disintegrating. Ugh! The tips of Mo's wings darted toward Lilith, and the moment the feathers pierced her body, her scream echoed through the air. That sound surpassed 120 decibels, a resonance only vampires could emit. O was thoroughly pleased with her cries, and soon after, another pair of wings sprouted from his back. Li Hong instinctively wanted to flee upon witnessing this scene, yet hesitated at the sight of Lilith's torment. Alas, what Sion, the angels revel in the torment of lives? Li Hong suddenly shouted. Hearing his words, Mo turned. "Oh, in your understanding, do you consider vampires to be lives as well? I am merely administering justice against evil. This is the utmost righteousness." Li Hong locked eyes with the angel. "I do not know if you have heard a tale. A man killed a criminal to punish evil. Yet, the number of criminals in this world did not diminish because he himself became a criminal." Mo chuckled lightly. "This topic is rather intriguing. Suppose, as you say, if I kill a criminal, I become a criminal, and the number remains unchanged. Then, if I were to kill 1,000 criminals, or 10,000, might I ask, would the number of criminals decrease?" Li Hong paused, his mind racing. If the angel's righteousness were indeed valid, then he felt confident to debate justice with him. If you kill 10,000 criminals, the number of criminals would indeed decrease. But can you guarantee that every one of those 10,000 was truly irredeemable? Perhaps among them are the falsely accused, wholly innocent, who have never harmed even a creature in such a case. Can you assure that each life you take is guilty? If you mistakenly slay the innocent, then your so-called righteousness is rendered void. Mo released Lilith, turning to Li Hong. Interesting. Yet in certain situations, I tend to agree with idealism. Seeing is not necessarily believing. Suppose a vampire has not killed anyone today or in the past, but what about the future? Can you guarantee he will never err in his life? Should he be slain simply for the potential of future wrongdoing? Might as well eradicate all of humanity, Li Hong replied. There are no absolute good people in this world. Humanity embodies both virtue and vice. It is the presence of shadows that lends depth to humanity. Allowing it to exist as such, if absolute goodness were to exist, I dare say it would be something other than humanity, Mo pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, your reasoning is quite compelling. I almost found myself swayed by your arguments. But have you heard a particular saying? Li Hong hesitated. What saying? Mo spread his arms wide, and the countless wings behind him unfurled as well. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for the sake of justice. Oh no. This fellow, young man, would you be interested in merging with me? Li Hong, seeing this, decided to retreat, but was encircled by countless massive wings. This is it. It's truly over. The angel shattered Li Hong's perceptions. This was no angel. His so-called righteousness was merely a facade. Li Hong instinctively shut his eyes, only to hear the sudden crack of a gunshot from afar. Bang! A bullet sped toward the angel, but one of the angel's wings recoiled, deflecting the bullet aside. I heard you were looking for me? A woman's voice emerged from behind him, and Mo turned to see a white-haired, black-eyed woman wielding a gun. True ancestor? Call me as you wish, 008 replied with a smile. Without a word, Mo surged forward, attempting to seize 008 by the neck. Slap! 008 deftly caught the angel's wrist, twisting her form into a white-haired male with blood-red pupils in an instant. Are you in such a rush? The angel's figure shifted, white wings sweeping toward 008. Yet 008's form shifted as well, and countless strands of blood surged forth, rapidly shooting in all directions, piercing the angel's wings, preventing them from reaching her. Seeing this, the angel's pure white eyes narrowed, and her arm transformed into a blade-like white feather, slicing through 008's body. Splatter! 008 was cleaved in half, his upper and lower halves separating. However, countless blood threads in the air rejoined his body, and the wound healed almost instantaneously. Feeling a pang of pain in his abdomen, 008 suddenly laughed. Neurotoxin. How interesting that I suppose I should take this a bit more seriously. With that, 008 and the angel clashed fiercely. The angel soared into the sky, twisting and unleashing a barrage of countless blades toward 008. Though the attacks were not fatal, each strike was excruciatingly painful. Not merely painful, it was life-threatening agony. Yet, 008 seemed to revel in this torment, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. He flung his blood, which transformed into spears or swords, at times morphing into blood whips. His assaults were as varied as if he were manipulating liquid metal. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Li Hong hurriedly lifted Lilith. We must leave at once. What are we waiting for? Lilith gritted her teeth. The true ancestor herself has personally intervened. Li Hong was at a loss for words. That could only mean their opponent was of equal caliber to your true ancestor. With angels and vampires involved, it wouldn't surprise him if a demon showed up next. Thanks to MOM for the generous support. Today we have delivered a staggering 12,000 words. I feel utterly drained. Chapter 073. The Advancing Angel. A demon with bat wings and white hair, and an angel adorned with a multitude of pure white wings. Their battle was a vivid dichotomy of red and white. Blood rained from the heavens, transforming into a river that blanketed the earth, with massive blood spikes erupting from the ground toward the sky. Meanwhile, the angel's wings struck down like colossal silver blades upon the earth. Among them, the longest wingspan approached 12 meters, as the wings and blood spikes collided. At times the wings shattered the blood columns, while at other times, the blood columns pierced through the wings. In this instance, neither side could claim victory, and as the battle stagnated, more and more onlookers began to take notice. Although 008 appeared to be handling the situation with ease, he could not swiftly defeat the angel. If the two were to reach a stalemate, it would mean 008's defeat. The 023 angel is a creature capable of growth. Today, 008 managed to hold his own against him. Perhaps tomorrow, the day after, or even the day after that, The scales of victory may very well tip in favor of one side. 008 deftly evaded a slash from a wing and ascended into the sky. Lilith had already been carried away by Li Hong, and 008 shifted his gaze accordingly. That lad possesses a modicum of perceptiveness. Lilith is a delightful child, roughly the same age as my son. You see, I have always regarded her as my daughter. Upon hearing this, Imo continued his relentless assault. So, you only chose to reveal yourself because of her? I presumed a creature like you would remain unencumbered by any emotions. The two combatants soared from the ground to the heavens, and as 008 extended his hand, two enormous blood blades cleaved towards the angel. If I am a monster, then what does that make you? And why do you obey Gok? Is it for profit? Ha! I doubt they possess anything of real value. With a clash, the angel's wings met the blood blades, producing a resounding metallic clang. This time, Imo remained silent. 008 pressed on with fervor, his blood morphing into various forms to assault the angel. Aren't you fond of debate? Why not attempt to refute my claims? Mo's pure white eyes flickered. If you genuinely wish to converse, I can indulge you for an entire day. This 008 abruptly ceased his onslaught and snapped his fingers. Apologies, but I am disinterested. Suddenly, the veins on the angel's body erupted, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. It seems even angels can bleed. Upon hearing 008's words, the angel's head jerked sharply, and the blood that had spilled from his body instantly flowed back inside. Indeed, I can bleed, but my blood, my body, my abilities, they all belong to me. Dio, you truly believe you can control them? 008 retreated. Realizing the angel had achieved a significant level of self-control, able to govern every aspect of his own body, even contesting 008 for dominion over his blood. Above, a colossal eye silently observed the unfolding drama. I in the dark void. Chen Ye diligently took notes. The angel seemed capable of controlling every inch of his skin and even his cells. A capability he apparently did not possess before, indicating it may have been a result of evolution. Is this a progression towards a perfect life form? Chen Ye mused, marking an S-level potential on the back of the file with his quill. The demon also shared the S-level potential designation. However, for 008, Chen Ye only assigned an A-level potential rating. This assessment was based solely on their current abilities, excluding their potential post-evolution states. Of course, the angel likely would not require subsequent potions to aid his evolution. Given his already terrifying growth potential, realizing his blood manipulation had failed, 008 instantly beat his wings and soared backward. As he spoke, numerous pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly flickered into existence from the darkness. Just as Imo prepared to act, he was besieged by a veritable tide of blood kin. Such numbers? Imo furrowed his brow, his wings slicing through the mass of blood kin. Yet mere severing was futile. These creatures possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, quickly mending their severed forms. However, the angel's wings were laced with neurotoxins, inflicting excruciating pain upon the injured blood kin, forcing them to thrash on the ground for an extended period before recovering. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Angel, return. Others are heading your way. A voice echoed through the communicator, and the angel turned to see a gentleman clad in white martial attire standing behind him, waving amicably. Ah, I do enjoy teaching young fellows the art of Tai Chi. Mo's brow knitted in concern as the gentleman suddenly struck, unleashing a cyclone that surged towards the angel. Attempted to disperse the cyclone with a flap of his wings. But it enveloped his body instead. In the next moment, the world within Mo's eyes shifted dramatically. He found himself in a room with 8 paths, each marked with a sign. Young man, I wish you luck. Outside, witnessing the angel's sudden disappearance, the bloodkin were left bewildered. The angel is gone. At that moment, a violet figure descended beside the gentleman. Can your abilities kill the angel? The elder pondered before responding. It's hard to say, but trapping him for a while should pose no issue. If he truly cannot find a way out, then killing him may become a possibility. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the space before them twisted violently, and the angel's form reappeared. What? The elder was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. How did he escape so quickly? Indeed, how did he manage that? Nyla Suajin was equally astonished. Logically, the elder's 8 paths should have been sufficient to delay the angel. Yet, he had emerged in less than a minute. Emo quickly deduced a method to counter the elder's 8 paths. He unfurled his wings and thrust the 8 largest feathers into the 8 paths. The one that did not sustain damage would indicate the path to safety. This problem seemed trivial to him. Turning to Nyla Suajin and the elder, he noted their immediate sense of danger and began to retreat. Nyla Suajin's ability allowed him to manipulate gravity with a limit of 500 kilograms. Exceeding that threshold rendered him powerless. In a sense, Nyla Suajin and the elder shared formidable control capabilities. However, when Nyla Suajin attempted to exert control over the angel, he was met with an astonishing revelation. The angel's weight exceeded 500 kilograms, comparable to that of a full-grown bull. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 074. Focused assault on the angel. The following day, the skies were clear. Last night, the angel single-handedly maintained equilibrium between the two factions. This prompted Gok's personnel to adopt a smug demeanor, inundating the nine-tailed fox with various sarcastic remarks. Those two from yesterday, they wouldn't happen to be your nine-tailed foxes, would they? TSK. Such a pity they ran so fast. They would have excelled in a 100-meter sprint. Alas, it is all our angel's fault for being too powerful. What do we call this? Invincible. Witnessing the smug expressions of Gok's team, Chen Long chuckled softly. The last creature to boast of invincibility has long since departed this world. Indeed, he referred to 009 after ending the communication. Chen Long cast his gaze toward a nearby cabinet. The angel, capable of devouring sound to evolve, certainly posed a considerable nuisance to humanity. They allowed the monster to grow unchecked, treating it as a weapon. And they would undoubtedly be the first to bear the consequences. Regardless of Gok's fate, if that monster continues to grow unchecked until it becomes insurmountable, all of humanity will pay dearly for their folly. A plan must be devised to eliminate the angel before it further evolves. In New York, within a building in Manhattan, 008, in her female form, sat in a chair, caressing her beloved firearm. They must have realized by now that the angel surpasses me. Even the entire blood kin. Fei Luan smiled beside her. Indeed, everything is proceeding according to plan. By feigning weakness, the conspicuous angel becomes the focal point. Whether it be chaos or the nine tails, they have likely recognized the peril the angel represents. Now, we simply need to observe from a distance. Before Fei Luan could finish his thought, Prince Zane interjected, "Your Highness, with all due respect, it is unwise to merely watch from the sidelines or to play the fisherman. Their conflict benefits us not. It won't be long before they realize you are feigning weakness. This realization will not take long," he continued. "I recommend we adhere to our previous plan and set sail for Hawaii before they catch on." 008 inspected the bullets in her gun before producing a handkerchief to wipe the weapon's surface. In the North Pacific, I detect a foul scent of fish. There is a particularly loathsome individual over there. I long to blow his brains out. The white-haired 008's expression turned fearsome, causing the princes to tense. "You seem to recognize that creature in the sea?" 008's gaze shifted. "He has killed me 3 times. And each time he succeeded, I am what I am now because of him. He has slain us, and one day, we shall make him pay in blood. But not now. The one who brought me here informed me that I must remain for a year before I can leave. As of now, the time has not reached a year." Which individual? A female prince inquired. "Your safety is evidently more important than that person's commands." 008 exhaled, placing her gun upon a nearby shelf. "No, my safety is inconsequential. Nothing in this world holds more weight than that individual's command. If they say a year, then until that time elapses, I shall not leave New York, not even for a second." Upon hearing this, Fei Luan immediately affirmed, "I concur, Your Highness. Why should we run? This is our home ground, our territory. The ones who should flee are undoubtedly them. My lady, I, Fei Luan Baji, am willing to fight to the death alongside you." Upon hearing this, 008 instantly transformed into a male figure clad in a black suit with blood-red eyes. Witnessing this scene, the 4 princes immediately knelt down. "We pay our respects to the true ancestor." X for the true ancestor form of 008 rose, saying, "There is no need to bow every time. Whether it be him or her, we are one and the same, we are unified." The 4 princes stood up. "Yes, my lord true ancestor. Regarding the matter just now." The true ancestor cast a sidelong glance at Zan In. If the angel had exerted full strength during yesterday's skirmish, I possess at least a 60% chance of slaying the angel within 10 minutes. 60%? The crowd was taken aback by this probability. The true ancestor's winning rate in combat typically stands at 10 o'clock or 9. 1. How could this time be a mere 60-40? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a formidable angel they were discussing. As they pondered, the true ancestor's pupils suddenly dilated, and in a flash, he appeared before the window of the skyscraper. Through the glass, he beheld a sky adorned with countless stars and a full moon. Today is a full moon? For reasons unknown, the true ancestor broke into an enigmatic smile. The princes were perplexed. What significance did a full moon hold? A full moon does not grant buffs to vampires. This is neither a film nor a game. The lunar phase bears no influence on them whatsoever. Theoretically, that is the case, as the moon's phases are unrelated to their existence. However, the true ancestor seemed to think otherwise. He extended 2 fingers from each hand, converging them as if framing the full moon like a camera point 7 days hence. It is not too late, in the eyes of the true ancestor. A red dot appeared upon the full moon, gradually expanding at a languid pace. This was a new-found ability he had just discovered. The power to alter the lunar phase. Indeed, he had been unaware of such a capability until today. It appeared that this ability had a precondition, which was to manifest only during a full moon. Moreover, it required a period of time to coalesce. Once the gathering was complete, a blood moon would descend. At that moment, crimson light would envelop the earth, causing all life to stir, and the abilities of the vampire clan would attain a qualitative leap in such circumstances. The blood moon would bestow upon them nearly limitless blood energy, amplifying the powers of vampires across different tiers exponentially. The sole drawback was the protracted waiting time and the necessity of a full moon's presence. The true ancestor turned his gaze. Now, I possess an 80% certainty. Sha Air, bring Lilith back. I wish for the 5 of you to witness this unprecedented spectacle together with me. Meanwhile, Lilith and Li Hong peeked out from behind a wall. It seemed no one was pursuing them. I'm not blind. The prince did not come, nor did the angel. If we think positively, could it be that your true ancestor and the angel are fighting, forcing Fei Luan to join the fray and ultimately leading to the angel's victory? Hey, you might be onto something, right? Nonsense. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from behind them. Stop playing around, Lilith. The true ancestor has ordered me to bring you back. Chapter 075. Chen Ye's new toy Li Hong turned around to find a voluptuous, alluring female vampire prince standing behind them. Another prince. Sha Air, Lilith, upon seeing the female vampire, hurriedly hid behind Li Hong, her eyes brimming with caution. Who is this beauty? Beauty? Lilith suddenly sprang up and tugged at Li Hong's ear. What do you mean by that? I am your master. How come you've never called me a beauty? Is she your master? Do you even know who she is to call her a beauty? Li Hong winced in pain. Hey, Lilith, stop it, Lilith. Upon hearing this, a few dark lines appeared on Lilith's forehead. You should address me as your master. You are my subordinate. How can you call me by my name so casually? Honestly, if it weren't for you saving me, I would have. Sha Air observed the pair bickering with an impassive expression. Lilith, the true ancestor is waiting for you. You'd best not keep that esteemed individual waiting too long. Lilith paused momentarily, then turned to Li Hong. My subordinate must accompany me. He.s. timid and wouldn't he dare walk the night alone. Upon hearing this, Li Hong's mouth twitched, but Lilith shot him a meaningful glance. Am I wrong? Right that I tend to be rather timid and introverted. I generally only dare to traverse through the sewers. Sha Air sighed. Do you wish to be torn apart by the true ancestor? You must understand that apart from prince-level vampires, no other vampires are qualified to meet the true ancestor. Even dukes cannot. Li Hong turned his head. Then I suppose I'd best not intrude. You? Lilith gritted her teeth. Fine, do as you wish, but remember, if I do not return to find you, you must find a way to rescue me. Otherwise, Sha Air might have already allied with that Fei Luan Baji fellow. Sha Air shook her head, momentarily at a loss for words. After the two departed, Li Hong remained standing dazedly in the street. He reached for his abdomen, feeling a gurgling sound emanating from his stomach. Suddenly, he realized he was feeling a bit hungry. On another front, in the rift space, Chen Ye retrieved a magnifying glass from within the great serpent's body. He held the magnifying glass and glanced around. This item is quite impressive. Chen Ye grinned. Pointing the magnifying glass at an object, he suddenly saw a multitude of texts appear upon its surface. Through the lens, the magnifying glass could unveil all information about the object, including its hidden characteristics. What a stroke of luck! Chen Ye swept the magnifying glass over the various split objects, revealing their information in a manner corresponding to his understanding. For instance, if Chen Ye's cognitive characteristics were tripartite, the magnifying glass would display the information in that form. He first examined the crown he had obtained earlier. The crown resembled a metallic artifact adorned with a diamond-shaped dark blue gemstone. Soul crown, secondary trait. The bearer of the crown can perceive souls and enslave the souls of the deceased. A soul trait, quite impressive. Following that, Chen Ye turned his attention to other split items. An egg carton that splits every minute, utterly useless at a flower that randomly changes color, a sheet of white paper as sharp as a blade. Just an ordinary box? This box is a bit excessive. After surveying, Chen Ye discovered that among the multitude of split items from the Great Serpent, most were merely useless debris, with only a handful being of value. Upon realizing the worthlessness of the debris, Chen Ye directly contacted the garbage disposal of the real world, packaging and discarding the junk. Why should rubbish take up space? Subsequently, Chen Ye focused on a scythe that the Great Serpent had produced that morning. It was a massive black scythe. Reaper, secondary trait. The scythe cannot harm corporeal beings but can strike at souls directly. If it attacks a physical form, the blade will simply penetrate through the entity. Chen Ye twirled the scythe in his hands. This would suffice as a trinket. Contemplating, Chen Ye approached the alchemical table and tossed the crown into the cauldron of the devil's double-eared vessel. The soul crown possesses soul and enslavement traits. If combined with a death trait, or perhaps a resurrection trait, it might yield a necromancer. By the way, didn't 004 previously procure a living corpse for me? That fellow had been resurrected, so theoretically, he should now possess the resurrection trait. Let us name this potion series Resurrected Souls. Chen Ye retrieved Yang Yan's blood sample and mixed it, then administered the potion to a living human corpse. Afterward, he extracted blood and bodily materials from the corpse and re-injected them into the cauldron, successfully concocting 2 vials of the Resurrected Souls potion. However, this was not the finished product, merely 2 semi-finished potions. To achieve the final product, the potion must be administered to Yang Yan, allowing the fusion of the potion and human traits, thereby realizing the complete Resurrected Souls potion. Some may wonder why blood can possess traits. This is a conceptual theory. Cutting a piece from a banana still renders it a banana, retaining its banana characteristics. Similarly, a person with superpowers has blood that is part of them, and that blood can represent the individual. Other body parts may also suffice, but if too many different body parts are mixed in, it could imbue the potion with extraneous traits. It is akin to training a pet and rolling for traits. The more chaotic the feed, the more unstable the resulting traits. Yet, there are no single trait items in this world. Just like a sheet of paper, it can trace back to its original wood source. Or it could be recycled toilet paper. Simultaneously, it inherently possesses the concepts of whiteness and technicality. Nevertheless, Chen Ye discovered that there exists a weighting ratio among these concepts. For instance, wood, as a concept, holds the highest weight, while its inherent traits of growth and photosynthesis hold relatively lower weight compared to the fundamental concept of wood itself. Contemplating deeply, Chen Ye took out a list and placed a checkmark next to the item regarding the soul's demise. This list comprised the abilities he envisioned a deity would require. For instance, since a god necessitates an immortal body, he created the 008 vampire, and subsequently, the truly immortal body, 009. Thus, the condition for an undying form was fulfilled. Furthermore, a deity should possess the power to govern the lives of mortals. With Chen Ye embodying the role of the Grim Reaper, this condition was also satisfied. Next, there remained nearly 700 conceptual hypotheses. As the god Chen Ye envisioned was omniscient, omnipotent, and beyond comprehension. Currently, the only aspect that eluded him was how to fabricate characteristics that defy understanding. Or rather, how to forge the unknown traits. Chapter 076, Bloodthirst. The most ancient and intense of human emotions is fear, and the most primordial and profound fear is the fear of the unknown. Should he attempt to approach the unknown traits from the angle of fear? Chen Ye mused as he retrieved a book of horror by Lovecraft from the shelf. The Great Clock, indeed, is quite the creation. However, to conjure it proves to be a challenge. After all, in essence, the Great Clock is as large as a planet. And given the materials at hand, It seems improbable to manifest such a creature that embodies the concept of an outer god. At least, he had yet to create any being of colossal concept, let alone one comparable in size to a planet. Most other creatures, too, are of considerable size. Therefore, to extract the concept of enormity, he would commence with the blue whale, as it is currently recognized as the largest marine creature. He would assign this task to 002. Chen Ye needed to continue observing the interactions between angels, vampires, and demons, recording the reactions promptly. He could not afford to spend excessive time gathering materials. After all, he could not be expected to handle every matter personally, could he? Ideally, he would create another entity that could assist him in observing various monsters and compile their information, allowing him to merely review the summaries. Let us designate this series as the Observers, as certain characteristics could be applied to the Great Clock as well. In Queens, New York, Li Hong sat dazedly on the street, surrounded by numerous scattered bread bags. Feeling the pangs of hunger, the vampire could not satiate his hunger through ordinary food. Gradually, Li Hong began to gasp for breath, his pupils shifting to a blood-red hue. His thirst for blood surged within him. Blood. Suddenly, Li Hong slapped himself across the face, and his pupils instantly reverted to black. No, this cannot be. Overwhelmed by insatiable hunger, Li Hong bit into his own hand, his sharp teeth easily piercing the skin. Blood flowed into his mouth, but this meager amount could not alleviate his hunger. He found his own blood unpalatable. He merely sought to use pain as a stimulus, preventing himself from losing his sanity. Observing Li Hong's anguished expression, a figure approached and patted his shoulder. It must be painful. Huh? Li Hong turned to see a blond man, also a vampire. However, he appeared to rank lower than Li Hong. Merely a mid-tier marquis, I am also a servant of Lady Lilith. She entrusted me with your care. These words. Li Hong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You were sent to care for me? Where is Lilith?" The blonde vampire smiled faintly. "Lady Lilith has her own matters to attend to." Li Hong furrowed his brow. "Where were you when Lilith was in peril?" The blonde vampire shrugged. "Unfortunate timing. I was executing other tasks." "You in pain now, aren't you? Would you like something to drink?" He was lying. When Li Hong gazed into his eyes, he noticed a fleeting evasion. Before Li Hong could utter another word, the man suddenly struck. His palms split open, and a blood sword erupted forth. Yet Li Hong was already on guard, retreating at once. But the blood sword elongated suddenly, severing Li Hong's arm in one swift motion. With a splatter, blood gushed from the stump, and pain surged through his brain. "Ah!" Li Hong let out a wail, while the blonde vampire burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Lilith's servant is indeed weak? Oh, it seems you haven't fed much lately. I sense you have little blood energy left." Without a word, Li Hong turned and lunged at his severed arm, reattaching it. Nerves and blood vessels connected, but the healing was painfully slowed. Is it because of the lack of blood energy? Li Hong gritted his teeth and turned to flee, but the blonde vampire moved with astonishing speed, appearing before him and kicking him to the ground. Thud. "Can't even unfold your wings? Lord Furlan truly overestimates you. Sending me to kill a mere infant? Damn." Due to not having fed, Li Hong's body was exceedingly weak, compounded by the absence of stored blood energy. He could not even heal his wounds instantaneously. At this rate, he would truly be slain by this fiend. Clenching his fists, he propelled himself off the ground and executed a spinning kick toward the blonde vampire. Yet the vampire merely snatched his calf with a casual motion. Nice try, but alas, too feeble. With that, the blonde vampire flicked his fingers, sending Li Hong flying, crashing into a wall. Thud. His head lodged into the wall, but his body remained exposed. Li Hong flailed his arms outside, exerting great effort to free his head. However, the blonde vampire swiftly reappeared in front of him, hands in pockets, delivering another kick to Li Hong's chest. Boom. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole was created in Li Hong's abdomen, and the wall behind him crumbled. "I'm going to die. This time, it's truly the end." Li Hong's face contorted in agony, while the blonde vampire reveled in his expression. There are two forms of pleasure in this world that are utterly irresistible. One is conquering the strong, and the other is trampling the weak. Unfortunately, I prefer the latter. Blood trickled from Li Hong's mouth as he murmured, "Because you cannot defeat someone stronger than yourself?" Bang! The blonde man kicked again, his expression turning frosty. Noisy. You are a third generation, and I am a fourth. You claim I bully you? Ha! This is merely trampling the strong. Then why not challenge a newborn in the obstetrics ward at the hospital? Li Heng retorted weakly. The blonde vampire seized his chin. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Do you know what it feels like to have your tongue severed? Imagine licking a sharp blade, the edge slicing through your tongue, gradually severing the complex nerves. Such pain would render you desperate, and unfortunately, a vampire's tongue can regrow, meaning I can repeatedly make you experience this sensation until you can no longer recover. Li Heng slowly closed his eyes. Having lost the strength to resist, the only regret was, I might not be able to return, Dad, Mom, and Big Brother. Li Heng bitterly smiled inwardly, having intended to apologize sincerely to Li Yuan after graduation. But it seemed there would be no opportunity. As Li Heng closed his eyes, a triangular symbol in his palm suddenly flickered to life. The death game has commenced. Participant number 0356. First-time participation in the death game requires no ticket. Will you join this game? Today only has 4 chapters, as I am not feeling well, had a bad sleep, and need to spend time with family due to the holiday. Chapter 077. Hope amidst darkness. Perhaps death is not to be feared, but what is truly terrifying is not having the chance to say goodbye properly. T. Hertz. Li Heng opened his eyes to behold a blood-red sky, with rows of text materializing before him. Welcome to the death game. Please refer to the specific rules. Li Heng stared in disbelief as nearly 100 pieces of information unfolded before him. 1. Participants must not disclose the existence of the death game. Failure to comply will result in annihilation. Point 2. Participants may not question any rules of the game. All existence is justified. Point 3. Although all items obtained within the game belong to individuals, the Master God reserves the right to reclaim any spoils. Point 4. Invited participants may join this game for free on their first attempt. Subsequent participation requires a ticket of 200 grams of gold. 5. There will be no penalties for dying in the game, but ticket fees are non-refundable. Point 6. The symbol on your palm reveals your identity ID. It also serves as an invitation. You can invite familiar individuals into the game by touching your palm. 7. The death game commences once a month. This clause is null. Point 8. The game will now commence once every 7 days. Point 9. The worlds opened by the game will not be fixed. This clause is null. 10. The worlds opened by the game will adhere to certain patterns, stabilizing within the same world for a month, yet differing in difficulty. Point 107. The final interpretation rights belong to the Master God. Li Heng sat up in astonishment, noticing that the wounds on his abdomen and body had inexplicably healed. The death game? Before he could ponder further, another message appeared. For your first encounter, you may set a name for yourself or use your identity ID as your name. A name? Li Heng felt a sudden heaviness in his head, as if he had been transported to a realm reminiscent of a divine domain. He glanced at his palm, where the inverted triangular symbol had been present for several days, leaving him initially perplexed about its significance. Could this be the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel? Pondering this, Li Heng simply reclined again, utterly fatigued. Perhaps a brief respite was in order. He closed his eyes and soon, consciousness slipped into the embrace of slumber, descending into a dream. In this dream, Li Heng found himself in a medieval kingdom embroiled in chaos. A treasonous prince had raised his blade against the old king, usurping his rule. This rebellious prince appeared to wield some ancient dark magic, transforming both his army and himself into vampires. Within the dreamscape, Li Heng followed closely behind the prince, wielding his blade to mercilessly slay adversaries. Intriguingly, the old king was no stranger to dark sorcery either. He had cast a curse that rendered his soul immortal. Upon discovering this, the rebellious prince, determined to prevent the king's resurgence, shackled him with chains and imprisoned him in an underground palace. Upon ascending to the throne, the prince immediately declared war upon the world, igniting a conflict that would span millennia. He nearly unified the continent, only to ultimately fail, as his 1,000-year empire crumbled into dust in the blink of an eye. The prince, who had seized power through treachery, came to be known in later ages as the blood tyrant, Resurrects. His body and soul were torn asunder, confined within a hidden labyrinth of gargoyles. It was not until a young boy shattered the vessel that contained the tyrant's essence that the tale took a turn. Time slipped by unmeasured until Li Heng finally opened his eyes. It had all been a dream. The earlier string of subtitles lingered in his mind, prompting him to choose a name, Li Hong sat up and stretched his limbs, declaring, "I shall be called Rex." Upon confirming the name, the subtitles vanished. He looked at his palm, where a panel of information materialized, detailing his personal attributes and abilities, alongside a series of indices. These indices represented the currency of this realm, something he had gleaned from previous rules. Yet, what of this ability evaluation? Second tier. Excellent. Curious, he delved deeper into the tier system, discovering a total of 7 stages. Ordinary, excellent, elite, epic, legendary, sanctuary, and mythical. Was this evaluation based on the fact that he was a vampire duke, thus granting him an immediate status of second-tier excellence? With a flick of his hand, a combat ranking list appeared beside him. The individual occupying the top position was named Ye Gong, also rated as second-tier excellent. Even the highest-ranked individual was merely at the second tier. Li Hong fell into contemplation, realizing that the strongest beings here seemed to be roughly equivalent to a vampire duke. It didn't appear overly formidable. He wondered what rank a prince might hold. As he mused, shadowy figures began to manifest within this space. Looking around, he noted a vast circular platform, its edges shrouded in darkness. While a colossal projection of light dominated the center, numerous individuals gathered before the projection, engaged in fervent discussion. Approaching, Li Hong beheld 3 images upon the screen. The first depicted countless bloodhounds licking their claws. The second showcased a multitude of red-eyed vampires. The third image displayed 3 silver-haired figures, 1 male, 1 female, and a boy standing between them, possessing both red and black eyes. Beneath each image were lines of text. The first indicated a recommendation for ordinary tier entry, the second for excellent tier, and the third for elite tier. Monster sequence number 008. Please decide on the difficulty level within 12 hours. Once begun, you cannot change your choice. 46 minutes remain until the countdown concludes. This world rotation seemed challenging, somewhat reminiscent of vampires. Were these not the very monsters that had recently appeared in North America? Could it be that such creatures existed in reality? Who could say? After all, he had never witnessed them firsthand. Given that the world had just rotated, perhaps he should attempt the second-tier difficulty? No, he ought to be prudent regarding his resources. Indeed, as a safeguard, he would opt for the first tier. He wondered where the dog-eyed Mihawk had gone. If he chose the first-tier difficulty, he would follow suit with the second tier. Where do you think the elder brother will go? He inquired. Surely he will opt for the second tier, came the reply. Elder brother? Li Hong turned to the group. Excuse me, who is the elder brother? One individual pointed to a man adorned with 5 vials of adrenaline at his waist. That one, named Ye Gong, the top of the combat ranking. A newcomer, are you? No, that fellow. One person gazed at Li Hong as though he had seen a ghost. You are ranked 3rd on the combat list? Second tier strength, 3rd overall? You dare tell me you are a newcomer? What a joke. Chapter 078. Ascending to the 7 tiers of divinity. Are you merely pretending to be a newcomer to mock us? Li Hong covered his face with his hand, unsure how to respond. Actually, I am a vampire duke, inadvertently caught up in this game. Great one. Shall we form a team? Form a team? Li Hong looked at the screen, attempting to piece together the previous conversation among the group. Which difficulty do you plan to tackle? Of course, it will be the first tier. We are merely first-tier fighters. Entering the second tier would be tantamount to seeking death. Li Hong glanced at the 3rd-tier difficulty. Is there anyone capable of challenging the 3rd tier? Some have attempted to tackle 3rd-tier challenges in other worlds, but none succeeded. Great one. You know that the disparity between these tiers is immense. It is akin to a small firearm attempting to shoot down aircraft and tanks. Is that so? Li Hong pondered before selecting the 2nd-tier difficulty. Goodness, great one. Do not act rashly. This is a new world. Everyone is unfamiliar with the rules. Charging headlong into the 2nd-tier difficulty is rather reckless. As he spoke, they noticed that the elder brother, Ye Gong, had also chosen the 2nd tier. Observing Ye Gong's choice, many others swiftly followed suit, selecting the 2nd tier as well. What did this signify? Li Hong was puzzled. Were these individuals merely following the lead of the one named Ye Gong? Cough, cough. Since the elder brother has chosen the 2nd tier, there is no other option. Wherever the elder brother goes, I shall follow. If he feasts, I shall savor the broth. Cough, cough. We are merely following the elder brother to earn our keep. These individuals appeared to place substantial trust in the one named Ye Gong. Even many first-tier fighters, upon witnessing Ye Gong's choice, opted for the 2nd tier. Even those who had previously expressed a desire to pursue the first tier now selected the second tier. It was evident that this individual held considerable esteem in their eyes. Subsequently, Li Heng engaged in further discussions with the group, gaining insights into the reward and treasure chest mechanisms. The most coveted prize was the golden treasure chest, awarded only to the top 3 participants, while the remaining top 10 would receive silver treasure chests. Achieving the minimum passing criteria would yield a bronze chest. Among these, the golden chest boasted a 75 probability of yielding blue items, a 20 chance for purple items, and a mere 5 chance for golden items. The silver chest's highest reward consisted solely of purple items, with probabilities of 10 for purple, 30 for blue, and 60 for green. The bronze chest, the least valuable, could yield blue items at a maximum probability of 15, green at 25, and white at 60. Moreover, the number of rewards obtainable varied according to difficulty. The yield for passing the first tier typically hovered around 50. While the second tier's rewards ranged from 500 to 2,000, the third tier yield remained uncertain. Additionally, individuals here could freely trade indices and abilities acquired from treasure chests. Naturally, a shop existed, selling all items obtained by players, excluding those of golden quality. However, the prices were exorbitantly steep, often reaching thousands, as the divine overseer seemed intent on draining their indices. Li Heng perused the shop, observing that the items were categorized by tier. Second-tier purple items were more expensive than those of the first tier. He noted that most items pertained to marine life, such as merfolk hearts and scales. There were also some fundamental blue abilities, such as enhanced hearing, physical fortification, and reflex enhancement, all first tier. Second-tier items were scarce, with only one purple ability available, named Body Breakthrough. According to the others, this ability had been revealed by Yi Gong. It was the sole second-tier purple talent to date, obtainable solely from second-tier treasure chests. In addition, at the top of the shop, there was a golden voucher priced at 50,000. Li Heng gazed at this voucher, which was described as granting an audience with the entities behind the divine overseer, the organizers of this deadly game. However, purchasing this voucher would strip one of the right to re-enter the game, as meeting the organizers would result in receiving a mysterious grand prize, one surpassing any ability obtainable within the game. Of course, this rule was not without justification. Should they meet the organizers, they would become the new bosses of the levels, and thus could never return. It was akin to Yi Gong meeting the organizers and receiving a potion for evolution, rendering him a new sequence monster in the game. Levels based on him will also be updated. When he returns at that time, will you allow him to fight against himself? At this point, Li Heng is unaware that the game has undergone a revision. The initial reason for this change was Chen Ye's previous visit. He found the process to be inefficient and thus commanded 079 to implement a self-reform. Consequently, the game has evolved into its current form. The levels have been rebranded as worlds, and 079 has taken on the title of the Master God. The frequency of gameplay has shifted from once a month to once every 7 days, transforming the randomly generated levels into a selectable difficulty rotation. Among these changes, 079 has increased the rewards for high difficulty levels while reducing those for low difficulty ones, enabling capable players to amass points rapidly and present themselves before that esteemed figure. Those lacking ability must languish in the lower difficulties. The principle of preferring to be lacking rather than excessive signifies that not everyone is worthy of gaining the favor of that illustrious individual. Aside from these modifications, the only unchanged aspect of the game is the combat power system. The power ratings here are delineated in accordance with the 7-step ascension theory proposed by Chen Ye in the future. For ease of understanding, 079 has named these 7 tiers within the game, ranging from ordinary to mythical level. However, this does not correlate with 079's level of challenge, as it cannot create rewards or monsters of Tier 7 difficulty. Its maximum capability allows for the creation of only Tier 3 monsters and rewards, which is already the limit of its abilities unless Chen Ye decides to upgrade it further. Yet, even Tier 3 creations are extraordinarily formidable within the current world. The Tier 3 monsters include 001 Mimic, able to imitate Tier 3 monsters, 003 Transparent Being, superior conceptual attack, 005 Wall-Faced, pseudo-immortal, 0083 Corpses, Tier 3 Watershed, 011,000 Voiced Beast, exceptionally powerful single target, and 023 Angel, evolved to Tier 3. These 6 represent the current Tier 3 combat power. In contrast, 002 Deep Diver, 004 Queen Bee, and 007 Siren are all classified as Tier 2 combat power. They either possess inherent flaws or exhibit excessively mediocre base abilities, failing to reach Tier 3 standards. For instance, 002 Deep Diver's abilities are rather average. It seems to possess a smattering of skills. Yet none are particularly strong, barely scraping a middle Tier 2 level. 004 Queen Bee's elite guards are indeed formidable, yet she harbors a fatal weakness and possesses virtually no combat prowess herself. Similarly, 007 Siren, while endowed with a powerful ability, can only transmit it through sound, rendering her easily countered and currently the weakest among Tier 2. For the status of 006, the Grim Reaper has already attained Tier 4 combat power. However, the Grim Reaper's potion is not yet complete. Under normal circumstances, the Grim Reaper's abilities should allow it to cause the Earth to explode through causality. Currently, Chen Ye can only utilize everything present on Earth to slay his adversaries. If there is nothing on Earth capable of vanquishing his foes, that marks the upper limit of his abilities, such as the nature of Tier 4, Chapter 079. Vampire Survivor? As the countdown reached its conclusion, the crowd was swiftly enveloped in darkness. Beams of light descended, and their figures vanished from sight. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves on a street in a foreign land. Li Hong gazed around, suddenly stunned. Was this not Queens? As he pondered, 2 lines of subtitles materialized before the group. Victory condition: 1 survive for 40 minutes. Victory condition: 2 slay 5 princes. The princes will initially spawn at a certain location. Defeating a prince grants additional rewards. Slay 5 princes? What a farce. Li Hong mused that the probability of surviving for 40 minutes seemed far more feasible than defeating the princes. After all, let alone a prince. Even a duke would be exceedingly challenging to handle. Just as he was reflecting, bloodsuckers began to surge forth from the darkness. Li Hong sensed that these bloodsuckers were all 9th-generation blood slaves, the weakest of the lower-tier blood kin. The elders knew well that the initial spawns would be minor monsters, and the strength of the adversaries would gradually escalate over time. 1 blood slave charged directly at Li Hong. But he reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the blood slave's skull. The body convulsed for a moment before completely succumbing to death. Such 9th-generation blood can possess exceedingly weak regenerative abilities. Once their limbs are severed, they cannot recover. They can only heal minor wounds and cannot regenerate limbs. These blood slaves appeared devoid of rationality, frantically launching themselves at Li Hong in relentless waves. Their numbers were overwhelming. Compared to blood slaves, they ought to be referred to as blood corpses. This reminded Li Hong of a game called Vampire Survivor, where one faced ceaseless hordes of monsters. Li Hong was capable of managing them, yet as time passed, a gnawing hunger began to stir in his abdomen. This is troublesome. Li Hong's eyes suddenly glowed crimson as he dropped to all fours and lunged forward. Sinking his fangs into a severed arm, crack, he bit through the bone, swallowing the blood and flesh. But this taste resembled that of putrid meat. It was exceedingly difficult to stomach. Li Hong suppressed his nausea and drained the blood from the arm. Yet it was insufficient to quell his hunger. He would need to drain at least 10 of these lowly blood kin to barely satiate himself. With this thought, Li Hong's eyes turned entirely blood-red as he ferociously engaged in combat with the blood corpses. He relentlessly used his fangs to tear into the limbs of the blood corpses, drinking their blood. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally paused. Higher-tier units began to appear among the blood corpses. Blood Knights. 8th-generation lower-tier blood kin. For a satiated Li Hong, they posed little threat. He charged at these blood knights in the most primal manner. Their claws were exceedingly sharp, capable of inflicting wounds upon Li Hong's body. It was during this process that Li Hong learned to convert blood into blood energy. A vampire's heart serves as both a converter and a storage device. He utilized his heart to transform blood energy, rapidly healing all his injuries. Subsequently, he began to emulate the blood knights, extending his own claws. His nails grew wildly, as sharp as daggers, easily slicing through flesh and bone. Li Hong tore apart these blood knights as if they were mere vegetables, even surprising himself. So, I can fight like this. Of course he could, for he was a duke, merely yet to fully adapt to his abilities. Or rather, he had the chance to acclimate. Through combat with these lower-tier bloodkin, Li Hong could swiftly master the powers he possessed. Amidst the waves of assaults, he learned to spread his wings. Although he was not entirely adept at flying, he had grasped the concept. But when barons emerged on the battlefield, Li Hong began to feel a strain. Although Barons are also 7th-generation lower-tier bloodkin, their regenerative abilities are significantly stronger, making them not so easily defeated. As Li Heng's speed diminished, he had no choice but to ascend into the sky. But the Barons also possessed wings and could pursue him aloft. Li Heng found himself battling the vampire Barons in the sky. Though it was arduous, he managed to cope. Yet after another 5 minutes, Viscounts began to spawn in the arena. These Viscounts could manipulate their own blood, manifesting it as blades and swords. While their range was limited, their sheer numbers forced Li Heng to retreat step by step. The crucial factor is that this was merely the Viscounts. If higher-tier dukes or marquises were to spawn, given my current abilities, it would be incredibly challenging. The silver lining is that the spawn rate of high-tier bloodkin is not particularly high. Currently, the majority of spawns consist of blood corpses and blood knights. Barons and Viscounts only occupy a small portion. If they can project their blood, there is no reason I cannot do the same. Li Heng suddenly slashed open his wrist, watching as his blood gushed forth, then began to surge chaotically without direction. Li Heng attempted to concentrate his thoughts. Gradually, he sensed the blood, a sensation akin to an extension of his limbs. The blood at his wound contracted into a vertical form. However, a Viscount suddenly lunged at him with a blood spear, piercing his shoulder. Thud. Ouch! Li Heng winced in pain, and the blood he had barely concentrated scattered once more. Focus! Focus! The blood from his wrist contracted again, coalescing into the shape of a blade. With a sudden motion, he swung the blade back, instantly cleaving a Viscount in two. Yet the blood he had concentrated again dissipated at that moment. He was still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, these individuals were cast into various locations. However, apart from the newcomers fleeing and battling, the elders plunged into the buildings, beginning to search for something. It goes without saying that such scenes typically harbor some items, be it firearms or medicines, which would undoubtedly be useful. The locations of these items are randomly generated. The larger the scene, the more numerous the items, and with patience, one is sure to reap rewards. In this Tier 2 difficulty map, without seeking items, relying solely on one's strength would be utterly futile. Among them, an individual named Yigong discovered a shotgun along with some silver bullets. However, the material of these bullets is not pure silver. The information provided by the Master God system describes them as mithril bullets. These bullets inflict substantial damage on vampires, and the wounds inflicted by them are unable to heal for an extended duration. To conserve ammunition, Yigong bound some bullet casings to his hands, using his fists as an alternative for striking with equally significant effect. However, it was only when Yigong felt a slight sting in his fists that he realized the mithril was toxic. The skin on the back of his hand was beginning to turn black and rot, severely affected by the corrosion of the mithril. I cannot use my hands. Discarding the bullet casings, Yigong decisively abandoned the strategy of using his fists to continue the search for bullets. In such circumstances, one cannot afford to remain stationary. It is imperative to ceaselessly seek out mithril bullets. Should fortune favor us, the ammunition may suffice, significantly increasing the likelihood of enduring for 40 minutes. However, as time progresses, the Blood Clan grows increasingly formidable, and a single mithril bullet has begun to prove ineffective. Chapter 080. Reward Settlement. The difficulty of this second tier is utterly exaggerated. It is not merely a slight difference from the first tier. You haven't even witnessed the third tier difficulty. There was a fellow who attempted it last time and reportedly perished in less than 30 seconds. Had I known, I would have opted for the first tier. Damn, who could have anticipated that this scenario would be so expansive? I intended to stay close to the elder brother, but he seems to have lost his way. Given the current situation, it appears even he may struggle to survive. This time, we are truly under immense pressure. Hey, little boss, didn't you use a high explosive last time? Did you bring it along? Sold it ages ago. You sold the high explosive? One of them lamented before being swiftly decapitated by a descending Blood Clan member. The remaining few were similarly doomed, with some of the first-tier individuals surrendering without a fight. This time, nearly 100 participants entered the second-tier difficulty, and now only less than 30 remain. And there are still almost 20 minutes left. How is it that we have only just passed the halfway mark? On the other side, within the first-tier battlefield, the situation here, while not significantly better than the second tier, is still relatively manageable. Approximately 270 individuals have entered the first-tier difficulty, with nearly 140 still alive. Here, there are no Blood Clan members, only lowly bloodhounds. The survival time is merely 30 minutes. Just 10 more minutes, everyone. Hold on. One individual declared, swinging a club to strike a hound on the head. Chu Yang, now devoid of all abilities, finds himself still at the first tier. Why, you may ask? It is simply due to his unfortunate luck. He once experienced a stroke of fortune, earning a golden reward. But that seems to have exhausted his lifetime luck. Reflecting on the past. Never mind what's done is done. The past is the past. Chu Yang understands that he cannot handle the second-tier difficulty and must muddle through in the first-tier novice team. His demands are modest. A useful blue ability would suffice. He has lost count of how many worthless white and green abilities he has obtained. Although he has achieved blue abilities, they have proven rather lackluster. He now has reason to suspect that the deity is targeting him. After all, who can be perpetually unlucky? And here they come again. Both first and second-tier participants are engaged in fierce combat. In stark contrast, the third-tier arena lies eerily still, with 5 lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. This third-tier challenge directly confronts the true ancestor. 5 individuals sought to test their luck and, upon entry, were immediately met with the true ancestor, only to be instantaneously annihilated. Now, these 5 souls communicate in spectral form, awaiting the end of time to escape this realm. If you ask me, it's just a stroke of bad luck. Will we return next time? Absolutely. You must realize that only the 5 of us entered Tier 3. As long as we survive until the game's conclusion, we will be ranked 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th without contest. Remember last time? I nearly slipped past the Queen Bee's Tier 3 by hiding in a haystack. Alas, one fool exposed me with a barbecue skewer. Ha ha ha, you can't be referring to that dog-eyed Mihawk. Can you? Aside from that fool, no one else would have done such a thing. Well, this ticket has gone to waste. Once this concludes, I must return to collect my belongings. Time steadily slips away. Li Hong continues to struggle, gradually learning how to wield his various abilities during combat. However, he finds himself at a loss when facing equally ranked dukes. These dukes are incredibly difficult to defeat. Severing limbs merely results in their instantaneous regrowth. He estimates he must vanquish a duke at least a dozen times to deplete their blood energy. Li Hong transforms his blood into threads, swiftly severing numerous blood clan limbs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they all healed. Alas, an endless cycle of combat. Unable to kill, unable to end this fight, Li Hong can only begin to flee, pursued by 2 dukes and over a dozen marquises. A head-on confrontation is impossible. Li Hong dashes into a large building and unexpectedly discovers a gun and some bullets on a shelf. What is this? He seizes the bullets, only to feel a sharp pain shoot through his hand. In an instant, his fingers turn charred and rot, showing no signs of healing. Is this an item meant to counter vampires? But I can't use it. I am a vampire myself. The time it takes to load a bullet would sear my hand to ashes. With no other choice, Li Hong abandons the weapon and continues his escape. While mithril is toxic to all creatures, it is particularly lethal to vampires. Even the slightest contact leads to rapid decay. In ordinary humans, prolonged exposure would be required for such decay, likely due to vampires' low immunity. Li Hong sighs, accelerating his flight with a flap of his wings. For the latter half of the time, he merely runs. When he tires, he descends to the ground to consume a few blood corpses. Meanwhile, others still manage to use mithril bullets to take down a few blood clan members, until 5 princes emerge on the battlefield. At which point, everyone begins to flee in earnest, for turning back to fire even one more shot could spell disaster. By the conclusion of the countdown, only 3 individuals remain in the second-tier challenge. Among them, Li Hong survives thanks to his flight ability. The other 2 owe their survival to a measure of luck. As the rewards begin to be tallied, Li Hong exhales deeply. Finally, it is over. The reward calculation first assesses the number of blood clan members each participant has slain, followed by their respective levels. The higher the level of slain blood clan members, the greater the reward index. Ultimately, Li Heng's results emerge. He has killed a total of 462 blood clan members, with the highest rank being Marquis, earning an index of 1059, placing him at the top of the leaderboard. The second place is Yi Gong, who eliminated 214 blood clan members, with the highest rank being Count. The third is an individual named Kalekong, who killed 146 blood clan members, also achieving a maximum of Count. Upon returning to the outer hall, Yi Gong falls into deep contemplation. Rex, I've never heard of this name. Who is this person to have dethroned the elder brother? Ha, while you ponder who this individual might be, I have already begun serving tea to the new elder brother. Regarding Li Heng's performance, the entity behind the game, 079, is somewhat taken aback. When it extended an invitation to Li Heng, he was still an ordinary person. Yet, how little time has passed for him to transform into a blood clan member. The changes in circumstances have taken 079 completely by surprise. For the sake of balance, it is necessary. Wait a moment. Rex? This fellow can't possibly be the red dot cough. Well, it seems that even in my absence, he is destined to become a creation of that esteemed individual. Originally, 079 intended to make arrangements for him, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. On another front, Li Heng opens the golden treasure chest before him, revealing a blue item within. Mithril Shotgun, Li Heng. Chapter 081. Airlifting 1,000 throats, Li Heng casually sells the blue item. Of all things, it had to be a mithril shotgun. Even if you offered him the most mundane visual enhancement, he would begrudgingly accept it. Yet this mithril shotgun, are you truly denying him any chance of survival? What use does Li Heng have for this contraption? To put a bullet through his own head in a fit of despair? Feeling despondent, Li Heng glances at the shop, and upon doing so, his mood darkens further. A first-tier blue ability costs 1,000. A first-tier purple ability, 5,000. Are you certain these items are meant for purchase rather than mere display? In his disheartenment, Li Heng gestures and promptly exits the platform space. Upon returning to the outside world, dawn has already broken. The blinding sunlight falls upon Li Heng, instantly overwhelming him with a profound sense of weakness, accompanied by signals of danger from his body. He hastily seeks refuge in the shadows, concluding that the individual he feared has likely departed. Well, that's a relief. But have I forgotten something? Right. Lilith. I need to find Lilith. But where should I start looking? It seemed she didn't specify a location before leaving. Should I rely on instinct? Li Heng sinks into contemplation. Gok, a group of high-ranking officials, are clustered together, smoking as they peruse the reports before them. There has been little activity from the Blood Clan in recent days. However, the nine-tailed fox seems to have developed an interest in our angels. Speaking of angels, we should review this build in the recent actions of the angels. Nearly 40 billion in property damage has been incurred. Who will cover this expense? A profound silence envelopes the Gok high-ranking officials. Did you not inform them that we are doing this for humanity? Well, I did mention it, but they responded that paying compensation is also for humanity's sake. And regarding the angels, there is another matter. Could you not relay all this at once? The angels have recently become somewhat subdued. So what? While remaining silent, they have inadvertently caused the deaths of many of our personnel. Inadvertently? Are you serious? One individual shook his head at the words spoken. It was, in fact, an angel that had gone rogue last night, embarking on a frenzied pursuit of slaughter. Why did this happen? Because the angel had fallen into a deep slumber, and our people intended to awaken him with the sound of bells. They rang the bells incessantly, successfully stirring the angel from his sleep, yet simultaneously inciting his wrath. Indeed, the angel remains uncontrollable. As for you, Asian director, what are your thoughts? Only you possess the ability to rein him in. The Asian director fell silent, resting his hands on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Asian director? What ails him? He has been like this since the day before yesterday, often staring into space. Sigh, let us show some understanding. After all, everyone present is a parent and should empathize with him. Meanwhile, in New York, atop the Statue of Liberty, a winged angel stood upon the ice cream cone held by the statue. Below, police vehicles surrounded the area, and helicopters hovered at a distance, observing the scene. Imo could only remark that he was enjoying the treatment of a five-star citizen. The police officers below dared not approach the angel, yet they muttered curses under their breath. What on earth is this fellow attempting to do? In just a few days, the destruction wrought by the angel in New York had far outstripped the economic losses inflicted by the Blood Clan over several months. Reflecting back, aside from releasing hounds twice, it seems the Blood Clan had not done much else. Curled up on the Statue of Liberty, the angel had his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar roar. The sound was extraordinarily unique. Unlike anything he had ever encountered, Mo turned in the direction of the noise, driven by curiosity, and unfurled his myriad wings, dashing forth in an instant. With a resounding crash, a powerful force surged forth, and a fierce wind howled, causing the tip of the ice cream cone, the sacred flame, to snap off. Witnessing this scene, those aboard the aircraft were left utterly astonished. What the hell? Hurry and contact Gok. This is no longer a matter of 40 billion. On the other side, Imo soared through the skies of the city, swiftly descending into a desolate suburb. However, upon his arrival, the eerie roar had already dissipated. Imo tilted his head when, all of a sudden, a blood-red, muscular creature resembling a hound lunged at him. Crash! Imo narrowly evaded the ambush. It was swift and powerful. What kind of creature is this? You don't appear to be part of the Blood Clan. The hound-like creature shook its head and stood upright, just as a purple figure descended from the heavens. Chen, be cautious. The angel is stronger than you imagine. The creature known as Chen exhaled a red breath, responding, no need to tell me. My hunting instincts are already alerting me. His body's warning signals indicated that the angel was a formidable opponent, at least on par with him. The arrival of Chen can be traced back 6 days prior when Qin Ling ordered the retrieval of all the chaotic splitters. With Chen being the first summoned, Nalisojin had no knowledge of what methods Qin Ling employed to bring him back, but it seemed they had reached some form of agreement. Subsequently, Chen was airlifted to the front lines to confront the angel. Imo attempted to comprehend the creature before him. Your voice is quite distinctive. I can sense it feels more like a recording rather than a sound produced by a living being. Can you share what makes you so unique? Chen instantly entered a hunting state, sprouting countless spikes, erupting with full force as he lunged towards the angel. In response, Imo swiftly swung his wings, slashing at Chen. Yet, Chen speed suddenly surged, surpassing that of Mo's wings. And he bit off one of Mo's wings. Splatter! Blood gushed forth as Chen tore away a massive wing. Spitting out the feather, Chen glanced at the severed wing, impressed by the formidable bite force and explosive power. Even compared to the true progenitor, it was not lacking, just a tad clumsy, though. Chen leapt high once more, aiming to pounce on Imo, but Imo swiftly turned, executing a somersault in the air and slashing out with his wings. Whoosh! The wings sliced through Chen skin, leaving a small wound. His defenses were formidable as well. Chen attempt to strike was thwarted. The angel was far too agile in the sky, a significant disadvantage for the non-flying Chen. After several failed pounces, Chen shook his head in frustration. He is as nimble as a bird. This open terrain does not favor a fight against him. Nalisojin, can you assist me in reaching the skies? Upon hearing this, Nalisojin glowed with a purple light. With a wave of his hand, Chen body suddenly floated into the air. However, after a short moment, Chen plummeted back down. Crash. Theo, be honest, you're a bit heavy. Thanks for the generous tip. Today marks a milestone. Chapter 82. United against the enemy? Am I heavy? You're a bit useless. Chen found it hard to assess Nalisojin's abilities. This guy had previously appeared and halted a barrage of bullets. Now he couldn't even lift him with ease, which was quite perplexing. Nalisojin, too, felt helpless, as the weight he could manipulate was intrinsically linked to the limits of his willpower. In other words, it depended on his mental strength. Nalisojin had tried numerous methods to enhance his mental fortitude, such as enduring torture, meditating under waterfalls, or meditating beneath the stars. While the first two had some effect, the latter yielded no results whatsoever. Even if the first two methods had some merit, the impact was minimal. Thus far, Nalisojin had not discovered a quick way to boost his mental power, if he continued relying on torture and waterfall training. Even 50 years later, his mental strength would only marginally increase. Currently, Nalisojin could only place his hopes on that presence. The powers they had obtained were all flawed, only that presence could elevate their abilities to perfection. Yet how to attract the attention of that esteemed figure remained a mystery. Watching as Chen attacks were consistently evaded by the angel, Nalisojin instinctively began to retreat. At that moment, two elders approached from behind. Placing their hands on his shoulders, "Oh, not fret. We are here." One of the elders wielded a massive sword made of flesh and blood. He gazed at the angel, stroking his beard. If only I could craft a bow. This would be much easier. Kid, let me test him. You stay on the sidelines for now. With that, the swordsmith entered the fray, swinging his massive sword. The sword split into countless segments, elongating as flesh connected them, resembling a chain sword. The flesh chain sword was hurled toward the angel, who nimbly dodged the sweeping attack. Another one has arrived. The angel turned to the two elders, recognizing one of them. That elder seemed to possess some form of spatial ability, capable of drawing individuals into a uniquely regulated space. Mo had refrained from pursuing him previously due to uncertainty about his powers, and now another elder had joined. The sword he wielded was peculiar, appearing to be forged from biological flesh and bone, with visible human veins. The hilt bore a constantly writhing eyeball, an eerie sight. Along with this enigmatic red hound-like creature, who were these individuals? Who are you? Nalisojin and the others remained silent as the swordsmith continued to wield his flesh sword. Simultaneously, his other hand suddenly flung a dagger. Thief, go! Whoosh! The dagger shot forth silently, its speed remarkable, circling through the air before suddenly launching toward Mo's back. Whoosh! Mo spun around just in time for the dagger to graze his face. What is this? Before Mo could ponder further, the dagger abruptly turned around and lunged toward his face once more. At the same time, the swordsmith leaped into the air, swinging his massive sword as though intending to cleave Mo in half. The angel's wings unfurled in that instant, forming a barrier to block the sword's assault, while Mo extended a hand to grasp the agile dagger. Interesting. Tell me how these things came to be. Is it your ability? Upon landing, the swordsmith stomped the ground fiercely, like a dragon. Go, at his words. The ground beneath him fractured, and a twisted, dragon-like, bifurcated soft sword erupted from the earth. Having witnessed the effects of the previous two swords, Mo immediately distanced himself, contemplating rapidly. Each of these swords had varied effects. The one he held could split and elongate, possessing considerable power, yet it couldn't harm Mo. The smaller dagger was silent and capable of autonomous attack without needing a wielder. However, its power was likely the weakest, as Mo could grasp it with a single hand. What, then, was the ability of this dragon-like sword? While Mo was engulfed in contemplation, the dragon-like form twisted and shattered the blade, transforming into a serpentine creature that lunged forth with its mouth agape. The dragon moved swiftly, and Mo attempted to deflect it with his wings, but the dragon clamped down on his wing and refused to let go. Nalisojin. Upon hearing the swordsmith's call, Nalisojin's body flickered with purple light. Simultaneously, the dragon seemed to experience some immense force pulling at it, as its weight began to increase. It was as if a multitude of individuals were tugging at the dragon, yet the dragon held on tightly to the angel, seemingly intent on dragging him down to the ground. Pulled by the force, Mo's form became unstable and plummeted toward the ground. However, just as he was halfway down, he regained his stability. Simultaneously, the purple light emanating from Nila-Suajin suddenly erupted, sending him hurtling away. Crash! Nila-Suajin. Master Yijing swiftly intervened, grasping Nila-Suajin, who was thrown back, revealing blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Not only could he not control him, but unexpectedly, cough cough, even the force I can exert pales in comparison to his. Nila-Suajin's abilities can be divided into two aspects. The first aspect is weight. There is a weight limit to the objects he can manipulate, currently not exceeding 500 kilograms. This merely represents the threshold for manipulation. To move an object, he must transmit a force to the target, which is unrelated to his weight limit. In other words, manipulation grants you the opportunity to touch an object from a distance. But whether you can move it depends on your own strength. The maximum force Nila-Suajin can exert is currently sufficient to counter and halt a bullet, essentially matching the force of a bullet's launch. He can soar through the skies by continuously applying force to himself. He propels himself upward by exerting force from below, and from all directions, he launches himself like a bullet. This is the secret to his flight. However, this does not equate to mastering gravity. It is mastery over force. Nila-Suajin believes this limitation arises from the incompleteness of his abilities. If he could attain completeness, then it would undoubtedly involve mastering gravity, rather than merely using weight as a threshold and applying force from a distance. Nila-Suajin spat out a mouthful of blood. The angel's force is overwhelmingly strong, surpassing my ability to pull. Theoretically, only Chen Ye among us could match him in a contest of strength. Yijing glanced at the beast of Chen Ye, but the issue is that without physical contact, even the strongest force is mere rhetoric. Chen Ye deeply resonates with this sentiment, as he now possesses strength without a means to exert it, unless they can draw the angel into a confined space. Wait! Nila-Suajin abruptly turned to Yijing, urging, quick, Yijing, pull those two into your alternate space simultaneously. Chapter 083, Trapped Angel. Yijing was momentarily taken aback by the command. However, he quickly grasped Nyla Suajin's intent. So that's it. This fellow is surprisingly quick-witted at crucial moments. One cannot underestimate the youth. Yijing suddenly took action. Qianhou seized the opportunity. He unleashed two beams of light from his palm, which were unavoidable, striking both the beast of Qianhou and the angel in an instant. Their figures vanished in the blink of an eye. Within the eightfold space of the 8 trigrams, Dotamo, having learned from his previous experience, spread his wings upon seeing the 8 paths before him. Just then, the beast of Qianhou suddenly appeared before him. Not good. Pft. Qianhou lunged forward, tearing off Mo's 2 wings, blood gushing forth onto the pristine feathers. Mo immediately commanded his own blood to return to his body, staunching the flow. Yet that was not the crux of the issue. He understood what these individuals were attempting. Mo initially thought they intended to repeat the previous tactic to delay him and escape. But the situation was evidently different this time. They aimed to shrink the battlefield, leaving him no place to hide, enabling Qianhou to attack him. With blood-red eyes, Qianhou declared, "Now, where can you escape to?" Mo understood he must flee. Although he wished to leave hastily, the beast of Qianhou would not allow it. The moment the angel moved his wings, Qianhou pounced, launching a frenzied assault. His attacks were devoid of any semblance of strategy. Driven purely by primal instinct, the angel's blood splattered across the room as he dragged his wounded body toward a door, but alas, it was a dead end. A tempest rushed in, tearing at his body, compelling him to dash through another door. The beast of Qianhou relentlessly pursued, rending his wings and flesh with claws and fangs. The angel, in a state of disarray, darted through various doors, yet after a frantic circuit, he discovered all 8 paths were dead ends. As time dragged on, the locations of the escape routes had already shifted. With each broken wing, the angel grew increasingly feeble, as though he were regressing. Mo, enduring the pain, charged toward another door, his consciousness beginning to blur. In his dazed state, he once again glimpsed that figure, the person who had suddenly appeared in his room and provided him with the angelic elixir. Now, that figure beckoned to him, resembling a grim reaper calling him forth. A chilling sense of death penetrated Mo's being. The relentless 011 continued to tear at his wings from behind, the angel's blood gradually pooling beneath him. Within the fractured space, Chen Ye clutched a book in one hand, tracing a lifeline with the other. The lifeline trembled continuously, already quite fragile. It seemed that with the slightest nudge, the final strand sustaining this lifeline would snap. Chen Ye closed the book, then took out a feather quill, inscribing within another tome, Qianhou Beast, Potential, S. Consider the bestowal of secondary traits, evolution. In the final moments of life, a vision materialized before Mo's eyes. He beheld a great fire. It seemed like an event from 7 years prior. His mother had taken him on a trip, driving with Mo seated in the passenger seat. Suddenly, another vehicle barreled out, colliding with theirs. The driver appeared to be intoxicated, the speed having reached a perilous limit, resulting in an explosion upon impact. The deafening blast and flames consumed everything. That inferno claimed not only Mo's legs, but also his mother. Guilty Dom O murmured, blood trickling into his eyes. It felt as though the past was replaying before him. A roaring fire. Perhaps this was not merely a vision, as he had entered the fiery gate representative of the leaving hexagram. Flames seared his body and wings. Amidst the raging inferno, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure, akin to death itself, drew forth a massive black scythe, resting it against Mo's neck, blood-red light beginning to swirl in its eyes. The sentence of death. At that moment, Mo's body began to tremble. No, it cannot end here. The guilty have yet to be judged. How can this conclude? The angel stepped forward, his neck abruptly passing through the scythe. It seemed merely an illusion, yet with great difficulty, he took that step, and before him appeared a blinding light. Vacantly lifted his head. It was the face of his father in that conflagration. It was his father who had arrived in time and was the first to pull him from the wreckage. Mo's mother, however, remained forever trapped in that blaze. Now, Mo beheld his father's face once more. Simultaneously, the grim reaper vanished, and the fiery realm in Mo's eyes dissipated. It was still his father's face. this was not an illusion. The Asian counselor embraced Imo, exclaiming, "I have arrived too late." O surveyed his surroundings. Countless tanks and helicopters had inexplicably surrounded the area. Gok's personnel had encircled this vicinity. At that moment, the beast of Qianhou also charged forth. However, what awaited him was not his father's embrace, but a shell boom. With a resounding explosion, the shell sent Qianhou flying, simultaneously striking a distant hill and igniting an explosion. The already distanced Nila Suajin exchanged glances with his companions. Gok's operation was surprisingly swift this time. I had anticipated they would delay until dawn. After all, procrastination is their usual style. The swordsmith stroked his chin, lamenting, "What a pity, we were just a step away." Perhaps this was fate's design. Destiny led him to the newly opened escape route. The vicissitudes of life, the whims of heaven, are beyond our control. Master Yijing shook his head as he spoke. The swordsmith turned to Yijing, inquiring, "Can you not control the location of the escape routes?" Yijing sighed. "The cycles of the universe and the number of living beings, the laws of heaven, how could it be determined by my will alone?" Upon hearing this, Nila Suajin leaped into the air, declaring, "Retreat. Gok has been eliminated from this game. Though we could not slay the angel, judging by his condition, he must be severely injured. Even if he can recover, it will certainly not be in the short term. Henceforth, Gok can no longer intervene in the struggle for the true ancestor. I shall check on Qianhou. I hope he wasn't killed by that shell just now." The swordsmith chuckled lightly. "No worries. That fellow is tough-skinned and resilient. Taking a shell should pose no problem in a large pit." Qianhou lay in the pit, staring blankly at the sky, as Nila Suajin descended. Yet he made no response. Nila Suajin, puzzled, questioned, "What is this? Have you been stunned by the impact?" Qianhou sat up. "I thought I was going to meet the true god." He then examined his body. Though charred in many places, he sustained no significant injury. "I was already in hunting mode, but that shell jolted me awake. We had agreed on a one-on-one duel, didn't we?" Nila Suajin patted Qianhou's head. "You've done your best. Strive harder next time to tee this." Qianhou suddenly lunged at Nila Suajin. Nila Suajin quickly withdrew his right hand. Hey, I was merely showing concern. How could you bite someone?" Qianhou climbed to his feet. "If you treat me like a dog again, next time I'll bite your neck. I need to hurry back to report this injury to that old fellow Qin Ling. If he doesn't prepare a national banquet to reward me, I'll bite his neck." Nila Suajin shrugged. "Such a memory for grievances. How can you deny being a dog?" Chapter 084. The advantage is mine. Gok headquarters. The remaining 3 battered wings of the angel were observed. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. "What, then, is that dog?" The nine-tailed fox has never provided us with any information regarding canine containment entities. It must be a new specimen, or perhaps it is conceivable that it is a creation of the nine-tailed foxes themselves. "Are you certain we have not located the dog?" "No, in the crater, we merely discovered a tuft of charred fur, and nothing else." "Damn it. Contact Qin Ling immediately. We must ascertain the nature of that dog." Shortly thereafter, a series of encrypted messages arrived from the nine-tailed foxes. Once deciphered, the members of Gok were presented with a single phrase and an emoticon. "Qin Ling, I want to tell you. That old scoundrel, those cunning nine-tailed foxes are indeed deceiving us. This is intolerable. I cannot simply swallow this anger. What can we do? The angel has lost its combat capability. Even if we wish to contend for 008, we are unable. What is the status of the angel? How long until recovery?" "Well, the situation with the angel is less than optimistic. Be more specific. The angel is currently in a state of slumber. Our attempts to awaken it have all failed. The good news is that the angel is slowly healing, but there are no signs of the wings regrowing. In other words, even if the angel awakens, it will likely take some time for the wings to regenerate. Given the current rate of recovery, it may be nearly a month before the angel can awaken at all. A month is too long. Actually, I have an idea." What idea?" "Let us put it this way. Even if the nine-tailed foxes successfully contain 008, they must pass through our threshold. Are you suggesting we detain 008? Is that feasible?" "It is indeed a possibility. In the worst-case scenario, we may have to face the main forces of the nine-tailed foxes directly. However, if all goes well, we can capture 008 with minimal casualties without engaging in direct combat with it. Indeed, if we are only dealing with the nine-tailed foxes, the casualty rate would certainly be far lower than if we were confronting 008. After all, the nine-tailed foxes are human too. Humans are far easier to handle than monsters. Meanwhile, in Asia, at the headquarters of the nine-tailed foxes, Chen Ling was receiving reports on the operation. Notably, 011 performed excellently this time. He will be rewarded with chicken legs upon return. As he spoke, Chen Ling produced a list. If we can retrieve the remaining chaotic splitters, it may even be possible to reclaim the original headquarters of the nine-tailed foxes. Reclaiming the original headquarters would mean challenging the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee controls a substantial number of containment entities that split from the original 009. Some of these may be useless, but others are extremely dangerous, such as the murderous fan, if it is cut off from power and thrown outside. It will eventually kill all living beings on Earth. No, it cannot be said that way. That murderous fan seemingly does not attack monsters or entities like itself. Even if some entities approach it, the fan will simply avoid them. Currently, the situation there remains unclear. Chen Ling could only seal off the area surrounding the original nine-tailed fox base, preventing anyone from approaching. Equally troublesome is the matter of the 002 mermen. They have retreated into the deep sea, making containment nearly as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Setting aside whether we can locate them, even if we do, there is no guarantee we can defeat them. The use of conventional or nuclear weapons in the ocean is currently strictly prohibited, as humanity cannot afford to further pollute the seas. The oceans can no longer endure humanity's turmoil. If that group of mermen consumes too much nuclear wastewater and mutates, it will only complicate matters further. Given the present circumstances, dealing with any containment entity seems nearly impossible, or rather, there is simply no way to begin. But someone must take action. Tio give up simply because it is difficult? I apologize. My ancestors did not teach me such a principle. Chen Ling gazed at the list in his hands, his finger moving downward. The nightmarish and the thousand-headed beast have already been retrieved. And next on the list is the 010 Joker. Through understanding the Joker's information, it is known that his true name is Arthur Morgan, a foreign individual. Using the retrieval of the thousand-headed beast and the nightmarish as a reason for his capture is unrealistic. The rationale for retrieving the nightmarish was that the state would protect him after graduation. The reason for retrieving the thousand-headed beast was that we have already secured the nightmarish, and he need not worry about losing control. However, the Joker is different. Firstly, he is not within the country, and secondly, his nationality differs, making persuasion significantly more challenging. Moreover, the Joker has some mental issues, making it difficult for a normal person to follow his train of thought. These are all complications. Meanwhile, in New York, the plan of the five princes succeeded. They successfully incited a conflict between the nine-tailed foxes and Gok. However, they did not anticipate that the angel would be the first to engage. This suggests that the threat posed by the nine-tailed foxes and chaos is far greater than that of the angel. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of change. We had prepared for a life-and-death battle with the angel, only for the angel to withdraw. This can only imply that the nine-tailed foxes and the chaotic entities have their own trump cards. The princes conversed, though Prince Fei Luan appeared somewhat distracted. Just 2 days prior, his marquis returned to inform him that the Duke transformed by Lilith had vanished without a trace. Yes, such a large individual suddenly disappearing is indeed perplexing. Yet, this morning, that individual returned once more. Fei Luan contemplated Lilith, who was engaged in conversation. She should not possess such an ability. The bloodline does not grant the power to vanish at will, so could it be the Duke's inherent ability? He must find a way to clarify this. As night fell on the streets of Queens, Li Hong, having found nothing after a fruitless search, began to ponder life at the bus station. Meanwhile, the blonde marquis, who had previously pursued him, approached silently. Sensing his presence, Li Hong suddenly spoke. "You've arrived?" The marquis hesitated for a moment. "Oh, well done. You were able to detect me. It seems you have begun to familiarize yourself with your abilities." Li Hong stood up. "It is thanks to you." The blonde marquis smiled. "Is that so? Since I have aided you, could you possibly do me a favor? Might I request your death?" With that, the marquis instantly lunged towards Li Hong, simultaneously brandishing a blood blade. Observing this, Li Hong swiftly cut open his wrist, his blood gushing forth to form a blood sword, which collided with the blood blade in an instant. The result shattered the blood blade into pieces. The marquis was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? He actually learned blood manipulation in such a short time. It is known that mastering blood manipulation is challenging. Normal bloodlines, whether prince or duke, require at least half a month to fully grasp their abilities. If we speak solely of mastering blood manipulation, the most talented individual the blonde marquis has encountered took a week. Yet, Li Heng has only been transformed for 2 days, learning to manipulate blood in such a brief period. How could this be? The marquis swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Li Heng. The reason he dared to attempt to kill a duke while holding the title of marquis was because he was aware that Li Heng had only recently been transformed, lacking mastery over any abilities, and had not even fed on blood yet. Without any blood energy, let alone a marquis, even a viscount could easily overpower him. But now, things are different. Fine, let us assume he has learned blood manipulation in such a short time. But surely he is unpracticed. I was simply careless earlier. Regarding blood energy, even if he has fed, he should have only just learned to transform blood energy, so I still possess the advantage. Overall, the advantage lies with me. Author's note: I fell ill. I was hospitalized for an injection yesterday and took a sick leave. Number 021. Swordsmith, Blood and Flesh Swordsmith, Chapter 085. Talent: Snap, a bloodline sliced through, severing the marquis's 3 limbs. Before wrapping around his remaining leg, hoisting him aloft. Marquis, this is not right, is it? Blood solidified into a line. It must be understood that solidifying blood into a line requires extremely precise control. It is akin to sewing. Without a certain skill level, even threading a needle is difficult, let alone controlling it at will. Yet, in contrast, Li Heng's operation was remarkably delicate, his control over the bloodline resembling that of a seasoned tailor. Noticing the marquis's bewilderment, Li Heng leaned closer, sensing that he seemed to have something to say to me. The marquis's corner twitched. There is an old saying in the East, when the roots are the same. Why be so hasty in separating? Li Heng was speechless, sighing. Boil the beans into a broth, strain the beans for their juice. The vines burn beneath the pot, while the beans weep within. We are born of the same root. Why be so hasty in our mutual destruction? Written by Chao Zhi. If you haven't learned it properly, do not misuse the poetry of others. The marquis shifted his gaze to his legs, which were beginning to heal, only for Li Heng to shoot forth another bloodline, severing the newly formed legs. Witnessing this, the inverted marquis felt a surge of blood in his brain. In just 2 days, you learned blood manipulation, and now you solidified blood into a line. Aside from the 5 princes and the true ancestor, no one else can solidify blood into a line. It is impossible for you to be recently transformed. Who exactly are you? Li Heng extracted his phone and snapped a photo of the marquis, pondering whether he might possess an innate talent for becoming a vampire. People often assert that nothing in this world is insurmountable, a sentiment that Li Heng wholeheartedly embraced. For him, challenges seemed trivial, as he had been gifted from a young age, excelling in various domains. Whether it was academics, athletics, art, music, or gaming, he grasped concepts and mastered skills far more swiftly than others. In stark contrast, the prodigy had an unremarkable younger brother, Li Yuan, perceived as a worthless failure in the eyes of their stepmother and father, a mere shadow of Li Heng's brilliance. Perhaps Li Yuan was simply average, but certainly not a waste. Yet, as the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent. Li Heng's radiance was blinding, rendering Li Yuan a mere fraction of a failure in their parents' eyes. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired marquis bit his lip, questioning the notion of talent in becoming a vampire. If one were to entertain the idea that Li Heng indeed possessed such a talent, what of his blood energy? Within 2 days, it would be impossible for him to reach a state of fullness. Unless it involved mutual feeding. Mutual feeding refers to a vampire consuming the blood of another vampire. The blood of vampires is derived from other living beings. Thus, when one vampire feeds on another, it superficially appears as though the blood is merely transferred, but in reality, the blood consumed is transformed into their unique essence. This process resembles a form of concentrated extraction, purifying the blood to a degree where a single drop surpasses countless drops from ordinary beings. This constitutes high-quality blood. Lower-tier vampires consuming the blood of higher-tier counterparts risk being dominated, their bodies and minds yielding to the superior bloodline. This is akin to the transformation experienced by newly turned vampires. For instance, if a 9th-generation blood slave were to ingest the blood of a prince, they would instantly ascend to the rank of duke. Furthermore, 3 additional scenarios exist, one being mutual feeding among equals. which results in no evolution of the body but rather control by the other party unless one kills the other and consumes their flesh. Another scenario involves a high-tier vampire consuming low-tier blood, where the higher tier remains unaffected. The final scenario occurs when a low-tier vampire consumes a high-tier's blood, contingent upon the latter's demise. For example, should Li Hong slay a prince and subsequently consume their flesh, he would ascend to the rank of prince, effectively usurping the other. If the target remains alive, he could at best become a duke, unable to rise to prince status. These are the variations concerning mutual feeding. Yet regardless of the type, side effects invariably accompany the act. Bad blood disease. The blood transformed from a vampire possesses a potent personal pheromone, making it arduous to convert such blood into one's own. Should a vampire simultaneously consume the blood of 8 deceased vampires, they would harbor 8 distinct blood types within, which would not blend nor obediently submit, instead clashing violently within their body, even if the original blood owners are deceased. This internal conflict could trigger bad blood disease, diminishing healing capabilities, causing skin ulcerations and itching, and resulting in uncontrollable blood. However, Li Hong appeared devoid of symptoms associated with bad blood disease. This anomaly puzzled observers. The transformation of blood energy is a protracted endeavor, with the swiftest method being the consumption of another vampire's blood, siphoning their energy. In truth, Li Hong had engaged in such actions, but the vampires he fed upon were mere constructs generated by game mechanics, devoid of self-awareness and programmed to attack mechanically. Consequently, their blood lacked personal consciousness, having all been replicated from a single template. This explains why Li Hong remained unaffected by bad blood disease post-mutual feeding. The golden-haired Marquis, oblivious to this fact, could only speculate that Li Hong had employed some method to circumvent the affliction. Such a notion instilled dread within him. With this thought, the Marquis lifted his head, his perception of Li Hong morphing into that of a formidable threat. "Brother, please spare me. I shall follow you henceforth. The Prince of Farron is nothing compared to you. I will pledge my loyalty to you and you alone." Li Hong set down his phone and inquired, "If I had begged for mercy in that moment, would you have let me go?" The Marquis paused, then fervently nodded. "Yes, absolutely. Murder is but a fleeting act. One must show mercy where possible." Li Hong shook his head. "You would betray even your lord, Prince Farron, for your own survival. How could you possibly remain loyal to anyone else? A person with a propensity for betrayal will invariably betray." As he spoke, Li Heng's blood suddenly unfurled into a net, shredding the Marquis's body to pieces. Simultaneously, he targeted the heart, thrusting his right hand forward to crush the remnants, dissipating the Marquis's blood energy entirely. Akin to how Farron obliterated Lilith's heart. However, unlike Lilith, who was merely dismembered, this Marquis was reduced to fragments. Without blood energy, the countless pieces of his body could not reassemble. When these fragments fell to the ground, they struggled momentarily before all cells dimmed in unison. Turning away, Li Hong observed countless crimson eyes igniting in the darkness, indicating that Farron had no intention of letting him off the hook. "Very well, I too harbor no intention of sparing him." Chapter 086. We shall seek vengeance. Blood sprayed forth, and the subway station lay strewn with dismembered limbs and shredded flesh. Li Hong, blood-soaked and holding a vampire's head, bore a visage of carnage, his clothing tattered and his eyes transformed into a sanguine hue. 10 counts, 5 marquises, and 2 dukes. Farron had orchestrated a thorough ambush. 2 dukes charged from either side, their speed blinding, swiftly severing Li Heng's arms. With a sickening sound, his limbs shattered, but as the 2 dukes turned to retreat, Li Hong gritted his teeth. Suddenly, from the severed ends, 2 infantile hands sprouted forth. With a surge of strength, the newly formed hands burst forth, still frail and barely connected by blood and flesh. He swung his diminutive hands, seizing the heads of the 2 marquises, and with a mighty force, slammed them into the ground. A crack echoed as bones splintered, and due to the ferocity of his strike, his fragile new arms fractured as well. Pain surged through his mind, yet Li Hong suppressed the urge to scream and sank his fangs into a count's arm, tearing it off like a beast. Meanwhile, a duke wielding blood as a blade swung towards his head. Unexpectedly, Li Hong turned sharply, spitting blood phlegm that transformed into a spike, piercing the duke's eye. The eye burst, and the duke clutched his face in agony, cursing in disbelief. "Rip him apart!" Yet the prince demanded he remain alive. To hell with that. I shall tear him apart first. Li Heng bit off his own tongue, blood gushing forth to form a crimson line that cleaved through the encroaching marquises. Blood solidified into a line. What? Li Heng wielded his blood-laden tongue, shredding the surrounding vampires, only to be ambushed by a duke who thrust his hand into Li Heng's mouth. The sharp claws pierced through his throat to the nape of his neck, at which point Li Heng's arm sprouted anew. He retaliated with a powerful thrust, plunging his hand into the duke's chest. Seizing the heart, the duke froze, witnessing Li Heng's ferocious expression. With a brutal grip, Li Heng crushed the duke's heart, causing the duke's face to contort as he staggered back, clutching his chest in horror. My blood energy dissipated? How is this possible? What have you done? Upon losing blood energy, the duke attempted to flee, but Li Heng swiftly severed his legs with a lash of blood. Another duke lunged at this moment, transforming his blood into a blade and launching a series of intricate assaults against Li Heng. The remaining vampires brandished their own blood weapons, joining the fray. This young man, standing alone against 17 foes, still managed to retaliate against several vampires. Was he truly merely a novice, recently turned just 2 days prior? The two dukes questioned themselves, realizing that had they been in Li Heng's position, they would have long since capitulated. The visible wounds adorning his body and the agony of biting off his own tongue were far beyond what an ordinary vampire could endure. They feared not death, but the pain. Losing an arm could be remedied, but the agony of regeneration was unfathomable. Setting aside his combat prowess, how immense must his willpower be? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the duke's forehead, recognizing this individual as a true monstrosity. As dawn broke with the sun rising, Li Heng emerged from the subway station, blood-soaked and battered. His clothing was in tatters, and he barely had half a pair of pants remaining. Stumbling out of the station, he could stand no longer and collapsed against the wall as the sun ascended. A ray of light illuminated his face, further sapping his strength. Gazing at the golden sun piercing through the darkness, he retrieved a cigarette found on a deceased vampire and placed it between his lips, igniting it with an old-fashioned lighter. With a puff of smoke, Li Heng's vision blurred. In that moment, he discovered the most arduous task in this world. To survive. At that moment, Li Heng's vision was graced by the presence of a silver-haired beauty, elegantly wielding a black parasol. What are you standing there gaping for, waiting to turn to dust? Li Heng lifted his gaze, and the woman's face struck him as both familiar and foreign, reminiscent of Lilith's mother. Lilith, is she well? I am Lilith. Li Heng was momentarily taken aback. It was inconceivable that Lilith could have grown so tall. Lilith clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Considering your current state of near demise, I can postpone your punishment and, as a bonus, save you once more with that. Lilith extended her right hand towards him. Come, let us settle the score. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Nine-Tailed Fox, within an underground conference room, 3 chaotic splinters gathered around a table laden with an assortment of delicacies. A red dog sat atop the table, indulging in the feast with an utterly unrefined manner. Observing his gluttonous display, the others lost their appetites. The beast of 1,000 throats, while devouring, wiped away tears. After so many days, I can finally enjoy a warm meal. I can't stomach raw meat any longer. The nightmare, or Chen Ye, sighed. I reckon we should allocate him a table of his own. Upon hearing this, Chen Ling produced a cigarette. Once 008 is successfully contained, we will indeed arrange a table for him at the celebration. Before that, Xiaofan, I require your assistance in aiding Nyla and her team in the containment of 008. Your abilities can minimize casualties and damage. Chen Ye pondered for a moment. I can do that, but I'm not motivated by money. However, if successful, I would appreciate a token of recognition in terms of a bonus, perhaps. Of course, I'm not suggesting you seek a fortune, but a bonus seems reasonable, doesn't it? Chen Ling exhaled a plume of smoke and dialed a number. Yes, that account, transfer 500,000. Shortly after, Chen Ye received a notification of the remittance. Having acquired his powers, he refrained from engaging in criminal activities or misusing his abilities for personal gain, continuing to live a frugal life of work-study. A commendable quality. I acknowledge your character. This is your appearance fee for today, and the organization will provide further rewards upon successful containment. Upon seeing the additional 500,000 in his account, Chen Ye immediately sprang to his feet. I am willing to risk life and limb for the organization. In his lifetime, he had never beheld such a sum, 500,000. Fan Ye's expectations were modest. A few thousand or even 10,000 would have sufficed. However, what truly delighted him was Chen Ling's consistent affirmation and recognition of him. For today, Espoli University students, such acknowledgement was undoubtedly a luxury. Chapter 087. Seraph. As night fell in the underground research facility of Gok, two individuals sat watching the surveillance monitors, yawning. "This is so dull." The other shot him a sidelong glance. "UVE only just arrived, so you may not understand. Boredom is the epitome of happiness. Once the tedium dissipates, you must start worrying for your life. Being able to earn a salary while remaining bored is a divine mercy." The other rolled his eyes. "Living too comfortably makes me uneasy about this paycheck. It is akin to when I carried corpses at the crematorium for 2 years. If a corpse stood up and ran, I would have chased it down. That's responsibility, doing a job for the pay." Just then, the angel on the monitor suddenly twitched. Did it just move? Did it? No way. Suddenly, flames erupted from the angel's body. Witnessing this, the two sprang to their feet. "This is not a good sign. Notify the directors, and I'll call the fire brigade." In the secret chamber, the angel's body ignited without warning, the flames a golden hue. Searing into the angel's wounds, guilty, the angel curled into himself, his eyes beneath closed lids twitching and writhing. He experienced a long dream, from birth to the loss of his legs, to the present. Flames accompanied him at every turn. It was always like this, always in that moment. The wounds on Mo's body healed rapidly, the flames incinerating his scars to ash, revealing unblemished skin. Suddenly, a gunman entered the angel's chamber, aiming his weapon at the angel's head. Steady, bang. The gunshot rang out, and the angel instantly awoke. One wing instinctively moved to block the bullet, then swiftly severed the man's head. Blood sprayed forth, and peculiarly, the man's head appeared to be regrowing. Yet the golden feathers of the angel's wings incinerated his body to ashes. Mo gazed at his hands entwined in flames, golden fire waves beginning to swell within his alabaster pupils. His feathers ignited, yet the previously severed wings had not regrown. Rising, Mo dragged his 3 fractured wings and exited the room. At that moment, numerous members of the fire brigade and Gok forces arrived. However, upon sighting Mo, they all recoiled. Due to previous encounters, no one dared to approach the angel. Mo cast a glance at them and then, barefoot, stepped into the elevator, ascending to the surface. Countless fully armed soldiers stood guard outside. Upon seeing them, Mo discerned an infinite malice in their eyes. "The flames have taken everything from me, yet bestowed upon me a new life. This is a sacred and noble baptism. I must purify my spirit through fire, severing the darkness. Let us begin with the highest." Several directors arrived, but suddenly one of Mo's wings lunged forth, aimed directly at one of the directors. A most heinous person. With a swift thrust, the wing pierced the director's abdomen. As Mo withdrew his wing, the director's wound inexplicably healed. His eyes transformed to a blood-red hue. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in shock. This could only indicate one thing. The director had aligned with the Blood Clan. Mo's eyes ignited with flames. For those who willingly descend into depravity, there can be no forgiveness. Realizing the situation, the director clenched his jaw. "How could you know? I thought I had concealed my intentions perfectly." Mo approached. From the moment the plan was proposed, the Blood Clan went into hiding. They have consistently anticipated my movements, precisely locating me or evading me. There has always been a traitor among us, and I have known all along. The sanctity has unveiled the evil that lies within you and truth. Mo had always been aware of the Blood Clan's infiltration within Gok. He had inadvertently killed a few individuals during this time, and it was unfortunate that those were all members of the Blood Clan, including those who had come to kill him. He had initially chosen to remain uninvolved since it was not his concern. But now, he could no longer allow these individuals to evade their reckoning. Just as the angel began to act, a multitude of Gok soldiers simultaneously trained their weapons on him. The Asian director's face flushed with anger. "What are you doing?" The soldiers remained silent, their blood-red eyes offering no explanation. That moment, 2 more directors suddenly drew their guns, aiming at the Asian director. Stunned, the Asian director gasped. "You?" One of the directors grinned, revealing sharp fangs. "Since our cover is blown, we have no choice. Let me be frank, half of Gok's personnel are Blood Clan. Having spent so much time together, I must admit I feel a bit nostalgic. Old friend, I hope you understand. Having reached this point, with wealth and power at our disposal, the only thing remaining is immortality. No one can resist the allure of eternal life. The Asian director regarded the three transformed directors with a bitter smile. So this is how it is. One of the Blood Clan members aimed a gun at the Asian director's head and looked at him. Oh, Angel, to be honest, I'm quite surprised you're still alive. After all, the information regarding you was provided by me to the Ninetales. All of this is part of the Grand Ancestor's plan, to have you dogs tear each other apart. Regardless of which side falls, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Another Blood Clan member shot him a glance. You're oversharing. The first Blood Clan member sneered. What is there to fear? We have a hostage, after all. You see, we initially planned to reveal ourselves after the successful containment of the nine-tailed fox. But we didn't expect you to wake up. As soon as Abel received the news, he rushed to kill you. Alas, let us observe a moment of silence. The Asian director, upon hearing this, abruptly drew his handgun. But a Blood Clan member swiftly kneed him in the stomach. You should know your place. As he spoke, he turned to Mo. Let us see what our winged angel can do now. Upon hearing this, Mo swung his wings, instantly ensnaring the armed soldiers within them. The tips of his feathers pierced the bodies of the Blood Clan soldiers, unleashing a cacophony of agonized cries. It was at that moment that wings began to surge from the angel's back. Quick, open fire, one Blood Clan member ordered, but it was already too late. In an instant, Mo sprouted over 30 wings, and as the bullets came flying, the wings shielded him from every shot. We're doomed. One Blood Clan member immediately seized the Asian director by the throat. You better think carefully. Are you willing to abandon him? The Asian counselor raised his gaze to meet Mo's eyes, then closed them and shook his head. Witnessing this scene, the wings behind Mo suddenly surged forth, cleaving both the Asian counselor and the vampire in half. Splatter. What? A vampire gasped in astonishment. You, bang. The angel instantly materialized before him, forcefully slamming him into the ground, reducing him to mere fragments. Insanity, the angel has gone mad. Retreat quickly. The angel turned, his countless wings sweeping outwards, ensnaring the fleeing vampires within their embrace. Ugh! Listening to the cries of despair, a faint smile tugged at Mo's lips, yet a solitary tear escaped his eye.